Good morning, Belgrade. Actually, there's probably like a less than 1% chance that you're from Belgrade if you're watching right now, but we are here for BBD, BB Dacha, the third edition, the Belgrade edition. Gentlemen. How are you doing? How's the group stage going so far for you? We're on the group stage day 2.
Correct.
Did you guys get the good games yesterday?
That.
Did you get
That's
the
good start?
Right. Did you like the games that you casted yesterday?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
What were they? What were the games?
Aurora games.
Were you pleasantly surprised by that team?
I was actually, yes. I was quite surprised by TA2000. And I went on Reddit and I saw Yatoro said he was garbage. And I went, okay. Well, that shows how much I know about carry gameplay.
Why do you keep talking about this team like they're an SEA team? This is a different Aurora. We're in a different era of SEA now.
You mean they went from having one Eastern European player to 2?
Yeah, no, MENA. They're a MENA team now.
Oh.
They have half of Quest. Right?
Sure.
I mean, yeah, but they're a 2 out of 5.
Which
so
is
what's your
not
math
half.
on that?
That's close enough to you round up. You round up to the nearest half.
American education, ladies
That's
and
right.
gentlemen. In full force today.
I'm the only non-American right here, just to be clear.
Canadian education.
Yeah, whatever, dude. I think you're
Even
the most.
worse.
You're the most American.
What about BB Team? You enjoyed BB Team?
Well, I believe they're in a group,
They're
so
in a
we
group.
can go
Let's
ahead and
check out
take a
the
look
group.
at the
Let's
group
check out
that
the
they're
groups.
in.
And they're doing very well. As we can see, BB Team, they did 2-0 twice yesterday in a pretty
Hot damn.
dramatic fashion, one could say, Avery.
Yeah, I mean, one of those freebie, right? I won't say which one, but
How dare you?
Yeah, which one?
How dare you imply that?
I mean, that's up to you to decide.
What's
But one of them was definitely a freebie.
I assume you mean the Southeast Asian team because
What?
you hate Southeast Asia.
No, I love Southeast Asia,
Oh, okay.
actually.
Well, I
But
took
Aurora, of
50-50.
course, as a MENA team would not count. So you're talking about the talent series.
No.
Okay.
Let's talk about Liquid, though. 1-1, embarrassing.
It is pretty
Jenkins?
embarrassing.
Thoughts?
Don't throw that to me.
Thoughts on the embarrassing
after
1-1
saying
here
that.
from the
What do you
TI
think about
champs?
off-lane bounty hunter, Jenkins?
What do I think about off-lane Bounty Hunter? Bounty Hunter is definitely good in pretty much any role other than carry, I would say. Have you seen you can track a guy and then you throw the shuriken at a creep and it goes through the guy, hitting them once, and then bounces back and then hits them again?
That's true.
This
you
guy-
can do that if you choose the right facet,
If you choose the right,
which is the left facet.
the left facet, which is the right facet, which
Yeah.
95% of people are indeed going for. This thing is imba. Have you guys been playing pubs?
Well, apparently it wasn't imba enough for Liquid.
Well, because they played it offline.
You said it worked in any.
I know,
role,
but it's like were you watching the draft? Why did they flex it? Was it like an early pick and then they flexed it?
I talked to Blitz about it.
What did he say?
They cooked a little too hard on that one. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
When you win TI, you just start feeling like you can cook anything. You just add
Probably
way,
true. Yeah,
way
probably
too much
true.
salt. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He had it in his mind, the vision, Saberlight popping off, getting a bunch of track kills.
Yeah, he did. He was remembering
didn't
the
happen.
good days of Liquid Saberlight. Those days are over.
Everybody has a plan until they get tracked in the face.
That's right, Avery. That's right. I definitely know what that means. We're going to take a look at today's schedule. Of course, we are Stream A. And first up, we're going to have Liga team versus Nouns.
Good work.
Yep.
And the next one is Falcons versus Liga.
You're going to go over all of them.
And then Aurora versus Spirit.
Is that normal? That he's going to just say
And
all
then
of them?
Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Because they can see it.
And then Gaimin Gladiators versus Spirit. It's
Right.
for the visually impaired.
Fair enough. Can you get... Avery, what do you like most about the Stream B matchups here?
I mean, we got Tundra Liquid.
That's the one?
Yeah, that's the only one that
that's-
matters.
That's it. I mean, it's 33 versus what he left behind. Who's right, who's left? Who's left, who's right?
You're into the dramatics. Is
Yeah,
what you're into.
absolutely. That's why we're all here. We're here to see a show. These
Fair
players
enough.
are here to put on a show.
Yeah.
They're here to win some money. They're here to prove their worth. They're
Yeah.
here to build a legacy.
Yeah, but to see the legacy be built and maintained, we need to get into our first match between Nouns and Liga team.
And I'll give you a hint, Jenkins.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of these teams is not doing too great.
Yeah, they're not.
Trick question. It's both of them. They have both been struggling. Shows how much of the group stage you've been watching.
So you're saying this
Wait, did you do an interview with Liga or Nouns?
Liga? Both.
Oh, you did actually.
I did both.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's surprising.
I asked Fly who would win between 1,000 chickens and one lion, and he said the chickens. And I thought,
Yeah, chickens are vicious, man.
the math on that is not good. One swipe, and all the chickens are dead.
Have you ever seen a chicken?
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah. Not already cooked, and those things are vicious, man.
Well, you didn't.
They eat anything.
You didn't specify that I had to see a raw chicken. No, I've not seen a raw chicken before.
Oh.
Anyway, Avery, if you can go ahead and talk.
Great introduction
Yeah.
here to a Liga team. as you see
Which
on
one
the
is the
screen.
line? Which one is the 1,000 chickens in this matchup, do you think?
I think we might be in a 1,000 chicken versus 1,000 chicken scenario here. Well, that depends on who you're picking as the winner, because of course Avery was saying this is the toilet bowl of the.
I mean, of day one.
Of day one.
one.
I don't think Liga actually. I think Liga, they played okay day one. They had some close matches. They threw a game or two.
I think all that happened was that they're a new team. They're a little shaky on their first game of the series, and then they looked better on the second game.
Yeah,
of the
I was
series,
actually
both
more.
times.
I was more impressed expectations-wise for what Liga did compared to my, prior thoughts than I was with Nouns. I had higher expectations for Nouns, and they just went 1-3. And some of those games just looked very uncoordinated. The drafts were a little off. Not what I expected from them. So I'm bigger on Liga, even though the scores are basically the same here.
I'm big on Liga team as well. I think the one game that they lost to was one of the games that they lost was a bit of a throw scenario, and I really like the heroes they're picking. They're
Yeah, I
picking
just said that.
Muerta, Grimstroke.
Yeah, but they look good on stage, so.
They do look
That's
good.
the
Yeah, they
important
look
part.
good. I mean, speaking of looking good on stage, look at these Nouns boys. I also feel like, whenever they are not winning, they still look fairly good in most of these tournaments that we see them in.
I mean,
think
they're just good-looking lads.
they are. And you mentioned it yesterday, of course, that they're good-looking lads,
Yeah.
but also that this team has been around. They're the one remaining North American
We played against
team.
them.
We did, and they
Less than a month ago.
It was really
2 weeks ago, we played against them in an official best-of-3.
That's right.
It was
That actually
close.
really shows why they are performing so badly, because their practice is just
It is a good point, yeah.
That is actually
not very good
That
at
is
all.
not a bad point. If we
like
could,
the officials that
Yeah.
they played before this.
it's
You guys really set them up for failure. I
We-
mean, if you guys put up a better fight, then maybe they would come up to this matchup and be favorites.
I mean,
But don't think they
I
are.
will say for my part,
Do you think you did your job?
I laned with the Yawar,
Okay.
throwback lane. We laned against Lelis and
Oh,
Gunnar.
here we go. Here,
And
you're actually
we-
doing this.
Won that lane by about a 1,500 net worth differential, and we killed
Wow.
Gunnar twice.
Wow.
So I don't know what that says for this match.
And then he stacked the Ancients.
Or just my boy Yawar out there is, he's just a beast.
Yeah.
And when we get together, that lane's unstoppable.
See, that's what they lost to Bristleback yesterday, right? Nouns, and I feel like they're a team that really understands this hero. And yet, when I was watching it, it seemed like they were this Bristle was getting away with a lot that they would be privy to the tactics. But of course, before we can get into the match, before we can play Dota, we need to see who's getting first pick, who's getting second pick. So let's do the coin toss.
Coin toss happened.
Okay, the coin
Those
toss
are the
happened.
results.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were actually going to physically do it. Okay, there's the results.
Would you like to flip a coin? I have one.
Do you actually have a coin?
No.
Okay, well,
It's a good try. I didn't
Okay.
think you'd say yes.
yeah, you shouldn't throw.
Why
these
don't you
things
just
out.
make a coin flip sound effect right now?
I'm not gonna. That's a.
There you go.
Well, you have to catch it.
That was pretty good.
Heads. Now I did. Can we bring that back up again? Now I don't know. I think.
Radiant side for nouns.
wanna
First
bring-
pick for
They
Liga.
took-
Bring the coin toss back.
Yeah, bring the coin toss. What do you guys? What's your theory on the Radiant versus Dire argument right now? I know this is like a hot topic for people. I've heard some really bad opinions on it from heralds. And
Oh,
I've-
yeah.
and
There's
I've
a
heard
lot of misinformation out there.
And I've heard some good opinions from heralds too. For instance, I think it has to do with the map orientation, Avery.
Oh, my God.
yes,
I hate that reasoning. I've always hated it. I think it adds less than 2% differential, which never accounts for an actual difference between Radiant and Dire. It's all about the sentries, man. It's sentries efficiency. That's it. And Roshan, I said this before, Roshan timings, right? You have to look at when most heroes want to go into the pit and take Roshan. And if that coincides more often or not when Roshan is on your side of the map, then that side's going to be favorable in the meta.
Okay, but does that mean Radiant side wants Radiant side Roshan? Because a lot of times the first Roshan,
I think that depends.
they actually are playing on the Dire side of the
Right.
map. They're
I-
playing on the
Right.
Dire safe.
I
lane.
think
That's why
that-
Radiant's
So they
just
want
better.
Dire side.
That's why
It
Radiant's just better.
It depends on your offlaner, and I think the prevalence of Beastmaster pushes this timing sooner because the hero can take Roche so damn early. I think anytime you have these like Vlad's drums builders in the meta.
Okay, good point, but I'm going to settle this, okay?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt
No,
you.
it's fine.
I'm going to settle this debate once and for all, and you guys are going to settle with me because you're going to agree with this point 100%. When you were on Radiant and you want to take an early Roshan, okay?
Right, I'm thinking about it.
And Roshan is on the dire side.
Yeah. So
that feels
to 10
good
minutes.
to take.
Yeah, that feels
Agreed?
good.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Agreed.
When it's on the Radiant side a little later, it feels good to take.
Okay. Feels
A
good.
little less,
Yeah.
but it's still good.
Yeah.
When you're dire
Uh-huh.
and you want to take an early Roshan on dire side, never happens.
True.
That actually never it never happens
Because
once.
you have to give up so much of your map
Exactly.
at that
It's just
point
bad.
to go
It's
take
bad.
it. Yeah, yeah.
And when you're on dire and you want to take an early Roshan, and you go to Radiant corner to take an early Roshan as dire, no, it never happens. This is why Radiant's broken. Because Roshan on either side for Radiant is good and on either side for dire is bad. I can't tell you exactly why. Just every player would agree with that statement feel-wise.
I think that's a tempo thing, and I think that is a feel thing. I mean, Dota's been.
So you're saying at 5 to 10 minutes, you're playing on the enemy side of the map, but on 10 to 15, it's fine to play on your side
No,
of the
I
map?
don't even think it's necessarily a timing thing. I think it's just like how the map's constructed with the off lanes and where they end up being equilibrium-wise. And I don't know. It's just, I think taking Roshan from dire just feels monumentally worse at almost every point in the game than taking it from Radiant.
I will say, though, one final comment on the Roshan subject in Radiant. I do think the Outpost having a quicker TP has fixed it a little bit in terms of the differential. Like, I do think that also the offlane pull, like dragging the creeps between your tier 1 and tier 2 is better on Radiant as well. That's always been a thing. But
Sure.
the sentry blocking of the camps, there's a lot of differences. They really need to fix this. Is there anything in the first phase of bans that you guys have seen in this tournament that wasn't in Wallachia that is surprising you? Or is this just all the same?
I think Invoker creeping up is the biggest thing to me. Like
Especially since he had a bad win rate at Wallachia.
Yeah.
I think he was like a 40% win rate hero.
And then yesterday, Quinn played it first pick twice, and now we were seeing it first phase banned here. I guess Invoker's just a first phase ban now.
And most people are doing this like Hurricane Pike, Witchblade,
Yep.
kind of like right-clicking, scaling Invoker, right?
I want to see Nouns just take Sand King here. Like, go back to your roots, pick up a core hero in the first phase instead of some weak-ass support that's like, we don't really know. We're going to take a Tuskar clock trade. And I'll get that garbage out of here. Just take a Sand King man up, put your cojones on the table. You know what I'm saying, Andrew?
I think I do know what you're saying.
Don't actually do that.
We were
Jenkins.
talking to Liga
Stop.
team yesterday. Will not be putting the cojones on the table, but I will be putting on the table that they were talking about how Tusk is not actually as broken as people think it is, and it was just Schofield winning this previous tournament and being a Tusk fanatic that kind of tricked people into thinking this hero's OP. Sometimes a hero's not actually Imba. It's just that the guy that's the best for
Player-hero
currently.
combination is Imba?
Right, it's the player-hero combination.
Okay, well, that's just not true. But thank you for that information.
You don't think they fixed Tusk? You know they fixed the drinking buddies.
Okay,
right?
so if Tusk was dependent on one player, then why was it first pick, first ban looked insane on Soxa at TI? Why was it first
Because they
pick, first
fixed
ban
it.
looked insane on Boxy at
they
TI?
fixed
saying
it
now,
after.
post
They
nerf.
fixed it after. The drinking buddies doesn't take you fully to them. It's halfway now. When you alt cast it,
Well, I still think that's whatever, man.
I still think
think
it's
the
good.
hero's
I
good.
just think the stock has gone down in it.
I don't think Schofield is that much better at Tusk than every other 4 player in the world.
bro. But this guy's gonna pick it no matter what. This is gonna be a completely garbage.
Yeah, and I
hero.
don't think Schofield is the absolute best Tusk player in the world. Or at least there's arguments for other people,
It's
right?
probably Boxy.
Soxa, Boxy,
Yeah.
right? So,
But I'm just telling you what Liga team was talking about. What Pentamem was saying.
All right, some good inside info.
Yeah. A little bit of insight.
I respect
info there.
that.
Yeah,
You put her there, brother.
It was an
Can they hear the handshake
yeah.
on the
Here, do it
mic?
again.
Oh, they heard
that was a strong one.
It was an interview, by the way, so it was public.
Nice palm.
You were
that was before you actually went live with the interview.
Oh, fair. Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, you're right. That actually was before.
Yeah.
So what are Downs taking out of phase here? That's the big question we have to ask ourselves. Are they going to go for a Fly Phoenix? That could be interesting.
Now you're talking about going back to
Grimstroke?
your roots.
I wouldn't mind Grim or Phoenix here, or the old Snapfire.
Man,
Because
you really like that Grimstroke from yesterday.
I think it's a good hero this patch. I think it has some decent potential, some decent grief potential as well, but like some decent real potential.
I do too.
I also think Snapfire's on the menu because Nouns, I mean, they'll play that hero on either support, and they really like it. We saw the Skywrath for lulls yesterday. I think any of these ranged damage dealers. The real interesting part of this draft for me is what does Liga want against Sand King? Because I think Sand King's one of these heroes where you have to address the hero. You have to deal with him. But you kind of don't want to overdo it. because the hero isn't like I don't think Sand King is in that category of Bristleback where he just 1v5s a game.
Yeah.
He can, but
He could maybe on the previous patch.
it's not as scary. It's not as
Yeah.
scary.
With the facet that people take now, you can't.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
With the old facet where you're able to run around with
Yeah, yeah,
Sandstorm
it's not as
farming
bad.
all these camps,
Is it-
it was broken. But
Is it still Pipe Mage Slayer? Like, you still want to get a Pipe Hero, and you still want to get a Mage Slayer?
I mean, I think Mage Slayer is the best item for Sand King in the game, but nobody's building it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. For these range damage dealers, okay, well, Hoodwink's a great one. I was going to say Muerta. That's been rising in stock.
Of course, it's good.
But the Hoodwink, I think I love seeing Hoodwink with Sand King just because I feel like Sand King is a hero who struggles in the first few levels. So these Willows and Hoodwinks that are the best laners in the first few levels can kind of get you through that hard part. And then later on into the game, it's such a huge damage combination. Like, you can burst almost anybody with these two heroes.
It's a strong laner for sure. I mean, that's the strength of Hoodwink compared to all those other heroes we mentioned is the laning is incredibly good. But I feel like the mid game is pretty lackluster. I don't know, this hero just doesn't burst people anymore, man. If you can't burst people, it feels pretty bad. She lost a lot of the range on her spells innately when the initial change to the facets happened.
Yeah.
And that means one of those facets has to be good enough to make up for that, since the other one is literally that old skill she used to have.
Right.
And I don't know if that's the case anymore. Like, the tree bounce is good for lane. Again, she's a lane dominator, but it doesn't do anything for you in the mid game, really. No. And you're not scaling off the Gleipnir. The Gleipnir nerf hurt this hero a lot too. I don't know. I have some issues with the Hoodwink, but it is a family-friendly hero for nouns.
Yeah, it is.
They're very familiar with it. They're very used to it. Very comfortable with it.
it does look like a Disney character, yeah.
Yep.
Nouns eSports turn to
The Pugna is back again.
Yeah, this
This time without Storm.
Yeah, this is the one team that is picking Pugna. I thought when they made it so that he can do things during his suck that this hero was going to be in, but you play against it in pubs and it's like this guy's
You're talking about Pugna.
Pugna. Yeah, this guy you can TP away and press Pugna spells while you're TPing. It's insane.
What does that do? Well, you know,
He can nuke you.
decrepify
He can
after
nuke you,
you
or you can
TP.
decrepify himself after you TP.
you think you could go bots first, run in the fight, just TP throw
just
it,
run
cast
into
them?
it? Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty badass, to be
That's
honest.
the best bait of all time.
Yeah, that's the next level.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about Monkey versus SF? Is this just you get the shard, you jump on him in the fights, press BKB, kill him before you can Requiem? You've a good amount of armor against the SF minus armor.
5 seconds.
I think it's okay. I don't really feel this Monkey pick though. to be
That's
honest.
Yeah, I
kind of
don't
where I
like
was
it.
at.
I
Yeah.
don't think it's amazing with their other two heroes. Generally, I think this hero wants. I mean, stuns are good for him, but he wants some kind of buffs or a really strong lane partner, which they could get here. They could do the Lich Monkey they did, but then you're doing Lich into Clock Pugna, which
Yeah,
sounds
that-
pretty miserable.
That did not go well yesterday.
I don't know if this SF matchup is that good for Monkey King. It can be if Monkey's ahead, but I feel like that's true for every matchup in the case of Monkey King. I don't think SF is any better than most other of the Agi ranged right clickers. It's a hero with a fear, high damage nukes, super long range attacks, so you're forced to gap close. Kind of just innately bad. The lane matchup's not good. They do take the Phoenix that I thought they were going to take out of phase. They take it eventually.
I think that's good.
I think it makes sense here,
Yeah.
but you're not getting a buff for the Monkey King. The lane's a little weaker. It kind of makes you want to put this Monkey mid. I think Liga have potential to put the SF mid, but we haven't seen that at all. So I'm assuming that's just not going to happen.
10 seconds.
In which case
remaining.
they could take something like, I mean, they need more stuns though. That's the problem. I was going to suggest something in the vein of Queen of Pain here, but you just don't have a lot of disable to play with. I feel as though that's too greedy.
I like the Queen of Pain for the lanes because then whether it's a Monkey or an SK mid, Quap is going to do very well.
Yeah, that's why I like it. I mean, you could take a ranged offlaner here, threaten the Monkey King lane, give Clockwork another lane partner if you're not going to put him with the SF.
Team back.
I think they take it.
Good call. Yeah, very
I
nice.
think it's good, but I do question some of the draft integrity here for Liga. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the patch with SF. I think SF you can actually get away with less draft integrity because you can just run with this hero and just start hitting towers and they have to go to you. You don't necessarily need a lot of stuns because
Yeah.
the hero just hits a power spike where he's unstoppable. No one can fight him and he ends the game. We saw Gaimin do this yesterday. But in that type of situation, I think you do want as many buffs as you can throw on this hero as possible.
Nouns eSports
That's where the
turn
Ogre
to
Magi comes out. Offlane Ogre with Midas.
No, that's a
want that?
terrible idea. I was thinking,
Bloodlust kills the egg.
like, if there was hypothetically still a Beastmaster in the pool, that would be the perfect pick because I do agree. I think
Yeah.
the Liga team they're going to get, like, Quap is going to have a good game.
Yeah, it's a good co-op game.
It's a good Quap game, but it doesn't solve a lot of the problems that they have in their draft. Like, Beast would have given them tower pushing and a hero to control the map and like stuns, BKB piercing, disable. Like they need an offlaner that.
I agree. I mean, they would
does
have
a
wanted the
lot.
Beast, but Beast's a first phase hero. So.
Yeah, exactly. But some like archetype.
The only thing I
like that
don't like about the quad pick is they're gonna have to ban 2 more mids here
Mars would have been really good.
because they now still have an option of playing Sand King offlane, carry Monkey, and picking another mid here.
Yep.
So I don't know
Which
if
is
there's-
what Liga is already trying to set up for, right?
Right. And I think that feels a little bad for Liga because you're picking this queen to counter the Monkey and the SK mid potential, but then you have to ban mids anyway. It's just like, you know.
5 seconds
But
Meanwhile, it feels
Sorry.
like Nouns' bans are going to be a lot more powerful because
Exactly.
there is such a limited number of offlaners that give Liga what they need, which is big stun
Right.
initiation.
Centaur would have been great as well.
But the problem for Nouns here is they have all this flex potential. They're in the driver's seat in terms of what goes where. But who do you actually want to send versus Queen or SF here? You don't want to send either of these cores versus either of these 2 Liga cores.
10 seconds remaining.
They're just going to get pounded by either Queen of Pain or SF in terms of the nukes and the longer range. So it kind of looks like a tough lane setup for Nouns, even though they have the
kinda-
flex potential.
Do you think that Sand King would lose that badly to Quap?
Maybe not.
It's
Maybe not.
that's a
I feel like you just bottle up, you Sandstorm, push the wave into her. She screams at you every once in a while. If she wants to go dagger, by all means, go dagger.
yeah, that's not a good build.
That's not a good
I-
build. So
Although I
if you
have
want to
s-
take it, sure.
I have seen it. I have seen some of the good co-ops go like 2 point stagger.
You know what I would like here actually for Nouns is a last pick Templar Assassin
10
if they get it.
seconds remaining.
I think it gives you the Roche kill. It gives you traps to play off for your supports. I don't think you need much more egg protection. I think it gives you a very solid hero versus the SF or Queen if they end up mid.
Is
And
that
it's a tough hero for a Liga to interact with, I think.
Do you want that mid TA or safe lane TA?
Yeah, mid TA, I think.
Okay.
Just play the Monkey Phoenix lane. I mean, you can end up putting anything mid here. I don't think it matters. Magnus.
Yeah, there wasn't too many stunners left, so
It's a little bit of a greedy one. I mean, it depends how well you can lane with this hero, but it's not the best in power game. It's okay with Shadow Fiend.
It's a terrible empower game.
This hero generally suffers versus Phoenix as well. Team fighting and attack speed slow and all of that. Kind of a spooky Magnus pick.
5
You have to execute really well here.
I will say it's a better hero than people realize. Like in pubs for the last couple of weeks, it has been trending. Seb has something like a 70%
Yeah.
win rate on Magnus.
It's been successful.
People pretty much realize that the Ag Shard is really broken, and you play around the Shockwave. It does a ton of damage. It's great setup for the skewer backs. Everybody's going Ags.
I still like my TA or Faceless Void if that hero's in the meta at all. I have no idea. I don't really think he is, but it is an old school mag counter. I like TA here, man. I think TA puts a lot of pressure on Liga because you're saying I'm going to do Roche super early, and then we have this Egg Sand King to fight around, plus Wukong in the pit. There's no way you're contesting this Roshan, and I think Liga losing Aegis this game feels really bad.
do you think they would have enough control though?
select your hero.
I think it would have been okay. I mean, you have 3 stunners. Now they add another stun, another Egg Protector. This puts a lot more pressure on the Monkey King, though. Like, this Monkey really has to carry this game. He's your only physical damage dealer. He has to, at some point, man-fight these cores.
I think there's a lot of pressure on the noun supports to win the lanes. I honestly don't feel like Monkey versus Mag is that bad for the Mag because you are going to max the Shockwave anyway. You're like a double nuker. You're just going to nuke the creep wave in with a Pugna.
It's definitely not bad compared to a lot of other melee heroes.
Yeah, it's not like a traditional melee because Mag is more of a spellcaster than he is like a normal melee hero, unless you're playing around the Empower, but obviously you're going to choose not to do that.
And you
Two-
combine that
two
with the
range
support
cores.
that can just decrepify if there's any real problems.
Yeah,
with the
true.
monkey,
You can
right?
decrep the Monkey or you can decrep the Mag, like either
Yeah, then you
works.
take more damage from the Fire Spirits. It's really nice.
Yeah,
That's
exactly,
true, yeah.
exactly. So the supports make the big difference in these lanes. For
All
sure.
right, Jenkins, predictions times. I don't know why I put an S on both of those, but I guess, Austin, you get to go first.
I will go Liga simply because I think they've looked better.
Bold move.
I'll go Nouns because I think they have a more well-rounded, easy to execute draft. I think Liga's looking to like really snowball.
Man, it's a tough one, actually.
Pretty
tough
close.
one.
Pretty close, huh?
I would also go with Liga a little bit just because Nouns looked too shaky yesterday, but I think this mag pick did not do it for me, so I'm going to go with Nouns game 1.
Liga also seemed to struggle in game 1 more than game 2 of the
That's
series.
true.
So,
Not a game 1 team.
That's true.
Not a game 1
It
team.
is early here in Belgrade.
but maybe they just weren't a day 1 team. Day
Yeah.
2, that's
Yeah.
where they're going to start shining.
So that would make our overall prediction be Liga, team. Well, it's 2 versus Liga, nouns, Liga.
Nouns.
No, I went nouns.
You went nouns?
Yeah, I went nouns.
No, sorry, you went Liga.
Well, you had
said
this.
Liga.
You had this long-winded thing about nouns.
Yeah, I said
and
I
shaky.
don't believe in the mag pick.
Well, you can't. You don't have to. Do this
It was a
lo-
classic butt scenario. He gave all this
But
thing
you
and it
put,
was good.
it
But
was like 80% of the stuff you said was before the butt.
Yeah, that's
how a
should-
butt
given a
stays.
good
It should be a
argument.
50-50 ratio, in my opinion, if you're going to go for the team after the butt. I think you got to get the ratio better.
no, it actually works better if the more long-winded it is, and then you say, but they suck. So it's funnier that way.
Look, they're gonna change it for me.
Yeah.
Oh, they actually did change it. Okay,
We're
so we're
there,
going nouns.
boys.
I mean, I figured this was going to happen.
You know what? I'm gonna change it to Liga.
Okay, go ahead. Do a half.
Trying
half.
to get us
Can we-
fired
Why'd
already.
they take?
Yeah,
why'd
just
you take
leave it
mine
me.
off?
That's the only prediction
Why
that
did
matters,
you take?
baby.
What did I do
Only
wrong? I was
prediction
stuck
matters.
with. I was with nouns the entire time, right from the start. This is BS. Whatever. Okay. So how do we throw it? Is it us that controls whether we go into the game or not? Is that
It's always the casters that start the game. Would you like to start the game?
We're going to start with game 1 of Liga team versus nouns Dota.
You got to work on your announcer.
I don't want to
I expect a better one
They're
in-
right
in
next
game
to us.
2.
It's nouns esports, man.
Okay, good luck, guys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jenkins.
Thank you, Jenkins.
30 seconds.
for your brilliant analysis, as always.
Did you find because you're on a team together now that you think alike?
No, but
Also, he's your captain, right?
I have learned a lot about how not to think about the game.
Ah, okay. That's good.
And common mistakes that the average Herald player makes.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
those, I guess they're doing something for me.
I think we have all normal. Okay, Yuma did take the Wukong's Faithful, which I've seen more and more people taking.
Yeah, I think
lately.
it's the more common one now. But it is
Yeah.
interesting how that shifted over time. Though the Simeon got nerfed a bit.
Yes, it did.
And
I thought though for carry it still had value simply because. But then again, I know the copy liked the other one, just because he moves around the map so much. I guess.
I think it's
But
a
I thought it
little-
was
little
because
better for mid.
Yeah.
I don't think the carry monkey cares as much. I don't think it actually ends up increasing your farming rate too much, because on the carry monkey, you're going to go some farming item more often anyway. I don't know. I mean, it probably does. I'm sure your GPM is innately higher with that facet, for sure.
All right, we'll see whether or not Copy can get the D ward, because he's got a sentry in his backpack. And as soon as he gets that D ward, I feel like this lane is free.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you'd want to place your ob that center in the lane versus
Yeah.
Sand King. I feel like that's
makes-
incredibly risky.
I think he just assumed that Copy wasn't going to bring his own sentry to lane.
Maybe.
But
I mean, he insta-sentryed as well, so this is kind of risky from Mirage, but he can protect the ob as long as he can keep the lane shoved in. How reliable you can do that versus Sand King, I don't know. I think eventually this ob will get dewarded.
yep.
So far, though, CS pretty decent for him, and should have a fast bottle here.
And
I
it looks
think
like the
he's
other
gonna
lanes are
free farm.
going pretty well too. We got the Magnus Pugna lane against the Monkey King Phoenix. So we talked about how that one's a double nuke lane, so it's not your traditional melee versus melee matchup. The Monkey King is actually going to have a hard time challenging the Magnus.
Yeah, that's not the easiest melee lane for the monkey. I mean, Phoenix can be strong in the level 3, but the level 1 and 2 are not great unless you can just straight bully the guy. I kind of expect Liga to get away with 3 lanes here. There'll be that D ward.
And he's going to get the ward as well, which Mirage, he's going to wait for him to go for the last hit, I think, on creeps and then go for it.
He can't get it here. Kind of awkward, actually.
I thought he was going to Sophie's Choice him, you know? Do you D-ward the obs, or do you get a last hit on the range creep?
You take the D ward for sure. The problem is you just take the D ward deny. It's worth way more.
For sure. I'm just saying it would
Yeah,
make it
so-
miss a range creep last hit, so.
But Lelis
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
just playing around these small camps. I don't think you can put too much pressure into you here. Maybe with the level 3 on the primal, if you give him total solo XP, might be a kill potential, but it's tough. As long as this Gunner primal gets chipped a little bit, I think the man up is pretty difficult into the raises.
Yeah.
So again, I think both these side lanes are just going to get nuked down from Liga. They're going to trade farm or mostly free farm here, and then this Queen of Pain will absolutely free farm mid. You can't really stop that.
What kind of, I guess, expected that Liga's lineup should walk away with the laning phase win. 1J is going to die. That's going to be first blood for Yuma. See if Alberca can get the turn. He's got Shockwave coming up, so even if he doesn't get the hits, he'll get it somewhere else. He may die for it, though. As Yuma gets his Jingu Mastery, it doesn't actually, it's only level 1, so it's not that much damage, so never mind.
First blood going to nouns. They will take that absolutely. Very close, though, to not getting that.
Copy keeps the Sentry alive. But laning phase win, likely, as soon as we start saying that, nouns keep on winning their safe lane through kills. But Liga, if they do win the lanes, nouns still has the better team fight? Question mark?
Earlier on, yes, 100%. Primal, Sand King, Phoenix should dominate the team fights up to, maybe at 30, 40-minute mark. Then maybe it evens out a bit if you have things like BKB on the SF Queen of Pain. You ignore a lot of the extra magic damage. You can get in there, kill the egg. Then it becomes a bit more iffy. The clock initiation becomes a bit more powerful because you might have Magnus follow up as well.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of those interactions are a long way away.
Ooh, Mirage, big trouble here. Does have a Fairy Fire, so that'll probably help him live long enough to get the blink off, but not a good situation to be in. A matchup that you were supposed to win, but I'm not too surprised it's not actually going his way. Sand King's just too strong, man.
Yeah, it's a really hard hero to force off the lane. He eventually got the Obs D ward as well, which is a pretty big boon. And he's just farming up the stick charges. So Copy having a very nice early game here, all things said.
He's going phase boots. Does that mean he's gonna go to like the phase Yules build? That was a meta like a month or two ago, right?
Might not be a bad game for it. It depends on how hard he feels he has to scale or just mass farm this game versus go and fight, make stuff happen.
Yeah.
I think he's in the middle. He could do either. You have Primal as a playmaker. You have Monkey as a pseudo playmaker / farmer. I'd probably err on the greedier side, honestly. I would not mind Bloodstone first Sand King this game.
Man, they were not able to keep this Monkey King on the back foot.
A little stack stealing.
Yeah, there is a lot more stacks in the triangle, though. We saw how Lelis has not really laned too much with Gunner. And has done, some pulling shenanigans and stacked a lot. 4 different stacks already in that triangle, so. And then a little gank mid just to put some more additional pressure on Mirage.
The problem I have with this is I don't know if Hoodwink is the hero I want to just be stacking and sacrificing XP on. Like, he's going to put Lelis to level 2. It's okay for the Primal, but, man, Hoodwink is just not that great of a sacrificial support.
What if he takes half the experience from the stacks? What if he actually sticks around?
I still don't like that. I think it's a hero you want to be really obnoxious on the lane. You want to be right-clicking the enemy carry, throwing Acorn, this kind of thing. Though it's Fly who makes that move.
Yeah, he comes through the gate, I guess, or TP'd, one or the other.
I mean, this is the strength of Primal, is you always have kill threat on pretty much anything. If you get the number advantage, they make that happen.
Yeah, those backline squishy carries are kind of the ideal matchup in the game for Primal Beast, even if the lane may not be that fun.
Now they're going to give the Hoodwink mid, try and give him the levels back while the SK does the stack. So this is the payoff for Lelis on the conservative lane play. But Nouns pull ahead in all 3 lanes here. So they should be happy with this early game. And it is Yuma, the Monkey King tree, who has gotten the most here, trying to make a move of his own.
Trying to play off of that T-board they placed. They put pressure on these Shadow Fiend. Know that he's going to be backing off into jungle, but they didn't actually run into him. And yeah, Liga, they knew about this move that was happening. They knew that Monkey King came through the gate. And he'll come back to his safe lane again.
Stacks get scouted. Don't think you can invade, though, with this lineup. Maybe if the SF dominated the lane. That just did not happen at all.
No.
So Nouns are going to get away with a lot of stacks in this early game, a lot of farm on all 3 cores. Up to Liga to make some moves. They're going to try and one with the Queen of Pain here.
Bushwhack should be an easy kill onto Panto, but it'll cost Gunner his life. He tries to do a little death charge back at Mirage and Violence.
That's a nice pickup. I mean, you want to put this Sonic Wave to use as soon as possible. Use it off cooldown. Continue to push this hero into the late game where she really thrives. Kind of surprised that Yuma's still level 5 after a 2-0 start with some decent free farm.
Yeah, that's what happens when you miss out on a kill when you rotate through the gate. But Copy, he'll take the opportunity, just like the you're going to use the Sonic Wave off cooldown. Okay, I'm going to use the Epicenter off cooldown. Just pick up whatever support kills you can. Panto might die again here. Gunner's going to try and catch up to him, and Panto doesn't have any spells to defend himself.
Nice little move. Extra gold for the Primal. Puts more pressure on this mid tower. Going to force a Pugna TP into the mid. Get the bottle refill, but this regen rune for Copy, pushing him straight back up to full here. That move on with the Epi cost him nothing. And he is Omega farm now.
Yeah, he really is.
Solo kill, plus free farm on the mid lane, plus stacks on the triangle.
First 2 minutes, Liga had the CS advantage in all 3 lanes, but when it comes to kills, that has made things swing heavily to the favor of Nouns, up 2K at 9 minutes.
Who just killed Lelis Curry? Is that a neutral? I feel like it died to a neutral camp or something. There was nobody close to it.
I don't know. Don't forget to follow the channel. This is going to be a tournament that's going to be going on for quite some time, so you don't want to miss out on any of the games that are going to be happening here.
Especially North American Dota, everybody's favorite.
Of course.
And
Wake up early for that one.
Their natural time zone? Actually, it isn't.
It's
okay.
So it's 1:30 a.m. on the.
Oh, so it is
the
the
West
natural
Coast.
NA Dota player time zone.
Yeah. This poor Clockwork, man. Panto's
he
not
is.
having a fun time. He's getting.
Oof. He's just food, man. Level 4. Doesn't even have upgraded boots. His clock is... He is useless.
And look at Nouns being greedy. They TP the Phoenix down to the safe lane to defend that tower. So they are not just going to trade away towers. Copy does have Epicenter, but he may have to just try and use Burrow Strike to get out of here as those raises are stacking up.
Seems to do so much damage.
Yeah. You add a
pretty disgusting.
Decrepify on top of that? Oof.
He did go the first item Blink, though, over the Yules. So this Sand King is deadly on the map. And I like the Blink for the 2 supports. It really enables Phoenix and Hoodwink here. So the kill threat on things such as the Queen of Pain, the Shadow Fiend, really high right now if you just solo show on a lane. Especially if Yuma wants to join those rotations as well. Would not be surprised to see you just stick in the jungle for a bit. You do not want to give up that SF kill on a lane to some random Smoke King.
There's a combination. He's going to try and skewer out of the range of the Supernova, and will make it.
Still more damage done to the HP pool, but Mag's finding a decent amount down here, honestly. He's fairly wealthy. Even after that monkey start, not a bad place to be. And the Blink done here for the Magnus, so those initiation tools up for both teams. Liga kind of equalized what was looking to be a little bit of a one-sided early game.
Though the support suffering continues.
Yes, that is the one big factor here. The
support net worth difference is massive.
Yeah, they're way out ahead. Levels and net worth-wise, this Phoenix Hoodwink are eclipsing this Pugna clock.
Which means Alberca has a heavy burden on his shoulders as his initiations have to be solid. And a double bushwhack means the first Blink reveal goes horribly.
That is so bad. Or at least it feels real bad.
Yeah.
That's a double core commitment to a mid lane play on a support that doesn't even work with a Blink. I mean, that should be a guaranteed kill.
At least they got a little bit of stacks to clear out. But yeah, because of the fact that Clockwork still isn't level 6, Alberca...
Gonna re-smoke for this play.
Okay, they're gonna jump and bait out the Quap. Oh, the illusion copy! What a beautiful use of that one. Even if he still dies, that was a sick play.
That was absolutely sick and yielded nothing. Sonic Wave going out.
Okay.
Trying to burst his Phoenix. But
Trying to
not
heal
close.
him up, keep him up. Quap is gonna be fine. Charge on through from Gunner. It's gonna find the Liga has already retreated.
Man, what an awkward exchange. They do catch the Phoenix in the end.
Okay. Add a little bit more to the plate.
Just a weird sequence overall, honestly. I think for both teams, though, Liga happy with the overall exchange because that SF is farming and suddenly takes top position in this game while this monkey's going Battle Fury. So they should be happy with that. And Copy finds another
He's just
lead.
like, why me, man? Why am I getting epicentered all the time?
Yeah, this is one of those games for the two dire supports here. They are not having a fun time.
I do think that Nouns definitely learned from the tape of Liga's Pugna. I felt like one of the things that the Pugna really did for them is take all those early tier 1 towers and got them like a pretty decent net worth advantage because of that. They're just not letting him get free tower hits.
Yeah, I mean, you should never just let this support Pugna take towers for free. It's way too valuable. Battle Fury Monkey hitting your mid tower. You're not going to do anything about it.
The SF may be ahead of the Monkey King, but the Monkey King didn't have Battle Fury before. Now he's got it. Now it might be difficult to keep up with him.
He's still a little bit behind on the levels.
Does that matter too much?
I mean, for Battle Fury,
carries?
no. I think Monkey does. He would like another level or two here. It's just those moves through the gate didn't really pan out.
Yeah, true.
He didn't get any of the stacks or anything. I mean, you're looking at the levels right there. This Sand King is 12.5. He is absolutely massive. Going to Bloodstone, I fully agree with that. The Dagon is up for Mirage, so he would actually kind of like the fight right now. Sonic Wave up as well.
Oh, no. Okay. I thought Copy was going for Mirage, but no. Good old 1J will be the victim of the Sand King once again. Leyless needs some help. Is he going to get it in time? The Sonic Wave clips him. He's going to die. Copy is going to get low as well. The Panto managed to pick up both of those as a result. Mirage is not going to be able to get away, though. So it's a 2-2 split off of that. Of course, they did get 1J a few seconds before this fight broke out.
They brought the other cores, too, which is... It hurts you on the map here if you're Liga. It isn't even trade. I think they are also very happy that co-op ult clipped both heroes there.
Yeah, it was a close call.
That was very close to being a disaster, but they'll come away with something for their troubles. Get mid lane back in. As SF continues to farm up. Very even game. All these exchanges are... It doesn't feel like they're yielding too much for either team in a way.
Well, we had a long-winded discussion about the Radiant side advantage for Roshan.
I'm telling you, man, it's there.
Are we going... Which team is actually going to be having the power to do Roshan?
It's probably... I mean, I think Liga's lineup does it faster. I think Noun's lineup is a little scarier to fight, but they do it slower. So the timeline for Nouns is later on in this game. I don't think you want to man up for it until the Monkey King does it a lot quicker.
So Nouns cannot afford to get picked off right now, as it may lead to Liga having the opportunity to do that, Roshan, but they've been caught in the action. Nice hook shot on through, lands onto the Phoenix, but also stuns up the Primal Beast in the process, allowing his allies to clean house here. 3 kills right next to the Roshan pit. Liga, do they feel like they're strong enough to do it?
They are, but it's a little slow still. You're missing some of the levels in the next item on the SF here. So you're going to skip it. Just
lanes are a problem as well. Mid lane was pushed into the tier 2.
I mean, Roche, you got to remember, is not worth that much gold. So if you're giving up a lot of waves and camps for it, it's kind of why do it in the first place. Copy's still looking for some solo plays. I don't think you have damage for that.
Yeah, Alberca has vision of him. So he's waiting for reinforcements so he can try and get a skewer back on Copy.
I have a blood grenade there, brother. That was one of the more optimistic blood grenades I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to free up the item slot, you know?
Just wants to lose that HP.
They're looking for the SF here. This could be a nice move. Straight into him.
Really nice. The high ground vision sets up the epicenter. And this combination.
Bushwhack missed.
That is a big whiff. Copy might still be able to get it though. Ah, never mind. Gutter comes in from the other side. Boy, he was really surrounded. And Yuma, who was already collapsing onto that kill, will try and get an additional pickoff on Panto. Another bushwhack that misses. That's the range nerf that you were talking about, right? Now that they put it on the facet, and a lot of people don't like going that facet. Just real hard to get those bushwhacks in fights.
I think the SF could have TP'd out there if it was up. I don't know if he had cooldown, but that like downside of missing that bushwhack is you might have just been able to TP out.
Yeah.
Almost losing that opportunity as Liga. Again, they're just trying to farm up the map with everybody here. It's been a rough game for their support duo. There hasn't been a lot of tempo for them, but this lineup wasn't really looking to own the early game anyway. You're not picking Magnus SF Co-op to win the first 20 minutes. You're picking those heroes to win the 40-50 minute mark.
Sure.
So this isn't necessarily the worst place for them to be, even if the game has maybe felt a little awkward. And you did halt some of the momentum from this copy Sand King. Yeah, he's found a lot of openings in this game. He's pretty high level. But net worth-wise, he didn't explode relative to everybody else, and he's in an untouchable position. I think he's very touchable in these fights. You land Sonic Wave, double raise, plus 1 or 2 more nukes on this SK, he dies in the fight. There's nothing to bail him out. So I think if you're Nouns, you really have to start fighting around this Supernova well. That's your one big tool to create some space in the fight, keep your other heroes alive, dissuade these big cores from Liga committing in on an RP or a Sonic Wave and not getting punished for it. And if you're Liga, you don't necessarily have to run into this 5-man team fight from Nouns. You can keep splitting the map here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I believe that's the Ags for the co-op coming out as well. So Mirage is gonna scale in this game. He absolutely will be, I think, the strongest late game hero potentially.
Under attack.
He can really kite this triple melee core lineup hard in the late game.
Yeah. I think it's funny how they are mirroring each other in cutting the opposing mid-wave that pushes in. Now Liga are like, okay, you keep on doing that. We're going to try and catch you in the act, but this is Nouns have backed off from doing that.
Do have level 12 on this Phoenix, so that is level 2 Supernova.
Yeah, that makes a big difference when now just one of these cores may not be enough to kill the egg.
It's Liga trying to make the move before that Monkey King BKB came out, so Nouns are still trying to farm out the Bloodstone for the Sand Kings, also very close. It's a decent time to make this Smoke Gank if you can find a opening somewhere. Not a huge amount of vision to go off of. You have one ward up top, which is the one they're going to.
Yep, it's just going to be a hoodwink kill. Not the best. Nice bushwhack, but still dead.
Yeah, not the fastest kill, but they will
In
absolutely
the mid lane matchup, Sand King on top of 1J again.
Oh, these blood grenades, man. Are these just sending a message?
You may have killed me 5 times, but I'm not afraid of you.
I mean, you're throwing some net worth away. You know, every one of those pops is 50 gold.
Yeah, I don't.
I think that's all Copy sees. He's like, okay, thanks for the 50 gold.
You also lose the HP stat from the blood grenade.
Exactly.
It's kind of. But, you know, there's more important things in the world than stats, Avery.
Well, like money? Is it 50 gold for a blood grenade?
Principles.
Yeah, 50 gold.
14-10, dead even game. Mirage tries to put a dagger on Copy, tries to touch what is no longer an untouchable Sand King.
Symmetric game, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of crazy. Like, you have these 2 mid laners. They both just got their big item in the Ags and Bloodstone. They both have Whisper of the Dread for the extra spell amp. They both kind of want to take a fight right now. As Torment will go down. Shard for the clock. Not the most impactful here, but he will take it after his very rough start.
Things become very asymmetrical now as Nouns are going to push into
Oh,
Liga as they were doing the Tormentor. A beautiful 2-man burrow strike, and it's enough to get the quap kill.
Oh, what a find from Copy, man. Just lines them up, sets up the 2-for-1. Now Nouns, they got 40 seconds to do whatever they want on the map. They'll opt to push in top and just farm it out. Maybe you look for another setup here. A little tough, though. I don't think Copy still has the solo kill potential.
Yeah, against a Pipe Magnus, certainly not. He needs a little bit of help. That'll come from Lelis, but Copy kind of jumped the gun there, and they're just calling it quits.
Maybe just trying to force a reaction, too. Don't always have to convert on these plays. Just get a TP, get people to run across the map, then you control the next play. SF is trying to get to that BKB. That's the big timing for Liga.
Is it going to be that impactful? Because they do have like a blink stun into potential chain stun, but they also have the Primal Beast who could grab him.
But it's more about
his BKB.
You're looking to take the fight off the Magnus, right? So you're looking for Blink Skewer or RP Skewer. You have Pipe Up, and then all of a sudden you're dragging a hero into your Pipe, Sonic Wave, BKB, SF that you can't stop, really. Like, Primal's not going to be able to charge in and stop that damage before it comes out on a big target.
Okay. So the item by itself isn't enough. They need to be getting the initiation from Alberca.
It's all on the mag. Or, I mean, the clock can start, too, and set something up for the mag. very reasonable as well. This BKB on the SF just lets you commit to the fight, and also lets you commit to Roshan if you find a pickoff. Let's say you smoke, you get a big core kill, you go in Roche, BKB SF.
Spotted Alberca, but Alberca does manage to get the skewer back onto Copy. Not quite enough for the SF to be able to combo off, and the Supernova makes the RP really awkward. Nobody can follow that up. He uses himself to dodge the stun, but he's still surrounded by heroes. Sonic Wave hits on 3, and Panto start charging forward, seeing if he gets some heroes inside of these cogs, and they've caught Gunner. Violence, he's going to be able to get that kill. Now turns his attention on the Fly, who's the next one dead, but here comes that Epicenter, go off the BKB, and responds with a Requiem that pushes Copy out of his deadly AoE effect.
Oh, what a timely BKB there. I mean, that is why it matters right there. That was lining up to be decimation at the hands of the Sand King. Instead, SF walks it off completely. There's not enough follow-up here on the side of Nouns. The Monkey King is not committing with that Sand King. This fight ends up being disjointed. And even though Copy deals the most damage, it's this Sonic Wave and the daggers adding up from the Queen of Pain that ultimately reigns supreme. Big teamfight win for Liga, despite the Magnus initiation yielding basically nothing.
Yeah.
Also, that was not his Yules, right? This Mag does not have a Yules?
Wait, who
He
used
does.
him?
Oh, he does. Okay.
Okay,
He
I
picked
was
it up
about
right
to
before
say.
that fight. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure. I did not see him pick it up right before that fight, but okay, interesting choice as well.
That is scary for Nouns, because Liga can win that fight off of RP Skewer Requiem, right? Bam, bam, bam.
100%.
But they also win the longer drawn-out fight. That's what won that last one, right? The drawn-out fight where you said the Aghanims from the Queen of Pain,
Yes.
did 2,000 damage in that fight
I mean,
by
this
itself
is
or
a
something.
very good Queen game. We talked about it in the draft. The Ags here is super good versus the triple melee core. If Mirage gets away with a free fight, he will win that long fight until you have more sustain on the side of Nouns. And I feel like Nouns are just missing more of a hero than Liga are. This SF can contribute way more than the Monkey King can at this point, unless you somehow land some crazy Wukong. I mean, you gotta remember, this is still a Battle Fury Monkey. The upside is you'll farm a decent amount, you'll scale, but your impact in a fight is just way worse than something like the Shadow Fiends.
So I know you really like the Quap going late game, but the Monkey King is going to be the harder scaling carry.
No, I don't
compared to
think
the
so.
SF? You don't think so?
Not necessarily. It's super dependent on who's getting Roshan's. I'd still put my money on the SF.
Yeah. Don't forget to follow the channel, of course. 17 to 13, 25 minutes in.
And the Roche contest. Both teams need this Roshan really bad. Oh, Mag is so far.
Gunner is right on top of them, and it's not a good place to be. Pops his BKB far too late. Slow reactions there from the young gun.
Or maybe just didn't want to pop it.
I mean, the moment you get jump scared by a Shadow Fiend point blank range, I feel like you got to do it.
I just feel like that's a very indecisive move from Nouns, right? You're not all there together. There's no counter jump. You're just kind of casually walking up. A hero gets caught, and now Roche is just gone. I don't think Liga even really had to fight for that. No. That's too much of a freebie in my book. And Liga, I mean, they'll be smiling all the way to the bank here. That was the easiest Aegis I think they ever expected to get on this SF.
True. Against this team fight that Nouns has, especially the AoE control, Wukong's command, Supernova, like they are supposed to win fights around set areas like the Roshan pit.
That's a bad pickoff and a bad Roche to give away because this SF is absolutely king of this game right now. He is flying out the data list. You put that amount of damage on top of this hero with 2 lives, plus an Empower, plus a Pugna behind him. This SF is starting to feel untouchable right now. Which means if Liga can force fights or just start to push buildings, they're going to feel real good in this game. Almost level 20 as well. And look at how hard this guy's hitting, man. He's hitting for 350, and that is without the Empower. You have Solar Crest behind as well. There's nothing really to contest him here.
They're pushing away from the Shadow Fiend, trying to catch other heroes on the side of Liga, but Yuma is going to be stumped a bit by that Decrepify. Gunner is able to take advantage of it, put some magic damage on him, but it's still not enough to be able to burst that support. 1J is no longer the victim of these cores. He's able to survive, turns around, and helps get the kill on Gunner. 2 kills going the way of Liga off of that move from Nouns.
More disjointed gameplay. Just not a coordinated attack. You're throwing out this Wukong double ult on a Pugna with Glimmer. He just walks it off. And that's 2 more big souls for SF to collect here on his way towards your base. And now in Copy, no TP.
Now
They know he has
Copy
no TP.
has been spotted by the Jet. Oh! Managed to get the blink away, but Alberca, hot in pursuit, doesn't see him during this nighttime vision. He's going to spot him now, hit him with the Yules, and skewer him back. He burrow strikes away, but they still see him. He's somewhere in this area, and they're just going to start throwing some raises around, throw out the Requiem to get him out of that sandstorm, but he blinks away because the damage didn't hit him in time.
No detection.
No detection.
Big kill to
He
miss.
they still could get him because he ran into a watcher. So now Panto chases after him with that jetpack. Now he's got the detection.
Okay.
Now they can get the kill off of a
Big crit.
941 damage crit.
Big crit there. Another soul up to 24, and the level 20 also hit. So now this SF is, dude, he is smacking with the Empower.
Yeah.
You just got a huge damage upgrade off your 20 talent. You Empower Solar Crest this guy. I honestly think you have a chance to just end this game right here. This is the power of Shadow Fiend. You hit these random timings that kind of, I mean, they're not random, but they come out of nowhere, and you just go throw them. That's how the hero works. He just takes everything, especially with the facet giving you the extra minus armor.
Yule Scepter
incredibly
finding
nasty.
more pickoffs. Okay. Apparently Alberca doesn't want to share the kill with Mirage, but Mirage gets it anyway.
And look at how strong you is here.
Jeez. Gunner
crits.
pops his BKB. He almost dies to the physical damage. Nice bushwhack.
Yeah, that's very
Not
close.
that they could take advantage of it too much, despite Yuma being in the neighborhood.
I mean, again, look at the stacks on this stuff. He still had 3 lingering stacks for this minus armor. That stuff adds up, man. That to me has been the biggest thing about this hero performing as well as he has in recent competitive. You start to get a couple kills in the fight, and suddenly you just get like free AoE Deso. It's like, okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Liga controlling this game pretty well. I still think they could be forcing objectives a little more with this Aegis. I think they are actually underestimating how strong this Shadow Fiend is right now. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing the map and building a lead like they are if you continue to find the pickoffs. I would also like to see a Vlad's out for this lineup. I think Vlad's, when you have this kind of empower, double range core, SF type ordeal, is super nice.
Sure.
Do not underestimate, 10, 15% extra lifesteal on a hero that's critting for 1,000.
Or a bit extra damage for a hero that has a crit.
Yep. So wouldn't mind seeing that, but otherwise they pretty much have it all. You got your pipe, you got your solar crest, you got your power, you just got your enchanted quiver for the SF as well.
They're going to push the high ground on the last minute of this Aegis, putting Nouns in a hard spot.
Ooh, look for the grab.
Tried to get the grab skewer back, but seems to have failed.
See, this is the push I think could have come a minute sooner, and you'd feel really confident forcing it with this Aegis. They're still going to get it, I think. Yeah, it's just gone.
Yeah, they do not want to fight into the Aegis.
So that's where that confidence comes in, right? Understanding your
Oh,
timing.
got him with the Yules again. Alberca is just going to straight up RP, and they know how valuable this pickoff is on copy.
This game's just crumbling for Nouns. Can't fight the SF, can't really play the map. They're getting caught. You're getting outscaled pretty bad right now with this Magnus backing up these 2 cores. And there's the
your
Vlads for the
Vlads.
clock. I mean, these guys are playing this lineup exactly to where it wants to be. I think that tells you everything you need to know. This SF is going to be absolutely untouchable. I also think Vlad's is one of these items that helps the SF take the man fight to the monkey if for some reason it gets to that point.
Sure.
And Shiva's for the queen, very similar. It's another item that makes the monkey's life really difficult. Scales incredibly well for the hero in general, but you're just not seeing the same level of answers here from Nouns. It's way more difficult to address what this SF is doing right now. He's hitting for plus 400 with the Empower on top of everything. That is an absurd amount of damage. What does he crit for? It's got to be close to 2,000. 1,800 crits or something?
Snowfire going to make much of a difference here? Yuma's
Get
trying
rid
to
of
pick that up.
Empower. You go through the Pugna Decrep.
Yeah, you make sure that somebody can't be Decrep saved when they're in Wukong's command.
I mean, it's an important part of it, but it just feels a little too late here, maybe.
Yeah.
I almost want to say just pick up a Divine and
Just
hope you boundless strike your way to victory.
we're in those kind of desperate measures, it seems. Skewer back into hook shot. No chance for a BKB.
Another very casual pick.
Yeah.
That's what the Mag's looking for, and this will open up the high ground again. No buyback on that Primal. Don't need an Aegis if they can't contest you anyway.
So that's going to be 2 lanes down. Unless Nouns want to take the 4 versus 5, which seems like they will not. And the buildings fall fast with the Shadow Fiend, man. Really want to try and do this without the Primal Beast. They're going to try and all-in him with the Supernova on top. They certainly have him.
Okay.
They threw every single ult. I don't know exactly what Liga expected out of that.
Probably felt he was unkillable because they just took 2 racks on him. Maybe Nouns thought he was more unkillable than he was because that looked fairly easy.
I mean, if you get the Blink stun on him and you get Supernova on him, I mean, the Wukong's command wasn't even necessary.
Yep. Now, there is one thing you can do to prevent that, which is put this Mag Yules into a Wind Waker. Then you can just Blink Wind Waker him and get rid of the combo,
But then, I mean, even then, if you do a certain amount of damage, he's going to be coming back down from that
risky.
Wind Waker into Wukong's command.
So you're playing for next
you're probably
Aegis.
still dead.
You're playing for next Aegis here.
Yeah.
That's the best way to deal with it. And Nouns need to contest that next to Roche. Need to, I mean, not even because they won it. You just have to take it away from this SF, or he's going to end the game with it.
Yeah.
And Liga, I mean, they still feel strong on this Queen of Pain.
Oh, copy.
Oof.
Well, Gunnar has not been the fastest at hitting his BKB. Copy has been super good at reacting to these RPs.
Yeah, he has dodged 2 very clutch ones.
Charge in, bounce back.
SF respawning in 4 seconds here, though.
Yeah, looks like Nouns tried real hard to take some sort of fight while the Shadow Fiend was dead. Didn't find it. And now, Yuma's going to be in some trouble. Sonic Wave blows him up.
Just gone. No chance to get out of this fight once the daggers start rolling
And
in.
a skewer to stop Gunner's TP away. He's going to tick out to the Ags from the Quap, which has just done so much work in this game, man.
Hey, welcome back to the battlefield, you. We want to fight.
Yeah.
Thanks to the big damage of the SF there. You didn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, we just need you for the objective damage.
There's just not a lot of answers left for Nouns at this point. They kind of missed that early mid-game window to get the fights rolling in their favor and build a lead. And you're just not outscaling this SF Quap. Just feels impossible. Yeah, he does not want Megas here. He wants maybe a little more. Or he's just gonna think about it.
I feel like doing this puts you in the same position where you died before.
But he knows there's no glyph. So he's putting a lot of pressure on you to have the buybacks right now if you're Nouns.
15 seconds till the Monkey King is back up. Epicenter was used. They backed away.
What? You got hit by Rocket Flare or maybe Pugna Ward?
I think it was maybe the Nether Ward.
Yeah, I think it looked like the Nether Ward. Something canceled his blink. That is mega unfortunate here. Coffee not happy about that one at all. Though, to be honest, I don't know if he would have wanted to go.
Yeah.
I don't know how well
without
it
the
ended.
Monkey King, I think that was a death sentence.
Yeah.
So
They did kill the SF before. He's a bit tankier now. Noun's going to have to make some play here. I don't think you can give this Roche up. I guess it's just already gone.
yeah, it's dead already. By the time they actually get out to the pit,
Yeah, it's done.
Shadow Fiend will have already taken it.
He's so strong with this butterfly. Hands literally off the keyboard.
So it's up to Nouns. Do they want to take a team fight outside of their base while they're already using the smoke?
Might try and look on this ward. Surprise factor. Maybe Liga just casually walk down lane and you get an insanely good jump on some clumped heroes.
It doesn't look like Liga's going to do that. They already smoked up themselves.
A very disciplined.
Not being lazy at all. Not taking anything for granted. Copy's going to be able to blink into them, breaking some of that smoke. They go for the clockwork. Nullified. Do manage to hit the
Double
Burrow
stun.
Strike onto 2, but an RP in response. Knocks down 2 cores in the outside of the Wukong's command. And in fact, Violence doesn't even care. He's just going to walk through it, running at Yuma with the Requiem going out. The Supernova trying to keep him at bay. A high-level Supernova. It is successful in exploding, but all he can hope to get is the Aegis on Violence, and he can't even get that much. Not with all of the Pavises, Solar Crests, Glimmer Capes, too many shields.
Too much damage. All these buffs on this Shadow Fiend, no one's contesting him in terms of the man fight.
Yeah.
It's hard to get on top of him, too. The clock going in first, I think, is absolutely the correct play because the cogs have just been debilitating for Gunnar going in, for the Monkey, for the Sand King, trying to maneuver the fight. and then you just get RP'd. You're RP'd around the cogs. It is just impossible to get all these cores on the same target and output the damage.
And I think Yuma wanted to buy Shard next. He needed a way to be able to get on top of the Shadow Fiend. And Shard Boundless Strike might have been able to do it and give him a better Wukong's command, but without like a dream ultimate from Nouns, they were doomed to failure in this latter half of game 1.
This has been a rough tournament for them so far overall. This will just add to that compounding total. And I feel like this is where we left off yesterday, where Liga just looked a bit more coordinated than Nouns, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why on the panel we were favoring them, even if we saw how the draft for Nouns came together.
Right,
I
right.
think
Of
this
course,
is,
we all predicted.
Yes. I think
Liga.
But going back to that draft, they took that Sand King, which I thought they were going to do, and I think this is a draft that's very in Nouns' wheelhouse. I don't think they're ever going to look at this game and go, what happened here, guys? What's this lineup supposed to do?
Yeah, we played Fly Phoenix. Come on, man.
Exactly.
He's got no experience.
He looked
on
fine.
that.
It's just the coordination's not there. The plays, the kill attempts, when they're taking the fights, where they're taking the fights, who's getting gone on first. It just feels way too casual for me. There's not enough decisiveness. There's not enough impact on what you're using these heroes for. And Liga, yeah, maybe they're not playing the crispest of everybody in this tournament, but they're putting it together right now, and they're playing to their strengths, which that can take you quite far. This is another lineup that I think this lineup could be awkward if you fall behind, but that early game was fairly even. And once you get into the mid game and these kind of fights where the SF Queen can dominate with that Queen Ags, I mean, it's smooth sailing because nobody's contesting your damage. I think they built very good items to support what their lineup does.
Yeah.
Again, going back to what makes a good draft great, it's understanding the timing it's supposed to hit and making that as powerful as possible. And I feel like the Solar Quest Vlad's on the clock absolutely does that. The Pugna Glimmer Cape plus the heals absolutely do that, right? The Magnus Pipe Blink Yules build, he's not too greedy. He's not playing for his own damage or some crazy, horn toss, whatever. He's just playing to make his SF Queen as strong as possible. All these things come together, and that 30 to 40 minute period hits with the Aegises, this game just ends.
Would you say that, I feel like draft-wise, there is a bit of a difference. If Nouns is sloppy in their play, I think that it's really bad for them, right? They need clean execution with this kind of lineup. I feel like Liga, just naturally, let's say that one team fight, right, where they tried to get the skewer back into Requiem and it didn't work, but they still won the fight because the Ags quap, over time, they were able to win the fight anyway. I feel like Liga, if Nouns messes up their execution, they're just naturally going to win these engagements,
100%.
Especially as the game goes later, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think the Pugna Queen do that. Like, the Pugna's going to, if you mess up, this Pugna's going to start healing people in the fight. This hero's really annoying in the long fights as well, and Queen fits that build to a T. We talked about the Queen in the draft. This hero ended up 15-2-12. It's a really good Queen of Pain game. And what makes a really good Queen of Pain game, in my opinion, is the hero scales like a beast. It's really hard to burst her, and the kiting ability and the damage that she gives you really ruins the team fight for some of the melee cores in the meta. She has all of that in this game.
Yeah.
So what are your plans to deal with the Queen of Pain other than your early game is a lot better? You put her behind, you make a couple good plays on her, and put her in a position where the Sand King is snowballing more than the Queen of Pain is.
Yeah.
That could have happened. Like, they were not far off of doing that in this game. Copy had a really good game. He made some good solo kills with Epicenter. He found some good runes. But you have to compound that into map control, into some towers, into objective taking. And that's where it did not align for me, at least watching this game for Nouns.
Who do you think had the cleanest performance in this game 1? Who had the least mistakes made in this game?
I think Alberca played pretty well.
Yeah.
I did not notice, there were not a lot of missed jumps from the mag in this game, for example.
Anytime that he missed an RP, it was because Copy played really,
I don't blame you go for this. Whatever. You're going to miss a few. I mean, you're going to go watch any Magnus replay, even of Collapse at TI. He's going to miss some RPs.
Yeah.
But no one remembers that because you just keep looking for him. Just go to the next one,
Just keep
it's
fishing.
fine. I think most of the places he was looking for were good. I also think the combination between the mag and the clock, I think they played well together. Like, in terms of who's starting the fights and how the clock going in first in the later portion of this game, where you don't want to fish with the Magnus initially. You want the clock going, you see a bunch of heroes, then the fight starts, right? And then you feel way more comfortable in terms of what you're looking at with this RP and skewer and all that.
Yeah. Well, Nouns is having a rough time at this tournament, and at this rate, they may not make it out of the group stage. So it's best to check in on what content we have with Nouns while we have it.
members of a good team can finish each other's sentences. The best team doesn't even need words to communicate. My name is Dmitry Bogdanov, and today I want to know how Dota players feel each other. So you guys, everyone have a one round. You make a blindfold, and you need to guess as many words as you can. Your teammates have to use 1 or 2 words for a hint, and if it's right, you press the button and hear the special sound. And in the end, we will collect all the points you have and see how good your chemistry is. Okay, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
Invisible. Hero.
Goat. Ricky. Valve game.
Must use.
You need to use this, bro. After 5 minutes, go use.
Valve game.
Valve game.
Portal.
That was good. Gyro Ranger uses this.
Like bow. Butterfly.
Go.
Gold respawn.
Gold respawn.
Pay.
Buyback.
Yes.
Buyback.
Yes.
Well, you have to
press the button.
Oh, sorry. Buyback.
Deliver item.
Courier. Or
The press.
Press the button, that's it.
Biggest tournament.
Copenhagen.
TI. Or the international.
2 full
Cigarette.
heroes use this. Kill.
Smoke of the Seed.
Carry item.
Farm item.
Don't
X.
buy. Cleave.
Battle Fury.
I'm highest.
MMR.
Eclipse. Hero.
Hero.
Luna.
Audience. Clap.
Go.
Mike enjoys.
Snowboard. Yes.
Nouns needs to improve this gameplay aspect.
Cohesiveness. Team fight.
Sure. 6,000 gold item.
Death. Divine Rapier.
Like bar,
What was
different
in
word.
Dota.
Place. Pub.
It's
Skipped already. Hero. Intelligence. Steel.
Steel spell.
Rubik.
Funny yellow faces on phone. Salute.
Emoji.
Item make you
Teleport
jump.
item.
Teleport item.
Short. Dagger.
Dagger.
Blink dagger.
Open AI.
OpenAI.
Synapse.
ChatGPT?
No.
Zard. Light. Make light in darkness.
Flashlight? Oh, it was
You go to the mall to
shopping.
Yes.
dress up as character. I like to dress up as Sven. Whatever.
Go.
Mike.
Double A.
Double A. New role.
Coach.
Yeah, nice. Different word
Trees.
for jungle.
Forest.
Yes. Building. Attack.
Research
Game.
simulation.
Dota.
Power.
Yes. Cosmetic item. Lena. Terrorblade.
$35. Shadow Fiend.
Arcana.
Mini.
Treasure hunt.
What did you say?
Artist.
I have a good news, guys. You did much better. Like Aurora had 18, you have 20 points. You know what that means? That means you guys are soulmates. I wish you good luck at the tournament. This was Team Nouns at Chain Reaction. See you at BetBoom Dacha.
Welcome back to BB Dacha. We are heading into game 2 of Nouns versus Liga, where Liga didn't manage to take that first game, I would say, relatively cleanly. But the problem really is I am watching draft analyst Jenkins slowly make his way late to the panel. You said this is a lineup that Nouns would enjoy. Nothing wrong with their lineup. It's right in their wheelhouse. So what do you do when you lose a draft that is in your wheelhouse? What do you even talk about going into game 2? It's not like you could draft differently.
Mentally reset, I think, would be the biggest thing.
Okay.
I think even looking at them after that game, like how the team was reacting to each other, the body language. I'm not someone who likes to read into that stuff too much.
Hello? Can you tell me what happened? Because I went to go get breakfast, and I come back and Downs is losing. What happened? Was it the SF like one fight and it took Roshan?
So what happens is in a Dota game, one team plays better and then they usually win.
So what was the fight? Can we get a replay of the fight?
So you want us to tell you what happened in the game that you're here to analyze?
Yeah, I was eating breakfast, dude. It's been a tight ship here. Let me tell you. Give me that.
What? You brought me tea. What do you mean?
It's not even the sort. Really? I have COVID. Give me that.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Tell me what happened. What happened? Liga team?
They just hit their stride, man.
They had the Queen of Pain late game is pretty insane. I will say that.
I mean, we like the Queen pick, though.
Yeah,
that was a good Queen pick. Queen wins that game late if it goes late.
Yeah,
the SF as well. He has Empower. He has Pugna behind him. They bought the right items. To me, the biggest difference in that game is you have Sand King on mid who's going a relatively fast blink. Doesn't find a huge amount with it. Then you have this Magnus who goes to blink, and he also doesn't find a huge amount early, but he found more late. As those fights progressed, he eventually found some big skewers, some big RPs. He set the fights up a little bit better for his team, and that's all that matters. And the Sand King, he has to go in first and kind of find the stun, find the damage, bring a hero down. And you're doing that into Pugna with Glimmer Cape and a 2,000 HP clock or with Solar, and you just can't do it as reliably unless he snowballed. They did not snowball.
You know, in retrospect, actually, I really like the Mag pick because I feel like
oh, you're such a bandwagon.
It's the P equals NP problem, right? Like I'm seeing this solution and I'm able to verify it in polynomial time, whereas to come up with the solution is much harder. That's why these guys are pros and why we're not. You see the Magnus, you got all of these things that Nouns is putting down on the ground. There's the egg.
I was a pro player.
He was a pro.
You still are a pro player with Team Fart Studios, of course. We did play against
Yes.
Nouns. It was a very close game.
Sure.
But they have all these things they put on the ground. They have the Sand King you want to move away from. There's the Phoenix Egg. Even like Hoodwink, you talked about the range of this hero, the cast range being very small. It's like all of the fight is anchored in one area. In the Magnus, you reposition and you take the fight and bring it somewhere else away from that.
I love that we get like post-game analysis from somebody who didn't watch the game.
We
should do this more often because I love the fact that he described things that didn't actually ever happen in the game.
That's bullshit.
I'm being dead serious. That never happened. There was never a point where there was like Supernova Wukong's command and Magnus is like, yeah, well now the fight is over here. That never actually happened.
I don't think it happened. Actually, more often than not, I think he skewered somebody. And then Nouns anchored the fight around where he ended up skewering
I said that I liked the idea.
And Liga had to fight into that.
I said I liked the idea. Because he also went Empower in lane, which I didn't I didn't think that he was going to go Empower. I thought he was going to play around the Shockwave.
No, I get it, man. I agree with the concept. It didn't happen at all in that game.
Yeah.
But don't you think
it's a nice idea.
Conceptually, it's fun.
If you're anchoring a fight that's somewhere away, whatever. I'm done. Go on. Go do your analysis. Go ahead, Avery. Do your big pro player, smart guy analysis.
I just think Nouns look disheveled.
Yeah, I think they just did not execute
They
well.
just look off, man. They look frustrated. They don't feel like they're gelling in the game. The vibe's a little off. They got to reset, man. They got to get remotivated, reset. Do it right now.
So as the captain of Fart Studios, when you guys have a rough loss, like that very close game you had against Nouns, right? I'm sure that was pretty tough to lose against them in such a close fashion. How did you manage to reset the team?
I go, boys, that's the way she goes. That's the way of the road. There's always a game 2. And then they go, of course, there's a game 2, you idiot. But in NA, that's actually not true. Sometimes a team gets disqualified. Yeah. Sometimes people disconnect.
True.
And you guys actually progressed because the opposing team got disqualified,
right? They were indeed
there was not a
five
game 2.
Peruvian players that were playing in the NA qualifiers. So we wanted to play.
Yeah, I wanted to play him. I don't even, I mean, what can you do? But I don't know. Like, look at the vibe right now, guys. What? Tell me a word to describe the vibe. Okay, that's a little harsh.
You're telling me that Gunnar Alilas, if that doesn't look to spare?
Is Copy drafty? Oh, never mind. He just looked like.
I would say the word for me is devastation, and teetering
Of course
on.
it would.
That's a little over the top.
Teetering on absolute.
Dude, that's a nice keyboard.
on
man.
absolute
I like
devastation.
that. That's a nice keyboard.
Yeah, what do you like about that keyboard? What is it specifically?
The color scheme was really
It was
really
a good color.
soothing.
Yeah.
It had a nice vibe. It had a nice chill.
Should we get like a
relaxing vibe.
fashion show?
Can we get a
professional players' keyboards?
Let's get another shot of the keyboard here.
I don't think they can do that.
I think the camera guy can hear me. I'll go over there.
What's he drinking? That was.
yeah,
well,
just take the camera from.
No, they don't sponsor the tournament, so we're not going to talk about that. We will talk about the keyboard. We will talk about the draft, which is now on the screen.
Ban the monkey. Are they going to go Sand King again? No, they're going to take the Earth Spirit, which they prefer. They even took this over Storm, one of the matches yesterday. So they really feel like this hero can do a lot for them out of that mid lane. Don't blame him. And Copy's been playing well. The downside is I feel like you're taking a hero for the player that's been playing the best for you first, which in theory means his game is harder.
Yeah.
That part of it I don't like.
But maybe it's like he's playing better, and so therefore
I like that keyword too.
you give him the hero.
You see that had a whale on it.
I thought that was just branded Liga keyboards, if I'm honest.
Are they?
That's what
Am I just like repping their merch
I
store
think you're just
right now?
repping their merch big time, dude.
They look nice.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
But they lose the Sand King. So that's the downside of this trade-off. And I do think Sand King has a decent matchup versus Earth Spirit. The one downside is Earth Spirit's a Blade Mail Vessel buyer. So his item pathways, if he goes one of those, in theory, is good versus Sand King. But I think conceptually, you're rolling into this dude who just throws a bunch of gunk on you.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's okay.
What do you think the facet is for Earth Spirit mid? Is it the one where you have the cooldown on Remnant, and so you can like perma keep the ult on somebody, or you go for the attack damage one?
I think I've seen more of the Stepping Stone, right?
Which one is that?
It's the Remnant cooldown.
Okay, yeah, because then you can keep the ult on somebody like permanently.
Let's see
which
what
is
he goes for.
Pretty OP. I mean, there is the mid player from Team Zero that was really popularizing this recently, and he was going the attack damage one, and then eventually going like Sanjin Yasha AC.
Yeah. That build's also pretty good.
It's pretty good, but I do like the Blade Mail Vessel. There's just a lot more vessels in Dota right now. I think part of it is because with bracers being nerfed, it's like a very efficient early game, like first big item that gives you some good stats. I think that helps. And there's also a lot of heroes that like to heal in the meta. 2 of them just got banned, for example.
I don't mind those bans. I think those are okay bans. I think it kind of feels bad to ban 2 supports on those 2 slots a little bit, but they are 2 really annoying supports. They are good versus the Earth Spirit. And, you know, Liga's probably taking one out of the pick phase here. See what they want to back up this Sand King with.
Once again, I always like the Hoodwinks and Dark Willows of the world just because it gives you the option to put Sand King in the off lane.
I would way prefer Dark Willow. I think
Yeah.
Dark Willow has performed so much better than Hoodwink. I think her kit is just way better. They're going to take out the Meebo early, just get rid of the
I
cheese.
think that's a good ban. I mean,
It might be, because you're kind of in that desperation territory where
Yeah.
like, you just removed that last hope of some Meepo cheese game.
Yeah, they already did it to Spirit, right?
yep.
So
And it worked. It worked
Yeah,
out very,
it
very
works.
well.
That's why I just don't ever buy people like, is it a good Meepo patch? Like, bro, you get that guy 20, it doesn't matter, man. Like, who cares? In a free Meepo game, Meepo wins.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, oh, he's 5% worse.
Nah, these Meepo freaks know how to play
His
him, no
shard
matter
is
what.
inefficient. Like,
Yeah.
get out of here, man. It's
Yeah.
a good Meepo game, a good Meepo game. They're just going to go straight to the Pugna.
They just like
Yeah,
Pugna.
they don't care, man. They just like this hero. And this hero is a team fight boss. Like, he survives in a team fight. He does a lot. It kind of doesn't matter what you play against. He forces a lot of attention. You constantly are thinking
You have
about
to go on him.
jumping this hero, finding ways to go on him. Maybe that's something nouns try and prioritize here more.
Although I will say, Earth Spirit is one of the better heroes at jumping somebody
He is, yeah.
and then silencing
Yeah, he's very
the
good.
back line, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to jump the Pugna. You can't jump the Pugna because Earth Spirit's a jump hero, but you don't have to jump the Pugna because you can
There's
just use
Snap.
the rock to silence him as well.
I would
and now
not,
Pugna's life is even harder. If he's just going to sit there life draining, he's going to get kissed.
I would
Yeah.
not mind the ET. Nouns, they've played it a little bit. I think the ET to back up these 2 huge magic damage dealers, you might just overwhelm the front line here. It's not the best lane matchup versus this Pugna if it ends up in the offlane, but it is something Fly's been busting out a bit. You could also just go for like an Oracle Hero's lane. I don't know if that's too left field, but it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it's the opposite approach. Deal with all the magic damage. Then you'd probably want a carry that's also good with Oracle, something that's worth saving.
I mean, I don't think they're going to Oracle because I think that hero's just too left field, but something that gives you some sustain and heal here, I think might be nice. FISSURE Spirit going into the Pugna Sand King.
Oh my god.
Man,
the
you called Ogre in so many different drafts, and he finally showed up.
The one draft you don't.
I mean, the thing is, this position, it's hard to call because, like, you're picking Ogre here with a very clear idea of what you want on that 18.
Yeah, and you don't know what that carry is.
And it's
right?
probably Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Basically,
yeah.
Sure.
you're telling Liga, we're going to take SF. So you take it here or we're going to get it. Now, there is an option Liga can just take the SF.
Do you,
I don't think it's that bad to do.
do you think that means that Nouns also has a response pick to the SF?
I don't
They're-
know.
No, I mean, it'd be another range carry, right?
Yeah, but I
some
think
sort of
SF
drought.
is the best. Like, if I'm taking Ogre this patch, I want Ogre Shadow Fiend. I don't want Ogre something random. It's just, the drop-off is insane.
Yeah, I guess
It's insane. So,
I guess like
you'll get it here.
Muerta or Lina, or it's the same kind of archetype of like an
No,
absolute.
it's
glass
not even
cannon.
close, man. It's not even
I know
close. I'm
on this
telling you.
patch it's not, but I'm just throwing some things out there just in case.
Look, man, you can take the best engine in the world and put it in a Jeep, but it ain't gonna make it a Ferrari.
What do you got against Jeeps? You can't go off-roading in a Ferrari.
That's a good analogy.
Well, you can. You're not gonna get very
Oh
far,
yeah,
but-
that's true. You could technically. We'll see if Nouns does that here. I do agree with the SF. I think the Bloodlust with the minus armor just makes too much sense.
Ooh, the Grim Pugna combo. That's some nasty stuff, man. Do not underestimate the double decrep. You can't hit the ghost. You're both silenced. You can't attack. You can't do anything. You want to top left the game and report enemy team. It's miserable, man. And it's very miserable for this Earth Spirit. The Soulbind, incredibly good here against that hero if you have something to Soulbind him too, which there isn't right now.
What do you mean, the Ogre?
I mean, you're not.
He's gonna get
you're not
in there,
front, You
man.
don't frontline with.
He's
this
gonna
hero.
get in there.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
You know what hero could hit through the Decrepify? The
Muerta.
Muerta, that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
I still think you just SF here. Like, you pick this Ogre, do the Ogre SF, go higher on 25 minutes, be the insane, untouchable boss of this game, believe in the strat, do it for the boys back home.
You think so?
Know what I'm saying?
I think a BKB hero is definitely necessary. Look at this insane magic damage.
Ugh.
Is that that looks
Ugh.
like a Ferrari engine in a Jeep scenario?
Oh, where did that come from, dude? I mean, I get it. It's, you know, in theory, you have good core matchups versus Luna and Sand King. But then what's Ogre doing in this game? Morphling is not a hero who needs Bloodlust.
Yeah,
He's
you don't
irrelevant.
Need an ogre. You know?
I don't think Morphling usually needs that help of an Ogre in lane, like this body to run in there. Because
it's
Morph
not
is
that good.
Morph is the body. I mean, maybe not at level 1, but you're in your tower, you know?
I would have, if you wanted the Morph here, I would have much preferred something like the Treant or the Undying, for example. Just a stronger team fighter, a sustainer on the lane. Your lane's better, your team fight's going to be better, your late game scale's better. I just don't think his Bloodlust is really doing anything in this game anymore.
Well,
I think Morphling's one of the worst carriers with Bloodlust because he innately has so much attack speed and he doesn't need the move speed. And it's just, the lane's terrible because you go
okay.
learning curve now. So you have two heroes with no spell level 1.
Have you
It's like
considered
literally useless.
have you considered the Ogre off lane?
You know, I was thinking about that.
Is this a
and-
Gundaddy Ogre off lane?
Starfire ogre sounds.
That sounds pretty
Sounds like a combo.
Yeah,
pretty
but-
good against
I
a
don't know
Luna.
if it's a good combo, but it is a combo.
It's a combo for sure. Get him in there, that big fat guy.
You make him fatter with some cookies.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just, whatever. I don't think, I would have, like, just go SF there, but that's me. You know, every team has their preferences. I'm not saying they're wrong. I just think, I don't know. It just feels a little lackluster to me. I think too much of your team fight is now dependent on this Earth Spirit going in, and he has to go into a lot, man. Like, he has to go into Eclipse, Soulbind, Pugna Ward, the Siphon Sustain, all the Sand King spells.
Yeah, they need another.
Like, does he just roll in and then the rest of the team's looking at him? And it's like, good luck.
Maybe
Good luck, bro. See you on
Something
the other
to-
side.
separate the fight. I mean, Mars would be really good, I think, so that way when you go in.
Who for nouns?
Yeah, that way when you go in, you can't see the people that are getting gone on. You know, you have this like small window
Sure.
where you can't just drop everything that Liga has and win the fight on the guy that goes in.
Turn to ban.
Take the Beastmaster out. I mean, that's what you wanted last time. It snuck all the way through here. Actually, pretty interesting. Nobody wanted it. There's still Bristle in the pool as well, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like they have good damage for a Bristle on Liga team.
Grim is pretty good versus that hero. We've seen people pick Luna into the Bristle to deal with him, but I mean, Bristle is Bristle, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, nouns have no ancient farming right now, really.
But there's no like real. I mean, I guess Snap can go stack ancients, but it's not like an SD level.
I would
of
not
stacking
mind
hero.
the last pick BB here for nouns. I think it gives you some more scaling threat. It's a decent bloodlust target. It's a hero that takes ancients that you don't have. We've seen him chunk Sand King in some of these games. I don't think that matchup's that good for Sand King the more I watch it. And you have this mid playmaker in the Earth Spirit, so I think getting some extra scale here doesn't feel too bad. I wouldn't mind it.
Turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Oh, the Doom. So something that's a lot more comfortable for Gunner, I think. And yeah, I mean, it's nice here versus like the Pugna. You just Doom this Luna. There's not much Liga can do about it. You can Doom the Sand King.
A Centaur would be amazing for them here. You just run away from the Doom, run away from the Earth Spirit, engage, Snapfire ulti as well. There's a lot of commitment. I think it'll do fine in lane. Really good with the Grimstroke.
Later
or
on,
Pugna.
you could cart the Luna.
Yep. Yeah.
They have some options. They definitely have a lot of options here. They
What are
might
the
have-
other options
You know,
besides Centaur?
they might have taken that Doom as well if it got left because they have Grim Doom versus the Morphling.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been nasty. So some of that pick might have been stealing it, but they will opt for the Brood.
Brood mother them, and they're cackling
Ooh.
about it too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty nasty Brood pick, to be honest. I'm looking at these cores. You got an Ogre does nothing to that hero.
Nope.
Morphling, yeah, you have this Morphling, you steal the Insatiable, you're good in the late game. But you're not, the Morphling does not stop the Brood early game progression on the map and taking your towers. It's pretty bad in those intervals, I think. Doom is, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams take the Brood versus the Doom in the first phase.
Yeah.
When the Doom was first pick, teams took Brood in response. It's a pretty bad matchup for the Doom, I think, overall.
It is. It is.
This Brood pick looks pretty good. You have the Grim for him on the lane, which is one of the better lane combinations with Zero. You actually have a large amount of kill threat. You can swell the Brood in, just runs you down. And again, the level 1 on that lane when you would typically punish a Brood is one of the worst, and it's an Ogre Morphling lane.
Literally no spells, right?
Yeah, if he takes that, literally no spells level 1. So this Brood is gonna, I think they're cooked, man. I think this Brood's about to barbecue some NA Dota on the old Barbie out back, and they're gonna send him home on the 4th of July.
I think we got a cheeseburger party going on here for sure.
What is a cheeseburger party?
Oh, that's a barbecue.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
barbecue.
That's literally what I just said.
Right.
You're just adding some
That's what a
burgers.
Canadian
Yeah, I'm just
thinks
adding.
that
Yeah,
most
it's
American
the
lingo
Canadian
is.
way of
Putting
putting
some cheese on 'em, huh?
Right. Yeah, put some cheese on those burgers. I normally don't like a Broodmother in this current patch, in the offlane especially, unless it's Gaimin. But this is a last pick Broodmother in a game that's like pretty much perfect for it.
I had my faith in Liga from the get-go. I'm going to keep my faith going into game 2.
Oh, we're doing predictions here. okay.
Predictions. I
Yeah, you
just
just
made
said.
my
Yeah,
prediction.
no, I'm doing the thing so it comes up on the
Oh.
screen.
Oh, you're trying.
All right,
Ding! You're
My
trying to be-
prediction is I'm gonna go nouns. I'm gonna go with the boys in blue. I am the boy in blue. Red, white, and blue here.
I don't think Nouns has any blue in there.
Yeah, they don't. They've never worn blue.
Avery, what would you like to?
Liga,
What
100%.
would you like to predict? Liga. Okay.
Yep. L for Liga.
Are you sure? Because last time you ranted, and then
Yeah, where's the butt?
Where's the butt? And then 80% of the way through. Maybe
No, it's
90.
simple, man. I think that Brood's about to cook him. It's done.
Okay, we're gonna get some cooked spider. Is that what you're saying?
No,
all the
he's
way
going to be
around.
doing the cooking.
Yeah, Spider's doing the cooking. 8 legs on that barbecue.
8 legs. Mm.
That's 8 glizzies.
I'm gonna leave. He's gonna start talking about glissies. Goodbye.
Well, thank you once again,
Thank you, Jenkins.
Jenkins, for your contribution.
Excellent draft analysis from him. Do you think that means that now that we've settled, it's not actually an offlane ogre? Do you think that Morphling was just an audible? That like they saw the Luna response and they swerved from what you wanted, which was the Shadow Fiend, and picked up Morphling because it's good against Sand King and Luna?
Yeah, I think they preferred the core matchups, but I don't think. Then I go back to just why the Ogre, right? Then I don't think the Ogre was. I don't think it's doing much in your draft's overall win condition, I guess is how I would put it, right? Like, I think you'd just rather have a team fight, like one of the Tree Undying type team fighter 5s here.
Yeah.
That helps the Morph go into the fight and do more. So that's how I felt about it. That's why I was big on the Ogre SF in terms of your overall game plan, because I think that was one of the issues in the last game is the draft worked well for Nouns, but I didn't see where their vision was in terms of how you win this game and it all comes together. And I think Ogre SF is a clear direction to help that. This game, it's kind of similar. Like, you have some scale with this Morphling Doom, but how do all 5 of these heroes come together to punch at one point in this game, I don't see it 100%. Whereas this lineup for Liga, I see it a little bit more. Like, you're going to get some auras on the Brood. You have your teamfight initiator and the Sand King to start fights, and this Luna comes in, and the Pugna Grim are going to just help power up this 5-man teamfight ball. And you put an Aegis on this Luna, so she starts sieging high ground. Game becomes spooky, man. Like, you don't have easy jumps anymore. So I kind of like what Liga brought to the table here.
I will say that I do think that while we may not like the Ogre Morphling they ended up with, I do think the Doom is a very solid pickup. Right? You are matched up against two supports that provide some source of healing to their allies.
Sure, yeah.
And just like Doom is going to counteract that entirely. And you're matched up. I know the Broodmother versus Doom matchup is not good for the Doom, but at least he can take away that insatiable hunger potentially.
Yeah, for
Doom
sure.
as well. So.
I think there's a lot of teams out there that would probably be happy with the core matchups Nouns have for those reasons. I think Doom has some good matchups. I think the Morphling has good matchups this game. I think Earthspirit can do some work in the fights. I don't have issue with that. And they're even going to get a first blood for the Morph on the Ogre Morphling lane. I mean, that level 2.
What is
the
1J's deaths in the first 10 minutes averaging up to? It
Yeah,
feels
that's a bad death to give. I don't think that's a death that should happen. And it's a lot of extra gold for this Morphling that he was struggling on the CS. Again, I think this was a winning lane for Liga that just got thrown away a little bit there. Though, nice play from Nouns to get the level 2 on the Ogre is no joke. If you get that and nothing else happens, you win that trade.
Yep.
So that's how you make this hero work. Have a strong early game.
See what else Fly can do with the Ogre outside of the laning phase. But for now, he's going to be feeling pretty good with level 2 Ignite.
Dude, this Yuma CS is a struggle right now, so he needed that first blood. He needed it pretty bad.
How's the mid lane matchup? Sand King versus Earth Spirit. Looks like it's pretty damn even. Mirage this time. The one rock in the Sand King, enjoying the invisibility as invulnerability of Sand King Sand Shroud.
Yeah, this is a free farm lane for Mirage. I don't think you're really going to touch him here. If you can get some stacks on top of it, he's going to be big like that mid Sand King was last game as well. I think the Earth Spirit can rotate a bit more effectively and maybe look for 1 or 2 quick side lane kills, particularly if you can land one on the Luna with a power rune or something. That would feel really good. Not the easiest, but I think Gunner's laning phases have been mostly a struggle so far this event, to be honest.
Man, Violence has been really annoying with those Lucent Beams. Doom has such a long animation to get the last hit. Okay. That is a very, very early rotation from Copy. Kind of cool play, though. It's going to hopefully result in the kill on Violence. I'm sure it's guaranteed it is.
That's expensive, though. You're looking at the resources here.
Especially since Copy didn't get the last hit.
Yeah, it really did not do a lot for this Earth Spirit, but that is the rotation in the Luna that, I mean, that's a nice target to bring down, help the Doom out, get Gunner rolling here. I don't conceptually mind that. It's just, it's an expensive move for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Threatened by the Inkswell, they'll get the stun on him. Alberca, I'm not sure if he can commit to this or not. The Morphling doesn't do any damage while he's been morphed up to strength to stay alive in this lane, so he can't actually threaten the Broodmother at all.
Big wand charge, I think, right? Kept this Brood in fighting shape, and man, you just get stuck on no man's land there. It's tough to trade.
It's like Gunner almost died in bottom lane as well.
These lanes are very volatile right now for Nouns. Not that they're losing them, but a lot of low HP, a lot of awkward trades as Brood is starting to heat up. Cheeky attempt at the stroke kill there, but won't catch Yuma.
I see, despite the Bracer nerf, we're still going to be going some triple Bracer meta for these supports.
Biggest thing, though, about that Earth Spirit rotation is, yeah, it's great for your Doom. It deals a little bit of damage to you here on this lane, but that Sand King gets to pull ahead because he just has an empty lane, right?
Yeah.
You lose too many resources on this Earth Spirit to contest Mirage in mid. So Copy, he kind of has to play more defensively, wait for another rune, maybe go Fountain here, and this Sand King is just pushing in mid, going behind the tower now, getting tower damage, absolute free farm. He is going to be a monster. In fact, he was trying to pull to Dire side neutral camp to get the extra farm.
Hey, what does an Earth Spirit do to recover when he loses his lane?
Gank. I mean, that's all you can do. Get level 6 and start ganking. I don't think there's going to be any ganks going into mid this game for Nouns. You're not bringing an Ogre Magi to a Sand King mid and feeling good about that one.
Did you see which facet he took, by the way, on the Earth Spirit?
Oh, he took the right click damage.
Okay. Well, I guess his neutraling will be a little bit better as a result.
Yeah, probably the more reliable talent for the mid-Earth Spirit. I just have seen more of the other one. Here's a cheeky little Sand King play.
A lot of damage, and it'll be enough.
That's a nice little rotation. Not one I think Yuma was expecting at all. And a death that probably makes him feel really bad, because now this is a way more efficient than that Earth Spear play from earlier. It doesn't cost too much resources-wise.
Cookie?
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Ambitious TP.
Panto was, I guess, hoping Lelis didn't have that level.
Well, Copy happy about that one. He has ult up now.
Yeah.
So he can maybe make a counterplay on this Brood lane if he wants to. As an OBS, he'll plant it. Is that the best OBS? That's okay. Both these carries still pretty susceptible to ganks here. It's the biggest thing to look at. In fact, this Luna is getting stalked bottom. You just not sure where he wants to go with this ogre rotation. Like, do I want to stay down here? Do I go to the Morphling lane? It's kind of a hard lane to gank as the Luna.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think Liga is still okay with this position because the Sand King is getting more out of mid. So you have to rely on that. But you have to keep track of this Earth Spirit. And right now, it does get pinged.
Here comes Copy. Trying to get it with a Fire Blast into the roll-in stun from Copy. Can't quite close that distance to hit the stun. And as a result, can't get the ultimate off either. Alberca.
Nice call out from Mirage.
Laughs his way away.
And he alerted his team. They're able to back up just in time. And now Mirage is going to make the play on the other side of the map that Copy wished work.
Body
Should work for
blocking.
him.
Cookie gets him out outside of the Sandstorm.
So both mid laners failing at these rotations.
Oh, fly. Gotten off that, was it Fire Blast he was trying to get off? Something?
This Brood is low. I mean, you know Nouns want to take this Brood down. He's baiting with the wand.
Baits it out. Baits out the waveform.
He's not applying pressure to the lane, which Nouns are still happy about.
I mean, that'll come with level 6 on Broodmother, right? Which will happen soon. Soon.
Power Rune was shield for Copy. That's a big win.
Here comes Big Bad Ogre. Ready to take a fight.
Sand King needs to find some resources right now. There's a lot missing.
Yeah, do they have any stacks in the triangle for him or anything? He just has this little hard camp, double stack.
They've done a decent amount of stack. I mean, this is the big prize right now if he can get all of this. See if Copy can invade. Shield Rune allows him to play aggressive here even though he's solo. But damage is already done.
Top tower is under attack.
Nice defensive ward to protect the Sand King farming stacks. That Radiant ward sandwiched between two dire ones.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Scanning.
Mirage will clean it all up, and the stacks continue here. More waiting. Sand King to come and claim. The trade-off here is the Doom getting a free lane. He's going to continue to farm up with the Devour. Gunnar having a much better time here. No one wants to go in lane here against the Doom off cooldown. So there's a lot of space for Nouns to operate in. They can bring this Earth Spirit and connect on something. They're just having trouble connecting right now. Very defensive positioning. And that Shielder will basically get used for nothing.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
Broodmother, now level 6, will start taking over that top lane. Now we can start putting on the pressure onto the tower. This Copy, he throws out a little kick here, but doesn't really follow it up too much.
See if either team opts to try and deal with these offlaners, or if they're both just gonna free farm completely.
His fly's gonna go down. If you want to watch more kills like that, don't forget to follow the channel. Double damage, amp damage for Copy.
That's a nice rune pickup.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, he yet to use his ultimate.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Just been, Liga has been really elusive.
And again,
Haven't been
they're
able to get a Doom kill, no ultimate use from the Earth Spirit.
they're okay with this kind of dodging because they're just getting more on the Sand King than this Earth Spirit's finding right now.
Yeah.
Every minute this happens, Copy's a little bit sadder, even though he's getting power runes, and Mirage is a little bit happier And it's another smoke, another move for the Surf Spirit to try and find something on the map. The line has been drawn. They want the Brood with this amp damage.
I mean, if
Tower's
Alberca
dead,
gets
though.
away from another gank like this, I feel like Liga is just going to start really pulling ahead.
This is such a hard connection. It's not that straightforward.
Yeah, what do they see here?
He's scouting with the Brood.
Don't
lanes.
see the Brood Mother, and the shot comes out, alerting Alberca of a potential gank coming in.
Man. They didn't even really go for it. I mean, again, you make these moves. The stacks are disappearing.
Yep. You've done no stacking yourself. 2 stacks compared to the 13 that Liga have done.
And guess what? Panto straight into the tower. Back to his PvE game.
Yeah, and this time he's got Alberca to help him out take these tier 1 towers. So the map could start crumbling really quickly if Nouns don't manage to get some of these kills and start snowballing off of that. Well, then Panto is going to do what he wants to do, and Alberca is going to start taking over more and more of the map. And Liga are just going to grow a net worth lead.
Link up for the same thing. So you can really start to grow that lead now. Just bring the supports behind the SK, make any kind of play you want. Other 2 cores are going to farm. Brood can connect to that fight. It's all online now. If you want to collapse for this mid tower.
Again, it feels like Liga have put themselves in a situation where they can, you know, take fights and be aggressive if they want to, but also just naturally, if nothing goes on, they're still winning the game.
100%. That is a good position to be in.
A scary one for Nouns means their execution has to be really on point or they may get punished here. Copy, already down to half HP. The 3-man smoke up from Liga is going to try and get close enough. All they find is the Ogre, not the Earth Spirit. Still, though, they take the mid tower for all that effort.
Oh, they're happy with that. You got a little bit of a neutral camp on top of the Ogre kill, on top of that tower. Force Nouns back. Earth Spirit gets nothing out of this exchange. Space for the Brood, space for the Luna. That net worth lead up to 5K now. It's not going to take much to continue to grow it here for Liga unless Nouns can find some big core kill. And they are struggling,
Whoa!
man. Ooh.
Yuma almost got himself killed there,
Yeah,
being
was-
too
Okay.
high on the agility chart.
You got to watch that Pugna ward.
Seriously.
No joke. That's
No.
something.
Now, that being said, the storyline of Liga being content with nothing happening because, you know, they're farming well on all 3 cores, there is an end game to that, right? Nouns are still going to be the ones who will scale better late game. Is that true? I mean, they have Doom, they have Morphling, like, surely.
No. I do not know if that's 100% true.
Well, that's... I was trying to put a silver lining here for Nouns, but apparently not even the late game is safe for them.
I think
They
the
get-
cores, like the cores scale better, but I think Radiant supports can do more.
Yeah.
And so
I mean,
far, they're
Mor-
having a way better game.
Morphling turning into Broodmother late game is like crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Crazy good, but
This
I see where
Morphling
you're
Doom,
coming from.
this Morphling Doom is scary late game. Absolutely. On the 3-on-3 core fighting. I just think the Grim Pugna can skew these matchups a lot more than Ogre Snap can. Like, what late game spell is Ogre Snap contributing to help his cores take the fight compared to if you land some big Soulbind combo?
I
force
mean,
out early
imagine how
BKB.
fast the Morphling's going to attack if he insatiable hungers and he gets the bonus
That's
damage
true.
and he's getting Bloodlust. So
Maybe
he's getting
I'm
percentage-based
underestimating it.
damage on an agility Morphling and then he's also Bloodlusted? That sounds spooky. All right, so Panto's going to be left behind. It's a lot of heroes and a couple ultimates being used there for a support kill. As long as the Broodmother gets out, I don't think Liga's too upset about what just happened. 5 heroes showed themselves on the top part of the map. Liga only lost to support and are farming on everybody else.
There's definitely a possibility I'm underestimating how strong Morphling is in this game. There's probably a lot of Morphling players out there that are like, oh yeah, I'd 1v5 this game so easily, not even close. I'm sure every great Morphling player thinks that. So that is probably the light at the end of the tunnel here for now. Let's just get a big Morph, Bloodlust him, doom somebody, and let the Morph go ham in the fight. Could definitely go that way. Right now, though, Liga, they have some decent map control, another power rune on the Sand King, and they are taking a lot of space away from Nouns. Have a chance to choke out a bit of this map because you have this Midas Doom. Gunner's farming a decent amount, but he's not really ready to take a head-on fight into this Pipe Brood. There's an aura advantage for Liga. In theory, they can get an early Roshan here.
Scorpion and a Spider.
Dire's bottom tower
Looking for kills. Not going to find the Snapfire, who's the only one here in this side of the map. TP's back to the tier 2, but they've taken over Triangle. They've pushed in mid. The top lane feels hard for Nouns to be in. They need to get kills. They need to get kills if they want to be out of the map.
What?
And 1 billion silences.
Yeah, I mean, you got silence hard there.
Silenced to death.
Oh, there's a surprise waiting.
Liga are still going to try and strike back, though, with the chain stuns. Went for the Ogre instead of the Earth Spirit. I think they spotted a little bit too late.
Yeah.
1J going to get run down by Gunner, but Copy. It feels like he's maybe going to be able to win this out for them as long as he survives through the Sand King with the Morphling coming in. They have the damage to burst the Sand King before he can do enough to Copy. Stuck in a corner, no way out. Liga finally find themselves a bad fight. And Nouns will start gaining some ground for themselves.
It's a nice chain of events for them, especially this Brood gone on the tower push. No fight around this pipe on the Brood Mother. That's the biggest thing. That's your most powerful item right now in this game. It does a lot versus Nouns lineup. You just take a team fight without it, throw all that advantage away. Nouns happy to collect some big kills around that high ground defense.
Bit of overconfidence, you would say, there from Liga. Losing the
Yes,
Brood Mother and
100%.
still trying to take an engagement.
100%. That's a bit too greedy and disrespecting the impact that Yuma can have in this game with stolen Sand King spells, stolen Brood spells, whatever it is. Yeah, you land a decent Solar Bind, but there was not a lot to follow it up there. Now this Morphling's in a very strong position.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just a disconnected play on the map from Liga. You're pushing this bottom tower at the same time. You're kind of farming jungle. You just leave a hero stranded. Earth Spirit does the rest. So this pipe from Alberca that he rushed is not proven to have done a lot here in this early game.
Still, though, they lose that fight, but they go right back to it.
Oh, you have to. I mean, you have to keep exerting map pressure here. Pushing into these objectives, trying to take the space away. It's just what your lineup does.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They going to take Roche at some point here? I mean, the
Soon, yeah.
Luna
Dire's bottom tower
has so much space.
You're definitely eyeing it probably in the next 5 minutes or so. It's gonna go daytime though, which I think you rather push in top and do the nighttime one here. So maybe this Roche is gonna be delayed longer than either team would like. I mean, Nouns also have an option of just doing Roshan here with the Vlad's Morphling with the Bloodlust.
Dire's middle
Not slow at all.
is under attack. Radiant's
Not slow, but do they have the team fight to give them confidence to do so? Liga currently looking with their 3-man kill squad of Sand King, Grimstroke, and Pugna.
Dire's structure
Burrow Strike Inkswell combinations already deadly enough.
is under attack.
Throw some Pugna damage behind it. Any hero that they run into could just get bursted. They're going to spot Gunner. Gunner is pretty tanky, 1800 HP. They're going to run into him here. Manage to hit the 2-man Burrow Strike. Epicenter right in the middle of it with the Soul Bind placed onto the Doom. The extra damage ensures his death. Now Fly makes a run for it, but the Blink Dagger with the Epicenter still going on slows him down a bit. I'll catch up to him and kill him as well. Inkswell, stop that.
Nice 2-for-1 on that smoke gank. Another death for Gunner. Seems to be a pattern in these games. Like a lot of these smokes just connect on him.
Yeah.
And Lelis, the Spiders, man. Ooh. That's a sad death. That is a classic sad support death.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I'm dying to Spiders. Like, what is happening?
And the hunt continues.
Oh, man, if they get Copy
They
off
don't
this as
settle
well.
just on that upside of the map. They head through the gate and catch Copy in the bottom right part of the map. He tries to get the cake away to roll out, but he's surrounded by too many heroes. Will never be able to roll away from that.
That's the really bad death here. Not that it's on Copy, but that entire sequence culminating in another Earth Spirit kill means you have another 30 seconds as Luna has just been farming the entire time. There's no pressure on you at all. Man, just when you thought Nouns were kind of evening out this game, finding some momentum for their Morphling, you basically get team wiped across the map, lose another power rune, and now you're 6k down.
Yeah, surely with this much space, Luna's going to start taking a bigger and bigger net worth lead from this Morphling.
Is that Hex done on this Brood? Entirely done?
That'd be crazy.
I mean, he's flying out the
Still not
recipe
quickly,
now.
yeah.
It's close. He's
Yeah,
about
no,
1,000 off.
He needs another 1,000.
Okay, I was going to say, if that was done, that would be absurd. But this is still going to be a really fast Hex. And a problematic one for Nouns. Their cores do not deal well with going into the fight and getting instantly Hex. Not that a lot of people do, but somebody, like, there's no BKBs or Lincolns or anything up. So what prevents you going in and getting Hex pretty fast this fight, and then you're just getting nuked with all this magic damage? Like, Yuma's game just became a lot harder. He has to be very careful about when he waveforms in. He gets caught in the randomly in the fight. This also gives you really good chain stun potential. Very nice follow-up for the Burrow Strike, for even Lucent Beam, random things like this. I kind of like this idea. Puts a lot of pressure on Nouns in terms of them having to initiate well. BKB done for the Luna at the right time because he's about to get jumped.
Pops the BKB, gets doomed, but did not take enough damage. The Doom is going to be no problem. Instead, the Doom himself is going to be in trouble as he gets caught by the combination of Mirage plus the two supports running at you. Fly's going to be the next victim of all that, and the Luna even comes back in with full confidence. The Doom wears away, and he will find a kill on Leela. So they just pick apart Nouns after a failed initiation onto a hero that just got its BKB.
Yeah, I mean, that is as timely as you can ask for. Hey, guys, I got BKB. Oh, they rolled on me. We want to fight. I mean, that's all that space and free time the Luna's had. No pressure on him. He gets an extra 1,000 gold for this exact point in the game and absolutely pays off. And now he just basically gets to do Roshan for free.
If he's a little bit slower on that farm, then if they get the kill on the Luna, maybe it's Nouns who are the ones who could have taken Roshan. Not the case here. Chasing after Yuma. A hard kill to get, especially as he does have some backup here. Copy gets a free roll into the back line of the Grimstroke. He's dead already with his ultimate, ticking away at some of these other heroes. Might feel good. Burrow Strike onto the Sand King, but Mirage has already Burrow Struck the other direction. Alberca, he's got that pipe, which is making him pretty tanky against his magic damage, but it looks like Yuma will still deliver a death.
Oh, nice turnaround here. Morphling Earth Spirit combo, pretty strong. I mean, this Roche was really slow, so you can't back that play up. Nouns get something out of it. That's a negative GPM Roshan for Liga here. Gave up a lot for that.
Liga, again, bit too overconfident, a bit too greedy, trying to do Roshan and get this kill in mid at the same time.
That Morphling's just not a kill in that way. You have to either land the Hex on him or be able to chain it and then burst him down. He's just morphing in the river like that. I mean, Nouns are not going to leave him to hang to dry, so a little greedy. I would agree with that assessment. Now you have your Blink BKB Doom up, so the initiation between that and the BKB Earth Spirit, a lot more reliable. Nice little block.
He does still have BKB on Copy, but he's already taken so much damage.
Okay.
It's pointless to use the BKB now.
Super heads up play by you. Copy laughing about it, but it's not doing him much favors here. This game continues to be rough for the Earth Spirit. And Luna starting to make his presence felt. Going to put more pressure onto Yuma to show up to these fights and win it over with some nice spell steals and that Conda Morphling timing, because this Conda Luna timing is going to be quite good here.
They're up by 3K now, but they get any more pickoffs, especially with the tier 2 towers falling like they are now. Liga, it may be one of those breaks where they go from 3K in a couple minutes, you blink, and all of a sudden they're up by 10K. Now
Doom
this
is
a very dangerous point of the game for them.
At least your Doom is equalizing this net worth differential a little bit. It's actually been going towards Nouns. So you're getting a little more gold off the map, but that win probability is not going to reflect that because you just don't have easy pathways to a teamfight victory.
Interesting to note that he did go Midas and then sold it with the Devil's Bargain, and then he's going back to the Midas again. So he tried to sell the Midas to be able to hit an earlier fighting timing, and Nouns didn't obviously find much with that. So
Pugna lets you go high ground early. Have to prepare for it. The tower is just going down. Gets the glyph. Now don't want to come back with everybody, but I think Liga are just going to commit to this push. Why not? Your Luna's incredibly strong here.
They're chipping away at him. See if they can take this Aegis without too much of a fight, and then maybe doom him on the second life. But he backs up, gets healed.
This
Like
is the
there was,
awkward part to commit to, because you don't want to let this Luna die for free and then respawn into a Doom. Sounds kind of bad. BKB arrives for the Morphling. Nouns hitting solid BKB trio between these 3 cores. You can all just commit into the fight. But
There is no threat right now. If they all have their BKBs, there's really just not enough physical damage from the Brood or Luna to threaten.
But there is Soulbind.
That's true.
You can kite it out. There is also this Soulbind Brood Hex combo if you can land it. So you have to BKB pretty early when you commit in, which means your jump has to be crisp. You have to land the roll or land the Doom off the blink.
Something that Nouns struggled with in game 1.
Exactly.
See if they have a fresher game here in game 2.
Yeah, that whip change has been nice. I would not be surprised to see a lot more of the whip. It's just way easier to use that item when it does not have a cast animation attached to it that disrupts your entire walking speed.
Well, while we wait for some action, why not go and click the follow button?
Yeah, whip that follow.
Yeah.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Age is timing out here, 50 seconds. So you got your high ground siege bottom, you got your tier 3, but you did not get that game-ending fight or anything of that nature. So this game's going to go later. Nouns have their triple BKB. They're not afraid to take the fight, but Mirage going in first.
Again, they're going to fight without their Luna. Will this be good for them? After all, they're fighting into the BKBs. If they don't finish off the Doom here, he managed to turn around and get off the Doom. I'm not sure if it was needed for that Sand King kill. Now with the kisses raining in, they'll get an additional pick off on the support. Again, Liga really just forcing things. I was very okay with them backing off and not trying to end the game or anything because they had level 20 and Conda coming up on the Luna.
Yeah,
I figure you hit such a big timing there. Why not just chill?
He was definitely not happy about that kind of play. Maybe Liga just not expecting everybody from Nouns to be there.
Well, at least they still get a bit of a turnaround as it looks like Fly. Nope, saved by the Glimmer.
I know that OBS is there now too.
Yeah, now Panto's got to make a run for it before anybody tries to chase him down. Surprised Nouns didn't.
I mean, you have your level 20 Luna with Conda done. Elven Tunic, he's incredibly strong. Ideally, you don't really get into these skirmishes or fights too much without him being able to connect.
I feel like this is like the biggest peak that Luna is going to have compared to the Morphling. Right? The game starts going later.
Yeah.
Morphling's going to start getting stronger. The Doom's going to be more effective. Don't want to see Liga throw away this very big timing they have. They do. The game stalls out. The Doom back in it with the Midas, you know?
You get to like a Shiva's on the Earth Spirit here, get to another item on this Doom. Your Morphling gets a good spell steal in the fight, either the Insatiable or maybe a good Sand King Burrow Strike. He has a Conda of his own, and suddenly, you know, one of your heroes is getting chunked by this Conda Morphling, someone else is getting doomed, someone else is rolled on, Pugna gets silenced. That's a teamfight victory for Nouns if you can put it all together. And it's another 5-man smoke play that just doesn't yield anything. Got to start thinking about the next Roshan in this game. Getting the lanes in, posturing for it. Right now, map control's pretty good for Liga. Nouns have been very defensive in this time, but again, they're not losing net worthly because someone's usually out on the map and the Doom is giving you some extra income.
He only put 1 level into Insatiable Hunger. He's not leveling it up because he's matched up against a Morphling, right?
Interesting, yeah.
That's a cool idea.
So you actually don't have that option as Yuma.
Yeah.
So you're probably better off just going for the Sand King now.
Yes. I would agree with that. Is he never going to level it up? Because obviously he's kind of killing his own game at some point in time. Not being able to scale to right clicker with Brood.
It definitely debilitates his own scale. I mean, he's basically playing a utility Brood Mother, which can definitely win you games. That's not that bad, but if you run out of damage here, yeah, you're going to run into some scale problems.
Well, pick off on the Brood Mother without having to use Doom. Nouns feel confident. Gunner doesn't get jumped on. In fact, he jumps the Luna, gets a Centaur stun, and follows it up with the Doom. Now the Luna's on the run, but the Morphling has so much mobility, turning into the Sand King, burrow striking in front of the 2 of them. They've killed all 3 cores, and now found a support as well. What a big turn for Nouns. Just one little pick off on the Broodmother, and the game has cracked wide open for them.
Another fight where Liga just disorganized, don't have everybody in the right position at the right time, and they get jumped. And Nouns, that is exactly what you're looking for. The Doom getting the initiation, dooming the biggest core he can find, and just rolling that fight over with the overwhelming scale that they're starting to propose here. And that's the Shiva's done for the Earth Spirit. Huge item for him. That Konda's online for the Morphling. Game starting to spiral out of control for Liga as Nouns coming alive in the late game. The Bloodlust putting in some work here.
It is. That Morphling. Big damage. And with this kind of success, full lane, he's going to be going into that next item. Looks like Scotty is the next choice for him. Man, did not think that it was going to be Nouns taking a lane of Barracks at 30 minutes with this lineup.
Do have to be careful here without the Doom, without the Magnetize.
Yeah, Alberca's really trying to slow him down long enough for the Luna to come back and take a full 5-on-5, but they missed that opportunity. Nouns now up 7K.
Oh, you get next Roche here, you put an Aegis on your Morphling, you're in very good shape. And it's going to be tough to contest. I think Liga know it too. So you have to make something happen. You have 4K gold on this Brood as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
These core item timings have not synced up too well for Liga, honestly. I feel like we haven't seen them take a good fight with all three cores together.
Yeah, they were winning the game off of Sand King, Grimstroke.
Yep.
You run around getting kills, or Broodmother getting solo pickoffs and pushing towers. But they when it comes to a full fight ban with the Luna, it's never once actually worked for them in this game.
They're just going to get a free Roche here. That's one way to get back in this game. Stem the bleeding.
I mean, I do think Nouns, that was a good opportunity for them, but they should still be a bit skittish in taking a real 5-on-5 against Liga.
Still have to be careful of the Soulbind. That's the
Yes.
biggest turnaround potential here for Liga. If you can land a Soulbind into like double Decrep Bug, or the bigger thing is the Brood Hex. If you can land Soulbind Hex combo, that can win you a team fight straight up. Not the easiest thing to do between the two heroes, especially when you're the ones getting jumped. In theory, Nouns can control the BKBs, and they get a free Rax.
Well, yeah, because that play from earlier, the mid lane is constantly pushing in, which means it's more and more likely that Liga have to be the aggressors, have to show somewhere, which gives Nouns an opportunity to be able to make the jump, making their BKBs more effective.
Yeah, Liga
their
wants
usage.
to bait somebody to go here from Nouns. That's what they're trying to do. Half commit this Roche. They got
They
the
try to
jump.
go for the Broodmother, 2 minutes to get the roll on him, kick back into Gunner with the Centaur stun as well. What a beautiful combo,
Walks
but
it
it's
off.
not quite enough. The Pugna heal is going in through. Meanwhile, Copy is rolled onto Mirage, thrown out his ultimate, but look at this Morphling. He just dealt with the Luna, no problem. Slap some water in his face, kick him out of here, and that is going to be Nouns winning the Roshan fight.
And no buyback available for the Luna.
Looking for more. 1J is going to try run. Actually, is he trying to get Alberca out of here? Alberca trying to decide whether or not he can still fight. I feel like it's pretty clearly you can't fight the
You are not
Morphling with
fighting
your
that.
Luna dead.
Super nice execution from Nouns. The initial jump was a little awkward, but that roll and kickback from Copy, that was just beautiful. Straight into the stun from the Doom. The Brood did get the BKB off and survived, but the damage was kind of done, and it allowed for the Doom to land a Doom onto that Luna. And
Yeah.
he's just not man-fighting Morphling when the Doom is on top of him with everything else going on.
That's the kind of clean execution that was missing in game one for Nouns. Shaking off the early morning crusties and
Yeah, building
coming
a big
into
lead.
this game two looking a lot better.
They're starting to turn this game in their favor considerably.
The Doom is getting massive. He has an Octarine.
He's a big problem. This Morphling is a massive problem now.
Is this a freebie? TP's coming in. The Morphling is almost here. Lilith has Glimmer Cape. He's like, you don't have detection, so. If anything, Yuma almost catches Alberca with that cookie. All right, so now he's beginning to level up his insatiable hunger again. And he's now that he's got BKB, he's also going back for Nullifier. What do you think about Aghanim Scepter for Gunner? It's like a step ahead of Lincoln's for the Luna, right? If you're going to get Lincoln's on the Luna or Lincoln's on the Broodmother, you know, like I'm just gonna have Ags. I could just do myself if I want. Sit on top of Luna.
It's good versus the Lincolns. Weaker versus like 4 stabs, glimmer, disjoint type stuff when you jump in. So there's a trade-off. It's an expensive item, but you are Doom. I think it's fine here. Fine choice. I mean, if you have this AoE Doom, you jump in, you're probably winning the fight if you can hit some heroes with it at the start. I think Morphling will clean up the rest, and Nouns, I mean, they have a chance to just end this game right now. You can win a big fight here on the high ground. This Morphling on the front line.
Yuma braves the high ground, dies in an instant.
That's a little concerning.
Gunner tries to get an initiation, does manage to find it
Oh,
on
that's
to Panto.
Soulbind.
Couldn't quite get his Soulbind. Really good. They have to pop their BKBs. Copy's coming in trying to lend some assistance, but it's not looking the best. They do Burrow Strike on through onto Mirage, but they've killed the Morphling. Now the damage is gone for Nouns, and it's Burka who's going to try and run down as many heroes as possible, chasing after Lelis. Copy and Gunner are still kind of sticking around with the ultimate going out from Copy. He's trying to see if any heroes are going to be low enough that he can roll back in. It's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, that Magnetize did a lot. Ticked the Sand King out on the back end of that fight, so Liga were a little hesitant to commit to the chase because everybody's so low. That was just a mosh pit on that high ground and not the jump Nouns are looking for there. Luna gets a free fight because this Doom, he goes in, he stuns the Pugna, and then doesn't really get to do anything. Which is just, okay, we'll just commit if you're Liga. They get a really good Soulbind on 2 cores, forces out the early BKBs, and I mean, that's the type of situation you do not want to be stuck in if you're Yuma. He got melted by something. I don't know if it was just overwhelming magic damage between this Luna and the Sand King through the BKB or what, but he could not stand his ground that second time around.
Watch that one again. I mean, obviously the first life, pretty easy. When he's morphed that much agility, even just the Conda Lucent Beam hit, that's like half his HP, but that's Soulbind. Pops his BKB. And yeah, that damage was crazy that was coming in.
Overwhelming amount. It just goes back to that jump from Gunner. It's not good enough. It ends up baiting the Soulbind because the Morphling, he commits on the Pugna, doesn't doom anybody. Then the Morphling goes in, tries to deal with the Pugna, doesn't get him either. Yeah. Then they both get Soulbound. It's like a nightmare scenario. And that's an Ags going out for this Grimstroke, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, Morphling going late game. What if you have your own Morphling?
It's a very good tool this game. That is an incredibly powerful illusion that Nouns do not want to have to deal with. I mean, 1J, he could do a lot of work in this upcoming fight if he doesn't get jumped first.
Oh, would have been good, but the Scythe of Ice catches him instead. So it's up to Gunner trying to hit that, but he misses his stun, gets silenced up, and now he's dead.
Gone.
Copy in the middle of 2 right-clicking cores, has to roll himself away. Now they're going to play this slow, though, waiting for the buyback. Yuma's going to jump in with his waveform, trying to get the man fight up against Violence. He's not winning it, not against those plays. They still do enough damage to bring down the Luna in the end with the Mortimer's Kisses, so it's going to be a team fight without the carries.
Yo, that Morphling illusion.
Okay, he's got the Doom on him, but he is still fighting strong. That illusion dicing up heroes. Thanks to the Grimstroke, they have the extra hero to kind of try and push through. The Doom lasts long enough, though. That Broodmother does eventually take out. I'm surprised the Doom was still on him. Lasted forever.
Expensive fight, though, with this Doom buyback.
Yeah.
We're seeing the gold exchange favorable for Liga.
Yeah, 4 for 4 exchange, but a buyback used on the Doom. They did almost twice the amount of damage on the side of Nouns. Nouns did 18K. Liga only did 10. They still ended up with the same number of kills.
And it once more goes back to this Doom jump. Very clutch Hex on the Roland, which forces the Doom to go. He only finds Grim, doesn't want to Doom anybody, doesn't get a BKB off, just gets chunked by that Lucent Beam. And then this is a kind of awkward position for Liga because they're trapped on this ramp. Yuma just commits. But he actually does not win this man fight.
The Glaives, man.
Yep. You're on top of that Glaives. I think the Luna had the amp damage still up as well because he's not getting doomed here. And then that Morphling illusion just goes to work. Fly's like, why me, man? Put it on somebody else. I'm just an ogre magi, man. Please.
It's too bad the illusion was actually away from the Broodmother for that last couple of seconds there. It looks like it ran the wrong direction. So directions, what direction is this game going in now? It's a 7,000 net worth lead for Nouns. We've got this downtime where there's no Roshan to fight over. Who's happier with the position in this game?
I think Nouns are still happy, but you have to take the fights a bit better. You have to be wary of what this Grimstroke can do. You have to be wary of closing the gap on the Luna. With all the talents up, with the glaives up, with the amount of damage she can output with these beams and Conda procs and extra glaive bounces.
Another big part of that fight with the Morphling and the Luna was the fact that Luna had just picked up Butterfly, right?
Yeah, that was nice.
So that makes quite a world of difference. And I don't think Yuma is... I mean, Morphling's not the best MKB buyer.
No.
I think he had Satanic queued up instead.
You're also closing in on this 25. Just Luna's capping out shortly here. Not going to get much better for him. I think the Refresher coming for the Doom soon and Ags for the Snapfire so you could shoot somebody in here with the Gobble Up.
Yeah, he doesn't have, like, Blink Dagger or anything, right? So he can't use it as a save, really?
They're trying to use it as an initiation tool. Kind of a risky play, but...
Yeah, very risky.
Could be a huge payoff. If you can throw the Doom or the Earth Spirit in and land a hit on one of those like backline supports plus one other hero or just on the Luna itself, that might just be the team fight over. But if you throw them in and they miss and they just get hexed, well, I mean, you're going to get flamed on Reddit, that's for sure. True.
So you may need a save mechanism. Sand King's going to work on that. Wind Waker is going to be his next choice of item.
I think Liga want to fight now before this Satanic comes out on the Morphling because they don't have a Doom. They cannot stop the healing on the Morphling during the BKB. That will probably win Yuma the man fight versus the Luna.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And they're playing for the next Roche, trying to force Nouns back into them.
Radiant are scanning.
So once again, we're in a situation, Radiant side Roshan, where Liga are going to be up on this high ground, trying to make it so Nouns are initiating blind. But the problem is the mid lane is always pushing in. Like, eventually, this is going to start turning into tier 4s dropping. It's twice we've been in this standoff.
It's another position where Liga are probably going to have to force the Roche or force Nouns into them and shoot a creep for vision. They will have buybacks on pretty much all the big heroes here with that outpost. Pretty favorable in that sense. The Luna could tank a Doom, die, buyback, come into the fight.
Yeah,
Pretty powerful.
In that regard, it feels like Liga are like guaranteed this Roshan. It's just a question of how much it's going to cost them. I mean,
Tier 4's getting
Gallons,
hit.
even if they buy back on some of their heroes, how do they even get to this fight? They have to TP outpost, go through
Luna.
the gate.
Wait, Luna TP base canceled. That's costly because now you don't have that buyback outpost TP for 70. It's a very costly miss TP here, just as Roche spawns.
Better hope the fight delays a minute.
I mean, I think now you just commit for Roche because I don't know what other option you have. And Refresher completed for the Doom while this standoff is happening. Very awkward situation for Liga. I think they're just going to get jumped here.
Morphling illusions don't quite get inside the pit, but they do manage to get some vision thanks to the kisses. Gunner jumps in, throws out the Doom. It's gonna be on the Broodmother, but he's doomed himself. He tries to refresh. Meanwhile, Yuna committing, goes inside the pit. Can he pick up the Aegis? It's gone to the ground. It's gonna be the Luna who grabs it, and now the Morphling has to play for a buyback. But how do you get into this fight in time in order to bail out your heroes? Laylis and Fly on the run. They can't get away in time. Is the Morphling actually going to come through this gate? And actually, yeah, they're going for it. They're going for Alberca. They couldn't quite get him fast enough. They don't want to deal with violence right now. After all, he's got the extra life.
Yuma cannot
Yuma
die.
is in big time trouble. This could flat out be the end of the game with the Doom dead for 100 seconds and a 2-minute death timer. If Yuma dies here, a good kick away. Copy knows he may have to give up his life to make sure his carry can get out of here. But look at the Liga. They just ignore that entirely. Go after Yuma. Ignore everything else. Get this carry, and it could be the end of the game for them at a 2-0 over Nouns if they just manage to finish him off. They lose the Aegis, but they will get the kill on Yuma. 2 minutes. What can they get done with this 2 minutes of no carry on Nouns?
Just walk it down mid, I think. I don't think you're afraid of a fight when your Luna's up and they have no Morphling. It didn't even cost you the Luna buyback here because he got the Aegis off that Roshan.
And he may have lost the Aegis, but he'll be having a Satanic, I think, by the time they get to the enemy base.
Yeah, he will. You have this banner to help you go high ground as well. There is a dire glyph. Thinking about cutting some waves, he found an illusion rune. That is a very good rune here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Still have Sand King buyback in this game. Everybody else is on cooldown. And that Roche jump, so costly from Nouns. They doomed the Brood over the Luna. I don't know if Gunnar lost vision around the pit or what. Yeah, he does not care tier 3. He wants to end this game.
Go straight for it. They already got the initiation on to Copy. Give him a cookie, try and hop him away. Loosen beam, BKBs. He does manage to roll back to safety, but the Glaives, man, bounce in between all of these towers. They pop a glyph. 45 seconds left for the Morphling. That's going to be too long. They're going to have to fight it out 4 versus 5, perhaps with the Doom, but they've already lost the Ogre. He's not coming back anytime soon, and the Ancient may die before the Doom even gets here. A roll into the back lines. Hit the Shivas. Violence, does he want to bother with hitting these heroes? He will. He'll deal with Copy real quickly. He does have a buyback. Meanwhile, Violence hits back onto the Ancient. Chipping away at that one. Doom goes out onto the Sand King. That's going to be the first one. Gunnar. He turns around, throws out another Doom. But it doesn't do any damage. Copy, he can't deal with Violence by himself. Nobody is going to be able to kill this Luna. Without a Doom on the carry, it's just done. Liga will take the 2-0 over Nouns off of just one Roshan fight that goes real bad for Nouns.
Man, I want to see what happened in that fight again, because the Doom jump was not that bad, but the Doom going out on the Brood there over the Luna, I think, is incredibly costly. And then Yuma just got bursted in the pit. I don't know if he waveformed into Hex, didn't get BKB off, or just died through BKB. That fight was an absolute disaster, though. And you have tools to give vision over the pit. You have the Snapfire Ags. You have Snapfire Ulti. You have 2 spells that can, in theory, see into the pit, see what's happening, see how low that Roche is. It still isn't enough. And again, it goes back to the, I don't know what you want to call it, the discoordination here for Nouns in some of these early games in this tournament. It's just kind of been all over the place. It's not to the level that we've used to seeing in the last month or two. But Liga, man, they came to play today, get a quick 2-0 to start us off, and looking not too shabby, man. This is not a team you want to go up against right now, because they're starting to find some momentum. They play a wide variety of stuff, and they team fight pretty well. They play around this Pugna, some extra sustain, an obnoxious team fighter. They play some pretty fast mobility mid heroes that can kind of control the fight. I think this Brood build was one of the biggest factors here, both good and bad. There were aspects of it that I liked. I liked the Hex buildup. I think it did a lot of work in this game. The interesting idea of not skilling Insatiable, so you take it away from the Morphling, limiting his ability to scale in this game. Yeah. But at the same time, this Brood felt impotent at certain points.
Yeah, he did.
It felt, I couldn't really tell if this Brood build is game winning or game losing at different points in this game. It felt a little bit of both. Maybe it just comes down to execution and how you use it. Like, he had a really early pipe, but a lot of the early fights didn't go their way. Then you get this Hex that kind of pays off. This high ground push was also kind of just a disaster for Nouns. Like, the Doom jump doesn't land. You end up doing a Pugna on 30% HP. Luna gets a free fight, just lays all of it into the Morphling. The first death on the Morphling was also completely free for Liga here.
Yeah.
It's these little small things that add up a lot in these games. In the last fight, Gunnar goes in, dooms the Morphling. He gets Lotus Doom.
Yeah, he gets Lotus Doom, so he refreshes and can't get a second Doom right away.
And Yuma did get BKB off. He just dies to the beams. That's how powerful this hero is.
Yeah.
That Lotus Doom was maybe the biggest factor that we did not see. Like you said, preventing a second Doom, you only get one there. That is absolutely massive. So very clutch Lotus play.
Maybe you didn't see it. I called it.
Okay, fair enough, man. I can't see everything. I'm too old. And then you TP'd into this fight with the Morphling. So even though you prolong this chase, there's no getting out here. Yeah. You're committed, and that's pretty much the game. At this point, it's just a matter of walking down mid. Man, Luna has looked really strong in these late games. Yeah. I think, I'm not saying that Nouns should lose this late game, because I think this Morphling absolutely can carry this game, and it comes down to execution, but like the fact Morphling goes in there in BKB and just dies to beams.
Yeah,
with
a
all
combination
these
of like these new tools, quote unquote new. Luna having this Conda builds, it just does so much damage. But then also the Glaives, that's an even newer tool, right? Just the Glaives are actually really difficult for these heroes to fight into. So many times the Morphling waveformed in, and he's underneath not just the Luna hits, but also the Glaives that surrounding her, making her tankier and doing damage.
I mean, it's a rough game for Liga to win. Like, they're down kills. They win this game. I don't think any of these KDAs look pretty, but they got it done the old dirty way. So It's another Morphling game where the Morphling has a great KDA and loses. I don't know what that says. Probably just mis-execution. I'm not going to put it too much on the hero. I think the heroes look pretty good. Just not coming together here for Nouns, and I mean they're in a tough spot. One win and
both
brink
teams
of
came into
elimination.
this with a score of 1-3, and now Liga walk away with a 2-0 win. That bumps them back up to the middle of the pack.
Big for them.
Very good spot for them, and got to be feeling good about their start of day number 2. And of course, we have a winners interview that we're going to be getting into in just a second. But Nouns at this point, 1-5. They really can't afford any more losses.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're approaching just automatic elimination.
Not looking too hot here for NA, and not a lot of time to put it together.
All right, let's go ahead and get to our interview with Jenkins and Coach No Fear.
Right, I'm here with No Fear. Congratulations. Did you think you guys were going to win that game too? How are you feeling watching your boys play?
I think we lose second game in one moment, but we start play normal, get first kill on Brute, second on Luna, and we play better after this moment. Grimstroke MVP hero, you know, in this game. If we don't have Grimstroke, this game lose.
Yeah, you guys seem to be the only team that thinks Pugna and Grimstroke are good heroes. What is it about these heroes that are good on this patch?
I think Pugna good because just like Phoenix, you know, you can play versus Enigma. If you have carry like Luna, you don't care about Enigma, you don't care about Beastmaster. Beastmaster good versus Pugna, but Pugna not bad. And it is flex hero, you know, pos 4, pos 5, and Grim it is just combo.
So you think Pugna is good against Summons heroes?
I think it is, you know, versus Summons heroes, pos 5, only Ench, maybe Chen, and Jakira now not work. And Crystal Maiden, I don't like this hero, but it is good. And Pugna flex, I like flex heroes. Yeah.
And your Broodmother in this game went no insatiable hunger until like level 11 or 12, something like that. How do you feel about that? Is he going to get a talking to after the game?
I think it is good versus Morph, because if he buy shard and use skill, he kill all. But in late game, we need risk, because we need all heroes, and maybe Morph don't know about this, you know, because we don't have the skill. In late game, he don't know about this, he don't use copy him, and it is risk, good risk. But we don't have chance, 1% on win, maybe with Grim 10% on win. Yeah. They throw on high ground, give Aegis free, and we have chance, and it is because we win. We play just better, you know. They have good drafts, good all situation and game. It is just skill diff in this game. Yes.
Makes sense. And in the first game, I want to go back to that one. You guys picked Magnus with no melee core. What was the idea behind the Magnus pick?
We just see how play Miero, and I think we need pipe. And I think who can buy pipe? They have Monkey King, and Magnus not bad versus Monkey King. We just ruin line. It is not about heroes. Pugna can get second skill and stay normal line. They have overdraft in first game, I think. They lose not because draft. If they play good, we lose this game insta. Because Sun King super big, he farm all stacks. They have Monkey King, Sun King, it is super crazy, give them Monkey King and Sun King. It is after lose if they play good, you know. It is, we will lose the first draft in 0. We can't win this game if they play good.
What would you say it was? Was it like an 80-20 draft? Like 100% you guys should have lost?
If I see on lines, after lines, it is 9-9 versus 1%. Okay. If only after lines, you know. Yeah. Because Monkey King super good for them, Sun King super good. We can't buy Manta, we can't push lines because Sun King use second skill. You can't use BKB because he use stun, and it's a super hard game. We have our good heroes, Clock and Shadow Fiend. It is reason why we can win, you know, and Alberka super MVP. He have happy birthday today, and maybe he just happy and wins this game.
Is it his birthday?
Yes.
It's my birthday too. We're brothers.
Yes, you brothers with Alberka. You can drink with him today.
Let's do it, and we'll send it back to some other brothers with the panel with the next segment.
That's right, still us. Great interview. Love to be able to hear from No Fear. I really like how open he was about the draft. Obviously, as a coach, he's probably doing a lot of the draft.
And he threw himself under the bus.
He threw himself under the bus. He's like, my team was just playing playing better.
I respect that.
And,
Skill
you know,
diff.
which is a really good sign if you're Liga, right? If you actually feel like you had losing drafts or even drafts, maybe in that game too. But like, you know, that just means that going further in the tournament, if you can improve on that drafting, which No Fear obviously feels like they can, then they're going to be in a better spot. But there it is. Man himself, 1J, Grimstroke, game-winning hero, said No Fear. I found his ideas on the supports pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was trying to say about the Pugna versus Summons interactions. Maybe he just likes the lane interaction compared to a lot of the other support pool, and it's comfortable for them.
Yeah, it sounded like he didn't feel like there were too many options against Summon heroes.
Which was an interesting take. But yeah, I think his draft perspective was interesting, and especially about that first game, because I felt like that first game was Noun's favorite. I felt like if they played well, executed well, and played fast, that game was going to be really hard because their lineup was a bit slow and greedy. So it's interesting to see him back that up and validate my original prediction, even though it was not true. I appreciate that.
Let's go to a break. We'll come back with our second series of the day.
Oh, apparently it's me. Welcome us back. Cap really threw me under the bus there.
You're a
He said
host.
to me, you turned to me and you go, "What are you gonna say?" And I was like, I thought you were doing this, but no. Welcome back. We got BB Dacha Belgrade. We got our second series, our second best of 2 out of 5. It's a really long day. You guys are putting in the hard yards, so you're doing 3 out of the 5.
Yeah, that's why I'm making you talk at the start.
That actually does make sense. They did say they wanted Jenkins and I on here to alleviate the pressure from the casters, and then I refused to intro us back. So I apologize for that. But our second one.
Yeah, you're a real piece of shit.
Oh, God.
Man.
All right. Yeah. So Avery.
I was saving that for later in the panel.
You were going to wait at least until the draft started
Straight
before I
into
pulled
it.
it out.
Brutal.
No, I just jumped into it. I don't actually have a segue from being a piece of shit, except for the fact that Falcons is coming up against Liga.
Oh, I thought that was going a very different way.
No, I was going to talk about the series here.
Yeah, who on Falcons is the piece of shit?
Who would you say, Avery?
Yeah, who?
Who would you say?
Who
I'd say
dat?
none of them. I think they're all fantastic people. Actually,
Yes, no problem whatsoever.
Okay,
on
I'll
that.
call him out.
I've
call
never
him
had a
out.
problem with them.
I think Snaking on Twitter.
I think Owie's the.
Well, yeah, everybody knows how he's useless.
sorry
But I
about
think
that.
Snaking's Twitter persona,
Oh, yeah.
right? Not him. Not saying he's a
Is
bad person.
Okay.
But his Twitter persona.
You think someone just needs to take the fun
I'm-
away from him?
I am 95% confident that if you ask Snaking, is your Twitter persona a piece of shit, he would say yes.
We could ask him that if they win.
Do you want me to go ask him?
No,
right
if they win, I'll ask him.
I'll go over there right now and
Take
ask
the
him.
headset off. Tell
I
them
can ask him on Twitter.
no, because then
You get a very nasty response.
That's right.
100%. You could maybe ask all of them on Twitter and in person and see if you get any different responses. But yeah, Falcons is the first time I'm going to see them today. Cap, they're going to be going up against Liga. We've already seen them. We can talk about them in a little bit. But Falcons going 1-1
Whoa.
yesterday. Okay, well maybe.
Whoa, did you see that? That was a full swing. He was taking
he was-
his head clean off.
There was no half-assing that one. He's nodding about it too. He knows what he
very,
did.
very aggressive poses overall. I don't know if that's the team you want to do in the aggressive stuff, but either way, I like it.
What do you think the prompt was that made him all do that?
What is
Wednesday
Wednesday night?
How
dinner?
do you wake up
They're
in the
like, yeah,
morning?
do the like, you're gonna cut off their head sort of thing. And he did it the first time, and the photographer's like, no, come on, put some effort into it. And so then he did the full swing,
Yeah, like as if you're gonna get into a physical altercation with someone, just really go for it.
which is a possibility at these Dota events apparently. So
It is.
Rule it out.
gotta stay in shape.
Yeah, let's talk about the fact that they went 1-1 yesterday, though. I feel like that's a good talking point.
They got meepoed. Whatever.
No, they didn't.
Oh no, they weren't the one that got
No.
meepoed.
Yeah, the Spirit got me put.
Yes, oh, that was really rough.
They got what did they lose to?
Terrorblade.
They got terribly.
Okay.
I'd rather lose to Meepo, honestly. Like, at least you can
Why-
hold your head high. Like, we played well. We got cheesed.
Yeah,
Lose to
they were the
Terrorblade?
scums.
I mean, come on. That's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them.
Kind of embarrassing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There is like a 49% win rate of Meepo in pubs, did you know that?
that's pretty good.
Yeah. It's actually, well, I rounded down. It's 49.8.
That's even better.
And 18% contest rate. So there are
Even
people,
better.
are people out there that go, just not going to happen. Do you know how many games?
How many pro Dota
No,
tracker games
yes.
of Meepo
Yes,
there have
pubs,
been in the
pubs.
last month?
Yeah.
Like 116,
More.
117,
488.
118,
488.
119. That's the highest I'll go, though.
Yeah, it's pretty up there. Do you think Liga would potentially pick it? Do you think
No.
they could increase the contest rate of
No,
it
I do
from
not think
18
they play
to 19?
As
No,
far as
okay.
I know, they do not play that at all.
Yeah, I don't know their carry player, but I'm gonna assume they don't play it.
I don't think too many people do. Obviously, from the stats that I just gave
Can
us.
Falcons play it? Though?
Well, he knows you.
Huh?
Because they carry players. That was actually really good. That actually really got me.
Wow,
I really
Austin.
wasn't
Is he
expecting that one
actually
either.
you? Is
I
that
really
actually
wasn't expecting
going to
that.
be his name?
That's his in-game name.
Because
for now,
apparently
yeah.
you. I mean, no, I know
You
it's
have
the
to go with
in-game
that.
name.
Respect the
Wait,
player,
doesn't he
Austin.
do it?
I
Because
don't
it's like-
respect the players.
When it
That's
comes up,
the problem.
when it comes up on screen, it goes, "You is dominating." You is
Yeah.
on a, yeah. I think maybe
You
that's
is
why. he
good.
does
That
it.
makes you feel good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like positive affirmations. You wake up, and that's the mantra that you say to yourself in the mirror every day. I wish the camera was on you.
Practice those.
That's it.
Maybe Dota should have better affirmations. You know, you get like 5 kills in a row. It's, You're a beautiful soul.
It is almost like every year the talent get a say in what voice lines could go into the game, and they could say something very
Yes, and
beautiful
we only
and
choose the
affirming.
most toxic things possible without crossing over the line. Otherwise, Valve rejects it. But
Get sent right
listen,
back
that's
into
just because we know what sells. We're just trying to make money,
so supply and demand.
right?
Yeah.
Well, wasn't Gaimin's voice line a positive one?
Yeah, but
You're
people
a
use it
very
ironically.
good and beautiful soul, space crab, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't listen to that.
You said you didn't really know the carry player too much, Cap, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, just so you know, does not actually play Meepo at all. But what we just saw in the previous series is the Morphling.
Yes.
And I feel like that is a hero people have to start being aware of.
Wow, you're really trying to
Stay
transition into the Dota talk.
I feel like
really
I am
abrupt.
bashing my head against the wall here. I'm like, so Dota, am I right? Is that why you guys are here? Or are you guys just here?
Listen, we have to talk about Dota. As soon as the game starts, it's like 40 minutes of Dota, all right? We got a little bit of time for ourselves here, Nat, where we don't have to talk about Dota.
What do you think Snaking's coffee order is? Just black, straight up, like no sugar, just 6 shots of espresso.
Throw in some ice cubes. That's it. That sounds about right.
He looks a little agitated. I've known the king for years. That's
Nat!
That's an agitated king.
What does this coin toss mean?
That whoever won it prefers either Radiant or first pick.
Very good. Great answer. Great answer.
Thank you. Was there a different answer that I could have gone with?
Well, we could
That
have
they
gone a
don't
little
prefer Dire.
analysis. Why is Radiant better than Dire?
Isn't it something like
Say Sentries.
Yep. That's what I was leaning to.
It's about Sentries.
I was looking for Avery for
Well, that's Avery's. That's what he says. It's all
Okay.
about the Sentries.
It's part of it. It's only part of the puzzle.
Sorry, just kind of losing my composure here. I think I'm still stuck on the question about what
This
sort
is
of
why you
coffee
don't put
Snaking has.
commentators in a panel, Nat.
Let's discuss.
You give us too much. You give us too much free flow without any direction. You know, the
And
game
then,
is
and
the
then I'm like,
direction.
oh, Meepo, he
It
doesn't
keeps
play
us on
that. What
track.
about Morphling?
Watch him pick Meepo. I mean, let's discuss Morphling since it's on the table.
Okay, yeah. Do you know what his win rate is?
I know
on
he's.
you?
I know he's blue. I know he has the least polygons in the game.
No, I'm talking about you specifically.
Oh,
No,
you's-
not like you as
His
an Avery.
pub win rate or his competitive win rate?
Both, either. Do you know either?
69%.
Close. Avery, Cap, do you know it?
69.9%.
No, I guess if we're doing Price is Right, nearest, it would be Avery.
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
The dub machine takes another.
Yeah, it's a 52.8% win rate.
Oh, that's not that good. Wait, why would you bring that stat up then? That's like completely normal.
Oh, well, do you want to know a non-average stat? That he has 352 average lost hits.
Why did you memorize that?
What?
You were like, this is going to help the draft panel.
Because I really thought we were going to talk about Dota on this panel, and apparently I was
all right.
wrong.
Here's a
all
stat.
right, here's a
stat. All right, Avery,
I
hit
got a
me with
stat
it.
for. I got a stat for you.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Husk.
Huska.
You ban the
that's not a-
Huska
that's
versus
not
the Huska Master.
True.
Still not a stat.
That's a stat.
How many times has Huska been banned against Falcons?
I don't know. That's why I'm pointing out. I actually don't remember the last time I saw a first phase Huska ban.
First phase, yeah, I would agree with. That is very, very niche. I feel like if you're ever coming up against Falcons, people love to take out the Amar heroes most.
What does
I
that
mean,
say?
in Liga versus Falcons matchup, I think it's been banned 100% of the time.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Is this the first time they've gone up against each other?
Probably.
I mean, why would you ban Huskar first phase? You want Ember? Just gonna first pick Ember Spirit?
Surely not.
That'd be dank.
Dank is in bad or dank is in the colloquial term of really good?
You decide.
That's a fantastic
Was that a
answer.
serious question?
Yeah.
Like, is this an Australian thing? Like,
Is that not
is
an American
dank a
thing?
negative word? I've never heard it used
Okay.
negatively.
Okay.
Unless,
alright.
like, your basement's
You're
dank.
talking about
Yeah, exactly.
dank,
Yeah,
dark
that's-
setup.
I mean, we're Zoomers, so.
Oh. Yes, you and I, same generation. We're
Well.
practically the same.
Yeah.
Pretty much twins, I would say,
Yeah, I
actually.
don't
Especially not color red. Okay.
I do
Trying to
like
be
the red.
relatable.
That was good. That's
you.
very red.
There are no other series between Falcons and Liga. I was
So you
correct.
were right.
100%.
Cap with the stats, coming in clutch.
Okay, so I think for this first pick, we probably want to be able to see a carry that gets around 350 last hits. Do you guys know
No.
any heroes that fit that marker?
That would also be first phase, first pick? No, not really.
Okay.
Because like I would have said Morphling otherwise, but
Oh,
I
okay.
would have saved that until later. You want to see a couple more heroes before you pick Morphling.
Fair enough.
Can't just-
Skeeter's not impressed by this Sand King pick.
I don't think he's
I don't even know if he knows.
impressed by anything. Does he even know the
doesn't
draft
know
is going
what got
on?
picked.
Does
I
he
don't
know?
Does he know the game started? He's just like, he's incredibly unimpressed in this series so far. He's looking at Aui's draft notes.
That's what made him unimpressed.
Man, this
Someone
guy
interested.
He's got to pick up the slack.
Enchantress, how many games have you guys seen of Enchantress in the last 6 months specifically?
Decent amount.
That's a good measure.
31.
Measure. 31.
31.
You personally have seen 31 games.
Yeah, I
of
looked into
competitive.
my mind palace and went through the replays of all the games that I've casted. And it's 31 Enchantress games in the last 6 months.
I will
Very
say,
popular hero.
on a more real note, the fact that Falcons feel they can commit a first phase ban to Nyx Assassin just to open up this Enchantress says to me that they are not afraid of a lot of Liga's top picks. You know, they left a lot in the pool to ban an Enigma plus a Nyx into an Ench pick. It's like, I don't know. This is very confident. That's what I will say. I think they are just extremely confident that they're the better team and they're going to win with the skill diff today.
They actually only win
Possible.
60% of the time with Enchantress over about 45 games.
Is that a real stat? Or you
Yes,
just
in the
make that
last
up?
year. In the last year, there has been 45 Enchantress Falcons games with a 60%
That's not
win rate.
very good because I imagine Falcons have
Yeah, what's their win rate? Probably like
probably
70%.
over 60% win rate. So that's actually a losing hero
The
for
team's
them.
win rate, the team's overall win rate in the past competitive year is what you're.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
70. It's 70.65.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
it's
I
a
said,
losing
70.
hero for them.
Yes. Yeah, I guess.
It's a negative 10% drop.
I mean, how many of them, might have been paired with other heroes that are actually like a 2% win rate for them,
That sounds extremely unlikely.
I don't know. They like never win on Storm Spirit, so that one actually might genuinely have a 0% win rate.
Is that why they
for them.
banned it at the start?
Yeah,
Like,
they're actually trying to.
this
not,
hero's OP,
They're not
but
trying
we
to
can't
debate
make it
themselves.
Man, Bounty Hunter ban too. These bans are all over the place.
Yeah,
I
they
must
really
say.
are.
Like, I don't know. This is to me does not strike the hero pool that Liga has been playing so far this event, which is why it's weird to me. Like I don't feel like they're targeting. We haven't really seen Liga play Bounty. They've been playing Pugna. Wouldn't be surprised to see Liga just take Pugna again because apparently that hero's just busted in their hands or the grid stroke.
I think the bounty, like you're right, it might not be Liga. I think it's just general, not interested in it being in the game because I do know it's rising a lot in popularity in pubs. It's like 55.5% win rate in pubs.
There's too
right
many
now.
numbers on this panel. I'll be honest. I mean,
Well, I'm just saying, I got nothing else to offer you.
I mean, you
That's
did
not
come
true.
very, very prepared. Way more
yeah, I
than
respect
Jenkins
that.
did.
Yes.
You're a professional.
Thank you.
Give you that.
It's over 5,000 games, by the way, that it's a 55% win rate. That's
I mean,
a lot.
it is a scary hero. I don't know. It's not a hero Liga's been picking or playing really at all. Maybe Falcons are just terrified of this hero.
Yo, I just want to say, I got sent a chat message here. Somebody said, here for her. You're a liar, Colby. You didn't even know she was going to be on this panel.
Maybe I messaged him.
I didn't even know
might
she
be
was
my
going to be
friend.
on this.
You actually,
Yeah,
you actually
we showed up to our casting
I was
desk
here,
and we're
like,
like, what's Nat doing here?
Like, we didn't actually think she did any work.
Monkey
she's not allowed to be on the
True,
main
I
stream.
haven't seen you do
That's
any
because I've
work
been on the
yet.
B stream.
If I say the
B
words
stream for B talent?
That's right. That's right. That's why I'm the only one over there.
if I say the words monkey bat, what comes to your mind?
Look, I do remember a great
Sounds like a zoo.
philosopher. Once I can't even insert this quote in anymore.
Go ahead.
No,
I want to
It's
hear
because
about this
it's-
philosopher.
No, it's because you were talking about, B tier talent, A tier talent. I know
yeah.
Jenkins has been here a lot, and he's influenced me a lot with these quotes. He said, "He who laughed last laughed the most." Something like that.
What's that got to do with anything?
That's not how the quote
I'm
goes.
so confused right now. There's the Morphling though. It actually
Nat, can
came
we
out.
get back on track? The Morphling is back.
First you want to derail it, and I'm trying to talk about Dota. Now you want to talk about Dota, and I'm
Nat,
derailing
can you
it.
get serious, please?
Okay.
I mean, Skeeter found your joke funny. That's the most reaction we've seen from him all draft. Or he finds the Morphling pick funny.
That's because he thinks that he can beat it.
Possibly.
I think the big man might be able to beat it.
Big man.
The big man for Falcons.
Who told you about the big man?
What?
Who told you?
What do you mean? Who do you think I'm
All right,
talking
we're going to
about?
have a discussion about that later. I'm going to figure that one out. I would not be surprised to see the Pangolier come out here for Falcons, though. It's looking like a juicy Pango game. They're a big Pango team as well.
True.
Stop laughing. This is a professional.
Sorry, my mistake. My mistake.
And I mean, is this a Grim? Is this a Pugna? Which is it for Liga? Those are the only two they can pick here. They have no other choice. So,
What would Yawa do?
who? What did you just?
Yeah.
Who would Yawar? What would Yawar do?
I feel like
Sounds like
I
a
have to come
southern
clean.
accent.
I feel like I have
You
to
know
come
what?
clean.
Yeah, War would
I feel like I
do?
have to come clean. I've literally had Jenkins in my
What?
ear this whole time giving me stats and things to say.
Is that true? Oh my God!
He said the big man has a 47.5%
I knew
win
when I
rate.
heard that something was going on. This is just a giant Jenkins bit. God, I hate him. I actually hate him. Just for the record.
Now I understand why you brought up Jenkins earlier.
I had to. I was trying to find every way to subtly show you that Jenkins was in my ear. And
Now it makes sense why nothing you were talking about made any sense.
Yeah.
It was delayed by like 30 seconds because Jenkins had to Google the stats.
He got us. He got us with that one. I'm not too proud.
Yeah,
to
that was a
admit
really good idea, Jenkins. Definitely yours and not mine.
it. What a segment.
What a segment. Anyway, we still have the last bit of the draft. I have to navigate myself now. I think Jenkins has given up.
Now I'm disappointed in you. I thought you came into this really prepared.
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed.
Yeah.
Well, now you make me feel like shit.
But now, well,
Good.
maybe you should.
That's what you get for your trickery and
Yeah.
deceit.
Yeah,
You were
I
deceptive.
thought it would be funnier, but Jenkins was actually really, really bad at feeding me lines.
I believe
he,
that.
He would give me like 4 paragraphs at once and goes, now recite it back perfectly. And I'm like, I don't even remember the word you just said to me.
While you're trying to listen to us, I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. But I did hear you guys say the Pugna. And the Pugna did end up coming out. He has given up. He's walking past us now. He's giving us the
Yeah, great bit, man. Really nice. Happy birthday, Jenkins. Everybody, it's
Happy
Jenkins'
Happy birthday,
birthday,
Jenkins.
Jenkins. Everybody wish
Happy birthday,
Jenkins
Jenny.
a happy
Send
birthday.
him nice
He's
messages.
turning 31. And if you didn't
that's
know,
rough.
if you factor in time zones, Jenkins and I actually have the same birthday.
That's a little creepy, but okay.
Wait, so your birthday is tomorrow?
Yep. Which is weird that we're so closely born together, right, Jenkins? Just 3 years.
Speaking of surprises, though,
Yep. Or no surprises with
what
the band.
is going to be the last pick in this draft, Nat?
The big man.
You don't even know
It's
what
Pudge.
that means.
It's Pudge.
Yeah, but you don't understand it.
Okay, all right. Well, now
There's
he's
a-
now
there's
he's
a
trying to gatekeep the big man. Now he's trying to gatekeep Pudge. Okay.
Look, when you
If
gotta
we're-
pick the big man, you gotta
the
pick
big
him.
man down.
Anything else you want to gatekeep?
No, that's it.
Okay,
All
just
right,
that
so
one. Just the big man.
can we be clear about what we need on each
Yes.
side here? Does
Yes.
Liga need an offlaner?
Yes.
Are they doing mid Sand King?
Probably. I mean, they're gonna try and dodge this Monkey Sand King matchup, but I don't know if they can. They do ban the Pango, which is what I thought Falcons were gonna take. I feel like they still should have maybe just taken that Pango because they'll play it on either lane. I don't know how valuable this Brood was to get. I mean, if the Brood pops off, obviously you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that was a great Brood pick, and the Zero can't do that. But it is into the Morph lane. It is into the Sand King. This isn't an ultimately free Brood game.
I just wonder that if you run the Sand King mid, and let's say Falcons in their mind have already wanted to put the Monkey King in safe lane, what do you want to pick in mid?
I mean, they want to put this Monkey mid because they banned Dazzle. I mean, I guess it could be off-lane Dazzle too.
I'm just wondering, like, if we just set like the parameters of one,
Yeah.
how good are the options for it? And if they're not that good, then it feels like it has to be the other way, right?
There
like,
is still Invoker left for them.
Okay.
So if they want to play the safe lane Monkey, I'd say it's either like Invoker, Queen of Pain,
Quap, yeah.
TA maybe. If you're playing the mid Monkey, Skeeter's. I don't even know what Skeeter really likes this patch, but you could just go Alk. I don't know actually. What looks too good here from the carry position?
Liga did do the offlane Dazzle against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
I
game.
forgot about that, but that's why it still could point this Monkey. I feel like I'd be more confident picking a mid here, honestly, for Falcons, even if they want to try and force this Monkey Sand King matchup. Might just make their lineup look better.
I think it just feels more natural
Burst
for
Fear.
them.
All right, they banned the Invoker, so they didn't want it. Take the other mobility mid. Mallory doesn't look too happy about having to play this hero.
So if you're a Liga, you
PTSD.
could be totally fine leaving the Sand King mid against this.
Yeah, now you have some more options. You have a free core pick basically here lane-wise. You could pick something to really try and dunk on this Monkey. An Enigma, a Viper. You get real nasty with it, but these heroes generally aren't too good versus Brood.
Underlord?
It's okay. This hero just hasn't looked great. What about Earthshaker, dude?
That sounds
dank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like a dark,
nope, they didn't do it.
dank basement.
They went for the
That's
stable
what the
pick.
Earthshaker is.
The Puck, the non-dank hero, the cringe hero.
Yeah, you feel very unimpressed. It feels like you're very unimpressed by it, Avery.
I mean, it's a fine Puck pick.
I think they have decent answers to Puck, right? They have some good disables to get on him.
Yeah, it's not a free Puck game. I don't think this hero is that amazing versus Brood. I'm not super sold on this Puck pick. I think there's probably something better out there. I don't know exactly what it was. They were really low on time, though. That's probably the biggest factor. They had like 10 seconds reserve left. So sometimes that pressures you into, all right, let's just get like a good hero out there. We don't have a lot of time to think of that ultimate optimal pick if we had a minute. That might have been a little bit of a time clock on them, but
Well, maybe we should get some stats to sway our argument here. What's the average KDA of Mirage's Puck there, Nat?
Unfortunately, I no longer have my stat man in my ear, so I couldn't give that one to you. I wasn't actually expecting the puck pick. That's why I didn't come prepared with those stats.
That's why they call you Statty Natty.
It is. How did you know that? Changed my Discord name to that one.
You like that, huh?
I did like
It's a
that
good
one.
nickname.
Avery, you come out with absolute bangers.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I feel like people are going to read into that and think I was being sarcastic, but that did come from the heart.
I didn't know you had one, but
Now I feel
I'll
like it
take
is
anyway.
sarcastic. The more
Okay,
you.
it shouldn't
Yeah.
have doubled
Oh,
down on it.
predictions.
Sorry.
Falcons.
I think
No. don't.
Avery should go next.
No,
what I was
you
gonna
have
say,
to go second.
What I was going to say
We're
was,
going in
was
order.
I was going to flame Falcons. I feel like they learnt from the grand finals and they've just run back a heroic draft, and we'll see if it's second time Earth Spirit is any better for Malrine than the first time he played it.
Okay, so
There's a no.
who are you predicting to win?
Liga.
I'll take Falcons. I think your
Did you-
prediction is foolish, and you will be proven wrong.
Were
in
you
due time.
always just going to go against me?
Yes,
Okay, so it was no
that's
matter what I was
all I do.
And she was always going to go against Falcons, so you were always fated
fated to go for them.
to go for them.
After you shit talked them so much in the pregame as well.
Did I?
Yeah, you said they're all awful people.
Well,
No, I just said Snakey's Twitter is.
You can tweet at him afterwards, depending on how this game goes.
I mean, to be fair, the Falcons' social media personas / all chat personas
okay, quickly rank
have
them.
been fairly contentious.
Quickly rank them of when it comes to online, whether it's in game or on Twitter. Who's the worst to best? Like, who's the most toxic to least?
The most toxic in
Yeah.
terms of the all chatting and all of that.
And Twitter, all social media, everything.
I mean, it's probably ATF snaking in the top 2,
okay, but you have to pick one quickly.
Skeeter in the 3rd slot,
Okay.
and then
well, Maureen follows Amar's footsteps
But
when it
Malrine
comes to
is
the
really
toxicity.
nice on
He is.
Twitter.
He's
I mean, Crit is the least. We all agree
obviously.
on that.
Okay.
All right, the game started.
Anyway,
so
yeah, I'm
he's
going
a
to leave
real
here. I would
piece
love
of-
to stay and give you guys some more stats, but I've run out of juice, so I'm just going to go
Unfortunate.
do literally anything else. Have a good game. We'll see who wins and comes out on top. Bye.
All right. Let's get into the game, shall we?
Wow, what a panel.
That was an interesting one.
Yeah,
I
that
feel like
was,
I'm completely unprepared for this game.
I'd be interested to see the viewer feedback on that
I'm
panel.
sure it's not good. Except for Colby. He really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I guess there's always one. We'll see some facets out here. Anything interesting? Nothing too crazy. Stoked for the Bat Rider, though. I think this is a facet that we did not see for a huge amount of time.
Yep.
See if it has any impact in this game. I don't think it's like the biggest facet, but could be a little bit of extra something when you're pulling heroes back. The banana threatening the rune.
Snaking opted for the more offensive Enchantress facet, which I always just feel like the other one's better, but
we're seeing this more, though. We're seeing people go back to kind of the DPS impetus style Enchantress as opposed to the heal bot.
yeah. And I guess that is much better against Morphling, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a
pure damage
strong
against that hero is-
style of the hero. It's also an argument for why this hero's come back to being a better early support pick, because now you have some more flexibility. You can play the frontline Enchantress with the heal facet. You can play the DPS Enchantress that can still frontline here. It's not like you're that weak.
Apparently he's not frontlining for Skeeter.
Yeah, he got messed up on that wave, man.
God damn.
Should have banned that Pugna, I'm telling you. This is a hero that has been doing work for Liga. See if
And
it-
we heard No Fear talking about he really likes the flex potential of this hero.
Yes.
They're willing to play it 4 or 5, so they can dodge bad laning matchups.
I mean, I will say, I'm not going to say Pugna's broken. I don't think he's even necessarily in the top 20%. But the thing about this hero is people forget how to play against it because you don't see it for a while, and then some teams playing it, and it's a hero that if you do not address it, it wins games. It's really good at what it does. It's one of the best heroes in Dota at what it does, and when he just
What
has...
does it do?
I mean, he's just a team fight boss, right? If he just gets to stay alive in fights and get multiple siphons, decreps, the wards down in the fight, he generally wins those fights.
Yeah.
Like, there's few supports in the game that sustain better than he does. I mean, Oracle comes to mind, and maybe, like, late game Treant with Holy Locket or something, or Keeper of the Light, but those are, I mean, that's niche, right?
Sure.
So this guy, he can win you some games. He can win you some team fights. If you can't get on him early, if you can't silence him, if you don't have the big counter picks such as the Brewmaster or Summons heroes that can get on the backline, he is really powerful. So I will give him that. And we'll see how much ATF can do with this Brood Mama in the off lane. They took this hero over the Pango in that slot that I think also would have been pretty good. So they had some options in that core flex slot. They ended up going for the summons hero, the hero that ATF can perhaps just carry the game on. I'll also be interested in what his itemization is this game. How much does he skew towards something like a pipe, which looks incredibly good versus Liga's lineup and seems the obvious choice, versus just more right-click carry that we know ATF does enjoy.
Looking back to the drafts that Falcons lost with, they did lose with the Pango, so maybe they lost a little faith in the hero. They also beat Spirit's Pango, so maybe they just don't feel it's as strong as the trajectory was off of Wallachia, which obviously the hero was very popular there.
He hasn't looked as strong as I would have expected him to, but maybe that's still people figuring out the new version of this hero, what he works well with it, how to play him. So far, lanes going pretty well for Falcons here. That Morph lane's getting shut down. Maureen is owning this mid matchup.
It really is. Is he supposed to be doing this well?
I don't know if you do this well, but in theory, you're a melee hero with high base damage versus pucks, so you can win the CS battle if you're not getting out region abused, and I guess that's fairly hard for the puck to achieve. I can definitely see this outcome in the cards.
And then this top lane seems to be just a constant battle between the two supports.
Yep.
Pugna with the extra range, but Snake King with the extra sustain, thanks to the heal.
I mean, this is the Monkey Sand King matchup Falcons wanted. They eventually forced it. But so far, the lane is going well for Alberca here.
Yeah, 20-3, better than Skeeter's doing.
Though we do have to remember, Skeeter took a little damage on the rune, and then that first wave, he got super messed up. So I think that just put them on the back foot. You can't play as aggressive as you wanted in some of these early waves and get the Jingu up. He's still doing absolutely fine on this lane.
On the other side, you, with the Morphling, is matched up against the Broodmother. A matchup that will be a problem later on, but it seems to be a problem right now. Yeah, 10-6.
Not doing well in this early CS department. Not even sure why. Maybe just getting out CS'd.
I mean, I feel like Batrider is always a bad matchup for you as a Morphling, right? It's a hero that doesn't really run out of damage. You can't just like strength morph and be like, oh, that's fine. The sticky napalm just keeps stacking up.
That's fair. ATF's also just a CS beast. True. This guy tends to just out last hit most players in the world.
He beats you on the last hits, and then he buys a couple of Wraith Bands or a couple of Bracers, and then he keeps out last hitting you with those extra stats. That's kind of his
good strat. MO. Oh, Jingu not.
Okay.
Didn't get it before the strike.
Yeah.
A little sad for Skeeter. Nice jukes in the trees. Early boots for the Monkey King trying to apply the pressure in the melee on melee, but early boots for Alberca to match him right there. And a little wave pull to reset the equilibrium. This off lane going quite well.
Yeah, if you could pull this lane back and keep it in front of your tower, you're in a great position as Liga.
Especially versus Enchantress. This just makes... Yeah. There's no play here for Snake King. Can't run a hero down the lane with the Enchant and the Jingu. There's no real dive potential. The lane, the Regent trade hasn't gone well enough for you. It makes the gate rotation a little trickier because the lane is so far up for the Monkey that if you leave the Monkey, he might not get that much. So Snake King's going to go into the enemy jungle, maybe threaten the mid backstab if this puck is low enough, which Mirage is getting chipped and both supports are rotating. So Falcons are going to look for this mid dive. It's very doable. It's getting scouted a bit.
Yeah, 1J sees at least one side of it. Maureen, with his extra distance, tries to pounce on it, but really good Decrepify TP. Just unfortunately, Decrepify didn't last long enough. Now Mirage is in some trouble. He may have to use the coil to keep himself alive. Gets a hop away with Waning Rift. Of course, the Earth Spirit can keep pursuing. Throws the coil now, gets inside the snowball. It's not enough to be able to keep the puck alive, but maybe they can kill Maureen in the process, and they do manage to do so. Panto fighting out with Crit, trying to get that kill before he goes down as well. A 2 against 3, and they trade 2-2. Not too bad for Liga, honestly.
I mean, Panto definitely happy with his impact there and what he got out of it. Maureen did get the kill first, so your puck's a little sad. Your Earth Spirit's kind of okay with that exchange. I mean, Snake King got a lot of solo XP, so he's almost level 5. He's pretty happy. Kind of a weird exchange overall. Not exactly what either team wanted, but Falcons definitely the victors overall. And this Earth Spirit gets to come straight back in the mid with Magnetize up, whereas the coil is down. That's a big difference here as well.
I guess the question is, what were you doing in the meantime with that extra support? was what was the Pugna up to? Seems like maybe stacking up triangle a bit. They do have a very aggressive ward, though, on the side of Falcons, spotting this out. Panto.
Very risky play.
Yeah. Especially considering the TP
stacks.
rotations could come in, but I think he should get it, right? If he executes this
that was
right,
early.
that was early, but he might still be good enough. He does. Turns out it was the perfect timing. Snowball stun lasts just long enough, and he got the neutral deny. Panto,
okay?
that all worked perfectly for him.
Yeah, I thought that was a little early. He just gets it on the dot.
Alberca burrow strikes ahead of the roll-in from Malrine, and that will let him live.
Wasted magnetize.
Wasted magnetize. Rotations not quite fully working out for Falcons the way they intended.
Yeah, not the biggest deal since they still have the 2 side laners free farming here mostly. And you're forcing heroes off the map. Like, you're looking at this net worth disparity. This is what ATF wants, so 1v1 versus the Morph. At some point you come down here and kick him out, but for now he's getting exactly what he wants in this game. A lot of solo XP, a lot of solo free farm time. It's gonna be a big broodmother.
I always feel like necrotic webs is really impactful, but I always wish I could see like exactly how much HP the Morphling is lost out on in this matchup because of that facet, you know?
It's probably less than you think and more than you would know.
That sounds like something. Is Jenkins speaking in your ear right now?
Do you know what the win rate for necrotic webs is across?
Blink twice if he's forcing you to say these things.
No, don't worry. We kicked them out of the facility, so.
Okay.
Still no real early rotations from this Enchantress. Not that you have to land them, but there was the one mid. That was kind of it. He is high level, though. Staking having a pretty solid early game, whereas Crit, his levels, well, he's missing a lot and probably will go down here to the coil, I'd imagine. Oh, he got the snap.
Snap the coil. Oops.
That was a little early there. He might have been able to live. I don't know. That's tough. I mean, whatever. You get coiled on a support. Walk it off. Malrine TP bottom, but there's nobody in this lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to a Morphling lane, and a Morphling lane that he is probably abandoning pretty early on.
Yeah, can't stand here.
It's a Broodmother.
This is the timing of the Broodmother in this matchup.
It's going to be a super fast Orchid, which is just going to devastate the Liga lineup, man. You've got Puck, Morphling. That Orchid is going to be super effective.
So he's going to go more of the single target carry route as opposed to an early pipe.
Got the slowdown on him. 4 more seconds till another roll. Tried to drink in buddies, pull him a bit farther, and that's enough to dissuade Falcons from going for it. Meanwhile, 1J is doing his thing. Starts chipping away at the towers where he can. With the Nether Blast, will be punished, though. TP way denied by the Boundless Strike. Nice snowball. Panto dodges the roll in from Malrine, but it is an overwhelming presence that Falcons brings to the mid lane. A single hero or two is not going to be enough to stand up against this 4-man squad of Falcons. 5-man, actually, as Broodmothers come across the map to join.
Very decisive, fast moves from Falcons. This is what you expect to see out of a top team. Make the rotations, find some numbers advantage, and get the collapse going. Suddenly 3K gold lead. Well, that Brood sucks up the whole map.
Mirage is maybe going to be in some trouble here as Malrine's going to kick after him. Got him inside the coil, but that will not stop the death from happening. Don't forget, you can follow the channel.
And that'll just be Brood and the Broodlings and some illusions laying into that tower. That tower is gone. Really nice rotations into this mid lane. Exactly the kind of gameplay you want with Brood and, you know, ATF. He's getting exactly what he wants this game. Nothing has slowed him down. Now he's going to start feasting on some of the enemy stacks here. Couple of centaurs to go into his pocket. He has a lot of space to operate in and not a lot to contest that Broodmother in the space. You kind of need Sand King Blink to make any sort of play on him. Even then, your damage follow-up is pretty light with Pugna Tusk. At least until you have ults online. Scary part of the game for Liga. Kind of just have to push through it here.
I guess that means if you're going Orchid on the Broodmother, you're not going to have an early pipe, which means it's really up to Alberca, right? Like, it means he has a better opportunity, perhaps, to win the game for Liga once he gets his Blink Dagger.
Have to make some plays behind the Sand King. You're going to get the tower chip mid, so you can even out some of the space, but he's thinking about pipe first. I don't I don't know about that. Is this even a good pipe game? I mean, it's good versus Earthspear, but pretty bad versus Brood Monkey. And I don't think you have a lineup that's just going to force objectives with pipe in this type of game, especially when you're behind, you're losing space.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like this. This feels very slow, very clunky. Yeah, you shut down some of Maureen's presence in the team fight, but I don't know if Earthspear, he's not the kind of hero who cares that much about pipe. He deals a lot of damage over the very long term. Compared to like Sand King, who has to output it all at the same time. And another Decrep TP that does not work.
Yeah, this is maxed out roll from the Earth Spirit, so he's always going to be able to get you.
This is some classic Falcons Dota right here. Just taking over the map, 3 cores, farming 3 different parts, supports make some rotations, and you just start gobbling up a net worth advantage. And that Orchid is done for the Brood. Blade Mail done for the Earth Spirit. 2 very strong cores on the map right now. Would not be surprised to see some smoke ganks come through on these 2 cores, rotate them to either enemy triangle, deep on radiant side of the map, look for the big pickoffs, look for the puck with the Orchid. That would be the biggest connection.
I mean, remember when Crit was like level 3 and dying? He joining in on this kill, get an extra assist golds, and pick up a Blink Dagger. So he's actually the most farm support of everybody in this game.
He had a really nice recovery. Got to sit bottom for a decent amount of time, and nobody ganked him down there. That's what happens.
So if it's not the Orchid, it's going to be the Blink Lasso. That is going to be a problem for this Morphling or for this Puck, which is why they need to be the ones starting these fights. They're going to go for it now.
Big smoke gank to try and land. They run right into him. All right.
Perfect target to run into.
Yeah, ATF had no idea that was there. And no blink on the Sand King needed. So that is a really valuable kill to get, especially on the Sand King. Get to clean up some spiders as well. Huge net worth injection. Really important smoke to land. You got to free up some space right now. That Brood was getting way too much. Your Morphling died top. Things were starting to collapse. At least you even it out a little here. Buy some time for Mirage to get the Witchblade up, work towards that Yules. His game's going to be really slow. There's a pathway to have impact in the late game fights. You need time right now. Can play a bit of a defensive game here on the side of Liga. I don't think it's too bad. Like, you have some scaling opportunities with this Morphling. So you get this defensive pipe up on your Sand King. You kind of sit behind each other. That's a good setup for Tusk Pugna to counter-initiate. The displacement of the Batrider Blink Lasso's a little annoying. And again, you're giving a lot of space to Broodmother. But the lineup can function okay from that position. Amp damage on Maureen is a little scary right now. That's why they're going for the smoking, trying to use the Bat Blink. They will get a good OBS out for their trouble. Really deep wards on the sides of the map right now for Falcons. You see the lane war top, 2 OBS bottom. They're trying to catch the rats scurrying out.
There's such a massive difference between Falcons and Liga's positioning on the map. Liga just huddled together as multiple heroes, while Falcons had a nice spread, much better map control for them. Liga, 1J still at it, trying to take this mid tower. He only needs 1 more blast to do so, but it'll take 1 more death for him to be able to get that objective, it seems, as he will die again.
And he has died 3 times trying to chip this tower down. Falcons have been on point with not letting him get it for free. And I'm surprised they're not just jumping this Sand King, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think they... Does Crit have the detection?
Maybe not.
For it? Yeah, he didn't have the detection ready to go, so...
All right, well, that's a good reason not to do it. Instead, they'll look for the play top. Try and get this puck with a little silence action. Missed
Didn't get him with the silence, but Batrider can still catch him, especially if Maureen hits the stun.
Really nice setup. Pincer maneuvered him.
Yeah.
Closing the map out once again as Snaking just will pick up some of the farm slack while the rest of the team makes these moves. This is how you play the map efficiently. I still think Liga's cores are actually doing better than I would expect while all this is happening. They're keeping the gap fairly close, despite having a lot less room to work with. The Broodmother King.
ATF has almost 72% win rate. with a 6.75 KD on Broodmother in 14 pro matches. I mean, this is why they picked it up before that final banning phase.
I feel like ATF probably has 70% win rate on a lot of heroes.
Yeah.
His team just wins a lot.
But does he have that good of KDA? 1 silence, 2 silence. Purple
Goodbye.
puck, dead puck.
The map state's just so tough for Mirage right now. There's no playmaking he can make. Doesn't have any survivability. His supports don't have the greatest synergy with him to help recover that game. You just got to buy some time. You do have the pipe on the Sand King. So if Falcons overcommit on a dive into Alberca, it could create a good fight for Liga.
They've got the detection this time around, but they actually do not pounce on it. There's some heroes coming in from Liga, from the high ground, but now the supports have just exposed themselves. And immediately, Falcons will try and pounce on that one. Amar quick to be able to pull them up to the high ground.
Welcome to the tower.
Oh, that was a beautiful play by Amar.
That was extremely cheeky.
Love that Malrine was just sitting up there ready to go too. And they still caught the Sand King. The original target of all this.
And making it look easy. Slice and dice and put them all on the cliff. And, I mean, ATF, this Orchid has done some work. He's just going to go back for the pipe. So he will have the single target focus. He will have the team fight capability. He'll have it all. This Brood is big and bad. Not a lot to contest him. Aggressive coil.
Oh, he just picked up a shield rune, though. They would have had him, I think.
Oof. Yeah, that's rough, man. And dude, you got to feel for Mirage here, man. Not a lot of playmaking opportunities. He finds a little opening, and, well, the hand of Gabe comes down and slaps you.
4-14. As much as Liga probably felt very good about going 1-3 and then 3-3 after the Nouns series and being able to rectify yesterday's mistakes, it seems like they may end up back in the hole.
All right. This is an important neutral token. Enchantress tier 2 neutral token for snaking.
Is it a Grove Bow?
Does not get the Grove Bow. Ooh, yeah, you see the player reaction there. That is a brutal blow to the king here.
Snaking. How could he make that kind of mistake?
AUI is going to have a talk with him after this game about bad neutral item RNG. Unacceptable at this level, but you know, even the best of us can falter. Also interesting to see Skeeter go back for this Gleipnir build-up on the monkey that he really liked in the previous patch. In fact, I think he's the carry player who builds the most Gleipnirs of anybody when it was at the top of the item chart. That item's been nerfed, though. So it's a lot slower than it used to be, not as efficient. Still favoring it, though. Feels like it's going to be nice this game versus the Morphling and the Puck. Can't blame him. It looks good on paper.
We had that matchup in Aurora, right? Monkey King versus Nature's Prophet. They both built Maelstrom. Neither one of them built Gleipnir,
right?
Because the item got nerfed so much. But for Falcons, do you feel like that's because Skeeter, like, he has Amar and Malrine, who both like to scale up a decent amount?
Yeah, 100%.
Particularly Amar, so it's better for him to get a more active item in that regard. You is going to be able to waveform away. 1J doesn't have that same kind of mobility, but he does have the suck. That'll keep him alive for 2 more seconds.
Well, nice escape for the Morphling at least. Keep his game going. I do think Skeeter plays a more, not necessarily sacrificial, but playmaking carry on this team. So that also pushes him towards that kind of itemization
Kind
more.
of following the footsteps of Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators and the
Yeah, a little
position being more active.
It's in that vein.
Yeah.
I would almost put him more in a, like, I actually wouldn't compare Skeeter to someone like Mickey. I would actually put him more in the vein of the old school aggressive carry players like Fear at TI5 or something.
Okay, yeah. What's the difference for you in your mind?
I think it's less about the tempo and more just about what you do for your team in starting fights and how you start them and set them up.
Okay.
Which some of that involves tempo for sure. But like, I think Mickey for Liquid, he does a lot to control the tempo and pick up the pace and just play really fast. I don't think Skeeter needs he's not this guy who's like, we need to go, let's just play ultra fast guys. I mean, maybe he is, I don't know. I think it's more about, he's a really good fight starter. Like, this guy's he initiates a lot of fights for this team. And that's sometimes hard to do from carry. On top of that, he's a guy, if you go back to the Tundra TI win, who was playing a lot of illusion carries that set the map up for the fights.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of think of him. Like,
Okay.
He sets the plate for the team, and he'll jump in the fire. You know, he'll be the first into the pit. He'll be the first one getting his tree cut from the teammates and not complain about it. You know, that's not an easy role sometimes to play from carry. So I think it's cool to see that it works well for this team and they built around it. And
yeah,
Gaimin or
that's
Monkey is
particularly
a version.
important if Amar is not going to be playing the initiators like, you know, the Mars that he used to play so much. If he's playing more Broodmothers, Vipers, Razors,
Exactly.
right?
If-
You want somebody else has got to be going in there and stunning.
it helps ATF's hero pool a lot. And maybe some of those heroes aren't in the meta, but I mean, I guarantee you something like the Gaimin or Monkey makes the rest of the team feel pretty good, right? Like, oh, this guy's going to go in first. He's going to attract a lot of attention, take a lot of nukes, stun some people, lock them down. All I have to do is go in and deal damage. I mean, life's easy.
And life does seem to be pretty easy for Falcons right now as they take away the enemy Tormentor. They're up 13, 12K actually. So
big
Liga, this game is just spiraling out of control. They need to do something to take control of their fate here. It's going to be a 5-man smoke up down mid to find anything. There's nothing there though. Falcons are doing the other Tormentor.
Yeah, they're just getting a lot of net worth advantage out of this Aegis period while Liga have sat back and, well, taken the L during this last 5 minutes. Falcons have taken the gold as a lot of it is going into their supports. A big component of where this team builds the net worth lead is their two supports are not afraid to suck up the side lanes. Hurricane Pike plus Shard already done for this Enchantress. Absolutely massive. His bat is not far behind. That's part of the problem. Like, yeah, your Morphling has a good scaling game, but he can't just 1v5 this game into two supports that are going to be hard to bring down. They're going to deal a lot of damage, be really annoying, on top of 3 cores who are all scaling into the late game. Have to make a move shortly if you're Liga once this Aegis expires. And another puck death is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, this is why we were talking about it not being the best puck game in the world. At any point in time, you could get Boundless Struck. The silence is pretty fast there from the Earth Spirit. And that's all without the early Orchid that Broodmother ended up going. Amar opted for that choice. You trying to disguise himself. Almost got Skeeter with that cool little play.
That's Aegis expiring in 10 seconds, though, so you don't really want to kill him here.
That's true. Panto, he goes for a TP out underneath Wukong's man. Not going to work for you. Going for a TP up, but got caught by the lasso. So the setup there just does not work at all for Liga and gets 2 of their heroes killed in the process.
There's just nowhere to go on this map. Consistently getting outnumbered. The map movement has been way better and more efficient from Falcons here. I mean, they are masters of playing the map, showing why. 18K gold lead out of nowhere. It's exploded, and this Enchantress is above 2 of your cores right now. Snaking. Living the life of a king, man. This guy likes to get some creeps in. Well, he got a lot of them this game.
Yeah,
In fact, what is his CS? Can we see that?
You're going to be dealing with
be
4th core for sure.
We'll eventually get it here as... I mean, how many more plays do Liga have in the tank?
I legitimately think they only have like 1.
Hexel and Brood, that is also... Well, that is also going to shut down a lot of the puck activity if it wasn't
Just as
enough.
the puck gets Blink Dagger. He's getting Blink Dagger at the same time the enemy team is getting Scythe Device. That's
Yeah.
a
Well, you're about to
bad puck game.
Blink into the Scythe. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Hope he has a fun time with it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Boy, Alberca really did not ever manage to hit the ground running on this Sand King. He was the only person who could with the puck shut down so heavily by Falcons' item choices. Now he's on the run, Burrow striking away, but there's Skeeter waiting for him on a tree, ready to go with that Gleichner. Quick TP over to the other side of the map. Panto, he's going to try and dissuade them from chasing after you. You waveforming over. Oh, blocked. Actually managed to get in front of the ball, but the lasso still lands. All that effort from Panto to try and get you out of here, and none of it works. At least he gets his own life out.
I mean, he survived, so that's something, but the map continuing to close, and the lead continuing to build, and yeah, you missed a lot of your window to come back with some kind of crazy Sand King smoke play.
You know what else is something? You could follow the channel, Avery.
That's true. Okay, can they get ATF? Ooh, body blocks. Can't body block him. Ooh.
Body blocks. Can't body block him. That's nice play-by-play. I like that.
All right, they got him, man. That is a almost 2,000 gold kill.
Oh my God, that's, yeah.
And hey, your puck is back above the Enchantress here, so.
Are you doing the...
Hey, look, Sand King went the Mage Slayer. I told you, Mage Slayer versus the Sand King, man. It's so good.
You know what else is good, Avery? Phone the channel.
It's true. Definitely hit that follow as we follow Liga down mid lane. They are looking for something with this 5-on-4. They don't have the vision, though. Their wards have been a bit scattered, which, I mean, they just don't have the map control to get deep vision out right now. Okay, that's a gift if you see it. Do you see it?
They see it. And they'll not look that...
Another big find. Roche is up, so...
Horse gift in the mouth.
Kill matters a lot. You can chain like one more kill off this, maybe get a Roshan. There's
yeah, I mean, they do have these heroes kind of cornered around the map, but they don't seem to quite know about it, or maybe they're scared of just going up to the high ground. Panto's going to be sent on that suicide mission. He is walked into a lasso. Yeehaw, cowboy.
Did commit the Wukong. He's going to instantly buy.
Oh, no. Are they really not going to find anybody off of that, though? One TP away, a second TP out. The final person is the Monkey King hidden away in the trees, disguised himself in the forest. Did they ever get that, that info? I don't think so.
That's so awkward because if you know he doesn't have TP or he's low, you could maybe just Roche right here. Now you kind of have to guess. Maybe you just take the risk and do it anyway, which I think is the correct play. The Brood showed bottom, so there's a decent chance ATF can't get here too fast. It's a little slow, though. The Morphly needs to get here as fast as he can, pick up the slack. Another Yules for the Sand King. I mean, there's some stuff being built here from Liga. Their lineup is quite good at finding the single target burst off of a Sand King stun or some kind of pickoff, and this Aegis will go a long way. Butterfly timing for the Morphling as well. No evasion pierce on the side of Falcons at the moment. Okay, some big moves being made in a game that looked fairly dire. Some Hopium.
A little bit of Hopium.
Another smoke gank for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons, it never struck me as a team to just let the Aegis timeout, you know? They feel like they're stronger, they're going to take that fight anyway. Panto, he only has level 1 ice shards, so that combo doesn't kill the wave. All it does is get it to half.
Somebody will collect it eventually. Lasso on the Sand King.
Pull back in on the Sand King. Coil trying to stop that pullback, but he's still dead. The Wukong's command is out, so there's no fighting this for Liga. To give up on the Tusk as well. Malreen's still going to look for more with the Magnetize on all of these heroes. He hits the backline, goes for the Pugna, who may take out the last couple of seconds. Meanwhile, Falcons are hitting the retreat off of the buyback on the Sand King. They got that Pugna kill, and they did not lose anybody off of the buyback.
How did Insatiable Morphling doesn't have the shard yet, but was dealing
no levels of Insatiable Hunger. Also, he just tipped them.
As another reason, it doesn't do much here.
That was so cool when No Fear was talking about that. The thought process of like, yeah, you don't get Insatiable Hunger. He turns into you. He's like, oh, this guy doesn't have Insatiable Hunger. But then later on, you start leveling it up. Because that guy's already thinking, hey, well, he doesn't have Insatiable Hunger. I'm not going to turn into the Broodmother. He doesn't know you actually started leveling it up at some point.
I mean, he will see it at some point in the fight, but yeah, you get a couple fights out there where it's pretty annoying for the Morph. That was one of them. Now you are second guessing that. I mean, who else do you turn into this game, I guess, is another way to put it.
That's true. That last game you could turn into the Sand King, which was pretty good. This one is kind of...
The Earth Spirit one's not bad. You can just roll around, chain stun people. A little bit. It's not... I'm not saying it's good, but like... you don't have a lot of options here. It's not the greatest Morphling game in terms of stealing stuff away from Falcons outside of that Broodmother matchup, which you're not going to get here because ATF feels he does not need it to win this game.
What about Enchantress? Would that ever be good?
I mean, what would you use out of that kit? Heal?
Well, if you have the shard, you can.
That's a tanky Sand King.
It
That's a hasted Earth
is.
Spirit.
They could just play time here. Well, Panto snowballed in so deep, they'll just take the freebie on him. Instead of chasing after the other heroes, Amar was thinking about going across the river.
He's also got 6k gold.
Yeah,
so
he could buy off that BKB.
Thinking about a lot of things here. Probably BKB, maybe Nullifier would be nice here for all the Yules and the Decrep and all of that. Still building the bank, the Iron Bank of Amar.
Think he's going to loan that to somebody?
Probably.
Charge
yeah,
high interest rates to
and put it on the market at this point. It's losing you profit.
Careful there, you. You be careful.
Still an Aegis period. Still 2 minutes. Very awkward Aegis period because you were very far behind and you actually lost net worth lead. But I mean, if you can get a fight going in the next minute and a half, it's something.
He really wants that data list, though.
Yeah, I can't blame him. I mean, they do have a damage issue. Still very far behind. It's hard to look aggressively for the fights. BKB was the choice for ATF. And he's hard to go on. This is a Mage Slayer 2k HP Enchantress hard to go on. Glimmer Cape Bat Rider hard to go on. You really want to find this monkey if you can, but...
Smoke up. Down mid lane, they saw Mar.
I mean, you have to take risks in this game if you're Liga. You have to just smoke, plant a ward, try and jump something, and just burst that target.
Look at Falcons. They know this is coming. They've put Malrine up on the high ground with a ward to break the smoke.
He has got Craggy Coat plus Shiva's Guard.
That breaks, throws a ward, sees it, and manages to dodge the roll-in from Malrine. But Panto, once again, will be the victim of Falcons. Just nice setup. Just a good way to be able to break an enemy's smoke in desperation.
It's just nothing to go off of. No vision, no lanes in, no information. Way too easy for Falcons to read. Put that Earth Spirit on the front line, not the target you can jump. Impossible. Smoke gank really, and another power rune. Falcons feeling very comfortable in this game one. Gotta be some crazy high ground hold. I mean, that's all you got up your sleeve. Link is for the puck. That's something to deal with this Orchid Hex. Downside is he has Orchid and Hex.
Yeah, I was about to say, does it deal with it, or is he just going to be...
I mean, for puck it does, because you only need that one block. You can instantly phase shift. Sometimes that's good enough.
Sometimes. I think Amar is just going to see that link and just stack his instant cast items.
I mean, look, they got a lot of problems this game. They got 6 kills in 35 minutes. There's not a lot going for them. You gotta look for the small advantages you get them. Hey, there's a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they got a Wisdom Rune. Good work. I bet Alberca feels really good about that Wisdom Rune he just got.
Oh, it's something.
And Malrine's going to roll right past that gate. Slam into the Pugna. Fortunately, he's going to be bailed out by Panto's Snowball and a Lotus.
Has ATF taken Insatiable yet? That's another potential comeback mechanism if he levels it to level 4 and then your Morphling goes ham.
I almost feel like when you're ahead, I think, like No Fear was talking about, you're taking a risk leveling it up. I don't think Falcons needs to take that risk.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he will ever have to level at this game. And Nullifier completed. So now you have Orchid, Hex, and Nullifier on this Brood. Yeah, still no Insatiable. I mean, he's so obnoxious for your Sand King and your Puck, and yet your Morphling can't really do anything to leverage the Brood against himself.
If somehow Liga managed to keep this game going and we go another 20 minutes, then maybe Amar will start feeling like, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I have to start caring, but for now, no reason to give this Morphling that opportunity to use Insatiable plus Shard. Coil. broken, but the lasso pullback on Panto is actually not going to result in a kill. In fact, they're pushing forward on Liga, killing the Bat Rider, now going for a MAR as well. Falcons heroes were not here.
Yeah, they're all spread across the map.
They're going to be here soon, though. The cores are on their way.
That's an okay find here for Liga. Didn't cost them too much. They do have BKB available on the Morphling.
Yeah, it's a start. I feel like they could maybe push for more, but...
I mean, big question here is how many smokes they have left in this game. Like, we can't know, but it's probably not a lot. They committed a decent amount earlier. I don't really see any, so...
He didn't end up going Daedalus, went Butterfly. That was already countered by the MKB of the Monkey, but now he's going to use that Crystallis to make a Conda instead of a Daedalus.
Still have to respect the Morphling damage. You don't want to give up another Roshan here, too, if you're Falcons. You got to remember that last one went to Liga with some good pickoffs, and they're in that area right now.
And Roshan's potential spawn time starts now.
It's the last smoke, I think. They want to try and get a pick off into Roche. They're going to go for the gate backstab here.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. With Alberca on one side, the rest of the team sweeping in from behind, it could be really good for them.
Yeah, this could land, especially if you have a ward to place on a high ground or something. The Falcons, they know. They always know. They just smoked themselves. And now you gave up that Roche positioning. So now you're just in an awkward part of the map. It almost feels like you have to just cross it entirely.
Now it's Falcons who are smoking probably to the Roche
Look at the
pit.
vision, man. You don't see anything if you're Liga. Like, how do you land these plays when you see nothing? You don't have lanes in. There's the Brood spiders are always pushing in bottom, even if ATF's not there. And yep, you're gonna have to walk straight back to top to where you were. This feels pretty bad for Liga. Now you don't have that smoke for the fight, and Falcons are the ones with positioning around the pit. Still trying to finish that Conda on the Morphling as well. Really need that for the next fight.
Well, fortunately for Liga, and for you, he will have time to complete that Conda before the Roshan fight, as it is a late Roshan spawn. Still another 30 seconds to go.
It's not going to be a Radiant spawn.
Yeah, it's...
But can Falcons do it fast? I think if they have everybody in the pit, they can do it fast enough before it swaps. But it's not that fast. You don't have Insatiable on the Brood.
Yeah, the chances of them all being ready to hit it right away, I think is kind of low, unless they really have nothing else that they feel like they need to do.
We'll see how fast it is.
All right, they're starting to go over.
Yeah.
They're committed to, like, okay, it's going to be Radiant side. Let's set up for Radiant side Roshan. And the pick they get as a result of that is on the Sand King. We thought he had a few more seconds to push out another wave or two.
Yeah, probably thought they were going to Roche. And, well, they didn't. They took you instead. Not you, but...
Who's on first?
The proverbial you. The game continues. I guess that's something for Liga.
I feel like we've been sitting at a 20K lead for 20 minutes.
This game is getting stalled out. It's kind of weird. Maybe Falcons feel their high ground's just not that great.
Skeeter hops into death.
Oh, what is going on here? Was that just like an illusion bait or something?
Yeah, something like that.
That is another big kill to give up, and you're not doing Roche right now.
Yeah, did that just give Liga Roshan?
If they have another smoke, they can go. Absolutely. They could just push bottom, go Radiant Roche, 70 seconds. I mean, you absolutely make this play right now if you're Liga. You have to take risks in this game. You just got a major window, which also begs the question, if you're Falcons, like, why weren't you just Roshing? It can't be that slow that you refuse to do it at all. And you need it to go high ground eventually in this game.
Yeah, this has really turned from like the classic Falcons, like getting ahead, playing the map, and then getting further ahead and just comfortably being like, yeah, the game goes later. We don't really care. Now it feels like they really are actually slipping up. The game is getting stalled out, and Liga is beginning to mount a comeback of sorts.
Morphling's no joke. He's going to get another Aegis here. He has Drinking Buddies buff. He has decent control from his other heroes. You always have that annoying Pugna back there. This is a Refresher Shard, Roche. See who they give the Refresher Shard to, but you could just give it to the Morphling here, and he can play with 2 of everything.
It does seem to be the option, so he can have BKB for both lives.
You almost have a Shivas on this thing. I mean, this is... This game is not out of reach.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Falcons have given up it feels like a decent amount here that they didn't need to. Of course, they're still very far ahead, and if it comes to a straight 5-on-5 where they just get to press all their buttons, especially if a good lasso hits a core target, Malrine gets to play a full duration fight, yeah, they probably win that.
Spotted the Pugna. And we'll get that kill with some spiders.
Yeah, slurp them up. Easy pickings.
That'll probably kill this push that Liga was attempting here in the bottom lane, though they're going to stick around on this high ground, something similar to what Falcons was doing earlier, and see if somebody walks into them, and it's going to be the Enchantress.
Oh, he didn't die.
Oh, didn't quite kill him, and now the Broodmother is going to stall up their retreat. He is just waiting for the rest of the heroes to come in. He pounces in. He gets bursted. Malrine is now here, though, with the Magnetize, and Skeeter's going to come in with a Boundless Strike as well. Can they deal with this Morphling, though? The Morphling might be able to outdo them with the extra lives that he's got right now. You making his way out of the Wukong's command for now. Gets pulled back in by that lasso into the Wukong's command with the Scotty as well.
Needs that
refresher. This is going to
shard.
hurt. He has the refresher coming in, but there's going to be a couple of seconds here. We won't be able to activate it, and they're just going to be able to chain disable him, never letting him get it off.
Oh, that's a brutal fight for you. He could have done so much more there, but that Enchantress not dying is a huge deal. And you just don't have everybody for this fight. You only have 3 heroes there. You're missing the full squad. Not what you were looking for with that Aegis to try and turn this game around. Yeah, you lose the Brood if you're Falcons, but you get so much more. Liga push down once again. They do have buybacks here if Falcons try and push, but it's unlikely without the Brood. And this puck is doing some ratting. I mean, that's another factor here is the puck hasn't died in a while. And Mirage is starting to catch back up a little bit. Still has that cheese from earlier. He can rat this game a decent amount. Another Hex also on this Enchantress. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Where did that extra Hex come from?
Yep. That was snaking in there. I mean, the support net worth has definitely added up in this game for Falcons. You can't blame that if this game goes sour in any way.
True. Magnetize is now undispellable. So that will be very annoying for
That is a very good talent.
These long, drawn-out team fights, making it so Magnetize isn't dispellable is actually a big problem. They keep on taking Tormentors, man. That is every single hero on Falcons that has a shard. And I believe, did all of them get it for free? I think they did.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because it's not like the Broodmother's buying his.
Yeah, I don't think any of these heroes really want to buy theirs. Maybe you buy an Enchantress shard every now and then, but I'd much rather get it from the Tormentor, of course. Shiva's done for the Sand King, and Lincoln's for the Morph, trying to deal with all these hexes. Can't blame him. There's 2 of them, and they're quite obnoxious. So another big smoke gank, missing the puck 25. That's
level 25 with Aghanim Scepter soon.
Could be a turnaround point again. I mean, you keep losing net worth, but it feels like you're finding some items. And a blind high ground jump.
It spots Amar, but Amar gets off his BKB. Malrine with the counterattack. Rolls in, pops his own BKB, doesn't get the lockdown onto Mirage. Mirage is able to slip away, and Malrine kicks himself out of there.
So neither team finding much. And I think Liga happy with that because they found nothing on that jump and then managed to disengage.
Maybe you don't have the smokes for it, but you do have a gem, right? I feel like they should just try to take another team fight in the next, 30 seconds or so. You know you got 2 BKBs used on the side of Falcons. That's got to be big, right?
They're going to do exactly that. Gate top. I like this move. This has a decent chance of finding somebody. Still have this refresher shard on the Morphling. Have to be fast, though. Part of the issue in this game for them is the map movement from Falcons has been very quick. They have heroes that cross the distance very quickly between the Earth Spirit and the Monkey. It's been hard for Liga to just catch anything.
Man, if the puck just saw anybody there, the rest of the team would have swooped in from behind.
We'll get his level 25, though. And he could buy out for an Ags.
I mean,
Big damage spike.
This puck had just the worst game for a solid 30, 40 minutes, man. But he has made his way back into it. Pretty admirable. Snaking may be the one to be found here, but it's not the easy kills we saw earlier.
And look at the 2 side lanes, both getting ratted here.
Yeah.
Liga don't feel good about this group up if you can't find something. And they find nothing. And that was Okay, that was not a smoke use. That was a ninja gear.
Yeah. That was Bloodthorn done for Amar. The Aghanim Scepter done for the Punk.
Wait, so what are his 25 talents? Because one of them is an
yeah, the
insatiable,
attack,
right?
It's the BAT one.
Oh no, he has during insatiable. Yeah, so it's useless for him.
So he should take the incapacitating bite.
But he doesn't want to take that because I don't know how relevant it is. I mean, it has to. It's relevant, obviously, but.
So you're saying he's going to hold on to it in case he levels
Yeah,
up
I
insatiable
think,
bite
I think that's
to
what he's
also level
debating.
up that talent?
Because that talent is the better one, by far.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, he is going to come into one of these fights and be a right clicker.
I think
And
you
you better hope you end the game off that fight. Otherwise, Morphling's going to be like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a very weird situation. Where do you save 4 skill points plus a level 25 talent for that one surprise exchange?
That is exactly what he's doing, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. That is the theoretically correct play, I think.
We will have to keep an eye on when he finally does that. Like, we're not gonna see it beforehand, obviously. He's gonna do it in the middle of a fight and activate it. But it'll be cool to see if that play
it could be
wins
this
them
next
the
fight. It could be this next fight, right? We're getting to that point.
Yeah, we are.
This is a really nice high ground position for Liga. If Falcons run into it.
Yeah, with the mid lane pushing in, very likely somebody from Falcons can end up showing themselves.
Yeah.
48-minute power rune. They try and bait that one. Doesn't happen. Roll in from Malrine with the Shivas. Hits a bunch of heroes, pops the BKB. He's been coiled. They do manage to pump some heroes together here for Skeeter to come in with the Wukong Man, and they destroyed the toss. But still, Yu is after snaking, chasing after this support. He knows it does too much damage, but he's leaving the rest of his team behind. And at this point in time, maybe he should just keep running back to his base. He waveforms up to the high ground, goes for a TP away. They do not have the disables to stop him.
Refresher Shard is the only thing that bailed you out of that fight. He has a second BKB, a second waveform to get out of the Wukong. But there's just no real instant follow-up off punching the Earth Spirit there who BKB. There's no hexes on the side of Liga. If you don't land a Sand King stun at the start, you can't really burst a target. They're too tanky. Malrine can just roll or kick himself away. Falcons find 2 on that fight. Get the Refresher Shard out of the Morphling's hands. And that type of chaotic fight it's way too hard for Liga to play. Where that fight gets split on every different target, everyone's all over the place, they can't focus a single hero down. Their lineup just does not enjoy that kind of situation.
Panto.
What is going on?
He's trying to get out of there, pulls the...
Ooh, what was that?
That is some damage right now. That's the power of Conda.
That looked absurd. That looked like he crit him or something on top of it.
Yeah, one of those strikes, he must have been full agility, man. That was like 2k damage.
Oh, Wind Waker. For crit here on the bat, also really impactful. I mean, the single target burst is absurd for Liga. It's just really difficult to put it all together.
Yeah.
Puck does have Ags level 25 though, and that is a big damage upgrade. It still feels like the Wukong is king though. If everything gets dropped and everybody's just fighting and you're on a Wukong, Skeeter's gonna clean you up, especially with Refresher to back this double BKB, double Wukong. Now, like we saw there, you can burst the monkey. So a lot comes down to the initiation. So far, it feels like it's just been either the Malrine Earth Spirit rolling in to start the fight or the crit Bat Rider finding a lasso.
Ooh, Ninja Gear into an amp damage rune.
Massive rune.
Even with Falcons being set up around a high ground ward, this amp damage may just be too much for them. Raj's gonna jump in, instantly gets stunned up into a lasso. That is trouble as Mirage is dead already. The Wukong's command has been used and it's gonna kill Panto as well. That is not looking great, but Yu still has that amp damage and he is went to work, killing the Broodmother. Now he turns around, starts pumping some damage into Skeeter. He's fighting that Monkey King into the Wukong's command. He says it's worth it. They try and stop him. The Wukong's command is worn out, but no! Bashed up, the Gleipnir comes out, and that'll finish off Alberca as well. Falcons just by the skin of their teeth, man. Look at their HP on Malrine, on crit. The Monkey King got pretty low in that matchup, but they all managed to live.
That fight could have very easily gone Liga's way with how much damage they were outputting. That Broodmother disappeared, but the quick grabs on the puck at the start really salvaged that. It forces the buyback from the puck. It takes forever to get into that fight.
I mean, also, unfortunately, he just blinks into a roll from Malrine
that
immediately. That was
rough. That was very rough for him. That is a fight that I mean, yeah, you're up 40K on the side of Falcons. Now you're up 50K. That did not look as one-sided.
No. But they won that one fight. And that is sometimes all it takes in these late game scenarios because those buybacks were used, they didn't win it, and now they've got 80 seconds to do whatever they want.
And the Glimmer Cape on Skeeter there was huge. I think crit threw that Glimmer on him, and the Morphling lost vision when he waveformed into that Wukong. Didn't get a couple hits off, and then you get bashed. So little things make a huge difference. Still no Insatiable here for ATF. Did finish up the Assault Cuirass, though, so he's hitting hard no matter what.
Falcons, they're going to push it in this final 15 seconds. Morphling does not want to have to use that buyback here, and they have a glyph to buy themselves a few more seconds, but he has to use the buyback. He used it as Maureen tries to roll in. He chases after him with a roll of his own, but he doesn't catch him in time. Maureen, that roll is up just way too often, so they lost one tier 4. They used a buyback on the Morphling and didn't manage to catch anybody from Falcons on the retreat.
He rolled over his stone. That's kind of funny.
Oh, yeah. Is that what?
Yeah. You can activate any stone, so
yeah.
The interaction gets really weird. Bloodstone for the Earth Spirit, sure.
If he rolls in, it hits a big magnetize. That might be.
He's so tanky. It's absurd. And now you have Abyssal for Skeeter as well. You got to remember he has Refresher, so that's a double Abyssal potentially when that arrives. Double Roshan. Seeing 2. Look at him go. He's living life, man. This is a steal attempt?
Yeah. He knows there's going to be too many items that some of them can be grabbed.
Got a Refresher Shard.
Got a Refresher Shard and a banner.
I mean, yeah, you know, you got to do what you got to do. You're down 60K net worth.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he has an Axe or anything. He's not the most impactful support for these team fights. Would you rather have a Tusk or would you rather have 2 sets of spells on... Who would even take this Refresher at this point? Batrider? Brood?
Well, apparently chat's mad that Falcons are letting this game go on.
They really have drawn this one out a little bit.
Getting some old Tundra PTSD with the the map control into more map control.
Speaking of Tundra, I am interested to see what this new Tundra's playstyle is going to be like.
Yeah, there's a lot of new teams at this event, but Falcons are not.
No,
they're the same roster.
And they're doing the same old thing that they always do, which is take a map control advantage and keep building up that advantage more and more and more until it's insurmountable.
At this point, I am a little curious why they don't want to just group and push, because what else is there to do in this game?
Yeah, who's like, hold on, guys, I almost have this.
Yeah, you know,
what is this?
Everybody's maxed. You have Aegis. You have Refreshers. There's no more slots to fill. You have Megas. You have banner access. Like, you're up 60K net worth. I mean, you kill a courier with Divine on it.
Okay, so now there's no Divine Rape. Like, surely, you definitely push before that courier is back up.
Yeah,
you got 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
I don't think there's ever a scenario where you can be up over 50,000 net worth and it's bad to push. Like, I just refuse to believe that is ever a thing, no matter what the game. Maybe if you're against Tiny Magnus Batrider, like, you're going to end up in the fountain no matter what.
The old map where there were 5 shrines.
Okay, yeah.
That one was rough.
Right, it's time to go. Group it, and run it down mid, get a power rune, whatever you want to do, before that Divine Rapier comes back up for the Morphling. Because Divine Rapier Morphling, look, I'm not going to say your chance is good, but it is a chance, I guess. You get some good crits and stuff.
So coming in with an Arcane Rune for Maureen. This is going to be an insane Panto Examon, and Maureen falls right into his taunt. They trade out for Panto, a buyback on the Earth Spirit. They are set to end the game right now. They want to make sure there is no Divine Rapier picked up by the Morphling. But are they going to be able to pull it off? Tried to go for the gem, doesn't get it. Courier dies, jump in Epicenter, trying to blow up the Enchantress, who is a problem. Pops BKB, hops away. Meanwhile, the Wukong's man has surrounded the arena, and it's just trouble inside. Whether they're losing their buildings or losing their heroes, there is no way out for Liga as he waveforms into the middle of it and calls GG. It is finally done. 56 minutes, and Falcons, it took a 60,000 net worth lead. They're able to close it out.
Well, I feel like that game was very one-sided. in terms of Falcons had control pretty much all the way through, but Liga did make some moves, and it felt a little clunky from Falcons. I think that game should go a little bit more one-sided. Maybe they can end it a bit earlier. They gave up some Roshans that they probably didn't need to give up in that game that maybe stalled it out, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, yeah, if you want to play to the 60,000 net worth advantage to close it out, you do it. I mean, a win's a win. They get it here. Pretty confident win for them. I think if we go back to earlier in that mid-game, I guess, where it started to fall apart, like you went the pipe first on the Sand King on this Liga squad, and then you just had no playmaking forever because the Puck's game was way too bad.
Yeah.
He has to play into the Earth Spirit, who's rolling on him, silencing him, a Bat Rider with an instant lasso that can chain up anything, Brood with the Orchid Rush, who had an absolutely free game. This Brood was massive and a massive problem. So you're going to have to go into this next game as Liga and kind of decide what you want to give away or what was the biggest issue out of all of that. Not an easy decision.
So we're talking about, instead of looking back 40, 50 minutes ago, we have to look back an hour and 15 minutes ago where the draft was.
Yeah, because
ultimately they kind of got brood mothered.
I think a lot of how this game developed is like you got squeezed out of the map and it's hard to make moves. Yeah, you can sit here and be like, oh, what comeback play could we made? But the easier thing is to just say, how do we not end up in this situation in the first place?
Yeah.
And I honestly think they played okay from behind. There's not a lot of comeback room in this game. Falcons are just slowly closing you out. They have scaling supports with the Enchantress and the Bat that are going to be a nuisance in the ultra late. They're not afraid of going ultra late here with the 3 fighting cores and the Mega Wukongs. So there's not much you can do. You have to just look at how you can put yourself in a better position. And that early mid game was very slow, very clunky, and you didn't have great interactions with the Brood. I think that's the best thing you can point to. Like if you have to pick one hero out of this draft that was the biggest issue, it's probably that Brood Mother. But pickoffs like this are, I mean, you look at that and it does cost you a decent amount. That Blink roll was also really unfortunate here. I mean,
so sad.
What can you do? This is a fight where I could see Liga getting more out of this. Maybe you don't win it because there's buybacks, but you have that amp damage Morphling. He could have gone ham.
I was just imagining like Raj sitting there like, man, I've been putting up with shit for 45 minutes, but I'm finally back. I've got level 25. I've got an Aghanim Scepter. I'm going to show him why we picked this puck up last pick. And then he blinks into a roll.
I mean, it happens to the best of us. He had a tough game. I would not be surprised if he was very frustrated in this game.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, you're playing puck. They have so much net worth to build whatever they want to make your life hard, and then you're not even really outscaling them. It just feels bad. Where do you go from there? In the last-ditch effort to try and survive, but I mean, Skeeter, he's just going to throw out double Wukong here if he wants to, and he just melts everybody in that vicinity. There's no hope. And Undispellable Magnetize as well. That talent is just bonkers in the late game.
Yeah, with the Bloodstone that he has, it means your Spirit's unkillable. And they still have 3 more buybacks to use.
Hey,
this was an end-game push they were going at.
6K net worth differential. Probably the largest we will see this event, I have to imagine.
One can hope. One can hope.
Yeah, that is a lot of net worth advantage. I mean, 11 kills here for Liga. They did not find much. Oof, some of those key DAs are rough, but hey, Snaking with a perfect Enchantress performance. 10-0 and 28 for the King. He dealt a crap ton of damage. He's 6 slotty and MKB at the end, so special shout out to Snaking. I mean, that's what you do with this hero, right?
Yeah.
Your team you win the early game, you win some lane, then your team makes moves, and you gobble up the farm that nobody else wants to take while you're making that move. So you're efficient on the map, and you turn into that scaling core with that talent, and you're a beast.
Avery, we have the damage stats here. We could see that Maureen actually did the most damage. But what about mental damage?
Okay.
What player on Falcons did the most mental damage in this game?
To who?
Anybody. The enemy team, just across the board. It's just like the damage stat, you know? It counts all of the heroes.
I think Maureen did the most mental damage. I think the roll-in in the end, into instant death, and the instant buy, the man had no fear. It was like, I don't care what you guys are going to do.
No, no fear's on the other team.
Right, but he had the other no fear.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
it worked
the brand.
out. Yeah,
sure.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So it worked out for him in the end. I don't know where this segment was going, but I'll just throw it to you.
I thought it was the player stats. You know, we were going to show the player stats. And
no.
Instead, we're going to a break.
Всем привет, дорогие зрители! С вами, как всегда, AI Music Lab. Ну и со мной сейчас команда Лига. Ребята, привет! Я буду вашим ведущим, я Тол. Ну и, в общем-то, мы пишем музыкальный альбом BetBoom Dacha. Каждая команда оформляет по треку, и сейчас настала ваша очередь. Давайте определимся с жанром для начала, что мы будем исполнять. Может быть, у вас есть какие-то предпочтения, может быть, есть музыка, под которой вы бы хотели выходить на сцену на лане, может быть, есть музло, под которое вы тренируетесь, что-то конкретное, может быть, есть.
Жесткого рэпчика надо, я думаю, навалить. Такого конкретного.
Лично мое предпочтение — электронная музыка.
Можно классику еще там.
Классическую
Седьмую
музыку.
симфонию Чайковского там.
Хорошо. Нам нужно прийти к консенсусу, определиться с чем-то одним. Давайте, командное решение.
Капитан.
Капитан.
Драм н бейс.
Драм энд бейс.
Drum and bass.
У нас
Окей.
барабанщик как раз.
Нам сегодня в написании музыки помогает наш ассистент. Это искусственный интеллект по имени Тесла. Тесла, ты здесь?
Привет, Тол и команда Liga Team.
Итак, с жанром мы определились, нам нужно накидать текст. Давайте начнем с чего-то, что определяет вас как команду, чтобы вот это вот точно было в песне. Что отличает вас как коллектив от других команд, которые приехали на BetBoom Dacha?
У нас есть Ваня,
Улыбашка.
легенда Доты.
Это как
Живая
у нас
легенда.
есть Халк, только у нас есть Ваня.
Абсолютно верно.
То есть Ваню мы добавляем в трек 100%.
100%.
И его улыбка.
Ванек, ключевое слово выбрано.
Отлично. Продолжаем. Вы прошли такой долгий путь до сюда, тернистый, через квалификацию. Как бы вы описали этот путь, ну, может быть, в одном-двух словах?
Поток.
Поток. Прекрасный выбор.
Отлично. Продолжим. Может быть, есть какие-то предпочтения, что вы бы хотели, чтобы звучало в песне о вас?
Ну, я бы хотел, чтобы что-то про Мираса на паке было. Потому что Мирас на паке — это очень сильно. То есть там вот в матчмейкинге, короче, попадаешься с ним, думаешь, что же он возьмет, а там 24-й пак залетает.
Second phase.
И сразу понимаешь, что ты победил.
Мгм.
Вот, так что что-то про Мираса на паке.
Хорошо, что не против.
Мирас — волшебник.
Мирас волшебник.
Да, что-то такое.
Господин Тесла, мы можем добавить выражение «Мирас волшебник»? Волшебник через «о».
Спасибо, Тол, за орфографию. Я думаю, я справлюсь.
Отлично, молодец.
Что, можно русскую баню добавить тогда, может?
Сегодня была баня, да.
Вот прям всей командой в баню.
Да.
И парите друг друга.
Да, веником прям очень сильно.
Итак, господин Тесла, мы добавляем ключевое слово «баня».
Ключевое слово «баня». Будет жарко.
Итак, я думаю, мы достаточно слов уже набрали. У нас готов трек. Готовы ли вы его послушать?
Да.
Гонг.
Мы в потоке Liga Team, наш Ванек непобедим. Мирас волшебник сделал грязь, 52 мы держим связь. Мы в потоке Liga Team, мы в потоке Liga Team.
decision.
Well, there's no getting around it. That game one was a bit of a slog. Falcons did not make it easy on us.
No, they put it through the ringer. Maybe that's just how they prefer to play the patch, play the map. Maybe they just want more practice. I don't know. Like, you know, take the group stage games, make them go longer, play the map for a more extended period of time. You see more moves, see more mistakes, more data to learn from. And then when it comes to the playoffs, they're just going to ramp it up, jam it through in 20 minutes, done and dusted, and we're out of here.
I saw Reddit comments saying that they had PTSD from Heroic. Think that's true?
I don't know about that one. I don't know if they
might be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. I mean, that game felt a little clunky. Like, it wasn't just that they were playing the map enough to build a lead. And a lead
Yeah,
and a
that's
lead.
some natural Falcons play style. It's just they slipped up a bit.
Yeah, there were some bad pickoffs. Like, they lost that Roshan. It just didn't feel very clean. Whereas the first, I think the cleanest portion was the 10 to 20 minute mark, the transitionary period. That felt pretty clean. Lanes were pretty clean. And then it just kind of stalled out. I don't know what really happened. Maybe that's a Brood thing. Maybe it's just hard to, like, unless you just go to the Brood and can push a lane, it can be sometimes hard to connect the heroes on the map. Maybe that's a little part of it, but yeah, who knows? Maybe they're just farming it out and they felt really confident going late game. So, like, why do we have to push and go higher on it? You know, the old motto, if you don't have to push high ground, then you shouldn't push high ground. So, yeah, you just go with whatever you're doing and keep building the lead.
The great minds behind the drafts. No fear in AEY. Trying to cook up game 2 situation that is a bit different. I think Liga, I think we both agreed that drafting-wise, one, they got broodmothered. Didn't feel like they had the best answers to it. Lamar had a pretty free game for the first 20 minutes. But then also they picked up this puck that ultimately they were heavily leaning on Alberca's Sand King because the puck had no game.
It's a tough, very tough puck game. I don't think any of the cores were that great of matchups for him. The supports, yeah, in theory, they're not the best disabling supports versus the puck, but the Enchantress is super tanky and the Bat does have an instant stun. So it's not that good for you to play the fights in the middle of it. And we saw multiple times that game, the Enchantress was so farmed, they tried to burst Snaking first. He doesn't die. Then you're absolutely screwed. So it was a big problem, and we see the Enchantress banned by Falcons. They do not want to give away that hero first pick. So open up the clock, the Sand King also goes out, the Storm is gone, and the Bristleback returns to his place in the first phase. Couldn't get away for it for too long. He's back.
He's back. What are the best heroes in the patch to deal with Bristleback?
Ban him. I don't know, man. Like, what deal? I think in theory, almost nothing deals with this hero, honestly. If he has a really good game and he's ahead, he just kills everything. You have to play really well.
I mean, is part of the problem that some of the better counters are not meta heroes?
Yeah, I think...
Like, Necro is not a hero. Legion Commander isn't very popular.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. I think carry pool-wise, Morta is quite good against this hero if you're willing to play it. I think the old school counters like the Razor and the Sven are just not that strong.
Yeah. Silver Edge is not the most popular item
compared
to back when
Silver's pretty bad. We've seen some Viper bans when you have this hero. I think that hero does have some viability with the break and the overwhelming like single target magical DPS that can be annoying, the kite ability. You're tanky as well. Maybe that kind of thing is an option. See what Falcons ban here, right? I mean, that'll tell you what they think. So it is the Viper. I mean, that's the only thing I've really seen. So they feel like that's also the best hero you can get in this type of situation because they only have one ban, so they're going to put it on the best core.
Yeah, it is pretty insane that you could just pick up this core and be like, yeah, one ban will protect us from being countered too heavily. Now, obviously, there's going to be some counters coming out from Liga. It's just Falcons just don't believe that anything else really works that well.
Oh, I also think Sniper is quite good against this hero, but that hero's also fallen out of priority by a decent degree. We haven't really seen any Sniper. SF, I think, can do okay if you're willing to play that kind of strategy, like this long-range physical damage dealer archetype, a SF-type lineup, a Drow Ranger type lineup, are things that can deal with the Bristleback. I think Drow is a very good matchup against him as well. But the problem with all these heroes is they tend to be slower than he is because he just goes and does Ancients while you're a Drow Ranger, you know, farming some dog camp with a Yasha, and then he comes out and he's got his Ags and he plus another half of an item, and he wins that team fight, and then he's just out of control.
Or what if you're against a team that is willing to flex it into carry, right? Then you don't even get like the SF lane matchup.
That's another problem. This hero can go multiple lanes. I mean, you say carry. Falcons will play this hero 5.
I forgot about that.
Do not forget about the support bristle with the goo.
Did they win that game?
Yeah, they won that game. It's not that bad in the right game. So they go for the SF route, which I don't mind. I think this is a hero that can deal with him. Has a good lane matchup. Benefits a lot from the stick charges if it is an SF versus bristle lane. And can be really scary for the bristle in the early portions of the laning phase. I think Falcons took this hoodwink just to try and shore up that option. Like if the bristle does play into a bad carry matchup, which is likely, we want a really strong laning forward to keep that option open. You could also just put the bristle on the support and then make SF's life miserable in terms of the core matchups. That's another route you can go if you are feeling frisky. Liga definitely want to buff this SF as much as they can, though. I don't think you want to go back for this Pugna again here. I mean, they might, but I would prefer the Grim if you're going to choose between those two, because Grim is also, I think, pretty decent against the Bristle with the silence going through, the Soul Bind. You can chain stun him. It's a pretty nice support to have.
So if you're thinking about Grimstroke, what offlaners work best with Grimstroke, or I guess Snapfire in this case?
Can also be okay.
Set up the SF. Is it just kind of like any stunner? Any blink stunner is fine? Or do you like having more auras with SF?
Either route's okay. It depends how early you think you can do Roche and push towers. You don't really see a clear reason to have like a pipe buyer here yet. So these next two picks are going to tell you a lot more in terms of what you want from that off lane. I mean, honestly, I'd say like Legion Commander looks pretty cool, but where is Legion in the patch? Who knows, man?
Yeah, and
knows.
initially seeing Hoodwink Bristleback, I would be down for a Legion Commander.
Yeah, I think the Legion's also nice with the SF because you get that big buff going through. It's a lockdown hero. Axe could also be interesting here. I think Axe does have a place versus Bristle. It's pretty good versus Chen. The break from the Hoodwink's really annoying, but it's a hero that can go in and lock heroes down for the SF and then combines pretty well with the Snapfire. It's a lot of single target, though. Your overall team fight lacks a little bit, and you do have to be worried about the push. That's the biggest thing here. The Timbersaw ban from early on also opened up this Bristle, because now you really wish you had this Timber to kind of slow down the push and deal with the timing, because this Chen Bristle are going to be coming at you in the 20 to 30 minute mark, and right now you don't have a lot to deal with it. Earth Spirit just adds more fuel to that fire. This is a hero that comes on really early. You just need Treads, Blade Mail, and you go.
And really rough for the Shadow Fiend now.
Yeah, this is not an easy pick for Liga. You need something to control the pace here, something with a lot of early damage.
Do you like Centaur as a Blink Stunner plus the reset of Stampede against these heroes?
No, I don't think Centaur gives you enough damage here.
Okay.
I think that Bristle matchup is absolutely miserable. I think it's... I don't even know. I mean, there's the Axe Legion route, but I don't know if it comes on early enough and does enough. I don't know if the lane is good. You don't see the carry. Those heroes are really hard to pick when you don't see the carry because their counter picks are miserable. The Timber would have been my go-to. I mean, there's Beastmaster if you just want the Beast for the SF buff. But it doesn't seem like it's doing a lot in terms of the push going into you.
I do like it for the early pace that you'll get off of Roshan.
If you can do Roche first in this game, that's a big question. Can you?
I mean, we feel like with Beastmaster, it's almost guaranteed, but...
Invoker. So that is a hero that can mana burn the Bristle a bit. Same with the Earth Spirit on the mid. Keep him low resources. He can't rotate. Potential Vessel buyer. We have not seen a lot of Vessels.
Yeah, I was going to say all this EMP burn and Vessel stuff is not the Invokers that people have been playing, though, right? Been playing the right-click build Invoker.
Yep. So that's a bit of an overlap with the SF in some ways, but can be good this game because you are looking to kite out these melee cores. I can see Invoker being good here. It gives you the control, gives you the extra scale, another annoying hero for the Bristle. Is a good lane versus the Earth Spirit in the sense of, Invoker can just do what he does. It works well with your two supports here. Do not mind that pick at all. And the Brood ban, on point, because, of course, they can flex this Bristle around. You don't want to end up in another bad Brood game. you have nothing for him. So I feel like Falcons are going to be thinking, of course, about these offlane blink stunners, right? Because that's what Liga's looking for. The Axe, the Legion, the Mars, the Primal, I guess, falls in that category. Tide Hunter, I mean, that hero doesn't exist, but
no.
Anything that...
I would be more down for Legion Commander or Axe than a Tide Hunter at this point. So
anything that stuns.
I think Mars is maybe the most, like, meta hero that is in that list.
Sure. I've been less impressed with this Mars-Bristol matchup recently than it was in the past. I will say that. And there's no ranged core that Mars is good against here either. Like, it doesn't really look like a good Mars. I mean, you have Break from the Hoodwink, too.
Yeah. But you will have Arena Requiem.
I mean, okay. Ooh. Yeah, sure. And Falcons, they're looking for... I mean, I assume you just want to pick a Skeeter hero here. Maybe you have some cheesy offlaner for ATF that is available versus this SF threat, since you know where these heroes are going lane-wise. So if you do play this carry Bristle and you get some cheesy offlaner, maybe you just end the game at 20 minutes. Like, maybe Liga don't have a chance to play at all. I don't know what really cheeses Shadow Fiend, though. That's a hard
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like cheesy offlaners are ranged offlaners that dumpster melee carries. Not so much the other way around.
The one thing I would say is maybe like an Enigma, but we don't see ATF play that hero a lot.
Yeah, I legitimately feel like if they're going to go an offlaner, it's just some sort of melee killing hero that works well with Hoodwink. So I'm pretty settled on offlane Bristle. Crit will just stack up for him no matter how bad the lane is against Shadow Fiend.
So we talked about this. I think the Mars is the most well-rounded of those offlane stunners. It's not as single target as like the Axe Legion type route. I worry for him in this game because these matchups are not particularly great for Mars. I think Mars enables your lineup, so that's definitely nice here. And you can just go with that. You can ride this Invoker SF to victory if they get really big, for sure. They can take the game over right now. So maybe Falcons think, do we need more scale here? What's this carry pick going to be? Ursa looks really good in terms of your scaling matchups and becoming a big threat and giving you that Roshan kill. That could definitely be an option. I don't know if the Ursa Chen lane is anything to write home about, though.
Maybe, but it's... Ultimately, do you really need to win that lane that hard?
No, not necessarily.
Just get to a point. You get Roshan, I feel like the game's very difficult for Liga. You're going to have an Ursa that gets on top of the SF.
Maybe just Alk, too. I mean, yeah.
Okay. What about Alchemist?
I mean, it came to my mind because, again, you want a hero that's going to go and help you do the Roshan. I think Alk helps you with the Acid Spray, and the lane matchup's way stronger here than the Ursa versus the Snap Mars, which is a pretty strong lane versus the Chen early on. This lane, you're just like pushing it out with the Alk. Chen can even maybe get a couple stacks up. Sometimes you can afford that. But the lane's just better synergy, better combination in the game, a classic Roshan kill lineup, and a classic push lineup. Alchemist comes online early and can help you go high ground a lot earlier than maybe that Ursa can. So you're not looking to outscale Liga here. You're just looking to out-tempo them. And Alk is, I mean, he fits that build to a T. This is the ultimate. I'm going to have one or two items, go take the fight, win that fight, and then we go high ground 25 minutes. The game's just over. Very spooky lineup to play up against, because if you misstep a couple times in this game as Liga, you are done. This is not going to be a 60-minute we're playing the map and farming to 6 slots on everybody. This is going to be we're hitting your high ground very early and going to get lunch earlier than you might expect in this game.
That's the hope anyway. After all, it's 2:30 here in Belgrade, 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, these guys are hungry.
So they're hungry.
That's right.
They want to go to lunch. It's
you know,
not an early
ATF's
lunch.
like, boys, I got a lunch date. Let's speed it up. Let's get some Alk Bristle Chen in here and run down a lane.
I think they might have a lunch date as in another series after this. But predictions, you can't argue with the Falcons. Yeah, maybe they slipped up a little bit in game one, but we're sticking with Falcons, I believe. I'm going Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're pretty favored here. I mean, they're a stronger team. They're a more experienced team right now. They have a very one-directional draft, right? Like, it's all pointing one way. They're going to get there. It's just a matter of can you deal with it? And are Liga experienced enough? And do they execute well enough to be able to deal with that? so far from what we've seen in this tournament, they've looked better than I think people expected, but not crisp enough to deal with what Falcons are proposing here. So.
What's the difference between one-directional and one-dimensional?
Well, one could argue they're the two sides of the same side, or whatever the saying is, two faces of the same side of the same coin. I don't know. I mean, one-dimensional to me says that your lineup needed to do other things and it can't, whereas one-directional means you want it to do one thing and you're just all in on that, and you don't care what the opponents are doing because they can't deal with it.
You're
it's
just
a
gonna end
mentality thing, man. It's all in your head.
All right, well, we'll see whether it's one-dimensional or one-directional for Falcons.
I don't even know what one-directional means. The more I hear it.
Yeah.
That's an awful phrase.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, I said it, but that doesn't validate it. I say a lot of things.
It's a good thing you're a commentator.
Early tips, important in this matchup. You got to get ahead of the all-chat game early. Can't give Falcons an edge in that department. ATF with the yawn. Ooh. Perhaps a little nerves?
The only thing interesting out of this is the Seder convert, I guess. Everything else is normal, whereas I think Chen does have some options.
It's the one we've seen the most over the history since the facet change. Yeah, everything else looks pretty standard here.
I mean, the Seder is the one to, like, make sure you win the lane, right? Because you mana burn all the time, so it means the off lane isn't able to play for kills, really.
Yes, I think it's the strongest laning option, which is why most people go for it, because you just want to have the best early game on the heroes you can.
Yeah, what's the point of picking Chen, not winning the lane? Snake King will start off in a really nice position. The first blood.
He can absolutely use that to help win the lane. Blood Grenade's committed. Missed once uphill, but did not miss again. And that's just a ring of Bassi for the Chen. That is a big win for this lane, because now this Alk is going to get a lot of extra mana he wouldn't have otherwise. Bad first blood to give up. Costs the teleport on the MOUZ as well, so you can't afford to somehow go down on this lane again, though I think that's unlikely. Skeeter going to play for the range creep, gets a bunch of damage in, and the mana burns will start adding up here. Kind of a rough start to this lane for Liga already. Not having a good time, and he's not having a good time up here, man. The stacks are up. It's going to take a lot of damage.
He missed him with the cogs, and the tree bounce managed to hit the acorn twice onto you as well, so that's even more damage adding up, and no response from Panto.
I mean, he did get the cog knockback on crit, some damage, but you can't man up because he took too many quill stacks. Rough initial trades here for Liga going into these two side lanes.
Yeah, it means guaranteed range creep
Okay,
denied, but if they get the crit kill instead, that's better than a range creep.
Really nice pickup. I mean, these raises are the strongest spell on the lane right now. Even with the quills, you can land them, and they managed to do that. Some nice cog pushbacks on that squirrel. Land a biggie. Mirage also doing quite well on these early waves, which is really nice for Invoker. Because then you can just start to take the lane over even more, burn out the resources from the Earth Spirit, and make this matchup miserable for Maureen. So Mirage having, I mean, I don't want to curse the guy, but I feel like he's already having a better game than he did last game, and we're only 2 minutes in.
Things are looking up, boys.
Yeah, they're looking up for him for sure.
Okay, he might have cursed him. I don't know what that tornado was, because I don't think it hit Maureen. Or if it did, I don't know.
No, he's chilling. He's chilling.
Okay.
No curses here. No, he's chilling, man. I'm telling you.
He's chilling. He's chilling. Just missed CS, but he's chilling.
Yo, let my boy Mirage cook, okay? Don't be cursing this man out here. Don't be double cursing, caster cursing him. Early boots for you. Trying to use that kill gold to sway this lane even more. If you can get the level 3 here between the clock and the SF, you can maybe go for that like triple raise kill. Probably not on the bristle. I think the resources are looking a little rough for that. You might be able to catch the hoodwink again. You'd really want to threaten this small camp pull on this lane to set the raise kill up. There's the level 3 they were looking for. It didn't get the latch. And this will probably be Lotus into a Mars pocket. Panto manning up here for that Lotus.
Yeah, he really wants that Lotus. He's not going to get it.
Okay, that is Yeah, that was just never going to be a play there. Unless you got it right when you hit the 3. And
He's left you alone with a blood grenade landing. That'll slow him down. He is going to live, but
Expensive.
he's not happy about it. He has to buy a healing salve, drop it for the clockwork to TP out with.
I mean, I guess it's good the clock died.
True.
So Falcons striking in these lanes as it is one of their strengths. Triple gauntlet for Skeeter down here. Cleaning up some little small camp creeps. Oh, got 2 of them. Not too bad.
Let's see if you get the flag bearer. Got it.
Big CS for him.
Didn't get the
on.
range creep, though.
That's a morale win right there for Alberca. Did get the Lotus
He
himself
does-
as well.
Does a little celebration dance.
So 1K gold lead for Falcons. Some of that's the First Blood. Some of that is the Alchemist as well. So overall, fairly even laning phase.
Roll in onto Mirage. Still managed to get the water rune, though. Thanks to quick reactions off the tornado.
Can you get both here? Probably not. I mean, you have no mana on the Earth Spirit. Pretty tempting. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay. No.
Who cares about the water rune?
Okay.
Maureen got the deny on it, and he's going to be EMP burned out, so he's not going to be able to roll away, and the cookie lands to ensure his demise.
Was that just all the greatest bait of all time?
It was 100%
the triple fake pump juke for the rune to eventually get him to go for it. Just, oh, I had the support lurking there the whole time. I mean, that's what you want to do in this matchup, burn the man out, and then Surf Spirit just doesn't have gameplay.
Well, now he's definitely having a better game.
Oh, yeah.
Than the entirety of game 1. But what about the Bristleback? Do we have any stacks going on, by the way?
I think there's one so far. Not a huge amount. The Hoodwinks mainly played the lane. Not a lane you can really leave Amar alone on. That's the thing, because then this happens.
With the Snapfire TPing in, they maybe didn't need it, but okay, they definitely needed it.
Yeah, they needed it. Another big pickup. If you're going to play the lane with a Hoodwink and not stack, then if the Bristle dies, it kind of doubly hurts you. You could rotate this Invoker back top. Like, you could try and kill this Bristle again when he TP's back in. Could be an interesting play opportunity, or just keep both supports up there and look for him, or look for the stacks. They're pinging it out.
Tried to catch him on the cookie. Doesn't land. Maybe if 1J had started with the Scatter Blast and they hit that slow, maybe they could have closed that gap. But Crit, he not only gets away from that, but he's still able to stack a bit.
Well, you end up
Gets
getting
the hard
caught
camp
anyway.
at least.
Let's walk it off.
No problem. Bushwhack pulls him far enough away from the battery assault.
And they missed the power rune too, man. That was kind of a missed sequence there from Liga, because now their Observer Ward got exposed for that play. They missed the Hoodwink kill. They don't stop the stacks, and then they lose the power rune off the 50-50. And then they didn't commit these two supports into a gank either on the Bristle or the Earth Spirit. So that minute, there were some opportunities there, but unable to capitalize.
Look at this. This
for the
is
wisdom
one
rune.
hell of a move, man. The Shadow Fiend.
I like this move,
pushing in to try and steal the Wisdom Rune, and that's not all. Mirage cuts across in the mid lane to join in on this.
Where's he going, though?
They didn't actually stick around.
What is happening?
I don't know exactly, but Panto is definitely dead. He hopes to get the Wisdom Rune. The Bushwhack is there again to pull him away. Where was his backup?
Yeah, I don't really understand. Like, you had numbers there. You could have just made that play. You had vision. I guess you're scared of the Earth Spirit coming in with the Magnetized Roll-In. You didn't want to commit with the Invoker. It just ends up being an awkward death to throw away. And a lot of time wasted for Mirage. Like, he's just running around, not really getting anything done, not taking the XP off the mid, is going into the Snapfire, so at least your supports are getting something. And you do have Arena available. So the threat on this bottom lane is a bit higher for the Alk, who doesn't have his own ultimate online. And they're collapsing. Looking for Skeeter bottom. Does get arena'd. But he got his ult before that, so he's alive. And meanwhile...
Trying to get off the Requiem, couldn't get it off. So they do get the kill on snaking but the fight doesn't work out in the bottom lane. They traded, what, Chen for MOUZ, and they lost their Shadow Fiend, and maybe they'll still lose their Invoker, though the stun, self-stun from Skeeter. Now it's Malrine. He gets off the Magnetize, sure, but he's fighting for his life inside of these cogs. Skeeter tries to come in and help out. The Tornado goes through, and a blast with a pass from 1J, who finishes him off, and now Skeeter's been burned out of all of his mana. The Chemical Rage is down. Snaking here with reinforcements will ensure they don't feel comfortable pursuing.
The old Snapfire amp damage. Don't sleep on it. Wasn't an unfortunate sequence for Liga. They wanted this arena kill on the Alk before he hit 6, but he got it right as they made the play. Allows him to survive, and they lose their SF on the flip side. And now...
Sandwiching the Shadow Fiend a second time.
Oh,
he still has that Requiem. Oh, Amar! The Requiem, it has to be thrown out just because he's going to die to the creeps otherwise. Snaking almost dies. Ah, there it is. That full bore Scatter Blast will catch him, and they got the other support. Amar does back away safely, but at least Liga gets some punishment.
I mean, they're just being a lot more active in this early game than game 1, which is good, because you need to have a strong early game here so this death ball doesn't get out of control. And they're doing a decent job.
Yeah, that high ground ward that they placed earlier, they are still going to go for Amar.
It's good.
Mirage setting up here, slow them down. Oh, the kiss is raining in too.
That it absolutely secures it. No chance to TP in and bail that play out.
I love how they overdo it with the bristleback every single time. They make damn sure this bristleback is going to die, and he's not going to get a whole lot of quills out of it. He's going to die quick.
Do not blame them at all. I would feel the exact same way. Just bring the numbers and make sure he dies fast. The faster that hero dies, the easier your game becomes. Less resources expended, you take less damage, you can stay out on the map. 10-minute power rune. We'd love to take this away from the Earth Spirit if they could. They will indeed. Okay, well, I don't know if you had to deny that, my man. Like,
what just happened?
Maybe afraid that the Earth Spirit was going to roll in and snag it or something, but...
Yeah, and I guess with a haste rune, maybe he's able to just run away.
I don't know. I mean, you can't be afraid of everything, right? Just take the rune.
Yeah.
Somebody could have taken it.
It's, seeing monsters where they just aren't there.
Maybe it was like a self-BM play. Like, you guys don't deserve this haste.
Malrine teeping up to the top lane. Going for the Shadow Fiend a third time. First time worked. Second time they got rebuked. Is third time the charm? You doing a nice little bit of juking and goes straight to crit. Thanks to Mirage. Helping him out a bit. He feels confident they can take that fight. Amar is going to be stuck inside the arena, trying to go for the Requiem. Managed to get it off, pushing him, slamming into the arena walls on the outside and on the inside. Still, though, looks like you may tick out. No, the Magnetize doesn't last long enough. Alberca is having some trouble with Amar right now. The hook shot comes a bit too late to save Alberca's life, but it may win them the fight. Wait, no, Amar! The Bushwhack catches the Invoker, and the Clockwork couldn't finish him off. Amar walks away with a sliver of HP.
Skeeter showing up there, salvaging that fight for Falcons. Contributed a lot with just these stuns going off. That's a level 4 acid spray, level 4 stun after all is said and done. This Alka is big. He's getting a lot of extra gold off these fights, making his impact felt and keeping that bristle alive. Very close fight. 11:40 timing for this Radiance on the Alk. All this attention has gone into the Earth Spirit and the Bristleback in this early game. You can't blame Liga. Those are great targets to take out. But the flip side is that's some decent space for the Alchemist to just pump those numbers up. 8K net worth at 12 minutes. Whew.
It's B. See whether or not Liga ever wants to take a move to the other side of that. But don't forget you could follow this channel in case you forgot. Just in case. It's there. You can hit the button. Making a move to mid lane. A support and a core with the other support, I guess, pushing in the lane.
Yeah, both these mid heroes are still missing their big item. You don't have the Witchblade for the Invoker. You don't have Blade Mail yet for the Surf Spirit, who is really poor, by the way. Malrine did get shut down pretty hard in all these early game sequences. So it's something Falcons are going to have to do. They're going to have to recover the Earth Spirit through the fights and the objective taking that the Alk can lead the charge on. But it's not going to be free. This is not going to be a free game for Malrine by any means.
Well, what was free was apparently that safe lane tower. Because they are still defending their own. with the Alchemist. And Malrine is playing defensively enough that he hasn't been caught in the mid lane yet, despite all this Liga posturing. And yeah, he tips Panto because he knows that Liga has been looking for this kill for quite some time. Finally, they're just going to show themselves, reveal that they have been waiting here this entire time, and finish off the tower.
Still afraid to just man up for it. All right, you got to just take that tower. Last hit to the Clockwork.
Good
As
for him.
The blink arrives for the Mars. So playmaking is all there for Liga now. You have your hook shot, you have your blink Mars, your Invoker Witchblade's going to arrive off the Courier. Everything's online for you to pick up the pace here and bring the fight to Falcons before this Death Ball gets online. That Ags for Bristle is coming soon. There's still Ancient Stacks available. You would love to get on Falcons' side of the map right now and take the skirmishing to them.
Yeah, I feel like there is so much pressure on Liga. Just like, it's a Radiance on one side and an Ags Bristle who's going to be farming Ancient Stacks on the other side. Like, every minute that ticks by and you aren't getting a kill,
what is going on,
I don't
man?
know.
Do you get XP for that? Off like the elitist stuff?
Oh.
Is that a thing? Even if that's a thing, I refuse to believe that's like worth it.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I can think of though. But this man just loves denying runes. I mean, I kind of respect it. It's like, it sends a message, you know.
I don't, because we just talked about the fact that there's going to be 2 cores that are definitely not coming to that fight.
Yeah, he definitely should not be denying runes when the enemy team is just farming with Alk and Bristle. There's never going to be a rune contest there. That's a haste and an invis his clock could have had in this game. I don't know, maybe it set something up. Because look at what this man is getting away with right now. It is the Alchemist dream.
When Invoker denies a lane creep, he gets 25%
Yeah, I don't think it
of the
works for
experience. Yeah.
They just run into each other.
The Alchemist is going to be a part of this fight, though. Give him a cookie. Try to help him out. Got him on the pin, too. So that'll really help out Mirage. You can fight back with a Rekame on the other side. Where are you going? Into the
Disaster.
grave. That's where you're going. 2 core kills for Liga.
I mean, they have a lot of team fight right now. I even almost question that aggressive smoke play with the Alk, because, yeah, he's super big. He has Blink Radiance, but I don't think he does enough damage jumping like that to take a big core target down before the team fight's ready. Now, maybe Falcons just didn't expect everybody to be there, but again, this is the part in the game where Liga would want to take the fight to them. And
yeah,
they got
I thought
gifted a big jump.
Falcons was just going to keep farming until they had BKB Alk and BKB Bristle.
I don't know about the BKB on the Bristle, but the BKB Alk is definitely his strongest tool this game. He just put himself in the middle of everything, got demolished, and now some of that gap gets closed, and some nice items coming out for Liga here. You have that full Solar Crest on the Snapfire. That's huge. And this Vessel for the Clock is not far behind. Another big item in this game. I kind of like Liga's position right now. It looks very solid.
Oh, if they get to Roshan, though.
I mean, this is a very contestable Roche if the kisses come back up, or you can get a Rocket Flare in there or a Tornado. But it doesn't look like they know what's happening.
Crit is kind of leading them on a merry chase right now while they're doing this Roshan. Oh,
Yeah, it's not
Liga,
getting
this
contested.
feels like a missed opportunity, man. This would have been a fight I think they would love to take, and if they win it,
I
get
see
the
it too
Aegis
late.
for themselves.
Little too late. Falcons sneak that, get away with it.
Yeah, the Rocket Flare comes out, but it is already been done.
Still, I mean, I think the first Roche was Falcons to kind of take in this game. Maybe not with this positioning, but you're okay giving that one up. This is not the end-all be-all Aegis in this game. You gotta have to dodge the Bristle a little bit here. But again, your position's pretty solid. You have a lot of net worth on these supports. I don't think you mind farming up the map and continuing to look for some random pickoffs instead of meeting the 5v5 head-on. Your Vessel's done. So this Alchemist kill is incredibly easy if you find him.
Little pick off on a support. At least Liga is still like, even though they're fighting into an Aegis, does feel like they can keep fighting.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you want to fight into ATF, but everybody else is food on the map right now. Shadowblade SF also just adds to that pickoff pressure.
Which means we will have that Silver Edge solution later on to the game. Tornado getting thrown out. Oh, Burka blinking forward. They'll clear out this jungle area.
Another freebie.
Initially, they'll find snaking. There is still Malrine deep there in the jungle, but... Oh, look at it. Snaking is pulled the creep wave with his neutral as well.
All the way up top for that Earth Spirit as the Alcal finishes BKB on the bottom half. So Falcons trying to make some plays to get the net worth in their advantage. Man, you're looking at this chart. This Liga lineup is getting a lot on all 5. And their team fight is just better this game. Like, there's no doubt about it. They just have better 5-man team fight if the net worth is even.
Yeah, they've got some classic combinations. Arena kisses, Clockwork, hook shot into kisses, Requiem with the
Sunstrike.
Arena. There's a lot of really nice combos.
Yeah. So you need a net worth advantage in this game if you're Falcons. That's kind of how your lineup functions. You get that advantage, you get Roshan, you push objectives. Overall, your team inflates the economy, and then you just overwhelm your opponents with the 5-man push. If the game is even, though, you don't win those fights off of your spells being stronger, because your spells are just not stronger here. Unless the Bristle just 1v5s, which... Yeah, Bristle sometimes. He sometimes does that.
He does that a little
This
bit.
does not look like the easiest game to do that, though. Into Mars, SF, Invoker, it's a lot of kiting.
At least for now, Falcons is banding around this Bristleback with Aegis to take some towers, take the offlane tier 1. Now they're going to sweep over, seeing the line drawn from Amar. He just wants to make it simple and to the point. Just run to mid tower next. But first take their Ancients. Oh, hook shot misses.
That was an aggressive hook shot.
Yeah, his team was not going to be able to get there.
Like, you see this SF on the map right now, he is farming enemy Ancients.
Oh, Cookie, but the Bushwhack pulls him back in. They're still going to try and bail out Panto thanks to the spear from the Mars, but he is so slow. And with all of that goo, it means the unstable concoction lands for more damage as well.
Left him to die to the Radiance Burn. That's just mental damage. And a Tormentor steal, 20 minutes, gone in 20 minutes.
Part of Falcons' MO.
Yep.
They start getting any sort of map control, and if they have enough of it, they will take your Tormentor. That very rapidly builds up a net worth lead for you.
Objective
so what's your
taking.
response, Liga?
You gotta find pickoffs or exchange objectives on the map if you can with the SF.
They gonna smoke to Falcons Tormentor area? I mean,
that's not a bad idea.
Last time they did the Tormentor on the enemy side, and then they went back and did their own. It's been a pattern.
You just have to keep finding trades here. You can give Falcons some room, but you have to find something in return. These periods where Falcons get what they want and then there's no exchange, they're gonna feel bad. And that's Wisdom Rune plus double Tormentor. At least Mirage will get his own. That's a decent amount of extra net worth injected. Earth Spirit with the shard. Helps Malrine climb back up the chart.
All right, well, they used the Aegis to get a offlane tower and 2 Ag shards for themselves.
Yep.
But that Aegis is now going to expire.
Honestly, not that bad for a first Aegis. I think that's kind of what you're looking for.
Sure.
BKBs will arrive shortly here. Well, maybe not shortly, but the SF1 is coming in. And the Invoker is building one up. So that's going to be a big point in this game when Liga get to it. They're going to opt to smoke before that. They do have the Yule's Blink on the Mars, so a lot of setup potential where you don't have to use Arena, and that feels great.
Blink
And you
Yules
can look
makes
for
it
more.
pretty easy, but it was just a support. Can they find anything else?
It's also a 5-man move, so when you get this kill with 5 people, you really need to find more on the map. Maybe we'll do that. Another double support chain. Killerino, if you can land it.
They'll land something. Land a cookie.
There you go. Give it to the Invoker. Get a little extra assist gold in there.
What's Mirage's items right now? Oh, hook shot into Requiem, point blank. And while he does have a healthy amount of HP, he can't survive through that much.
And Mirage.
Wait, they killed Amar?
They got Amar bottom.
They went back to the gate again and went to the other side of the map and found Amar. Now we're picking up steam.
Yeah, this is some pace. This is what you want to see out of this lineup. Just never let Falcons group, never let them 5-man anywhere and force you into that position. You keep finding these pickoffs, the game slows down so much for Falcons side of things. And the win probability favoring Liga right now. And I agree. This game looks like it's in their control. I don't know if Falcons are going to be able to hit their timings with this Alchemist. And it's going to be a tough game for the Bristle to scale into, in theory. Zero can always overcome stuff, but the Earth Spirit's game was just so bad, you're going to be missing a lot of aggressive lockdown. You're playing into a double BKB. The SF and the Invoker are going to scale really well here versus all these melee cores. Solid position for Liga in this game, too, as they strike back and halt that death ball timer.
Yeah, he went from picking up BKB to minutes later completing the Silver Edge as it's flying out to him right now. So
looking for some Chen creeps. Didn't get him.
This is not going to be a game that Bristleback can 1v5.
No. Needs help from the Alk for sure. And those two need to help the Earth Spirit get back in the game, so a lot of work to be done. AC on Skeeter is maybe step one. And that's a very big item to let them get aggressive versus these two right-clickers, plus the Mars physical.
Yeah, the Midas armor stack they have is pretty disgusting.
It is
Go
no
into
joke.
acid spray with the AC minus armor.
100%. If you can sit there and start hitting people under all those minus armor auras, you're going to feel great about it. Plus, you have extra armor on your side from the Chen, maybe some random ice armor creep. Aggressive push from Liga. Try and take this tier 2. The Bristleback BKB did just arrive, so Falcons are going to take the fight now. But how do you start it? Not as simple as last game. I mean, Maureen can just roll in and try and get the initiation. You can also send the Alchemist in. Talked about Skeeter's role in this team as an initiator, and it might fall back to him here to try and find some sort of opening with this Blink stun on a good core. But you don't really have vision mechanics to help you with that. So you kind of just need to get lanes in order to get there.
In order to get here, for every single game, what do you do, Avery?
Gotta follow this channel. Yeah, gotta do it, guys. As Falcons are going to follow the shadow of Liga on this map towards that Roshan. Still have that Bristle BKB. This Rosh is just gone, though.
Yeah, Falcons isn't going to go into the pit quite fast enough, but maybe they could still win the fight afterwards. Fighting into an Aegis, though. That's going to be a bold move. Skeeter, he jumps in first, gets the initiation onto the Mars. The Requiem goes out, but the Mars is almost dead before he can get anything off. That break, Skeeter's just able to isolate him, quickly kill him. Yeah, Liga's got to get out of here. They're going to use their BKBs and teleports to save as many members as they can. They actually got all three out there. That was...
Heads up, I guess.
Yeah, pretty good.
That's the best case scenario for Falcons. The Alk finds the jump. Yeah, the stun doesn't land off the Yule's dodge, but the Hoodwink ult comes through, breaks the Mars, and he's so squishy under that AC aura plus the acid spray. He just melts to the Alchemist. No real counterplay after that. Needs a BKB of his own or some sort of disjoint mechanism. Gotta kite that Alchemist BKB. Showed its strength there on top of that AC purchase. Falcons strike back a bit, but they did not get that Aegis. The fact that Liga were able to take it away from them is a huge deal in this game. And it buys them a lot more time here to continue to scale up. Still have this tier 1 mid. Pretty crazy to think about. Like, you're playing against Falcons with a push lineup, and you have a tier 1 mid at 30 minutes. And free soul.
Is one directional beginning to look one-dimensional here, Avery? It's close. It's close.
That was a nice attempt.
I guess they would have had a decent chance at actually going on him if he doesn't have BKB, right? He's still on cooldown.
I mean, you'll jump the Alk every time, I think.
That's a premature release there from Maureen.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just fat finger the ultimate, no problem.
He's doing a little testing. I mean, he hasn't used it in a while, so.
Got to make sure it still works. Right, Avery? You don't use it, you lose it?
Yeah. That's what they all say.
That's what they say.
I wouldn't know, but, you know. Tier 3 neutrals coming in, and Dato is flying out for the Shadow Fiend, who still has that Aegis for 2.5 here. So you is... He's getting to that point where you're going to chunk through that Alk, even if he's BKB sitting there. That's the scary part of this game, at least in my eyes for Falcons. Like, if this game gets to a point where the cores can kill the Alk when he jumps in, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, because then you're able to turn your focus to dealing with the Bristleback more, so he's less likely to get those Quill stack ups. It almost feels like Falcons actually need a good initiation, but I don't know how you get that with this lineup.
It's
like
just
you can't
Skeeter
get a
going in.
hard jump on SF and stop him from BKB.
I mean, you can. Skeeter just finds him. I don't know. You can.
Yeah, but he would
go
have to
Abyssal.
blink, point range, unstable concoction him before BKB goes off. I feel like that.
It's unlikely.
Mirage should be, or excuse me, you should be able to beat that timing.
Yeah. Maybe Abyssal for the Alchemist is on the menu this game. So you can jump in, even if he BKBs, you just Abyssal and start hitting him, chain bash him.
Yeah, I mean, he does already have the bashers, so. He spotted Amar, missed the spear, but stuck inside the arena. He has to use BKB to get out.
Does he die if that spear lands? We will never know. I don't know. Probably not. They get the BKB. It's not worth nothing.
He kicks him out of the jungle, makes it so he's not farming up that Bloodstone for this period of time, and they're still hunting on the other side of the map.
Scouting Sunstrike. Trying to set stuff up on both sides to find that pick off. If they don't get it, they'll take the tier 2, even out this objective game a little bit.
I love the speed at which Liga is playing
lot
this
more active.
current time. I mean, they went from that period of time where they got a kill in mid, TP top, found the Chen, then went through the gate, killed the Bristleback in the bottom lane. It's like ever since that moment, they have been high-octane movement around the map.
Much smoother game for them. They actually got to play a bit more and show us their prowess around the map. A lot less catch for Falcons this time around too, so maybe easier for them to get the lanes in, not be as scared, look for things of their own. That definitely helps. I think Mirage having a way better game also probably helps. He's a big playmaker for this squad. And that BKB for Alberca, it's coming soon. That's a big item. It really limits the jump opportunities for Skeeter in these fights.
Yeah, it's just one more hero that he is unlikely to be able to 100-0 like he did do in that Roshan fight. Shiva's the second armor item for Falcons. A third armor item, I guess, if you include Guardian Greaves. So they really are getting all the armor auras, and all of it may not be enough to deal with the Shadow Fiend. They finally take their first Tormentor of the game, get a shard for the Invoker.
I feel like if Falcons let Liga get to the next big set of items here for the cores, this game is going to get really hard.
Yeah.
If you let Invoker farm an entire Assault Kuros and this Shadow Fiend farm a Satanic, that fight looks very difficult. I don't think what you're getting in the next few minutes is going to match that. You're going to get an Abyssal here for this Alk. You finished up that Greaves. You're looking for the Shivas, but I think you just got to go now. I don't think you can wait for this ATF Bloodstone or things like that. You have to use the Alk's timings to propel this game forward. They're going to try and do exactly that. I think this is the correct call. Now, whether you can find something off this, that might be a lot more difficult, but you have to try.
Did Liga spot? I mean, their creep wave instantly died, so surely they know there's a smoke in mid. They'll leave Panto to push in bottom lane aggressively, but they brought the Shadow Fiend back in preparation for this assault.
Oh, he did manage to finish the Bloodstone. That's pretty big here for ATF. Line that up with the Alk's timings here with that Abyssal. Now you have a much stronger push.
Still got to make sure he doesn't get mana burned, but at least Bloodstone will help. Much tankier beast to deal with.
Liga just stalling them out here. Create a defense. Don't let the push come through. You're okay losing a little bit of gold to slow this game down.
If you don't know or forgot, by the way, what the shard was on Invoker, it's the EMP pull-in, which I had to look it up because I totally forgot.
Hasn't it? It's been that for a long time, right?
Yeah, and I still forgot. It happens. I've got 20 years of Dota in my brain.
Playing a little too much Deadlock there, huh?
I'm helping out the audience. right?
Sure, man.
The one time in our careers that Avery gets to talk shit about me not playing more Dota than him. 4,000 net worth lead with an Alchemist is really not much, but Falcons feel like they've hit a swing of things where with this Abyssal Blade, with this Bloodstone, they think they're stronger in the team fights, and it almost seems like Liga agrees as they are giving way to this tier 2, but yeah, 50-50.
A true even game.
Do you agree with that?
Actually, kind of. I think I'd favor Liga a little bit, but not by much. Because the thing is, okay, if this game goes another 10 minutes and nothing happens, I will favor Liga, but this game is still in a point where if Falcons win that one fight, which they can, they could still snowball this game off that next stage.
So do you like the fact that Liga seems to be kind of ratting the map right now? They're not giving Falcons the opportunity to win a fight.
Yeah, they're not giving that 5v5. Just waiting for the next set of items to come in for the SF and the Invoker, which are going to be really good ones. And that BKB or Shiva's for the Mars to help him stay alive as well is pretty big. You are giving some time for this Bristle to, do Bristle things. He's getting fairly large. That's your biggest concern here as this game goes later and later.
Yeah. Those next items, by the way, are Satanic for the Shadow Fiend and a AC for the Invoker.
A lot of survivability. Oh, smoke gate play. This is sneaky. I don't know if Falcons are expecting this backstab. This could be really nasty if you find supports or the Alk first. High ground
Looks
war
like
too.
it could be the Chen, though Amar actually runs into it first. They still manage to get a pin, though. It's on the Chen. Kiss is raining in. Snaking is almost going to die immediately. Yules goes off. Onto Alberca. He's trying to get away from Amar right now. His pocket is BKB, but Skeeter's going for a different target. He managed to hit the Abyssal Blade and trying to finish off you. He's got him. The single target focus of the Alchemist this time around is enough to bring down the Shadow Fiend now that he has that critical item in the Abyssal Blade, and once the Shadow Fiend is dead, it all falls apart for Liga.
His heroes are so tanky. It takes so long for the Chen to die. He gets his ult off. Nobody's focusing this Alchemist at all, and he just barrels straight towards that SF with that Abyssal, chops him down to size. He had a nice hook shot cog to kind of slow all of that down, and there was an initial Hurricane Pike on Skeeter too, so his jump wasn't that great. It just doesn't even matter. There's no real kiting in this fight.
Yeah, did the same amount of damage. Dramatically different outcomes. A 1-for-3 exchange to the favor of Falcons. They head up to the high ground. Maybe pick off a little bit more. Panto gets too close, gets Gleipnired. Kick back from Malrine on Amar instead of Panto. It's okay. They've got the kill either way.
And Liga, they lost that one fight where I think Falcons had a really solid chance to snowball off, and it's going to cost them so much here. Maybe the game.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 lanes of barracks and a Roshan, most likely.
Brutal.
That is brutal, man. I mean, you called it. You said, another 10 minutes you'll favor Liga, but right here, right now is Falcons' time to win the game, and they did that with one team fight.
They're still just so much tankier. You didn't have those big tank items on the side of Liga for them to stand their ground and take the fight back, which means you're running, and when you're running versus team,
you're dead.
Yeah, we saw what happened. And so right now, this Alk is still in charge. Eventually, he falls off in this game. He's hitting his stride. He's thinking about nags, in fact.
Yeah, who's he getting that for?
If you give it to the Bristle and refund him, I don't know how good the Earth Spirit one is, but it's okay.
Hey, here at BB Dacha, we appreciate you guys in chat. And so, we're giving away some items for you guys. Don't have to do any drop situation. Just be a cool guy.
Yeah, be a good chatter
just
for once in your life.
Yeah, for once in your life. Just don't be toxic.
That's all you have to do. Probably a difficult task for
everything
most Dota
you say,
chatters.
just end in a smile.
Well.
And maybe you too will get a drop. Shout out to that person who managed to get one for being a cool chatter. Gave it to the non-cringiest chatter. Panto gonna go for another roast steal. Last time he got a couple of those items. Rocket Flare, they know he's there. He jumps in because he knows, well, okay, they know I'm here. I have to pop out. Doesn't get anything for his efforts.
Unlucky.
Nothing but pain and death awaited him in
So
that pit.
that's an Ag Scepter Roche. The Earth Spirit takes it. So they get that anyway. So where does this Alk Ags go now?
Oh, you said it. Refund the bristle.
Refund the bristle, I guess. Is that really the best? Is that better than like Swift Blink on the Alk or something of that nature? Wait, he gave it to... Wait, what? Wait, where'd it go? Isn't that the Roshan one?
Mar still has his Ags, so...
He pulled it. Does someone still have the one from Roche? Dude, wait, what just happened? Wait.
Did he actually give it to the Earth Spirit who already had it?
What? I missed something. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind in old
He gave
age.
it to the Earth Spirit, man.
What does that do, though?
Nothing. Oh, well, I mean, technically, he gives him the alchemist. You know, when he gives Ags away to people, he still gets that, but that's it. Alberca tries to get the pin, but a Force Staff pulls Bristleback out of danger. Skeeter's going to jump for the Panto kill, try to get a Deafening Blast or Yules. Both will interfere with him killing that support. Nothing seems to be stopped. Okay, maybe something does stop.
There's some damage.
The
Another
Bristleback
misroll.
from hitting that tier 3, rolling from Malrine. Doesn't get there.
Getting
You
kited.
fighting back. Malrine rolls away with the remainder of his BKB.
Successful high ground hold. Played that slow, dodged the rolls. Missed their own spear, but it's a tough spear. You get to hold your BKBs. And now you get to smoke out, or at least look aggressively with the SF Invis. Nothing to find. Wait, so yeah, he must have given that Ags to the Earth Spirit who already had one and then just fizzles? I didn't know you could do that, though. I mean, I guess I never thought about that because why would you ever want to do that? They got one off Roche, right? I'm not mistaking that. I saw it in the pit.
Yeah. No, you're right. Earth Spirit
I
consumed
saw it in
that
the pit.
well before
Yeah.
he was given the Ags from
So
the
he's got two Ags now.
double enchant remnant. He's got 2 charges of it. That sounds sick.
Dude, that's so sad if you're Skeeter. Just farm up an Ags, throw it on students.
4,200 down
Just
the drain.
throws it in a trash
Hey,
can.
whatever, man. They got 27K to spend.
He gets the buff, though, like you said. So, that's an expensive... What does he get? He gets, like... What is it? 10 damage or something? I don't even remember.
Yeah, it's like 5%. It's like, it's damage and... It's not cooldown, but, Oh, now we got the spear. He's still facing away from the damage sources, though, so it's a little awkward, but they'll get there in the end. Got one.
Okay. Oh, nice
A
stun.
second time is going to be Russ Skeeter with a beautiful stun initiation, trying to chain it with the Abyssal Blade. Not good enough, though. Yu has his opportunity to respond in kind. Starts throwing some damage to hit a second
That's a
spear,
good spear.
this time on the Alchemist,
They have
and
enough.
they've got him dead. Amar, broken, in some trouble, has to use BKB, runs away. The Requiem goes out. Malrine is dominating the back line there.
1v4.
1 versus 4, leaving you alone to deal with a Bristleback and crit. Yeah, Malrine is
killed
still
them all.
going at it, man. He enchant remnanted himself. He goes into the fountain. He finally
They're still
dies, but
dying.
he did enough for crit to swoop in and take the triple.
Oh, Malrine boss. Just 1v4. Won the fountain. Even that cannot save you. ATF has some words here, of course. And damage off the charts there for that Malrine Earth Spirit, showing why this hero is so damn strong with that refresher double magnetize. Absolutely crushed that back line. I'm sure you was saying, team, where are you?
Yeah, where are you guys doing? I'm fighting 3 of them. They're like, well, Malrine's out of control back here, man. We can't handle him.
That is just the game. No buybacks available.
Yep.
They were committed. The SF never had one. And, oh, little fountain dodging. Nope, he wants to go in anyway.
Fountain diving. So this is where I wanted to be, you fool.
ATF very satisfied with his work. As Falcons will take the 2-0 just like that. I think a little stuff to brush up in those games. I think this game in particular, it looked pretty solid for Liga, honestly. Maybe you can argue the timings are still favorable for Falcons to ever get like a 1-1 team fight. This game kind of explodes where Liga have to win 10 or 20, you know, to equal that. Sometimes those kind of games are rough, which is why I still kind of like the Falcons draft, because just in these metas, if you can get that death ball online, it's just so much, I don't want to say easier to execute, but the game favors you in the sense of you only need that one team fight win. And I honestly think Skeeter was MVP this game. Like he had that one jump mid that did not work out, but every jump after that, he found some good targets. He was just a raid boss in the fight. They could not deal with the Alk. The itemization was absolutely on point with the AC into the Abyssal, ruined that SF's day.
Yeah, he identified the problem, right, which was the Shadow Fiend, and he picked up Basher, Abyssal, and just focused on going for the SF every team fight.
And Liga had big problems this game dealing with the BKB jump-ins. They just didn't have enough damage to output soon enough in this game to deal with the BKB Bristle, the BKB Alchemist in particular. They just dominated the backside of these fights. They had okay early game in terms of getting out of lanes and then transitioning that into a lot of net worth. Their supports found a lot in these early fights, early Vessel, early Solar Crest. They found some pickoffs on the map, but a lot of that's 5-man movement, and it's not shutting down the Alchemist. It's not taking over the map. So the transition was just a little off there for Liga. It's probably a game they feel frustrated in because they probably felt like they were playing well. And in some of these fights like this one, right, the Alch just blinks into you, and it's like you can't do anything to him. He's just zoning your entire team. You're hitting him. He takes no damage. You're missing off some of the Radiance. Skeeter's just a boss. No way around it. This is another one of those jumps. You find the Chen. That's a good target.
This is the one that completely turned the game against Liga.
Yeah, if you can stand your ground and fight there, it might be okay. But the second you start running, you get Abyssal, it's game over.
Yeah. And that was a fight that we had been talking about how Liga were dodging team fights because Falcons had hit this big window where they were very strong. And then they went for a backstab off the smoke through the gate, and as cool as the idea was and almost worked out in backstabbing Falcons, ended up being the team fight that ultimately loses them the game.
Another great jump from Skeeter, and then, I mean, this fight was just all Maureen. He baits out some spells, stones himself, goes out, and he'll come back in later and just dice him up. They do find the Alex, so maybe this is some glimmers of hope. Hey, we're going to win this fight on breaking the Bristle. Team, where's the team? Well, the team is all dying to one man on the back line as he dealt 12,000 damage. Ushered them into the fountain, and, well, see you later. That's a little clean 2-0 with some fountain diving and some all chat to top it off. Falcons Classico.
True.
One might say.
Nice smiley faces from Amar at the end once they know the game is secured.
Exactly. So, I mean, what more can you say? Nice little 2-0 from Falcons. Got everything they wanted.
I think Liga performed pretty admirably in that second game. I mean, considering who Falcons
they played a strong transitionary period. They're going up against a staunch opponent. They're relatively new underdog team, young players. Again, I think this squad they haven't just gotten run over in any of the series, and they've taken a decent amount of wins here in the group stage. They're looking solid. Like, I don't think you can set expectations astronomically high for a team like this coming in, right? You're not going to expect them to win every game, but they've been fun to watch. They've picked a wide variety of stuff. I think Mirage had a much better game, too. He bounced back. I mean, he ended this game 8-3-10. He still found some openings, did some stuff. It's just at some point with those BKB timings, Invoker sits there and goes, I don't do enough damage, guys.
Yep.
What do you want me to do? Like, I right-click Bristle. Woo!
Bristleback is still a menace, it seems.
Oh, yeah, that hero is an absolute monstrosity. When he gets going, there is no counter to him, I think, in Dota. Like, maybe that Viper, but
yeah.
Viper is Viper. You can play around that hero.
It's shut him down so much, too. Right?
Oh, yeah.
They had so many rotations.
Yeah,
up to that
a little
top lane.
bit.
They killed him quite a few times. They
still
tried
had
to stop
decent
some of
farm.
the stacks. Just none of it was enough. All right, I believe we're going to be getting 2 different interviews, as I think Maureen's going to be talking to Nat here in a few seconds. So I'll check in on that pretty soon. But I believe we're also going to get an opportunity to talk to Crit. So we'll see how that goes. Nat, are you ready for your interview?
Yep.
Okay. Talk to Maureen and Nat.
I was so distracted. I was making a joke. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Maureen, why did you guys struggle closing out game 1 so much? You made it go so much longer than it needed to.
I mean, I actually even forgot what happened at first game, but I guess enemy was trying to defend as much as possible. You know, there's not something more to say.
You feel like you guys didn't make mistakes at all? It was just the other team did well?
I memorized it. I would just gave them 2 Russians for free. It's like to delay the game and make it more funny for the viewers. So just no problem, guys.
Okay, all right. It's always for the viewers. We thought maybe you guys would have been more cautious of the morph it going through for game 1. Do you feel like that was an issue, or you guys feel like that's not really a hero that worries you this meta?
I mean, I think we have found a way how to deal with morphing, and it's became no problem for us. So if people trying to use water against us, we have fire. Actually, fire doesn't work, but who cares?
Okay, I just laughed because I was doing a practice interview with Jenkins, and he literally said that same answer, that's what you would say. It's like, this man just knows you. You picked Earth Spirit for both Game 1 and Game 2. Do you feel you had something to prove after how bad you played in PGL on it?
I mean, for sure, proving every time, because, I mean, we're just having rough times in the team, and our understanding of Dota, our place, and every game, is, especially losing, is giving us knowledge to improve, and just fit for us to get better.
Okay, and what have you been doing since PGL as well? We haven't been able to talk to you yet.
I mean, it's just unlucky, I guess, because people refused to take me. I was always in a Russian interview.
It is unlucky, but look, it's nice to talk to you, Mallory, and we're going to head on back to our casters who have a special guest.
We had the post-game interview with Mallory, and now we've got the post-game
Post-interview.
interview.
Yeah.
Post.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
How'd you think that interview was from that?
Yeah, what's your assessment of the interview?
It was a Melvin interview, you know.
What about the fire water?
That was not good.
Did
the guy needs to play more Pokemon. Like, he's too young, you know. Like, it's like the basics for our generation, but for him, like, I guess it's just they never learned it.
Did that knock Malrine down the competency chart for you as
he
a
was
teammate?
pretty down there already.
Oh.
So
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
More underground now?
Nah, he's still.
All right,
he's got a little bit.
Fair
It's not
enough.
that low.
Who's the highest? Who's highest on the competency chart? You know, you're stuck on that desert island. Who are you going to pick to go with you?
Probably the coach. That's the AUI.
That's a cop out, dude.
That's a cop out.
Yeah, that's a cop out.
You got to name one of the players.
I mean, it's tough.
Or would you take none of them?
Yeah,
you alone.
I would not take any of them.
So you alone on
I would
the desert
rather
island.
be alone.
Yeah, I actually
You
agree with
think
that.
bringing on one of those players would actually increase
It's a
your
negative,
chances,
yeah.
I've been on
decrease your
teams
chances
like
of
that. I
survival?
respect that.
No, it's like that for
No,
sure.
that's totally fair.
Hey, look at that. It's you.
Oh, that's me.
Do you like your stats?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
you
not
did
bad.
more damage than you had net worth. That's
good. That's usually how it is.
It's a good metric.
Yeah.
Were you MVP that game?
No.
Were
I don't
you
think so.
MVP game 1?
What was game 1? I think, yeah, I'd say so.
Nice.
For sure. Yeah.
Really? Really?
I think I did
Really?
a lot. I did a lot in the comms. You know, the public
right.
doesn't know how much I do for this team. I will just say I kind of do everything. So
What do you do for this team? What is everything?
I basically micro all of them and tell them what to do so they
Okay.
don't mess it up.
Right.
Yeah.
And then AUI covers the draft.
Yeah, so, like,
really
and then
it's
we
just-
go-
It's a two-man team.
Yeah. So then when we go outside afterwards, like I'll flame all the players to him, and he'll be like, "Yeah, it's true." Like,
Right.
yeah.
I mean,
That's
the
how
one
it
thing
goes.
you don't do is the all chatting. I think the rest of your team has that covered.
Yeah, because I'm busy like microing them. They don't have anything to do. Like they're just sitting chatting.
Hands-free,
I'm basically using their heroes, so they don't have to use their brain on it.
So you were the real puppet master all
Yeah,
along.
yeah. Like Valve. Yeah, I don't know what to
That's
say.
why they usually say it's okay. There was no pun to make there.
No, okay.
I assure you.
All right, looking forward to this next year. New season started. You guys have any fresh resolutions? What do you feel like you needed to improve on from last year?
I mean, it's a weird one because I don't think there's much to change. Like last year was really good. I think just like making sure that we stay on top of like our motivation and like make sure that we play a lot of pubs and not give teams like a chance to catch up, because I feel like we were ahead most year, and even like the biggest tournaments we had a little bit of like maybe a little bit of a meta problem for us. Like we were lacking a little bit behind strategically, and that kind of hurt us in TI and Riyadh. But I think if we just stay in form as much as possible, like we should have a good shot at winning most tournaments.
It's always been that throughout these Dota seasons, the most dominant team through the first 9 months, they end up getting nerfed, and the final 3 months strength is always the hardest. Do you feel like that happened this last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a pattern, you know, you can't really ignore it. I think for me, the problem is like, then I look at Gladiators last year, they had a really rough year, and then they came into Riyadh and TI, and they had really good placements. So I kind of don't want the year that they had, but like we're kind of following up the season they had before us. So like You never know. Maybe we
So-
can do both, you know?
You're gonna sandbag it a bit. Like,
Yeah.
let's lose a couple lands, you know.
I mean, that's why I'm hoping it's not going to happen. I hope we can just take the good part and, you know, still win some
Are you gonna have
tournaments.
ATF play a couple games where he goes like 0-8 on Timbersaw, like right before TI? You know, oh, it's a garbage hero.
I
you
think
know,
that will happen, like, by
just
default.
naturally.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fair.
I don't think
too.
we have to try hard to make that happen.
The competency chart. We're seeing, seeing
All
where
right,
it is.
so
Right?
Maureen's at the bottom. Mars here. That's what I figured out so far.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
You're going up on mine though.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much. You're doing a great
Good.
job.
Good.
Yeah, I understand. You're just doing everything. So
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is.
I was about to say, do you need any more staff to be able to help you out? Because we see Liquid, they have like 5 coaches. Have you guys thought about picking up an analyst to help out AEY? Or
I feel like he's
He's
fine.
got it all
He's,
locked.
he's good.
I'll contact you
Yeah.
later.
Okay.
You have my number.
Yeah. If you get
don't
get tired of casting,
lose his number.
Okay.
Lose his number.
Oh,
All right.
well, we'll talk.
Thank you for coming on the desk. Greg.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And good luck with the rest of your games. Yeah.
We have one
Do you
more in
one more.
not next series, but the one after.
Okay. Good luck. Welcome back to Belgrade here at BB Dacha. We have our third series that is about to head underway, and that series is
Team Spirit versus. Do the next one. It's Aurora.
Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Gaming.
Oh. What character is this?
I don't know. I just thought it was
What is
interesting. Everybody
this-
expects the big deep voice, and it's just. What if they did that for a TI?
You making fun of me?
No, I wasn't actually
Yeah,
for
are you-
once.
you're not making fun of me?
No, I wasn't for once.
Okay.
I was just doing a bit.
Yeah, I thought you liked Avery's bits.
He steals bits, and then he gets angry when other people steal bits from him. Do the Canadian accent.
No, I'm not doing
Do
that
the
on
Canadian
there.
voice.
I have a legacy to uphold.
Okay. Oh, I don't want to hear about this legacy again. For God's sakes.
If he does that on stream, he'll probably get canceled.
Thank
so
God.
Jenkins,
Yep.
how do you feel like Aurora has been at this tournament?
Aurora, who are they
Yeah,
playing?
Jenkins.
They've replaced Lornoff is on Tundra now, right? They don't. Let's see who's on. Oh yeah, they got the
TA 2000.
They got
That's
the
him, the man.
Mina boys. I'm struggling with the reshuffles, but they're doing pretty good. You guys, you know, no offense, you played up this rhetoric. Oh, Aurora, they're gonna go to 40 minutes. They're gonna play slow. I feel like Abed is kind of taking it to the boys. Like he's playing very fast. He's looking good on the mid lane. TA 2000. This guy is one of the best carry players on the planet. I really think that he carried.
Well, Yatoro doesn't think so.
Well, Yatoro was no offense.
Yatoro said
Yatoro's
he should have had another 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Than he did.
in which game?
In his
The Luna game?
Where he went 11-0. Kind of
Okay, fair enough.
embarrassing.
I'm not stupid enough.
Yeah,
I'm not going to fight with. I'm
nah.
going to pick a fight with Yatoro right now. Okay.
We saw what happened to Ame.
But I do think there was a period. Oh yeah, I do think there was a period where people were considering TA 2000 to be top 3 carries in the world when Quest was
Avery.
You don't think so?
When was that?
When Quest?
I'm not saying he's not good, but top 3.
When Quest was doing very well consistently in every tournament, and people were saying like it's this guy. I think since that time it's been kind of dispelled because the other players of Quest, of that iteration of Quest, have joined other teams, and then those teams have done very well. Why are you looking at me like that? I feel like that was the narrative. It was like TA 2000 carrying this team.
There was like a month in there where they broke out. We'll all agree with you. People were like, this guy's good.
And then what happened? Fraud watch?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think honestly that team suffered from the classic. You don't have as good opponents to practice against because of the region they were in.
Oh, we know that one all too
it's
well.
the NA Crucible.
Otherwise, Fart Studios NA top 5 team would probably be here.
Okay, well, who
We
may
would be
actually
playing.
be a top 5 team here is Team Spirit.
Ooh. These guys are good.
They're good. You want to just get it out of the way and talk about the guy everybody wants to talk about, which is Satanic.
Oh,
Pubstar.
I thought you were going to say Ame, but yeah. Talk about Satanic.
Pubstar, young up-and-coming, latest generation, or maybe a new generation, the start of a new generation of Dota, potentially. And
Those generations happen fast.
Yeah,
Right,
they do.
Avery?
Only takes a couple of years. You're in and out just like that. Maybe you have a legacy, maybe you don't. That's all you got left at the end of the day.
I mean, at this point, Yatoro is more well-known as a streamer than a player.
That's potentially true. I mean, do not underestimate this team. They got a lot of new players, but they still got 3 TI rings between all of them. If you split that up, that's,
one
3
Riyadh
fifths
ring
of
as
a
well.
ring for each person.
Yeah.
Which averages up to a ring. So they basically got 5 rings.
That's true.
Satanic, a TI winner already by proxy.
Rue's a young dude, too. He's like 20, and he played with Satanic on Yellow Submarine, so a guy that, I don't know how that happened, where they wanted both players, or Satanic's like, I want to continue playing with this guy, or whatever, but there is that built-in synergy there, so this is kind of the combination of 2 teams, in a way, old and new, which has done very well in Dota in the last 5 years. Looking at Creep Wave players, like all of these players went on to join old legends who had a legacy, Avery, and they did something with themselves.
Legacy, word of the day, very important here. Spirit trying to continue to build their organization's legacy by ushering in this new squad. I kind of like it. It's a nice mix. I think they got a lot going for them. They got a lot cooking. I think, like you said, they have the mix of the raw talent plus the experience. I think for that team, I'm looking towards Maposhka and Malik in particular. I mean, Laurel's going to do Laurel things. But I think in terms of shot calling and controlling the game, I'm looking towards Malik and Maposhka to really pick that up and set the plate for all the other young lads and just make their life easy, you know?
Give me some hard analysis here. What is the difference between last year's Spirit and this year's Spirit and playstyle?
Well, Yatoro and Collapse are gone.
That's why I said playstyle, not what's the difference, period.
Collapse is some big shoes to fill. I will say that much. I do think Malik is a very good player. I think they're similar. They play a lot of the same heroes.
Okay.
But Collapse has, at many points in his career, been considered the best player, like, period.
Yeah, I think Collapse was in the top 2 players at some of the TIs, especially the ones he won. I think he was the best offlaner in the world at the Romanian TI, first time they claimed victory over LGD. I mean, Faith Beyond was up there for sure, but ultimately he was just the best breakout player of that season. And I think, for me, what defines Collapse as a player is he's the best blink stunner in the world.
Yeah.
Like, period. Nobody matches this guy in terms of playing the blink stuns. I think Malik, that's where he differs a bit. Like, he's going to bring more of the hero diversity. He'll play maybe more of the summons pool, stuff like that, the Enigmas, the Visages, right? And he'll be a bit more comfortable on those than Collapse. We saw Collapse go into that a bit. But that's something he could bring to the table where Spirit branch out in terms of, you're talking about how do they differ play style-wise. I think Spirit are going to be more confident to experiment and just try playing a little different, play around maybe Laurel a bit more or this offlane a bit more instead of we have Yatoro that is like he's going to pick his hero and then we have to build around that and make sure that works. Maybe Satanic functions similar in the team, but I don't think they're going to necessarily cater to it in the exact same way in terms of resources and all of that.
Let me ask you this. What about the carry position? Is there, obviously Yatoro, best carry in the world, blah, 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 but like, is there a difference in the hero pool between those two players? Do you feel like they are still relying heavily on harder carries for this roster, which was a criticism for Spirit last year, right? That they didn't adapt as much to the Gaimin Gladiators liquid meta that was being established.
I think so, and I think the same thing goes for Rue as well. I feel like you see this a lot in regional younger players, is that Spirit, they're legendary, right?
Yeah.
Everybody in this region is looking at Mira, looking at Yatoro, and playing their heroes. It's just inspirational, right? Same thing in the SA region. Like, you can see that there's like, this is an Eastern European sort of hero for a 4 position. This is an SA hero for a 4 position. So I feel like because Rue and Satanic are younger players from Yellow Submarine was the original Spirit, like way back when. Like, there's some history there, right? And so I feel like they play the same heroes because they were literally inspired by the players in their, coming into Dota.
Okay, so in that regard, it feels like, player personal preferences and stuff like that. It seems like the hero pools are generally the same, except for Malik.
Except for Malik.
That this is going to be where Spirit is going to pivot the most.
That's
and
what I would
could
assume.
define what their new style is going to be, which it sounds like you guys feel like we don't really know necessarily what that is, but I am curious if they're going to be the same speed as.
From what I've seen, it looks like similar speed. I do not expect them to suddenly be like Team Liquid speed or Gaimin Gladiators Deathball or some ultra fast skirmish team. I think they are still going to be kind of the medium pace, methodical map play into the controlled team fights and build the lead from there. Maybe they lose a little bit of that comeback potential. I think that's one of the like special characteristics that defined Yatoro as a player. When we talk about what Team Spirit lost, is I always felt Team Spirit thrived from behind. They were one of the teams
and Collapse too, honestly.
Yeah, they were just comeback team fight machines. And so maybe you lose a little bit of that because you get young players. And young players, the downside is they're not as experienced on land, so their ability to come back in clutch situations where there's a lot of pressure is maybe worse, but their ability to play from ahead in snowball games and be super aggressive is maybe better. That's all a trade-off. And Aurora, definitely the more experienced team, I think, here. These guys are all veterans of the C team. They bring in some of those really star players from PSG Quest, and they've had an okay start. I mean, they've looked pretty good. Their record's, I think, 3-1 going into the series, right? But I think some of the games they've been like a little all over the place, and they won some of those games from a position that was pretty far behind. And it wasn't, those comebacks were not, to me, those comebacks didn't feel as, Aurora just, they made an incredibly clutch comeback. It was the enemy gave them some openings. Aurora took it, made the comeback and won. But against a better team, would have they been able to do that? I don't know. It didn't necessarily feel that way to me.
Another game that we are going to see an early Bristlebank pick.
Yeah, you guys have. We have felt the on Team Fart Studios, of course, top 5 in NA. We really felt the power of this hero against us. It presents a problem. You need heroes that can invade stacks while also having heroes that can burst Bristle through the passive in the late game. It doesn't feel like there's that many good breaks in the game. Like Viper is probably the best one, but then you have to have a Viper on your team, which isn't necessarily the greatest. It's kind of a slow hero, not super meta.
So in this situation, where you start off as Spirit, and you ban away Doom, and you ban away Timbersaw.
Doom is good, yep.
And then you pick Bristle and say, go ahead. You want to first phase a Viper?
Yeah, I don't
Doesn't
mind the Invoker though. I think this is like a soft counter where you drain Bristle's mana and therefore you don't have to worry about killing him.
Didn't seem like it was good enough for Liga.
No, I think you probably need this plus like a couple of other soft counters if you're going to do that, which does kind of shoehorn your draft into picking certain heroes, which can be rough, but also, Invoker is a first phase pick hero in general, so may as well, right?
I'm going to throw a crazy 8-sided wrench your way.
Okay.
Ooh.
And it's in your wheelhouse. We've been playing a lot recently.
Yeah?
There's a hero that wins in the late game
No, you're kidding.
that has a break mechanic.
You're not going to suggest
I'm
PA.
just saying, the Phantom Assassin, it's out there somewhere. I don't know where it's blurred. I can't see it, but it's out there somewhere.
It's blurred.
And I feel like it can win the game against the Bristle.
Okay, all right.
And I don't even know if the lane's that bad because you get a lot of sick charges. You just dagger him up.
I don't know if I'm being gaslit right now, but
You are.
I'm gonna continue.
I have COVID.
I'm gonna continue just sparking that fire, sparking that gas, or whatever this analogy.
Add it to me.
Add gas to the light.
I feel like because of the nerf to the pipe. And
Wait,
the
spread out, Austin. He's about to cook here. He's about to cook here.
Who let this man cook?
Okay, because of the nerfs to the pipes and the greaves of the world, they kind of slowed down the game, or they tried to. And then because of the nerfs to bracers, we went from like a 1-item timing patch where you'd get like 3 bracers plus 1 small item, and then boom, 5-man. Now we're at kind of a 2-item meta, right? You'd get like drums plus Vlad's on one hero, or like a Solar Crest plus another item, and then you group up. Like, I think we have more room for carries to get items in this patch, and that was an issue with PA previously, that she needed that 3rd item to be good, and you just could never get there. But now you can. We've seen quite a few Battle Furies. We just saw Nightfall play Ursa with the Battle Fury, and it went well for him. Battle Fury heroes, I'm not going to say they're back, but they're much more reasonable in this patch compared to previous.
I also wouldn't mind seeing some team try this Drow versus the Bristle. I know the tempo's really scary, but I do think eventually you make his life pretty miserable. You're a Silver Edge buyer. You have some anti-regen mechanics. You're super long range. I don't think the lane should be that bad for you. I don't know. I think that could be another interesting. I don't know if it would actually work, but I kind of would like to see somebody try it.
The Drow has been trending, and Satanic has been playing it.
Yeah, they're just gonna jam the cores here, man. Spirit, they know what they want, and they're going to take it. Get some damage follow up here. You're gonna be pretty happy.
Why would you take your offlaner so early on?
Support Bristle.
Okay.
I think anytime you pick Mars and we ask questions like this, usually it's like a Snap or a Phoenix that comes out next. Like something that can combo with it, where it's in lane and then also in the game, where pretty much you can put Mars in like the worst possible scenario in terms of picks and bans, and he's going to be fine because you have the combo.
Was that a mango? What was it?
Somebody sucking on a mango or what?
You can't say that, man.
What do you? What did you see? Somebody?
I think it was a stress bulb. It looked like a stress mango.
Oh yeah, no, that's some of the swag. You can get that actually if you show up to.
Oh my! Am I just repping another team's merch?
No, that's for BB Dacha. That's BB Dacha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Go
should
check that out, guys.
Yeah.
BB Dacha store.
I thought you got a bag. They gave them away in the bags.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's from that. I see.
Yeah.
That look cool. Check that out later. I mean, Aurora definitely wants some melee heroes to go in here, but you don't have the clock. You don't have the tusk. What's left? Earth Spirits in the pool. if you play support Earth Spirit, Aurora might. The Tiny, the Q Tiny.
I was gonna
is
say,
it gonna make a comeback?
Tiny's not bad against the Mars Snap because he just has so much raw HP, and it's all magical damage from the Mars Snap combo. He feels kind of bad to Arena.
The Ancient Apparition. Somebody thinking about it?
You need to stop suggesting that. It is never coming. Although against the Bristle,
Lich, you get some armor going. Could be interesting.
Mana
But you
drain
still
as
need
well.
that front line.
Yeah.
What is your front line here? That's the thing I think is the toughest against this
Okay,
Bristle.
now is it Ogre? They really need frontline now.
I mean, the SF Ogre, man, I'm telling you. It's no joke. I would not mind it at all here.
I feel like I'm just going through a bit of deja vu.
Yeah, we just watched this game.
Invoker SF versus Bristleback.
They do have break in the Hoodwink, though. Okay, that's an interesting pick because you get GA now.
Yeah.
This SF he's big and bad in the fight. Not a lot is going through the Omni Knight right now. Not a lot of backline jump for Spirit. Though I guess you have the Bloodsport on the Arena.
That's what I was gonna say.
You
How do
can't
you
target him?
I feel like that matchup used to go the other way, where Mars.
Yeah.
You honestly, Arena Spear is like this is single target, even though it's a big AOE ultimate. You isolate and kill one guy, and Omni is like the best against that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
with Bloodsport, you can't see into the arena
Omni was very good versus the old
Unless
Mars.
you clutch
Worse
drop
now.
some wards.
unless you drop us. Yeah, you can hold sentries. That
Yeah.
works.
I mean, it's what you should do, honestly.
I mean, I guess you have the Hoodwink tree to shoot
Hoodwink
in.
tree, yeah.
Sunstrike.
Yeah, that's not bad.
They got him, honestly.
Sunstrike the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
You need to see him.
I think they got him here. They got the vision in the arena. Was already
You know what
being
else gives
countered.
vision inside of Arena?
Meteor Hammer.
Ancient Apparition.
God damn it.
Another core, in theory.
What is going on, man?
Is
These
this actually
guys-
the support Bristle? Are they going to do it? There's a possibility here. Is this the carry Void Spirit?
Well, Aurora
Yeah, we
themselves
saw
ran
Aurora
that.
do it. I doubt it. I feel like this is just the mid Void into the Invoker because that's your counter pick matchup that's the best here. So basically all you're deciding here is do you want to play the carry Bristle or the 5 Bristle? And I would lean towards it's just carry Bristle, so you're going to get a last pick support for either Mapochka or Rue.
I like the Void Spirit here because I feel like the disables on the Aurora side are all something very dodgeable by Void. You get Cold Snapped, he just presses Dissimulate, or you can jump out. You can dodge the Hoodwink, Bushwhack as well. You see her throwing it, you just dodge away. Like I really feel like they need more disable on Aurora.
Yeah. They just wanted a mobility hero mid that did well versus Invoker, gave him another initiation source. It's not all in the Mars now, so you're not just playing into the Omni Knight counterplay. It's solid. If you get that Void Spirit Ags later, it's another tool that's pretty annoying for Omni to team fight into. They're going to ban out offlaners that Jabs would want. I still think Aurora needs some frontline here. Even with the Omni that kind of lets your SF frontline, you want somebody to go in and start fights.
Yeah, that's a.
Who is that?
There is nobody. I mean, I guess Invoker's like pseudo frontline if you jam in an Underlord or something like that, because he's running around Ghost Walk. But jeez,
This is going to be some wacko pick because one, it's a last pick for Aurora. That's always insane. Two, it's Jabs on it, which means it could literally be any hero in the game.
how does the Night Stalker ult work versus Bloodsport on Mars? Can you see over the arena if he ults? Because that could be pretty good. That also solves the disable issue.
I don't know. That's a weird interaction.
And also, maybe that's not tanky enough.
This is a good Night Stalker game, though. It doesn't really look like it.
No. Good against Void, good against Snap. You can jump the back line, stop the kisses. Not good against Bristle. I feel like Bristle will have a completely free lane.
They banned the Drow.
What on earth?
They think it is support Bristle, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that option's there. But the problem is you have to... Man, I don't know. This is a weird last phase. I'll tell you that much, because the option's open for Spirit, but what carry would you want here versus SF Invoker?
Alchemist.
Yeah. I mean, TA comes to mind. Okay, Morphling, so it's support Bristle.
It is a support Bristle.
They get Morphling to steal the Omni spells and just go in and be untouchable. Pretty spooky.
Okay, now this really begs Aurora for more disable.
Yeah, Enigma ban was quite good.
Is there any chance this is support Morphling?
No.
That
Ryu.
That is
No,
true.
there's-
that?
That is true.
There's no way. There's no way.
Avery shut that down.
If you ban Enigma, you ban Enigma here for the core Morphling.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
And the Drow got banned by Aurora, so you don't have that option. That kind of, well, you wouldn't have wanted it, but
yeah,
you could have played support Invoker or SF. I don't know. What do you want here in the offlane for Jabs, man? They have very little time. Okay, I mean, yeah, Beastmaster does Beastmaster things.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's really well-rounded.
Yeah, 100%.
It doesn't really answer the Morph. Morph is perfectly fine against Beast in the lane and honestly in the game, but we talked about them needing Disable. Beast also gives them a hero that applies some map pressure. You can like run the Invoker to the Beast lane and get some kills. That's really nice. BKB Piercing Disable as well. I like the Beast. It's not like some gotcha last pick, but it gives them a lot.
I mean, TA 2000 is getting big boy buffed.
Yes, he is.
He's getting repelled. He's getting alacrities. He's got the Beastmaster aura.
I kind of like
Get a Helm of the Overlord. Give him Frenzy from the Dragon.
I kind of like what they got cooking here.
So do I.
Big buff Shadow Fiend strat. I believe in that strat. It's scary, man. And he's got a lot.
So you think the problem with the previous matchup was Liga? They didn't buff up the Shadow Fiend enough?
I mean, they had other core issues, right? Like they had issues dealing with BKBs. The Beast helps you solve that. They had issues dealing with the front line in that game and the Alchemist and the Bristle. The Hoodwink break helps you a little bit. The Beast can also stand his ground. Omni-Knight helps you stand your ground. Like standing your ground was the biggest issue in that game that we saw previously. I think Aurora have more tools to do that this time. So, yeah, I'm actually feeling it, man. I'm feeling this Aurora draft. I'll lock in my prediction before we even get there, but we can get there if you want.
I'm just trying to get the...
You got it?
Can we get Avery's prediction on the screen? It
No,
is
it's
Aurora.
mine. No.
What are you predicting?
They have to do mine first.
Well, you didn't predict, so go ahead.
Bristleback.
You think it's a Bristle 5?
Okay.
Do you remember?
Who cares?
It's a Bristle 5.
Who cares, man? Bristleback.
Are you hearing this guy?
Spirit.
I don't listen to him half the time.
Lock in Spirit.
Ding. I was trying to get the camera angle thing going. Anyway, I agree. I look at the Aurora draft. All my gut feelings and sensations that are going on in there feels that it's a very well-rounded draft. I love the just buff the one guy strategy. I think that works very well. Normally, I would say like a Morphling is often fine against any Agi carry. You're going to win that matchup late game. But
just make a prediction,
he's
man.
Doing the butt.
You're going on.
I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving them a chance.
He's doing the butt thing.
Well, who's next? Am I second? Well,
Yes.
I'll say Aurora.
It goes in order.
I'll say Aurora Dota.
Why you always got to add like something onto the team name, man?
Because I'm giving
Just
them
say
time.
Aurora.
I'm giving them time. There
it's
we go.
not even Aurora Dota.
Well, why don't you go ask them, okay? Give me some peace and quiet over here. All right, what's your prediction?
You just add Dota to every team.
What's your prediction,
Spirit
Avery?
Dota? I'm going to take Spirit Dota.
You're crossing a line here. You know, that's a line that you just crossed.
I believe in Spirit
Live
Dota.
on air.
Why don't you do the match intro since we're going to go in the game?
Okay, we're going to start with game 1 of Team Spirit Dota versus Aurora.
Dota.
Goodbye.
Wow, thank you. Thrilling. Another thrilling panel with our boy Andrew Jenkins over here. Of course, captain and offlane player for Fart Studios, 5th best North American team, representing that region very well in his professional debut here.
I hear every caster word. Can you hear me right now? TA 2000? Hello. What's up, man?
No, I don't think they can hear us. I think they're talking about other casters. Okay,
The
well,
other
let's talk
casters.
about it. Well,
Hey,
I mean, you stop listening, man.
I hope you guys didn't hear the predictions. I just want to say that I hope you guys just have a fun game. I hope both teams have a great time playing this game 1. I'm going to take silences. If they use smoke, can you tell me?
Hey, since he's listening, I will just say, I've been repping you, man. Just for the record, I've been hyping you up all tournament, my brother. So, when the time comes and, you get in those interviews with those random reporters and they're like, who's your favorite caster pair out there? You remember that down the line. That's all I'm going to say.
I love that SVG guy. He had my back
he's
day 1.
He's a dank fellow, And I've always been an Abed fan for his
That's right. SVG has had no problem with Abed, especially not in the North American qualifiers.
I mean, honestly, I think I've played against him a decent amount in my lifetime.
Yeah, a
and
little
most
bit.
of it was not fun. I'll tell you, he's not a fun player to play against.
Well, we'll see how Spirit feels about it, how Laurel feels about it. Any interesting facets? Oh, we are going to have the Snot Rocket because it's support.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting about that.
Of course, of course.
All right, what is it about support Bristleback? Tell me about it. Break it down for me.
I mean, you goo people. It's a lot of minus armor. The laning's not too bad. You buy all the utility items, and yeah, I mean, that's it, right? You go in the fight, you soak some attention, you put a bunch of minus armor on a lot of people. Some of the value is in the draft. You pick this hero early, you flex him around. You're going to bait out some bristle counters, and then, oh, gotcha, you get a better game for your carry last pick. That's kind of the biggest value here. You're looking to have a really strong Morphling and just propel him to the future and beyond.
That wasn't super inspiring, I'll be honest. I'm not sure if I believe in it, but...
I mean, not everything in Dota is super complicated, right? Like, some things are more draft value oriented than the in-game. I don't think the in-game bristle, I mean, he's not giving you any crazy spells. He's not that good of a support. No? But
oh,
we
good
can.
question. Good question. Can the players read chat? No, they can't.
Would you like to say that guy's name, Austin? Well, okay. You really didn't have to go all out on that. But thank you.
You're welcome.
That was nice.
Got you.
Now, the real question here is, why does Abed have 2 branches in his backpack?
Okay. So everybody, we're going to try a little experiment here. We're going to have a quiet cast.
Yeah, we'll just talk normally. No yelling in this game, Austin.
That's right. This is going to be a relaxing. This is going to be Bob Ross doing the casting here.
How did everybody get smoked in this game except the Invoker?
No mistakes, just happy little accidents. Laurel, can you hear me?
Did we fix it? I think it's fixed.
Well, they certainly can't hear us now, can they?
I'm afraid to say anything, honestly. Dude, every time we're casting a game, all I see in that top right is Yakult's brothers just owning somebody.
Dude, they are just destroying.
That's
over
all
there,
I see.
man.
It's just some score with Yakult's brothers just decimating someone's day. I don't know what is going on with that
Emo
team,
came
but-
back with a vengeance,
Yeah,
man.
he is messing somebody up. I don't know if they're actually winning those games. I assume
But
they are.
I mean, they're certainly getting kills.
It always looks pretty favorable, though. It's always like 20-2, 11-3, 26-8.
They are currently 3-3, so maybe it's just us looking at it at the wrong time. But
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, they win 1-1 against Liquid, Tundra, and MOUZ. They play up against Talon later today, and then tomorrow they're going to play up against BetBoom.
Well, we got muted. I'll tell you, this is not the first time in my career that Abed's muted me. I can almost assure you.
You were never a chat wheel guy.
That's what you think. In my younger days, when I was feeling a bit more frivolous, I got in there. Spammed a couple wheels in my time, dropped a couple stickers.
What was your go-to line?
Just the hero chat wheels, you know.
Yeah. I just want to be super clear because I don't want to end up ruining anything. The players, you guys can't hear us anymore. I don't want to end up calling something, you know.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, it seems like we're good. Problem is fixed, and we are ready to go with Game 1 of Aurora versus Spirit.
What will the bristle do? That is a big question. I mean, how long do you want to stay on the lane if you're Maposhka? Do you want to try and make the gate rotation with the goo? You do run most supports off the map. That's the biggest upside of this hero in the early game. You just run at people, they can't trade with you. So you have an advantage in terms of freedom, roam potential, early skirmishing power. If you leave the lane, you can use all that, but if you leave the lane, your carry pick suffers a little bit, which, you know, mitigates some of the draft value.
Surely that's just in the 1v1 against the opposing support, right? But Hoodwink's going to have a Beastmaster, but he's also going to have Boars. I feel like that it makes the lane a whole lot messier for the Beastmaster, or Bristleback, excuse me.
I don't think this is a lane you want to leave. I feel like you're just going to stay up there for your Miposhka, play the lane out, maybe look for that gate rotation. That's about it. Mid rotations are going to be really difficult into this Invoker. Just an obnoxious hero for Spirit to interact with, especially in the early game. Just leave him to the Void Spirit. Let that 1v1 cook. Can you shut down the Beastmaster? That's another big question here. If you're Spirit, you do not want to let Jabs have a very good game here and get to a point where he's super big, potentially kicking your Morphling out with rotations of his own from the Invoker. So both these side lanes, I think, pretty important for Spirit to get off to a good start so that they have options with their supports in terms of where they want to move around, where they want to pressure, and have more time to stay on the lane, particularly for Satanic. If he's a good start here, he can stay here for a long time. Nice board deny.
Using the goo to try and kill Boars. Unfortunately, Jabs is one step ahead of them. Getting the deny there.
See, Jabs just push this lane in. Also a question of how much Q wants to stack for this Beastmaster. Right, how much pressure do you try and put in the lane here with the Hoodwink versus just getting the stacks up for the Beast? That would be the more conservative option. So far, the early stages, though, going quite well for them. This is a lane Jabs is going to get a lot out of.
TA2000 in some trouble here. Bit of a blast and a spear. They don't have level 2 on the Snapfire, so there was no fall up there to actually get the kill. And now Kaori is level 2, so they have either heal or repel available to them. Unlikely to get that opportunity again, I think.
Yeah, probably not. So this laning stage, it's looking pretty good for Aurora, honestly. It looks like they're just going to farm out all 3 lanes here because nothing crazy happened in those early waves. And I don't think Bristle wins that lane as a support later on. I think your window is pretty early. Maybe you're getting some crazy trade, but then you're just giving a lot of stick charges away. And the wands are up here on the side of Aurora. So they're chilling in this lane, man. Jabs is ultra chilling.
Also, you said you get a bunch of utility items, but like, if you don't win the lane, how do you get the farm for those utility items on a Bristleback? Like, do you ever stack for yourself in the jungle or anything like that?
You can farm jungle for sure.
Okay.
Take a lane for a little bit, join a fight. But you have to get some kills at some point.
Trying to stack up the raises. Hit Malik with 2. It's good enough to force him back a little bit. Keep the aggression off of TA2000.
Yeah, wants that Lotus, and he will get it for his trouble as Jabs.
Pick up Miposhka. It's looking like it's going to be first blood for Jabs.
Nice little find for him. He's still got all the wand charges. They got the Lotus as well. This lane is not panning out for Spirit right now. I mean, it's just going to be survival for Satanic. What can you get out of this lane before you eventually have to leave it? Because I don't think this Bristle's bailing you out of much. You're not fighting this Hoodwink Beast. Lane's way too strong with that Acorn Tree bounce. Maybe Invoker also goes up there, so then you have to consider the gank potential on the Morphling who's trying to stay in this lane as long as possible. I guess you can bring Snap. Make another aggressive go here.
Cookie and spear back, or at least over to the side. That puts him farther away from the Omni Knight. Kaori does manage to get there in time with a heal repel combination that will keep TA2000 alive. Turns around, hits the double raise to kill Malik in turn.
Nice find there. TA2000 super happy about that exchange. Even had the salve to get straight back up to full. And he's top of that CS chart. So add some kills onto that CS and you're looking at a good time. And this is what the Bristle wants to do. Get the goo stacks up. Force heroes off the lane. That's how you can kind of win it. It's just not worked out for Miposhka early here. Has controlled the camps decently, but that's about it. There's a boar in mid. I don't know if that boar denied it, Arun. I don't think it did. Pretty annoying for Laurel, though. Jabs has been on point with the micro this tournament. I will say that.
What was the other instance of micro? I don't remember.
He sent a shovel cobalt to
Oh, that's
deny
right.
Yeah, he likes these cheeky mid plays. Honestly, they're kind of cool.
That's dirty.
If you're still playing the lane really well and you can make these plays, it's a bit of mental damage. Like, this guy's mid and he's getting hit by a boar. What's your problem? You know, that's when you report that guy.
Goes to show how much Jabs values Abed. It's like, don't worry, brother. I'll help you win your lane from my lane.
Oh, absolutely.
Pull him into tower range. Laurel has been struggling with these trade-offs, trying to get the tower to even the odds a little bit, but he still walks away worse for wear.
This is concerning for Spirit. You did not win this laning phase in any of the 3 lanes. Your Bristle's going to become a teamfight liability potentially. But maybe Miposhka can make something happen, but it's not looking amazing. And this beast is, well, he's big. He already has the helm up. He's going to be full of resources on this lane pretty much all time with the wand, the extra lotuses. You could stack for him here. You could leave him alone. You could play through mid with the Invoker. A lot of options open to Aurora right now. And both their side laners are pretty happy.
By the way, I've got a question about this. We've seen Helm of the Overlord, but sometimes we've just seen Helm of Dom.
Oh, look at this gank, Austin.
I'm looking.
Catapult's still up too, so if you lose heroes here...
That was perfect timing from Q to make sure there was no dissimilate, to make sure the EMP lasted, but it still wasn't good enough. All of that good, expertly played combination, in the end, it just leaves the Void Spirit a bit low. I guess it secures the Power Rune for Abed, amp damage for him.
Yeah, maybe he wishes he had that before that game, but yeah, of course, you were fighting for that rune. Did get some tower damage off the catapult, a lot of resources drained out of the Void Spirit, and you secured that rune, and it's all solo XP for your SF and your Beast, so Aurora still happy with the moves they're making, even if you don't get that kill.
Helm of Dom versus Helm of the Overlord. When do you complete it, and when do you know?
I've seen a decent amount of just Helm of Dom. Don't complete the Overlord, go into other auras or like a blink play.
Yeah.
I think that's totally fine too. Overlord is strong if you can immediately use it for objectives or team fighting, but if you can't, then the buildup is not that valuable. So just playing with the Helm of the Dominator is totally fine here, and it's going to be out quite fast for Jabs. CEO is looking good.
Is indeed. Wisdom Rune will be split. One for Q, one for Ryu. Jabs is about to get his level 6. I don't know what Miposhka is going to do in this lane when Beastmaster gets level 6.
Tank the roar? That is an option.
He could, yeah, just
tank
be
the
a body.
kill, and then, okay, more time for Morphling to stay up here.
I do feel like that's what support Bristleback is going to turn into, which is just a big old meat bag.
Oh, they were looking for it. Got the strength morph up, but that Helm creep's already online, and this is the point where Morphling can't really stand here. You're too afraid of the gate rotation or just getting run down. I think Miposhka's
Acorn's going to slow him down long enough to push Whack to be able to land, and tanks the roar. What a great prediction, Avery.
Well, he did tank it.
Great analysis.
Space for Morphling. But unfortunately, I don't know if that tank actually did much because you're losing this tower anyway. The rotation came through. Aurora secured that play. And last hit to Jabs, you betcha. This Beastmaster he's cooking up something fierce right now. I'll tell you that much. And Spirit do not have a lot of AoE spam to kind of deal with the summons push if Jabs wants to make moves on the map. Like, who wants to run into this Beastmaster right now? It's really only the Mars with maybe the Snapfire ult behind him if it comes online later. The other 3 heroes are not too happy fighting into the Beastmaster early on.
In which case, they gotta dodge that side of the map and should be pressuring the SF lane, but that seems pretty dicey, because if the Omni Knight is around, there's huge turnaround potential, right?
Exactly. So aggressive dives are not that easy for Spirit. Invoker Omni Knight are super good at reacting to dive situations. Not an easy map to play right now for Spirit. And their damage is a little lacking because they have this support Bristle. So Laurel can't really make super aggressive plays on the Invoker because he can't solo kill him, and you need more damage on the follow-up. You only have the snap. There's no ult available for him yet, and the Bristle contributes nothing to that kind of play. Awkward situation. You just have to farm up here and bend, don't break. Try and defend this mid-tier 1 if you can. That's a value
cold
mana
snap,
burn.
stops the dissimilate, burns out a bunch of mana. Laurel
Super
immediately
value.
puts a clarity back.
Because now this mid-rotation is wide open for the Beastmaster. You know the Void Spirit's low resources, and Jabs he's just going to swing in behind here, take some camps, and start plowing into that tower.
While Jabs follows Miposhka, you can follow this channel.
Absolutely. Catch all the action as some of the stacks get cleared. So that's some more levels for Rue. He still doesn't have that 6, and this Void Spirit's going to have to go to base. So your tier 1 mid, that was probably your best place to get a defensive fight in this game, gone without a single bristle fired. That feels bad if you're Spirit right now.
Yeah.
This Void Spirit has no game. Like, he just...
Who does have a game?
I guess Satanic. I mean, he did find some farm. He's still jungling. He got some space. He didn't eat the roar because Miposha tanked it.
I would be... If there was, like... I would feel more confident for Team Spirit if this was a game where I felt like the Morphling could come in and have impact early, but I don't see that without a good Morph target. Right? If he was matched up against some sort of Sand King and we saw one of those waveform in, burrow strike, like, oh man, that's really impactful. I just don't see what he's going to turn into early that's going to have that kind of sizable impact in these early game team fights. It feels like so much is going to rest on Malik's shoulders here, and if he has his Blink Dagger delayed, things start getting real dark, and Cherry hits the spear outside of the arena, but Abed, well on point with his aim, hits the Sunstrike.
There's that Ob Sentry in the arena for the Vision. Aurora already on point.
Ooh, nice big Ancient stack, though.
This is the only objective Laurel can take right now as he watches his towers disappear. Some more fast early game from Aurora. Looking pretty good in this event so far. And continuing the momentum. 4-0 start for them. 3 tier 1 towers down by the 12-minute mark. Is this a C team we are watching, Austin? I'm confused.
Doesn't feel like it. And they even take the last big black dragon away from Team Spirit.
Somehow that Morphling did find a lot, though.
He did. It is not to be ignored the fact that he is second in net worth right now.
He tanked another roar there. That's my boy right there.
Roshan.
That's my boy.
Look at
him.
Spitting goo all over the place.
How's that Morphling free farm looking, my brother? Because I'm out here eating the dust for you. Better carry this game.
Roar on cooldown. Laurel gets aggressive off of a bit of a kind of failed move there from Aurora, and they'll pick up the kill on Q. Still,
something.
Laurel is a little bit low. Has to be careful of Abed throwing some more spells around. He pops the Sunstrike, but I think Laurel's healthy enough. Even if it does land, he's good. They're hugging him right now to make sure he doesn't get caught by it.
Morphling highest net worth in the game, effectively.
Sure.
Something to play around if you're Spirit. And he's going to join some of the fights. We've seen Satanic be active on this hero. He went the Vlad's buildup, so he can contribute something in these early stages. Has some extra resources on the map. The Kisses are your best spell to play around if you're Spirit. Every time they're up, I think you want to look for something here. It's your best follow-up spell for the Mars or the Void Spirit initiation. TP's bottom, trying to catch Laurel out. He's full HP. Witchblade is up for Abed.
Yeah, this
is a hard
feels
kill,
like
though.
a near impossible kill, but he can be annoying. Got him on the bushwhack. That is pretty much... Oh, wow.
What?
That was some crazy damage, man.
Dude, these tornadoes into the bushwhacks that are guaranteed because you fall into it.
Yeah, Abed and Q's synergy there. Like, Q is hitting it every single time, which is crazy because their tornado duration is different as you get the higher levels, right? So, pretty crazy. how he
Low
keeps
key
doing that
nasty.
so well.
And it is, I mean, those are big kills to get. Like, this Void Spirit's in a very rough position right now. The more you continue to shut him down, you're leaning on the weakness right now in this Spirit.
Got an arena. Try to get a pick off. Missed the spear. Ooh.
That feels bad.
Yeah, that feels real bad. Now your arena's on cooldown right as Kisses are coming back up, I think,
And
right?
Aurora are going to be able to invade your side of the map. Now you don't have triangle access for a bit. As Miposhka, I ate another roar, guys.
And he's going to live this time, I think.
Look at him go.
That's just slowed too much, man. Oh, the axes! It clipped him. Oh, and they got the Mars on the other side of the map, too. Oh, dear.
Burst him like a goo pinata. Jabs from downtown.
Don't worry. I never want to hear that. Goo pinata.
That's what he is. Laurel looking for revenge. He wants that big beast kill. This would be a big streak to snag.
He said every single time the kiss is up, got to put used to it. And Jabs will be the victim of those kisses.
Very good one to find.
Thankfully, Satanic, was there as well.
Yep.
Otherwise, that TP would have completed. But yeah, they got well over 800 gold. Almost 900 gold for that kill.
Gotta keep using these kisses. They're super important to bring you back in this game, enable the 2 cores that are behind right now. Satanic continuing to have a very good game, all things considered. 155 CS. I guess Maposhka tanking all those roars is adding up somewhere here.
Yep.
Already a 70% win probability. All right. I don't know how much of that accounts for the Bristle being support, but maybe it does. Aurora tightening the screws here, trying to regain their map control after the Beast death. Continue to play around the Abed Invoker. Even brought that SF mid. And guess who's going to bite the bullet again? Well,
it's Maposhka.
Yeah. I mean, this is just one of those games, man. You bit the bullet for the team in the draft, and you're going to eat all the ganks here. Bet you wish you were that ogre match.
Really does feel like.
I mean, it's a first pick Bristle, so you flexed it. It's just.
Yeah, but did it really win you any sort of draft advantage? Because it feels like Aurora knew that we went into that final ban phase and they were banning out carries. They knew it was support Bristle.
Let's say the Morphling carries his game. I'm just saying.
I don't think it's going to be because of the Bristle.
They got a last pick Morphling. Part of that's the Bristle, so.
They got a last pick Morphling because Team Spirit, Aurora didn't ban it. They banned.
Yeah, because it's Bristle. I mean, you got to account for everything here.
They banned, what was it, Terrorblade and Drow Ranger instead?
Either way, Ag's up for jabs. He went back for it here, the hybrid Beastmaster build.
Okay.
And, I mean, honestly, he can go whatever he wants. He's super farmed. It'll give him a little faster of a Roshan here. Put that Aegis on the Shadow Fiend and let him play a really aggressive no roar. Able to connect there onto the Void Spirit.
That was very bold for him to
totally.
use all of his mobility to clear the wave and not really get that far away, but I guess nobody from Aurora was there on the other side. That's because the catch now that Aurora has is a Rod of Atos on Hoodwink.
Another soul.
And he was on the other side of the map catching the Snapfire.
I like the aggressive play here around the ward. T2000 protecting the high ground obs. This is an obs Spirit know about, but they can't de-ward it. They just don't have the map control, the numbers to do it. Feels really bad right now. And this is a level 14 Shadow Fiend with Aegis plus all the buffs behind him. We talked about how many buffs are behind this SF, so he can start pushing very early in this game. Already got a glyph out of that tier 2 and can just start laying straight back into it. Do you want to jump this guy? Moloch will take him.
Big boy Shadow Fiend, helped by the Repel, threatens the Requiem, realizes that Team Spirit have backed off enough. It's not really going to be that effective. So he in turn does the same.
Spirit want to defend. Don't want to give up too much more control. They got the Repel out. I mean, Repel is a spell you can bait out and then play around. Does have a long cooldown.
Yeah, every other cooldown is available for Aurora, and that Repel is going to be up soon.
10 seconds here, so your interval is pretty small. They are looking for the jump.
They pretty much need to jump right now, but they don't really find it just yet. Okay, they do manage to get the pin back onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow jabs up? He's so tanky with that Aghanim 7. Now the Requiem. Okay, they do manage to get the Beastmaster. It cost him the Mars, but a 1-for-1 trade-off doesn't feel the worst considering the way that was beginning to go.
He's way more valuable than your Mars. It's just not enough to slow the push down. Illusions on mid lane cutting that wave. Actually a pretty heads-up play here from Satanic.
Look at Abed. He says, they're not going to fight us for this mid tower. I'm going to try and catch somebody here. And he, I think, was afraid of Morris Spirit being there outside of just the Snapfire, and they are. So
yeah, he's not wrong. They got mid tier 2, so he didn't want to overcommit on that play when you're pushing mid and showing. Can't blame him. Team's connecting now, so he will continue to look aggressively. His Morphling has been elusive, man.
They did manage to get, the safe lane tier 1 tower. So while the top push is being dealt with by Aurora, it does look like the Bristleback is getting some farm.
Yeah, Maposhka is slowly climbing his way back from the bottom trenches.
He's a whole 250 gold ahead of the Omni Knight.
Pipe next up for jabs here. So more support going into that SF. And guess what, T2000, he rolled that Grove Bow because he's good. unlike Snaking, who we saw earlier, did not roll it.
It's just the difference between carries and supports.
Yep, skill diff. What can you do?
7,000 net worth lead, 12-3, the favor of Aurora, who have taken a pretty blistering fast pace to this game one and have exposed the support bristleback.
Tank the meteor. You're welcome, Satanic.
Yep, Rod of Atos on cooldown.
Yep. More free farm for the Morphling here as Miposhka's woes continue. Not much you can do about it this game. You gotta just push waves out and tank some ganks.
Tank some ganks.
Spirit gonna group again. This Tormentor's up. 21-minute Wisdom Rune. They don't want to lose any of this, so yeah, just make the safe play, group for it, take what you can off the map right now, and work towards that Morphling Butterfly. I think that will be the turning point in this game where they try and take a fight off that, regain some control.
He tried to find somebody who was low off the Tormentor, and Ryu was indeed very low. But wisely hid in the trees, making it a little bit more difficult for Abed to find that freebie. But if that's not free, this tier 2 tower is.
This next fight is doable for Spirit. If you can get the Butterfly on the Morphling and just let him go to town in these fights, he can steal the Omni Knight, repel himself, go in.
Well, that fight doesn't want to happen for another 20 seconds. That's when the Aegis is going to expire. Malik tried to get the spear back. Didn't get the blink far enough away.
Super
Fortunately,
awkward jump.
the spear still managed to land a couple of heroes. Miposhka dies to try and help out, though.
That Alacrity buff hits so hard.
Yeah, dude. All right, well, that's the Aegis. So Spirit's not like they lost a tier 3 for it or anything.
They did have amp damage on that.
The Aurora wants to keep going. They're not going to wait for a second Roshan. If they see an opportunity to take a fight now.
This is risky.
Even if they don't find anything with this smoke, I do appreciate the gumption, you know?
I like this play. They get scanned.
Oh, they're like shadowing them all the way across
they
the
wanted
other
the
side of the
Morphling.
map.
Wanted that Morphling farming. They would have had him too if that scan doesn't land. Spirit aren't aware of the play. Able to get out of dodge, continue to progress towards that Butterfly. Don't have it quite yet. But you're closing in on it, and then you can take that one good fight. That's all you need to get back in this game.
Sentry just barely in range, but it spots the ward that Aurora had placed out to try and play with that smoke and such.
I think the Bristleback Shard is also the one kind of spell contribution you can make as a support too. Like this Shard's still, it's solid on a support, right? You throw that in, it lands on a couple of heroes. It's a significant slow.
They changed it so it's 2 goo instead of 2 quills, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah. All I know is when you get hit by that, you can't move, so
yeah,
it's pretty debilitating.
So if you combine
2
that, 2 goo with the fact that you've got this facet that makes the goo stronger.
Yeah,
That's something. Yeah.
That's his spell contribution to a fight. It's more annoying than you'd think.
You know, I believe it.
And he's working towards that Solar Crest. It's been a rough one, 0-7 here. But of course, when that early game goes bad, someone has to take the brunt of it. And as BKB closing in here for Abed and Aurora, probably just progressing towards the next Roshan. Silver Edge is up for TA2000, so he's going to look aggressively now, can aim for the break on that bristle and really ruin his day. I mean, you're probably looking to break the Mars here, open up the fight that way. Satanic, very close to that Butterfly, which is going to have to be game-changing here. No ways around it.
Yeah, he's going to need that evasion because, man, that Shadow Fiend is hitting for like 400, 500 to hit.
I can see the pathway to the team fight victory, though. Like, if you land a good Spear initiation or the Void Spirit goes in and you can chain a Remnant or a Spear on a core target, the Morphling waveform's in, that target's just gone.
Silver Edge heading into the enemy side of the map. Not going to find anything. Keeps the farm up, though. TA2000 sitting still 3K ahead of the Morphling.
You have to think about the Omni Knight as we go in these later fights as well, though. Because the team fight for Spirit is very single target focused. You have to go in, kill somebody, get a numbers advantage, progress through that. And if that target you jump with either the Mars initiation or the Void Spirit gets repelled GA'd, you're just stuck there. You can't do anything about it.
And the nasty part is he is playing for this. Carey rushed a Blink Dagger. So he can blink inside of the arena so he doesn't have to worry about that vision mechanic that we're talking about where it kind of kills the Omni Knight. He's going to be following that Shadow Fiend in once he gets caught inside arena. So
you might need that Void Spirit Ags to give you the AoE control.
Yep.
Do have the Butterfly up, but if you can get both of those online before that next Roshan, got a chance to contest it.
D. Don't forget to follow the channel.
And be a good chatter.
And be a good chatter.
Yeah, be a good chatter.
Smile.
Nobody likes a bad chatter. Pieces of the puzzle coming together for Spirit. Still behind, but that lead has not grown. They have the BKB for the Mars, the Solar Crest on the Bristleback. They're going to try and catch the Morphling hitting the tower. Satanic forcing reactions. He got a lot out of Aurora if they don't find the catch here. He's just out. Nice little heads up move. Now you can push this top lane in and you have a very solid chance of contesting this dire side Roshan if it spawns in the next minute or two here. Well, they're just going to go back towards mid, look for the smoke jump. Is Aurora ready for this play? They're going to back up. Kind of some nice map movement here from Spirit, honestly. It might not land anything, but it definitely outmaneuvered Aurora and opened up this dire side Roche area. So now you can go here, Spirit. You can get some vision down. You could maybe find that pick off, somebody being a little too greedy. Really nice observer on that triangle. It's going to see a lot. If you have another one to get down in the lane, and you have that Void Spirit Ag, so you have some AoE control for the Omni Knight if he blinks into that pit. He might just get caught. You might get nothing off. Scary point in the game for Aurora. They've had the lead the whole time. They're still very strong, but I can absolutely see this team fight go Spirit's way if they can line it all up.
Throw Sunstrike into the pit so they know they're not rushed for time here. They don't have to worry about Spirit sneaking a Roshan from underneath their noses, but they do need to get into that area.
They do get the
currently
D-Ward
owned by Spirit.
They got the D-Ward on the triangle, and they see the other one in the lane. So Aurora is aware of where the vision is.
Trying to go for the Morphling. He's already morphed into Strength, though. So it's not going to be the best target. Meanwhile, Malik does manage to get a lot of heroes inside the arena. TA2000 gets off the Requiem. They've already killed the Beastmaster, too. Good start for Team Spirit. Kisses are raining in, chasing after Aurora. TA2000 and Kiori. Kiori trying to help out Abed. TA2000, big damage, trying to blow up the Bristleback. But again, the Mars runs interference, stopping TA2000. His effectiveness of being able to kill heroes. Now he goes for a Satanic. That's not going to be good enough. The damage to split, and TA2000 will find no kills out of this.
Aurora getting routed, and they bought the Beastmaster, an incredibly expensive buyback for Jabs that yielded nothing, and I think they're going to lose Roshan on top of it.
How did it go so wrong?
It was a really good arena from Malik. The initial jump, he missed the spear. That was just not what you're looking for at all, but that arena made up for it. He caught both the two big cores, and it kind of pushed the SF off to the side. You have to remember, this SF does not have BKB. So that arena is really obnoxious for him in terms of getting the right clicks out or even dealing damage. He Requiem Satanic, but that's about it. And this Morphling, he was honestly pretty high strength morphed. He was nowhere close to dying at any point in that fight.
Yeah, the initiation choice there from Aurora definitely did not pay out.
He was already pretty high strength. He was just baiting it, right?
Yeah.
Like, please jump roar me. You don't have the burst. You don't have the chain stun follow-up. He was absolutely correct and just set everything up for the other two cores to go in.
I did notice Satanic also turned into the Omni Knight. I don't know all the spells that he used, but I saw him use a Repel, maybe Purification or two, I'm not sure. But that certainly helped to make it so that Aurora didn't lose anybody to TA2000's single target focus.
And that Elven Tunic on top of the Butterfly, he's just untouchable.
Wow. He is stacked on evasion.
This is the Bristleback effect. You gave him that later Morphling.
I was going to tell you that I never lost faith in the support Bristleback.
I mean, honestly, when you watch the tail end of that fight, Miposhko was getting some goo stacks up, man. He had a lot on that Invoker towards the end. He had a decent amount on off the shard going through with that little explosion, so it's no joke when you can't focus this hero down super easily. He adds up a lot of the minus armor, which is super nice for this Morphling.
Yeah.
very awkward fight for Aurora, and that is the one Spirit needed to win to get back in this game, and now this Morphling is a huge problem. Not a lot of heroes to directly man-fight him. Satanic, or Scotty already done for Satanic. He's yet to die this game. He's only 3-0, but he's been a much bigger problem than that scoreline would indicate. He's just putting Spirit on his back right now, going high ground. Says, "What's up, boys? You remember me?"
Tornado into the EMP burnout is certainly not going to dissuade Satanic.
Man,
what he
don't
wants
care.
to get done here, which is Elena Barracks through this Aegis. So you're going to go stick around for more. I mean, if they couldn't do it the first time, can you go for a second lane as well?
I think you absolutely can. He wants to force the SF back to fight him and T2000. He wants the butterfly of his own, so he can at least have a chance of contesting in the fight.
Well, the balance between MKB and butterfly of your own, where do you feel like that really where do you draw the line?
I feel like the MKB is better because you have to kill this morph.
Okay.
Maybe he feels they don't have the stun capability for him to go in with MKB and kill this guy when you need to. You pretty much have Roar and Bushwhack. You don't have any hexes or instant disable or anything to catch this Morphling, which makes the MKB a little worse. So then you have to just survive and play the longer fight if you're this SF.
Okay. Just target other heroes. Roar goes out. Jabs. Finds an opening on a Snapfire. Is that going to be good enough, though? Especially with the spear on TA2000. It is certainly not. He doesn't have a buyback. Jabs is slowed down to a crawl. The repel helps him turn around, though. Jabs knows he's not running away from a Scotty, so he's trying to get the kill onto Maposhka, and he does get him.
That's something. Jabs takes 2. That's his dieback, however. 100 seconds, no Beastmaster. Spirit know it. Still have a minute left on this Aegis. And that play ended up just ruining TA2000's day as he goes in there. The Omni Knight's nowhere close by and gets exploded. No buyback on this Shadow Fiend either. Went all in for that butterfly, and it was nowhere close to saving him. He just doesn't have BKB. Second you get Arena Spirit on this Shadow Fiend, you're done. The Morphling continues to be untouchable. This was not the smoothest game for Spirit, but they have absolutely taken control of it. And Aurora, they look stunned for answers here. And they might not find any, as Satanic is barreling down the last lane. He wants the Megas. Aegis still up for 26 seconds. That is enough to take the last lane. You have to fight now. You don't have a Beastmaster for 30.
Just gonna Requiem to push him off the building. That's only gonna last a second here. Tried to go for a jump. Got the real SF and his illusion thanks to the shard. Malik now surrounds it with the arena. TA2000 is standing strong for now, though. Satanic has to back away, and Team Spirit just call timeout. They say, let's just leave. Let's just let the SF be. The Beastmaster's coming back soon. We took what we wanted. That's Megas.
Got the GA out of him. Got the Requiem. Yeah, this SF does a decent amount of damage, but not enough to really threaten these cores. As Satanic says, carry diff, my friend.
And now that Bristleback has the goo cast range.
The dream. He made it there.
We got there, boys.
I mean, Maposhko, he was fighting his own demons this game. He's overcome them.
Once 007, now 0-8-5 and winning game with Megas. Feels like all but guaranteed.
He did his job, man. Like, he did his job. Nullifier.
You said his job is to tank some roars. He tanks some roars. Bot space for Satanic, and now Satanic is, well, he's here.
He's him. This game.
Tornado trying to get real to that shield rune. Got it. This time missed the bushwhack off of that tornado.
Gotta find some really good connection with this Roar and the Bushwhack. I mean, you have to play around these 2 stuns if you're Aurora. There's no way this Shadow Fiend can really do anything without the control. I don't think roaring a support is good enough anymore either. I think you have to find a core target. I mean, MOUZ is going to be the easiest one to find. You would love the Morphling or the Void Spirit. You can snag either one. Daedalus on the way for the Morphling. Satanic just got absolutely out of control. You look at that, 130 last hits. Dang. Completely outfarmed him. That's the power of the Bristle.
That extra 100 last hits, he's done 1,400 more hero damage than on the night. Wind Waker Mars. Yeah, good luck. At this point, it feels like the Shadow Fiend is all of their damage. And he cannot seem to focus these heroes down fast enough.
No chance. Like you're gonna blink in roar somebody, that guy gets Wind Wakered. It's like the fight's over.
Yeah. And then there's Arena to work around still. You still have this evasion build up from the Morphling.
Yep. This SF needs MKB, he needs BKB to deal with the Arena. He needs Satanic to survive. He needs more items than he has slots for right now. And the items continue to roll in here for Spirit, the runes as well. Probably just waiting for next Roshan and you end the game. 5%. Oh, that's not too bad.
Pretty generous.
Yeah, for being megas at 36.
Yeah. Hey, tier 4 items are coming out. Game changer. Well, at this point, if you're Spirit, you're probably just waiting for Roshan to end the game, right?
Yep, 100%.
Is that third Roshan? Are we going to be heading to? I don't remember. We'll wait and see.
Did Aurora do a super early one this game? I think they did.
They had Beastmaster. I assume they did.
Yeah, because they got the first one and Spirit got the second.
True.
So that'll be a Ag/Refresher Shard Roche.
All right. Draft for game 2.
Oh, we're not there yet, Austin.
Well, we're going to be there.
No, let me tell you something.
In a minute 30.
Let me tell you something.
We'll have a fight for Roshan.
Southeast Asian Dota, okay?
Uh-huh.
First off, the clock has not hit 40 minutes yet, so the game has not started.
Mm-hmm.
We all know this. Number 2, when you megas a C team, the game starts. And 3...
So the game started 5 minutes early, is that what you're saying?
When they're down by 5-digit net worth lead, that's when the game starts.
Okay, so the game is really about to start.
Yeah, it's really about to start.
Damn.
Which means it really hasn't even started yet.
Okay, so let's just hypothetical here. Let's say Team Spirit wins this game. You drafting the Bristleback support again?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
You won with it. That's results-based thinking right there.
Dota players do love that.
He's got a halberd, man. He's a monster. I mean, at this point, it's just good, right?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
You got the farm for a bit. Your team recovered the game. You have really annoying utility items. You're an obnoxious damage sink. You're a big problem in the fight with all the goo stacking up. Everyone just gets perma-slowed. At this point, it's not a liability at all.
Yeah, they actually have to ignore him. Otherwise, they just goo themselves.
Yep. So Roche spawns. Accept a Roche. 1 more minute on the Dire side. Satanic wants to claim it. He's fully slotted here. Gem in the pit. Let him know exactly when it spawned. Get out of here, Forge Spirits. Can Abed Sunstrike steal it? No.
And not unless he has a refresher.
They're letting
Ryu's on the other side of the map, I guess, to make sure they're not going to come through gate. Okay, Satanic joins him, and they say, okay, we couldn't do Roshan fast enough. We're going to have to come to the Radiant side.
No, they could have. They opted not to. So they want Roche to switch the sides here.
Why?
But
It
I don't
still
know.
stays
Yeah,
an
I don't.
Aghanim Scepter,
It's not
right?
going to change.
Yeah. So.
Right? I mean.
Right.
Oh, it does change.
Oh, it does change. Oh, I didn't know that. Cool.
They wanted
All
to
right,
shard,
so
I guess.
refresher arena. Double arenas in this next one.
Yeah.
It feels like the Monkey King scenario, where you're gonna get this big AoE spell around your ancient. Feels like even if you were able to win the fight, you're probably gonna lose your throne.
I don't know, man. I feel like I would have just killed it on the dire side and given Ags to Maposhka. Reward the man for his troubles.
True.
Double arena is, well, quite problematic for the Shadow Fiend, to say the least.
Yeah, how do you actually hit anything? Even if he had BKB, like just the walls by themselves blocking shots.
It's really annoying. That's why the stuns matter so much for Aurora. Like, your control has to set the fight up where you can just lay into a certain target. You're running out of time, running out of options. Satanic just chilling here. Okay. I respect that. Just seeing what's up. He's like, yo, guys, we don't have to farm. We can end the game, man.
What are they waiting for? What's the next item? Who needs what?
They were finishing up a Shiva's on Laurel, but you definitely don't need it here.
Throw down the banner. This is the
BKB.
push.
T2000, he got to the MKB, BKB. Alacrity, he's going in.
Hits the bristle a little bit. Pops his BKB inside the arena, immediately roars up the Mars, but the Bulwark is doing a good job of limiting the damage. TA2000 now has to use the Requiem, does manage to pull in this Void Spirit a little close to the fountain, about a second arena comes in. Now that he no longer has the BKB, he gets decimated.
Man, this game, it started with Maposhka tanking the roars, and it ended with Maposhka tanking the silver edge break that TA2000 did not have for that roared Mars. Symbolic.
He's too good, man.
Symbolic of
He's
everything.
too good.
Yeah, just when you think this man is going to be put in a situation where he can't find any use for his hero, he ends up being a big problem down the stretch. Of course, a lot of this game comes down to that Morphling. Just no answer for him. He just 1v5 this game. Let's be honest. This Morphling 1v5 this game. Satanic put on a clinic.
Yes, he did.
Said, Yatoro, I hope you're watching right now, because this slap ain't going to be waiting for you when you get back.
You think Yatoro has the same criticisms? Could have been another one.
Yeah, I'm sure he's, you know, he's like, Satanic probably could have had another 800 gold here.
Optimize that farm.
Maybe, I don't know, but he looked damn good in that game.
He did.
And he was willing to join the fights, right? The two fights mid, he just joined with the Vlads. He joined one with the Vlad's Manta on the tier 2 tower defense.
Yeah.
It's not that those fights went crazy well for Spirit, but he's there, willing to look for the opportunity, give them the extra damage that they needed to bring down that Beast Master. That kind of stuff is super important to getting you back in those types of games. We're going to see those plays here. This kill on Jabs is really important to slow the game down. And the fact you have Morphling willing to join this fight, at least give you the backup if it breaks out, yeah, it counts for something. Here, he baits out the jump, right? This was another super pivotal exchange.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where you get an arena on 2 cores, you force out the BKB from the Invoker. TA2000 can't do anything here. Despite the jump not working too well, there's just no answer to the Morphling in this fight. He's so tanky, they don't want to focus him. And the snot, the goo, it adds up.
As you said before, once you start running, it's all over. Same thing happened in this situation.
Cannot hide. And this is where you needed the BKB on the Shadow Fiend. You just don't have it. You're going into all the enemy team. I mean, Jabs takes out 2 here. His game really stalled out, though. He had that really good laning phase, all the tier 1 towers down, Helm the Dominator into the Ags. And then when you lose that one Roshan, it all just goes bad. And yeah, where's your break? You used it on the Bristle.
Yeah, this just really shows the problem here. Single target roar, single target damage coming up from the SF, and they just can't kill anything.
And this is some of the value of Mars that I feel like people often, they forgot about for a while. It's just how good he is against these ranged carries.
Yeah.
He's just an anti-ranged carry hero naturally with the arena plus the Bulwark. And sometimes, like, yeah, he's 0-4 this game, but he's a big problem in the late game. even if he's not ultra farmed. Like, you sometimes don't need double arena, you know, the old Ag Scepter Mars who's just killing everybody. You can just be there, absorb a bunch of ranged attacks from a carry, and that can be pretty decent value. In the right game, this hero can still absolutely shine down the stretch. Very concerning early game for Spirit, I will say that. I don't know if, from a theory perspective, they're supposed to come out as well as they did after they lost so many towers in an early Roshan versus a Beastmaster lineup. I think there was a lot of room for Aurora to execute better there. They end this game 16-11. They were up kills, they were up towers, they won the lanes, they had a lot of freedom in that game. You know, they could build a lot of utility, they can do what they want, they can look for kills. So there was some lacking of execution there in the to convert on that win for Aurora.
Sure. But the individual play stepped up. Satanic. And I would say Laurel too, right? You had 0 deaths on Satanic, 1 death on Laurel. I think that's pretty impressive for a game that they were getting quite literally run over at some point in time. They just...
He had no game at all.
Managed to play it slow enough, find the farm that they needed. I think the only time that he died, the only time he died was that one tornado bushwhack play, which was close.
That was
he
a
almost
clutch kill,
got out of
to be
it. It
honest.
was a clutch kill.
So
maybe at the end of the day, they did have something that could kill those heroes, especially Laurel. They had Roar. But who was tanking all the Roars?
Well, I mean, you gotta... I mean, not the mid-game Roars, but yeah, I mean, that Bristle tanked his way to victory.
Support Bristleback does it again. We're going to go to a break so you can come back for game 2 to see if Bristleback will make a reappearance. Bit of a comeback there from Team Spirit in game number 1, but still a game that you are going to look back on and say, okay, where there's some improvements that we could make. That was a game that maybe a higher executioning team, a faster team, I don't know what it would take, but certainly you could have closed that out if you're Aurora.
Yes. I don't know if that's a game you're super happy about if you're Spirit. Obviously, some things went pretty well for them. They made a nice comeback. They had some pretty good team fighting. They were very disciplined about certain things. They played well from behind. But that's also a game I could easily see them get run over if the execution was better on that Radiant side. You know, because that death ball gets going, if there's a bit more oomph to it, if the play's a little cleaner, maybe this Morphling doesn't have as many openings as he does to come back in that game. He doesn't get those later Roshans and just scale out of control.
And Aurora, obviously, being on the losing side, of course, they have certainly things that they can improve going to game 2. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, particularly draft-wise. Like, did you feel like there was a draft diff in that game 1?
No, I don't think so. Their draft is fine. I mean, the thing with draft diff is you can always find something. You can always look at a game and be like, oh, we couldn't do this because of this, and this was hard because of this interaction. But most of that is not outweighed by what you could make up in execution and itemization and team fighting and map movement, right? It's just very rare that's the case at the super high level. Yeah, sometimes you get outdrafted, whatever. But my perspective was always, you're going to get outdrafted at some point in a LAN. You're not going to win every draft, right?
This draft has a way to win the game.
So your job as a competitive team is to find a way to win, no matter how favorable or unfavorable your draft is. Now, if you're in an unfavorable draft every game for 10 in a row, yeah, it's a problem.
Sure.
But like any individual game, on average, you're not that outdrafted. And so it's better to just focus on, hey, what can we change gameplay? What do we need to tune up here? What should we refocus going in that game too? And yeah, you make some draft adjustments. You try and gain as much advantage as you can, but it's not always the biggest determiner. Coin toss will flip here, and Spirit will be on Radiant as Aurora get that first pick. Who had first pick last game? It was Aurora as well, right?
I don't remember.
No, it was
Team
Spirit.
did
Hey, first pick Bristle.
First pick
so,
Bristle. Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see where that Bristle goes now that, it was first pick and it won, as Laurel, stop breaking the headset, man. It'll be interesting to see how much Aurora felt like it put draft pressure on them. Maybe not at all. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they feel like the Bristle didn't end up doing anything. If you point to one hero in that lineup that was an issue, it was the Morphling. I mean, it caused them a lot of problems. They had no real answers to it. They got outscaled by it. It probably felt really tough to play against. Like, we can't kill this hero. We can't touch him. Anytime that's a consideration, it generally gets banned just because it feels too bad from a mental standpoint of playing against. Would not be surprised to see the Morphling get banned out and force Satanic to play something else here. He's just too good on it. But it's Aurora. They have their choice. They have their decision. Maybe they have some answers to the Morphling. They're going to leave it in, try and bait it out, go into the counters. That's another route you can go. The old puppy maneuver, right?
So going into game 2, improvements on both sides, what would you say? If you were the coach of either team, what would you look back and be like, okay, guys, this should have been done better?
For Aurora, the map play needs to be cleaner. Don't give up the random, like that Beastmaster death on mid when you're pushing that tier 2, I think slowed them down a lot. Get the kill squad going a bit sooner and don't clump as much if you're not just straight up pushing an objective. And if you do straight up push an objective, be very clean, disciplined, and fast about it. Or, let the SF hit, make a smoke play with the other 4. I think it was a little too casual. They got caught off guard. The game got slowed down. And this Morphling didn't need too many of those little slowdowns to get back in the game and be in a prime position.
And what does Team Spirit do better? Because I feel like I can't think of too many mistakes that they made that I was like, oh, that really lost you the early game.
The lanes were tough for them. I don't think there's much you can do in terms of that lane setup. You could, in theory, rotate mid and maybe kill his Invoker once. I wouldn't even suggest it because I think
it's difficult,
yeah, it's way too hard. You lose way too much on the side lane. So maybe just like the super early wave execution could have been a bit crisper, but we're looking at very small margins here.
Sure. All right, well, we did have the Bristle back put into the dumpster or the bans. So no hero this time around. It's going to be a first pick Invoker for Aurora.
And it doesn't seem like teams have crazy good answers as Invoker right now. I mean, you're looking at heroes like the Void Spirit, the TA, the Kunkka that are traditional lane answers. They'll take the Gap Closer and the Earth Spirit with a Silence. Also, an interesting pick because I think in the game it can be solid versus Invoker and you can definitely scale okay, but that lane is rough. It's a pretty Invoker-favored lane. He depletes your mana. We saw it earlier today. It looked pretty nice. But of course, if you're just considering the gameplay and how these heroes line up, like, again, you are a Gap Closer. You can find that Invoker. You can silence him. You can kill him. You can scale well versus him. The Blade Mail can be annoying. This is not an end-all, be-all matchup, but it does put Spirit back in that position where you might be looking at another tough laning phase. You're looking at a first 10 minutes where your mid-hero isn't necessarily able to make rotations, doesn't have a lot of resources, leans towards that slower side of things. That's something to consider. Don't want to end up with too many lane liabilities here and Aurora just strike back in a game 2 and execute what they were trying to do in that game 1 and run you over. And surely this Morphling's getting banned here. I would be surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think you want to give that to Satanic after he cooked in that game 1.
Could take it, but you're only going to see this Earth Spirit +1 in the position you have to take it. They don't ban it. All right, so it's going to go through here. Both teams could pick it up later on. That's something to consider. It's definitely on the menu, though. I feel like Spirit want this Morphling again if they get it down the road and there aren't good counter picks towards it. Interesting Primal ban as well, because you already have this Earth Spirit that's, you know, probably the mid. You can play Earth Spirit support.
Invoker, he's been played in 10 games at this tournament. Finally getting a bit of a sample size to work with here.
He's won 9 of them, I think.
He's won 9 of them.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's doing well. This hero, he's strong, man. He's strong.
Can I just say, maybe I'm missing it, but watching the game, I don't feel like he is.
No, this is
dominant.
I guarantee you, it's a feel in the game thing. Because I've played against Invoker in competitive games a lot, and this hero is the Quasflex Invoker is just a brick wall, man. Like, you can't gank him, you can't fight around mid. He's the ultimate rune skirmisher. His spells are super annoying for supports to deal with. There's not a lot that do anything to him. Like, I think Clock is one of the better ones, and this hero's been banned a lot in the first phase. Enchantress is another early roamer that's banned a lot. It's just so miserable to play against. It just feels awful. So when you lose to it, yeah, you tend to try and deal with it fast. And I think what some of the other players like Quinn have said, there's not a lot of crazy mids in the meta right now. Like, you think of what the mid hero pool looks like. It's kind of Invoker, Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Puck, Queen of Pain, and then what?
Yeah,
you know?
then there's some
fringe stuff. But
fringe stuff, that'd be the Void Spirit that just got played. It had lost 4 games before that, right? This was its first win.
Like, this stuff's playable, these TAs or whatever, but out of that pool, you get this Invoker early. He's one of the ones you can pick super early along with the Earth Spirit and the Storm, and just, you know what he's going to give you. You know he's solid. The enemy's not going to pick some Kunkka to try and counter him on lane or something. Like, who cares? Your hero's just way better. I mean, it's a solid way to go about business.
I feel like maybe it's just a lack of games, but there are some super polarizing stats in this tournament so far, man. Snappfire's been played 6 times, 0 wins.
Interesting. No good performance for the Grandma, huh?
Nope. Anyway, Batrider, response. Time to see another hero. What do you usually like when you have a 4-position Batrider? What are the kind of offlaners you like to see with it?
I was just going to mention this Dark Willow. That, to me, has been a support where if that's in the second phase and you just want some generic teamfight stun, okay laner, like, I'm going to Dark Willow. That hero has looked really good to me, better than the Hoodwinks and the Snaps and stuff like that. I think the disables are way more annoying. She progresses way better in the game. Her scaling's better. Her spells are more difficult for a lot of the cores to deal with when the BKBs get low. They're just more reliable. I'm big Dark Willow fan right now. What were you asking?
I thought it was going to be Batrider 4. I mean, but so I was asking what the combo was going to be. Now I'll ask what the combo is with Snapfire here.
I mean, you just like heroes that go in, stun people, and set up your follow-up here. You are a pseudo Aura buyer. You can buy the Solar Crest. You can buy the Greaves. So it can just be some aggressive action. You wouldn't mind some more gap close for this Invoker.
It's another Beastmaster.
Where's the Lycan, man? I want to see the Moloch Lycan. Give it to me.
Did say that was the difference between this Spirit and the old Spirit. Potential for more summons from the offlane. Still have some heroes like Timbersaw, we've seen a lot of. There's still all the stunning heroes like Mars and Centaur. It's going to be Mars.
Yeah, Mars Snap. It's not broke. Well, I guess it is broke because the Snapfire hasn't won a game. So,
yeah.
I guess you can try and fix it.
Maybe I can fix it.
Yeah, that's true.
I can fix her.
So what's Maposhka want to play? That's probably what you're taking here. Unless you want that Morphling, you do have to consider that. If you don't take it here, it's likely going to get banned or taken. It's not the, you don't see 2 cores. I don't know how confident you are to pick this Morphling if you don't kind of see everything. Otherwise, 5s, well, what a silencer game. Busted out, my man.
Oh, no.
It's looking great.
All right. Yeah, you've had some crazy hero suggestions. I'm willing to ride with a lot of them, but
the Elder Titan. Yeah, I think Miposhka is one of those guys who will bust this hero out. He makes it look good. He knows how to play it, knows how to lane with it. Very powerful hero in the right hands. Brings their team fight up to absurd levels now. Just a crazy amount of AoE damage and control to throw into the mix.
And it staves off a Morphling pickup from Aurora.
True.
Right?
Helps with that,
You
for
do
sure.
not really want to play that hero into Elder Titan.
I think you can. I don't think it's end all be all anymore with the aura changes, but
Yeah, okay.
it's just a hero that makes their draft incredibly scary to team fight into and opens up that last pick. Timbersaw,
There he
pretty
is.
good hero though. It is an old school Timbersaw counter
Elder
or
Titan, Mars,
ET
Earth
counter.
Spirit.
Yeah, it's good versus the ET on lane, good versus the Mars in the game, good versus the strength cores here, which there's a decent amount of them, and gives you that damage to cut through the front line, which is what you really want. You don't want to have Invoker in a game where you lack the capability to deal with frontliners, because then your Invoker just, instead of being the brick wall, he hits the brick wall. So I like that pick from Aurora. That really shored up this position.
They are certainly not going to be having any damage problems.
You shouldn't.
Side of Aurora.
Yeah, you
Bat
shouldn't.
Rider, Dark Willow, Timbersaw, against a bunch of strength heroes.
Yep. So that was a really nice pick coming out here from Spirit, and they should be able to give him a really good laning phase. If you put this Bat with the Timber, it might be Bat up there, it might be Willow, but either way, those supports can help the Timber deal with the ET. Very hard for ET to run in on that lane and exert any sort of form of pressure, which might limit your carry pool. You might need a better laning carry here. They'll ban the Medusa. Looking at those range carries, and you still got to keep an eye on this Morphling, but Aurora have the pick out of the phase, so just because they don't ban something, they can also take it away from Spirit. Spirit banned the carry Void Spirit. I mean, you gotta get that out of there, I guess.
They know what's up. TA2000 had a really nice performance with that hero before. Other range heroes thinking about Drow Ranger, Luna.
I'm thinking
Those
about
two hot heroes.
the Morphling or the Ursa for Aurora. I still think that Ursa Mars matchup can be quite good. And it gives you the Roche killer. Like the TA, I know I've suggested the TA a bunch and we haven't seen it, but I still think the TA here for Aurora could be pretty solid as well.
Okay. What about, you're trying to ban Spirit heroes right now, so I was trying to think of what Spirit...
Well, I mean, your band's just super dependent on what you want to pick here.
I see, right.
There's no point trying to guess it, because they're going to end up with some carry and you just ban the best matchup. You're both looking from the same pool. I mean, there are things like Terrorblade. I don't know where that hero is, but seems like he always makes an appearance somewhere. I'm down for the Ursa or... What was the other one I suggested?
Morphling.
Yeah, that would have been fine. There was one more hero.
So banning the Morphling, what does that tell you? You said it's...
Maybe not
this
much.
This ban is based off of what you think you're going to pick, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think Morphling would have been good against almost anything Aurora wanted. It's just you're taking that away from Satanic after that last game, too, which feels pretty nice, and it's a ranged hero for the ET lane. Faceless Void.
Didn't see that one coming.
If there were one team that was going to play it at this event, it would be Aurora.
TA2000 specialty, for sure.
That's absolutely true. You have Invoker to back it up, so you have some like Cataclysm later on, and you can throw the Chakrams in. The time dilation here on the Earth Spirit's an old school counter. Really hard for that hero to play into. It basically needs a Dispel at some point.
They've got some okay lockdown, though, to deal with that Faceless
They
Void
do.
early on, right?
Yeah, and you can rotate to that Mars lane, use the arena to kill him. Okay, Shadow Fiend will be the ranged carry of choice, the stronger laning ranged carry to help ET out against that Timbersaw lane. You kind of needed it here. I don't think you could have just thrown that ET up there and, oh, we're going to play like some super passive carry such as Drow and get away with it. I think it's too scary. SF does give you a nice matchup versus Timber, some extra magic damage to play with these two frontliners. Can scale pretty well in this game. I do think the Faceless Void is the king of this late game for sure, with the Invoker behind him. So this game goes ultra late here. Aurora get everything they want. T2000 absolutely can carry it. I don't think SF matches up that well against Faceless Void when they're both completely kitted. But there's a caveat on that, which is, I mean, Faceless Void is just not that great a hero right now. Incredibly slow. His spells are a little lackluster. he suffers at getting these later chrono fights where people either don't have buyback or can't deal with it in some capacity. You really have to land those chronos now too, especially on these Roche fights around the outpost where people can come back instantly even if you get them.
Yep.
So I'm still pretty hit or miss on that Faceless Void. I think Spirit are going to have a better laning phase this time around.
I think that Faceless Void is a miss. I'm going for Spirit.
Okay. I will take... I don't know. It's a tough one. I'll take Spirit, man. I think Satanics is on something. I think I've been wrong on every prediction, though, so I probably cursed the hell out of him. Oh,
Yeah,
well.
I think you have been, actually.
What can you do?
What can you do? All you can do is go to game 2. That's where we're going to be going to in a second here. I will say the Faceless Void time dilation, how much value does it have here? I mean, it's good against Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit's good against you.
It's good against Earth Spirit, Mars, Snap. Not
kind of whatever.
It's not the greatest time dilation game I've seen.
Doesn't feel that
It's always a good spell. It's not... I don't know. It has... This Faceless Void hero is just not felt as strong as he used to me. I don't know how else to put it. Like, you go in the fight, you drop dilation, you drop chrono, you try and kill a dude. And even if you kill him, you just get killed afterwards sometimes. He doesn't look as crazy in terms of the late game beast as he did in, if you go back to the last Faceless Void patch where it was like you're getting Refresher Shard off Roche with double chrono. Literally unbeatable late game. Yeah. Nobody was close to touch it. I don't think it's the same type of hero.
Isn't some of it just the damage to tank ratio was favoring the tank side of things?
That could be
so
true.
Like
Yeah.
a lot of times heroes were just able to endure through a chronosphere.
Definitely could be the case. Maybe bringing the HP pools down now helps that hero. It absolutely does because he's just a raw damage dealer. So he needs to cut through everything. And he does have the Invoker to back him up. That's a big difference maker. If you have stuff that can easily get put into that chrono and you don't play against saves, that is something else worth mentioning here, that you are playing a Faceless Void Invoker into a lineup with no way to bail a hero out in that chrono. Absolutely none. The only thing you can do is get the Earth Spirit Ags later on. Which we have seen.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. You can get Ags, potentially even Aether Lens or some neutral, item cast range or whatever, and you can roll in stone somebody in the chrono. That's your one save. But other than that, there's nothing. There's no Shadow Demon, there's no Winter Wyvern, there's no Omni Knight. So if you can land the chronos, drop the Sunstrike or the Kata, pretty reliable. And you have Terrorize to follow that up. You have Bat Rider to be your first initiation, so you as the Faceless Void in this game don't have to start the fight. I think there's a lot, from a theory standpoint, that's setting this game up well for TA2000, where there's not a lot of pressure on this Void, and he can kind of just play a standard Faceless Void game and do his thing. So I like that aspect of it. It's just a question of how good this hero is in the current meta. Abed will test the ward waters.
So he knows there's a ward somewhere on that's already been planted. See if they get a sentry on it. TA2000, okay, it's on the left side now.
But can you deward it?
More and more information. Now the test is whether or not Kiori's going to be able to deward this now, or if he's going to give the deward over to the Invoker to do it later.
Aurora want to fight these runes. I mean, you have Bat, Dark Willow, pretty strong level 1 support duo.
Also fighting into, yeah, they're just gonna let it be.
All right, let's see how well these lanes go for Spirit here. That's the biggest thing for them to make up relative to that game 1. They have an Elder Titan, generally not a hero that does too well in the lane phase in the current meta, especially versus a hero like Timbersaw with the Whirling Death. You just can't fight this hero. The Snap Mars lane should do pretty well. I mean, Faceless Void is probably not stopping you from doing what you want on this lane.
Piss poor laner. Is that what you're gonna
and
say? Yeah.
I expect Abed to pull slightly ahead on this mid lane as well. I think it is a general free farm lane for the Invoker. Just a matter of how much resources can you get out of the Earth Spirit, how much does he dodge, where those water runes go, if a gank comes through. We've seen it all in this matchup.
I thought it was an interesting note. Aurora Jab started off. He wasn't part of the runes, so he was body blocking the creep wave from the get-go. So he managed to get that separation that offlaners used to do all the time, which was get the range creep out in front. and make it so the creep equilibrium would push into you.
It's in a really nice spot already.
Yeah, so the result of that body blocking, the range creep dying, very separated. It's already in a pretty decent spot.
Which is big versus an ET and a Shadow Fiend. Both heroes that want the wave back so they can chase you down or get the raises and the right clicks in. So nice little play from him, though. The CS is not going too well for him at the moment. He's scored 1. He's still on 1.
But that creep equilibrium, though.
This mid lane is not going too hot for Abed on the early waves either.
Yeah, geez, how did this go so
Aurora
wrong?
just crumbling here in the CS department. He still has only 2 CS bottom. Like, what is happening in this lane? Is he just missing the last hits? There's one.
All right.
There you go.
As soon as we put the camera on him, he's got it.
There's another. There's another. See, it's easy, man. What was going on there? Maybe Spirit were just playing the range creeps really well with the threat of the raises. He just doesn't want to tank too much damage early, willing to concede a couple CS. Because he's still super high HP. But a nice start for Satanic. 15 CS already in these first 2 minutes. Crushing it.
Yeah, it's got the souls almost.
Yeah, he's already maxed out.
Man.
He's getting wand charges too. Great start for this SF. Which, to be expected. I don't think you're going to pressure him super early here. Flip side.
He's going to have to be careful in this lane, that's for sure.
Yeah. Faceless Void's doing pretty good on these early waves as well, so. Everybody finding some farm here. Look at that. Nice friendly game of Dota 2. We're all just going to CS, boys. No one's going to first blood each other.
The pacifist approach. Trying to body block him to make sure he's not in range of Lotus as it spawns. It doesn't work for Miposhka. Q manages to nab that away from Spirit.
Didn't want to stomp him for it. I feel like that's worth it. Maybe not.
Especially when the Timbersaw is already doing these lane pulling shenanigans, so you're not going to have an opportunity to stomp with the creep wave under tower. Nice deny.
Very interesting lane setup. Would not have guessed there wouldn't have been a kill yet. Raises come through. Boot's already up for jabs, though. He's trying to dodge out this triple raise combo. I expect one of these teams to make a support gate rotation in this game. I think it's either the ET going top or the Bat going bottom. You're going to want to find one of these carries, I think. As the mana gets drained from Laurel, so eventually he loses his resources here.
Now the lane is looking like you expected.
Oh, that would have been a kill.
It would have.
Oh, but with a little misfire. His jabs also narrowly escapes himself. That first blood still on the table.
That is most of the SF raise mana. Meanwhile, they're back to Laurel. Caught him inside the bramble. That'll be your first blood. Going to Q.
There's that gank. Nice little rotation from him with the early boots on the Dark Willow. Miposhka will gladly collect some extra experience here. Nice find, though. That's what you want out of this Invoker Earth Spirit lane. That's why I mentioned the lane can be tough. 8 denies on the Invoker add to that experience differential. There's a lot of stacks here.
Yeah, this Flame Break is going to do so much damage. Throws in the Blood Grenade as well. Cookie gets Malik into a position to spear Kaori closer to the tower, but with all these sticky napalms adding up, Ryu is not very strong. Kaori's not able to get that kill. Miposhka TP'd in to help him out, and that is enough to turn the tides.
He might have been able to get that last right click in. I'm surprised Ryu manned up that much. Miposhka bails out that sequence. Time dilation not enough to help him secure the kill, and they'll walk it off.
If only Kaori had a carry that had any sort of lane presence.
Well, that's the trade-off, you know?
Yep.
Still, the Void's farming pretty decently here. You got a top 3 net worth Faceless Void out of the laning phase, early portion at least. You're pretty happy with that.
And the difference there, the SF has kept the Timbersaw down quite a bit. With his lane presence, with the raises constantly being thrown, jabs. He's not having a fun time, but it's not like he's that far behind either.
No, he's not getting absolutely crushed. It's a tough lane matchup. Also, this Void, he did go Chrono, right? I'm just double checking.
I made sure there was no funny business.
I don't want to see this time zone again, man. that spell is, well, it's something. I'll put it that way.
It is one of the spells of Dota 2, for sure.
Yes, and it's not one of the best ones. Wow.
Kick that
actually
almost
survived.
delivers a kill, but instead, Laurel is going to find himself again without mana, has to use his magic wand, and get far enough away from Q that he doesn't get blocked up, or Cold Snap for that matter. Cold
Nice
Snap
tornado.
and Tornado ensures that Laurel has no way out.
This is the Invoker problem. All these mid-skirmishes that revolve around this hero are just unfavorable for you. His spells are stronger, his stat line's stronger, he's a ranged hero. It's tough. It's really tough. Earth Spirit struggling here as once more Laurel has a very tough early game and a tough road to recovery ahead of him. And that is the position Team Spirit have put him in. Willing to boost Satanic up at his expense. Oh, nice little double range creep spear.
Spears him, so when he time walks back in, the God's Rebuke
Oh,
damage is
Wisdom
good.
Rune
Carry
steal.
does manage to still get the Wisdom Rune. And not cooking fast enough, I assume.
I think he got him with the flame break in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they get both here on the side of Aurora. A really nice win for them. And it's also drawing attention off of their cores, right? This is just more time the Faceless Void gets to sit on the lane. There's no pressure going into him. Nice little pickups here. And now these supports are going to look to get active. Cowrie scouting this triangle. Have some vision on it. See some of the stacks, but the ults are starting to come up here. Little ways off the arena. That chrono is also closing in for T2000. You'd love to be able to use some early chronos in this game. You don't have a super good Sunstrike up yet.
No, and
So
you
that's
don't
the
have
downside.
the best supports to throw damage into that chrono either.
Yeah. So I don't, maybe you can't get too much out of it in the ultra early game here.
Stomp into not a Requiem. Satanic thinks that you're not worth a Requiem.
Nope.
Just give you the double raise instead. Maposhka gets diced up by jabs, though.
Oh, nice find for him.
It's important for Satanic to keep this Timbersaw down as much as possible because this was a very good Timbersaw pick at the time, right? We saw 4 different strength heroes for him to play against.
And he recovered. That kill adds to the total. This Timbersaw's in a solid position now. It's going to continue to be big. And Invoker TV top, they want to use the Chronosphere before this Mars can use his arena, and they will get that opportunity.
Throw the EMP in there, still managed to get off a spear, but the arena will not protect you. We'll put a bunch of heroes inside the arena. Maybe Laurel could take advantage of this. With the Magnetize, he could absolutely win this fight if he could stay alive long enough. The problem is the focus fire of 4 different Aurora heroes means that he will not be able to get
I'll bet once
a
more.
long-term Magnetize. The Cold Snap is not quite enough to finish off for you. Tries to hit him with the Sunstrike, but no.
Went to kill them anyway. Still, good exchange for Aurora. They even get the arena out during that. So now that threat is not online when the Mars returns. Kind of everything you wanted out of that first Chronosphere. Brought everybody, but made it work. And they're still looking up top. They might even get Rue.
Get him in the end, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, perfect exchange for Aurora here.
Once again, Aurora taking the pace of the game early, despite I didn't really think their heroes were going to be capable of doing so. But yeah, you said it. Use the early Chronosphere. And Jabs is bounced back from a rough lane against the
Look at
Shadow
this.
Fiend. Now they're taking away hard camp stacks away from you.
They're really using this Invoker well in the early game. Spirit don't have ways to really kill Orbit, though they do have ways to steal stacks. This is a huge stack steal.
That is nice. Okay, apparently the Dark Willow is not worth a Requiem, but this Ancient stack is.
And I agree. Look at this SF's net worth, Austin.
Oh, wow.
He is humongous.
Yeah, he had a total free farm lane, but now he's got free farm plus thanks to all the neutrals.
Dude, I swear I think sometimes these younger players just get higher GPM.
Yeah.
They just find more. They're just better. Age diff.
Age diff. Well, our youngest viewers can be the first to click that follow button. Thanks to their quick reactions.
Follow diff.
Follow diff.
Level 4 on that snap. Sadness diff. Rune not enjoying his game right now.
Harder life diff.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a 1%er type thing, you know. You got that billionaire in the Shadow Fiend, and on the other side, you've got his poor support. You just got nothing.
Yeah, and it's fitting that they occupy the same space.
Yep.
The supports are probably so poor because the Shadow Fiend has taken up all the resources.
That's the trade-off.
Missed the tornado. Satanic on the run. Time to get out the guillotine. Bring down some billionaires, but Satanic is going to try and get what damage he can. The Chronosphere goes out. Wait, the arena goes down as well. Whoa!
God
It's just
dang.
disaster in a mosh pit here. TA2000 is stuck, silenced up. His time walk
What
is not
was
going to come
that?
in time. They all went for the SF and Team Spirits. Say, okay, you can have him. We'll take everything else.
That chrono did not work out at all. That's basically a Radiant chrono. It just locked him in the Earth Splitter, all of the combination. I mean, watch this
Panic, man.
again.
Satanic was doing damage. You had to stop him.
I mean, he's already terrorized here. The stomp was nasty, but then, like, you just chronoed everybody under all of this, right? I mean, that is not the gank Aurora we're looking for. They pay a huge price for that Shadow Fiend kill. You're going to try and get straight back into it because, of course, they don't have too big of cooldowns outside of that chrono, and you're not going to rely on that this game.
Yeah, nor should they rely the Chronosphere given what just happened. But hey, we said TA2000. He's a Faceless Void expert. That was a 4-man Chronosphere.
That's true. It looked pretty good. I will say, yeah, as much as that chrono hurt Aurora there, that stomp was good, man.
As an
The
Elder
Poshka.
Titan
Yeah, he's in the
enthusiast, you
right place at
appreciated
the
that
right
one.
time, and just he lined them all up.
Got a pin on this Invoker. Can they take advantage of it? It's going to require the kisses to land blind. And while he is landing some of them, not
Close.
enough. The Earth Spirit hadn't run into the support. I think he would have hit the Invoker.
Yeah, needs dust out here, man.
Yeah.
Needs some detection for this guy. We'll see it on the Courier now for the Snapfire. So Spirit Strike back to get a support for that tier 1 mid. Net worth still looking fine for Aurora here. SF leading the pack. Death set him back a bit. Though I think Spirit are probably still okay with their position. At some point, you're going to have to ramp this tempo up a bit, though, right? You can't just let this game remain static and trade farm between the SF and Void forever. So at some point, you're going to go behind this Satanic Shadow Fiend and start ramping the pressure up, taking objectives, taking tier 1s, going Roshan, looking for the team fights.
I was really confused for a second. I was like, he has a Satanic already? What?
You know, get you eventually.
He's going to go BKB as his next item. The Blink Dagger's up on the Mars, so it's time to make a bit of a move here. For your Spirit, as you said, up the tempo. Part of that is going to be having that initiation tool. While Aurora are content with a slower game, not content with getting picked off, but it'll happen anyway.
Nice little kill squad Spirit got here. The Earth Spirit can continue to recover. The SF can continue to pull ahead, and you can make these small plays. 5 Vessel charges out for Laurel, so he's got something to play with, even if his net worth's a little low here. It's a good Vessel game. Very nice versus the Void and the Timbersaw here. As BKBs are going to be coming out early across the board. A lot of spells to fight through for both these carries here. Can't blame them. I agree with it. No last hit. Okay. You saw the reaction there. You saw it on the cam. You saw that reaction on the camera. I point this out all the time.
Avery's biggest nitpick, I think, in professional Dota is core players not getting the last hit on free towers.
I mean, even he was dissatisfied with himself.
It's just so funny how angry about it you get.
Why? Like, why not just do it? You know? I don't get it, man.
Dota's a game filled with mistakes.
Well,
it's a complex game. You're thinking about a billion different things.
Didn't get
You're
the
not
mid one
thinking
either.
about the last hit on that tower. They didn't get the...
There's been some confusing things today, like some missed lasses on towers, the rune denies, the mirage rune denies. I still don't understand. I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah,
man.
somebody get back to us. What is the mystery of the rune denies, man? Anybody got a reason for that one?
That was baffling. This game kind of settling into the BKB race. I do not think this is a game where Aurora feel like they're going to lose late game, so they're probably going to be okay just splitting the map, continuing to farm it up if nothing drastic's happening. Maybe look for a couple pickoffs with this Invoker or Chronosphere, but that's about it. Just get your Void to his items.
Yeah, I mean, if Faceless Void can't beat Shadow Fiend late game, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That hero, it must be truly dumpster tier if you can't pull that off. So, Aurora.
This is no...
Having a good time with a slow game.
Oh. Little dodge by Malik.
That's a Blink Dagger reveal that does not quite go right.
Yeah, little misfire there on the bat. Malik gets to
I would just say
live
that's
to fight another day.
Good reactions.
It's an optimist way of putting it. And pipe done for Timber, so Aurora.
Yeah, we got that
everything.
Blink Dagger on Mars. They didn't get anything done with it. Now there's pipe. And
yeah.
Now that team fight begins to swing back to Aurora for this little period of time.
They can line it all up. This SF's still pretty big, and his BKB's already done. The Blade Mail's done on the Earth Spirit, so those fighting items are also there for Spirit, who they're gonna push it. Man rolled Grove Bow again. It's just that good.
And as a result, he can hit the tower from outside the range.
So if you get BKB off before you get stunned or chronoed or something, you're really happy. If you don't, you're really sad. Aurora don't seem to have any interest in fighting, though. They'll just continue to farm it up. Mass TP's bottom, looking for something here catch-wise off the Mars.
They see it coming with a really nice deep ward. Carry is also here.
Don't see each other yet.
Just wasting Team Spirit's time.
Amp damage for Laurel. Well, he's not wasting time. He's ready to fight. I mean, he wants to fight now to recover his game even more.
They're trying to work off of the deep ward that they have next to this tier 2 up on the high ground. And they're like, okay, I see Dark Willow. They've seen Abed around. Even if they don't see him right at this very second. But Abed is not giving them the opportunity. Maybe Malik is going to be able to force it, though. Blinking behind the tower, managed to get the pin with the kisses raining in. That's going to be a fast kill on an Invoker. Can they get more, though? A lasso on the side here onto Malik. Well, the Chronosphere coming in from behind. A beautiful one on 2 heroes. Hitting follow-up, a Terrorize on 2. That's the follow-up. Controlling up these heroes for so long. But yeah, the damage is lacking. He couldn't kill Ryu, and now the rollout from Laurel is good as well. They got a 2-man Chronosphere with a 2-man Terrorize, but no damage behind it. And now TA2000 may still die anyway. Didn't have the tree available to get the pin, but they have enough catch. It doesn't have to be all Malik.
A rough fight for Aurora. Felt like certain things lined up for them, and they just got nothing out of it. And Spirit take it all. Didn't even use that Shadow Fiend BKB. And now he just gets to walk down and take this tier 2.
I guess the biggest source of damage for them is Timbersaw, right? I don't know. I didn't remember seeing jabs in that fight. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Laurel, there's the damage.
I mean, he was there. The damage just got split on a lot of different targets. And Invoker going down first means you lose a lot of the follow-up for the Chrono or some of the control over a longer period.
Right.
There was nothing thrown in that Chrono other than what TA2000 could bring himself, and he's just not that strong yet. So it's a good jump from Spirit. Really nice find from Malik. Pins the Invoker, Arena afterwards, cuts the whole team fight off. Already a favorable exchange for Spirit, and they get more on top. And these Spirits and Stomps have been on point from Aposhka.
We're getting to the point to talk about Roshan. Satanic certainly has enough damage to do it.
Yeah, he might just man up here. No Chrono. Allows you to make these kind of plays. Not afraid of the team fight going into you. This SF is still very far ahead of the Faceless Void adversary. Put Aegis on this man, you could be looking at some decent objective pushing. I don't know how early you want to try and go high ground in this game. It's definitely on the menu. You play against the Faceless Void, you get a bad fight out of him, he wastes Chrono or trades Chrono for the Aegis, you can still go high ground in that type of situation.
Having to juggle the damage here a bit. But they will get that Roche. Took a little while, but they get there in the end. Now, what are you going to do with this extra life? As you said, we've seen a lot of SFs today. A lot of them using these Aegises to bulldoze down towers and
nice
even
play
go
bottom.
high ground early.
Kaori gonna drag this wave. I think Spirit would have liked to have just walk down this bottom lane, take that tier 1, maybe even just take the tier 2. Instead, all this is gonna get delayed here with this Bat Rider wave cutting.
Even better if he can get out, has blinked away, TP'd out, and the roll is gonna fall short as a result from Laurel.
Super nice gameplay here. Everything you can do to slow this game down is gonna feel good for your Faceless Void Invoker.
Did he just blood grenade that creep?
I mean, you gotta get rid of them for the slots, man, I'm telling you. Gotta do what you gotta do out here.
All right. Power Rune, it's top. Amp damage. That is a spicy one for the Earth Spirit.
And we're seeing the hero damage for Jabs has just not been where he wants it this game. He's not been able to get on top of these heroes and really output the DPS. Faceless Void can be a little awkward with this hero. You don't want to, you're trying to get on top of someone as a Timber and he's trying to chrono people. Synergy isn't necessarily that good all the time. But the BKBs are already out for Spirit, so now you also have to question how much is Jabs going to be able to do in the fight damage-wise versus a triple BKB lineup.
Got him inside the arena.
No creep cut for you. Spirit shutting down the rats here on the side of the map.
Yeah, shut down one side. See how successful they are as they sweep through mid. And I assume probably head to the other side of the map where there are some Aurora heroes. Currently pushing in the lane is Abed with his Forge Spirits.
They have a lot of rat potential with this lineup for sure. The Bat, the Invoker. The Void's just going to hide in the jungle.
Yeah, with the Alacrity, they'll actually get that offlane tower. Didn't get the last hit.
Shame. That's all I have to say, man. Shame. Maybe I just expect too much.
Is it me?
It's on me,
Is
I
it
think.
my fault?
Yeah.
Or my?
I'll take
Do I
responsibility.
set the bar too high?
Here's that high ground. 24-minute high ground with an Aegis, Daedalus, Shadow Fiend. He is so damn big, dude. Where does he find this gold? He's 6K ahead of the Void.
Yeah, I mean, he did such a fantastic job in game 1 as the Morphling, keeping his farm up, never dying in a game that Aurora was pressuring them. In this game, where Team Spirit has the advantage, they're the ones controlling the map. You could see Satanic is able to use that same farming speed to just explode. But is going to get lassoed in. First life, it's going to be deep here. Satanic is going to be dying underneath this tier 3. TA 2000 is ready to go with the Chronosphere. He's going to drop it on the SF, and he's going to come back into a chalk him right in his face. He's not going to live through this Chronosphere. No chance. Does TA 2000 die to the rebuttal from Laurel? Not quite. A Magnetize still on him with a Spirit Vessel, though. He might just tick out. We'll have to wait and see, though, as Jabs. He is the one hitting the back line with the help of the Dark Will. They're chasing down some of these heroes from Team Spirit, and a successful high ground defense will end in 3 deaths from Team Spirit. Aurora, got to be happy with that exchange.
They are extremely happy with that exchange. 4-0. They get the SF twice. The Faceless Void lived through the Vessel Magnetize. They got the BKBs out of Spirit as well and drop nothing in exchange. Perfect team fight from Aurora. Get that SF once. That Chrono's waiting. That's a tough team fight. And I mean, TA 2000, he has full BKB duration. If the SF's dead, no one's threatening him. He has all the time in the world to line that up. And he just positions it beautifully. Cuts off the entire rest of the fight. You can't roll in there. You can't do anything.
Yeah, it's like this Aegis BKB is supposed to be such a great guarantee to hit high ground, but if you get lasso, kill on the first one, and then you come back your Chronosphere, the BKB
He never got it. He never got it off.
He never gets to use it, and it's a pretty easy kill from there on out.
Not respecting that lasso jump. Yep. Just a little too casual there. Felt like, okay, they're not going to touch me. Nope, Aurora, we're not sleeping. Ready to make the most of it? No, he's straight back into it, and he'll claim another soul here with a triple raise. And the issue is, you used Chrono. And that means you can just go high ground now.
But they do have lasso backup. And they don't have a save for these heroes. The same, principle you're talking about it, where the Chronosphere can be really effective because there's nothing that Team Spirit can do about saving that hero inside the lasso. If it lands, but Malik was ready to stop that one.
Instant
Fool
silence.
me once.
Instant silence out from Laurel. They were absolutely baiting that. High ground ward already had the stone down, maybe even too.
Instant buyback from the Batrider means Team Spirit will not try and keep the high ground push going.
Yeah, so fool me once, okay. But the second time, Spirit prepared for that lasso. And they get a nice little buyback. Nice little glyph push and some decent value for the Chrono being on cooldown. Not a full lane or anything. Maybe Aurora okay with that. And it's still costly.
Oh, it's that time again. Just in case you accidentally unfollowed the channel, be sure that you have indeed followed it. If you did unfollow it accidentally, be sure to refollow it.
It's a fake cookie illusion play or what? I don't think they're biting it. Chrono back up, by the way.
Yeah, unless they think the SF does 50 damage a hit.
Maybe. Spirit know this play is coming, just waiting it out. BKB did arrive for the Earth Spirits. So all three are up right now. And you have to imagine Spirit as this game drags on. You got to try and avoid the Chronosphere on the SF. That's the biggest thing in the fight. Or at least he gets his BKB off before, but the Cataclysm is already online. Ag's done for the Invoker, so I think even if this SF BKB's in the Chrono from this point onwards in the game, he's not surviving. I feel like this game it's becoming more and more favorable for Aurora if Spirit can't continue to find a net worth differential for the Shadow Fiend or find Roshan's.
If this happens again, is it something with the SF? Like, we keep on seeing the Shadow Fiend being in a dominant position, and then kind of like one fight goes bad and things start falling apart. He doesn't seem to carry you through in late game.
I don't think it's an SF issue. I mean, this game is kind of a weird one because you're playing against the Faceless Void lineup and you don't have great ways to stop the Faceless Void scale. That's not necessarily on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, your way to stop the Faceless Void scaling is you win this game early, you put a lot of pressure on him, force him to use Chronos, and then you can take early Raxes, early Roshans when those Chronos are down or he doesn't have enough damage yet. That window is closing in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. Did go Blink on the SF, so you have some Blink outplay potential. Always an option. You just Blink dodge the Chrono, or you start on the Void and you Blink in with the SF, Requiem him. There's no BKB out from TA2000. That's a pathway in the fight. Just going Butterfly here. A lot of damage, a lot of survivability. Gearing up for the late game. And that gap between the SF and the Void is becoming less and less consequential. Aurora eyeing this Roshan. If they get a Roshan in this game, it is going to be tough to deal with that on the side of Spirit. Do not have good mechanisms for taking late game team fights without the Aegis on your side. So I think you have to play for this Rosh pretty heavily if you're Spirit. It was a daytime Rosh. They can set up vision. Be interesting to see if Aurora opt to smoke in and try and contest this. Heard a Sunstrike somewhere. Scouted the Rosh pit. So Aurora know it's not up right now. That's about it. I think that's all the facet, honestly. People are getting better at playing around the snowball capability of this hero. Which is a big
Yeah,
component.
I mean, there was the longest period of time where we were dealing with that of the other facet, and then this other one crept in, and I do think it had a bit of shock value. Spear
found
back.
the Void.
Beautiful pickup. If they can chain the stun, and with Laurel's roll in, they certainly can. They've got the lasso onto the Shadow Fiend, but he got off his BKB, so there's no damage coming out. Nothing Jabs can do. He loses his carry, cannot kill the enemy carry, and now he is stuck up Schitt's Creek. There ain't a paddle in sight, brother.
Dude, what an incredible find from Spirit. A blink spear on the Faceless Void that gets chained from the roll-in on the Earth Spirit, and because you had that blink dagger on that Shadow Fiend, he's able to follow that up and output just enough damage to burst his Faceless Void before BKB Time Walk. I mean, that is just a beautiful find from Spirit here.
God, Malik has had some great blink spears.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the power of itemization. When you have an idea in the game of what you want to do, you all work towards it, all three cores are on the same page, you can make stuff like that happen. It does not go down like that if this SF does not have the blink to get in range.
Hit by a tornado, and the fireball's chasing him down. Got a cookie, turned around, wrong direction. Oh, maybe it's the right direction. He kills Abed and walks away.
That was very close. An incredibly clutch 4-staff. Where he goes down to that cat at 100% as the Faceless Void respawns.
Where are you going? Get back there. Terrorize will clip him here, puts him back into another Bramble. Can they actually get Laurel?
He's going to man up.
2000 certainly going to try. He's got a Chronosphere, pops his BKB, doesn't want to use the Chronosphere unless he has to. The BKB should be good enough.
Okay, so you save your Chrono. That Roshan is still up, by the way. Did not get claimed during that entire sequence. Spirit opted to go high ground. So keeping that Chrono cooldown is really important here. If you can wait out your Invoker respawn, you might be okay contesting this Roche again. All things said and done. Aurora, they're going to push forward, look for it, maybe bait this Timber a bit. Wouldn't be the worst option. The Invoker's respawning, so if the Timber gets jumped and you can Chrono on top of everybody and just drop the Kata, not that bad of a situation. Spirit have other ideas. Another aggressive smoke looking to lead the charge on the Malik Mars.
Malik's initiations have been so on point. If he gets to a Scythe of Ice next...
Too easy.
Yeah, I mean, if he's hitting it with the spears, just imagine what he's going to be able to do with an instant cast Scythe of Ice.
They concede Roshan, even with the Chronosphere up. The positioning was just not comfortable enough. Butterfly done. So that's the concession. You know, you're going to give this Aegis to the SF, but you get to finish another big item on the Void and play the high ground defense game, which we saw was quite good. You have Bat Rider that's going to pull into all of this stuff. The Brambles, the Invoker spells, the Chronosphere. It is a difficult high ground.
So, I mean, the one thing, if you're going to give up that Roshan in exchange for making, getting the Butterfly, you have to make sure you do not get caught without getting your BKB.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, if you get speared, Blink Scythe of Ice, which is what you're going to have to worry about. I don't know if he knows the Mars has that yet, but, if he gets Blink Scythe of Ice into a spear, into a roll-in from the Earth Spirit, just dies without using his BKB, then that Butterfly is going to be all for naught. You may be looking at the end of the game and a 2-0 for Spirit.
Yeah, you cannot afford any more deaths on this Faceless Void this game, basically. You can't afford any bad Chronos either.
And already an MKB in sight for the Shadow Fiend.
He reopened that gap, man. 8K between him and that Faceless Void. He is kitted. So, Spirit, this is kind of when you want to end the game. Or get that team fight going that puts you in a position where that game is closable. Because your SF is not getting much bigger, not much badder. Midwave. Okay, they catted for the scouting.
Good scout.
Should be able to dodge this now on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, they should know. This could be coming their way.
Big question to Team Spirit here. Do you just hit the high ground with the Shadow Fiend, considering what happened last time where you just get lassoed in?
They do have Lotus on Snapfire, so you can do that a bit more securely.
I think you have to. They drop another obs trying to scout this play. They don't have a wave here, though?
Yeah, they have the midway.
It's getting dragged.
Close. Yeah.
Forge Spirits are dealing with mid. This bottom got cut.
They got a couple of creeps, though, that are still on point.
Yeah,
so
you
they can go back to it.
You have 10 seconds, 15 seconds here. He's going to walk up. You gonna walk up? You gonna not
And
walk
gave
up?
the Lotus to Malik instead.
Test of will.
Trying to bait out illusions. No biting.
Satanic doesn't want to do it.
He's scared, man.
I don't think he's scared.
He's scared. He's shook.
Oh,
He remembers what happened last time.
I also wouldn't want to walk up that high ground, man. It's a terrifying high ground. Dishonest high ground, some might say. But this is sometimes what Aurora play for, especially with these Faces Void lineups. They're used to playing around.
Yeah.
They have no problem stretching these games out, abusing the high ground defense with buybacks, things like this. You have to break it at some point in this game if you're a Spirit. Otherwise, you're just looking down the barrel of ultra late game versus Faces Void Invoker.
You think that's how that interview process went with TA2000? Like, how do you feel about holding high ground? It's like, I love it. You're in. Welcome to Aurora.
It just showed him screenshots of game scenarios. What do you think about this one?
Winnable.
Is this an enjoyable situation for you? 80 minutes, down 30,000 net worth, but you're a Faceless Void.
This game, they're not down a cent.
Yeah, they're up.
Even net worth game, despite a 27,000 net worth Shadow Fiend. Where's the biggest difference? I guess between the Earth Spirit and the Invoker, there's a 5K difference there.
Earth Spirit's a little bit behind, the supports are a little bit behind, but none of that is too meaningful to Spirit. I mean, Elder Titan doesn't care about his net worth. Doesn't use it for anything really anyway.
Yeah. Okay, I think Team Spirit is actually going to wait out for the X on Laurel.
Man, this Aegis just didn't do anything for them.
I think they're saying, man, like that lasso into Chronospheres.
Yeah, they want the save.
They have to have a save to deal with it.
This is
Aegis
the only
is not
save.
good enough.
This is the only save they have in their lineup, unless you want to just go into multiple Wind Wakers, which could be an option. I mean, you have some heroes that can build them, but you're nowhere close.
Yeah, Malik, with him opting to go Scythe of Ice, means it would not happen for quite some time.
That is a late game situation you could play for, though, if you're Spirit.
If
like
you're
double
playing
Wind
for
Waker, Earth Spirit Ags, you go ultra late, you just kite the fight out, deal with the Chrono. Oh, nice catch with the lasso.
Got the BKB out of Laurel, but did not hit the Terrorize at the same time. So, plus and minus here for this initiation of Aurora. They could still catch Laurel after all that with TA2000, thinking about committing, but he lets Jabs do the dirty work for now. Waiting for the Shadow Fiend to show himself. Malik, he's going to jump in. Now that Jab's BKB is worn out, Cataclysm is coming in. They're going to be able to dodge most of that. The Chronosphere comes in too late.
Not the Chrono.
A blink back from the Shadow Fiend. He dodges the Chronosphere. TA2000, big whiff on that one. So, Timber Saw for a Snapfire, and Chronosphere now on cooldown. They're still going to play on this high ground, though. They're still going to play for this one. And perhaps Team Spirit.
Hex.
Oh, yeah.
What's the
Blink
Void?
Hex on the Void. He's dead with a pin on the Bat Rider as well. They're going to clean up on this one. The initiation god of Malik finds another successful fight for Spirit.
Oh, this guy is way too good right now. He is just getting everything. He's just not setting the plate for Satanic. He's setting the whole buffet as he just cleans house. 6,000 damage from the Shadow Fiend, but that fight is entirely on the Mars. Malik putting on a Mars clinic right now.
I mean, Jenkins said he had some big shoes to fill and
he's
collapse like the #1 stun offlaner in the world, and he's filling those boots, finding they're actually a little tight for him.
Yeah, it's looking a little spooky for these two Spirit cores watching this game right now, as they're performing quite well between Satanic and Malik here, and both have had a very nice series. And man, this Mars, 8, 2, and 10. He's found all the best initiations, found the Faceless Void multiple times. The positioning's been absolutely on point. Everything you want to see out of a stun offlaner here. I mean, Maposhka, he might not even know it's a different roster right now.
You think he slips up sometimes when he's making calls? Hey, Collapse, you got to... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, maybe, man. Not bad players to be compared to, right?
True.
Not at all.
Now he's got a refresher. Ooh.
Yeah.
Double sight.
No
Quadruple spear.
No Wind Waker to bail out his SF. I'm just going to win the game on my own.
Yeah.
And the way he's been playing.
Laurel, you're on babysitting duty, right? You got this. You got the saves.
Got to get better Chronos, too. Chrono on a 300 HP Snapfire is not going to cut it.
No. Also, just a little bit, I feel like maybe in some ways Abed rushed him.
Yeah, the Kata drop in the middle of that when they were going on the Timber. I get it, you're trying to zone them off a bit or make them get disjointed from that Timber kill, but you have to play for this Chrono Kata on a big core target. Or you find that lasso. One of those two things has to happen for Aurora to win these late game fights. Otherwise, all this scaling is, well, pretty useless.
I did feel like there was a game of cat and mouse going on in that last fight where it was like TA 2000 didn't want to go in until the Shadow Fiend showed himself.
Okay, well, that cat and mouse got a bit harder because Wind Waker done for Maposhka.
Oh, wow. Roll in from Laurel. Trying to get some vision of where these heroes are at, somewhere in these tree area. Pops his BKB and gets him magnetized onto a lot of heroes. Now Malik is going to try and corral him inside the arena to allow Satanic to go in, but they got the lasso on him. Can they kill this Shadow Fiend? TA 2000 now drops the Chronosphere. The damage coming in, but there's the Wind Waker from Maposhka. Can it be enough? It's not, but the death is still there, insured on the Faceless Void. Carry for carry, but one of them has buyback, and that's Satanic. With his net worth advantage, he'll come in and make sure this fight is still swinging to Spirit. See what heroes he can clean up. Jabs, he can't stand that kind of firepower.
Big buyback from Satanic on that Radiant outpost to secure the teamfight win for Spirit. It's going to get some buybacks out of Aurora here, so you're not too sad about it. It was a nice Chrono connection. You got the Mars and the Invoker. Finally, a missed initiation from Malik gives an opening for Aurora to strike back. That Wind Waker super clutch from Maposhka, but you're still coming down into Meteors and all of the junk. And Satanic will fall. However, won or lost, you don't have Chronosphere now.
Yeah, you had one Chronosphere for one life of the Shadow Fiend. He comes back with a second life. You are dead for 60 seconds. Satanic is going to end the game before you come back, unless Aurora can do something about it in this 3 versus 4. Laurel missing his roll in. He'll get punished for it.
Yeah, loses all his mana here.
And the Brambles. There's going to be a lot of Brambles on the field. That's going to be annoying. Terrorize pushes the Satanic away. He's going to go back in for it, but now the Batrider is back up. It's a 4 versus 4 if they want to continue this, and Team Spirit say, not on even odds.
What does Satanic want to do? This is a very important decision to make. Do you want to try and threaten Megas?
Do
you want to go
Roshan
tier 4s?
Surely you just go back into Roche.
That's the easiest play for sure. They wasted a lot of time.
Yeah. Enough time that maybe Aurora is going to try and contest?
It's tough. You're going to have to walk the Void all the... Well, I guess you can TP him gate and gate him through.
I mean, what else? There isn't really another option just because double life on Shadow Fiend when you only have one Chronosphere. It's too tough.
The other thing is if you can get there and you just Chrono kill this Shadow Fiend, he's gone.
Yeah.
Like, there's no buyback
how
for
much
this
longer
fight.
until Chrono's back
Yeah,
up?
Void's gating right now. He is waiting to gate. But the fight has to start for TA2000 to gate, I think. Because otherwise, I mean, Spirit just see it. They set up for you, right?
Okay, Chronosphere just came back up.
It's a weird position.
What happens if the fight goes away from the gate, though?
He's gating right now. It gets pinged.
It's
He's on the backside.
Oh, he does manage to jump. Time walk forward. Starts bashing up the Snapfire for now, but he's already used an early BKB, and he still got
Spear
pinned.
lands.
Malik gets him as the BKB fades away, and he's dead. No Chronosphere this time around because Malik hits the timing too damn perfect. Jabs. I mean, we've seen how this goes. As soon as the Faceless Void is dead,
It's just over.
It's just done.
Dude, Malik. MVP absolutely this game. Just ruined TA2000's day. No way about it. Took that spear and impaled Aurora on it. Dominating performance from this Spirit offlaner here. And, I mean, a hell of a series from the squad overall. They all looked really good in these 2 games against Aurora, who were doing pretty well in this group. And really nice poise coming out from those 2 side laners in Malik and Satanic. They looked very decisive, very quick, on the same page with the Blink SF following up these spears. Even that last fight, right? You land that spear on the Void, but if the SF is not able to get in position and deal the damage, it doesn't count for anything. And those 2 being on the same page really sealed the deal in this game too. Not an easy late game to navigate in some of those decisions, but man, they made it look easy. And I mean, that shows you how good they're feeling right now as a team. This team they're looking scary, man. They have young players, they're playing well. They have Maposhka leading them from the veteran captainship. He looked great this game with the stomps, the Wind Waker plays, the itemization's on point. cool series from Team Spirit.
Yeah,
and fun
very cool.
fun team to watch, honestly.
And a fun game, too, for this series to be able
Yeah.
to close out on. Felt pretty back and forth. I mean, both games did, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora's not a team that ever really rolls over.
No, never.
They always put up a fight. They try and push those games late. This was also a pretty big deciding point in this game because this early game was also fairly good for Aurora, and you just end up all jammed together in this chrono that backfires into the AoE from Spirit. Maposhka's like, thank you, man. That was the easiest Earth Splitter damage of my life. You see the tip coming out, too, Satanic.
Yeah.
Says, I would have had a better one. This is another instance where you look for this Kata chrono play, but the 4-staff out.
I mean, the heads up,
2000.
Satanic wasn't showing himself for most of that fight that happened before this, and then soon as the Cataclysm spots him,
Yeah,
he
gets
knows
out of
to
there.
start running.
And another just clutch grab from Malik. Blinks higher ground, gets the Hex, Spear Chain, gets a Bat Rider on top of that for his troubles. So many of these fights, the Faceless Void could not find his mark because that Mars was all over him. This is the one fight where I think that Mars initiation did not land. It's like too many targets to go for. A very good 4-staff actually is what bailed the Void out of there. And then you're able to set up on this SF. Unfortunately for Aurora, it's on Radiant Outpost, so you do have the buyback Shadow Fiend that can just come straight back in here, and you had to commit everything for him. The Void ends up dying anyway to some of that Earth Splitter damage, and Satanic can clean up.
Radiant side advantage, perhaps?
Yeah,
The fact that
a
this
little bit.
Roshan ends up on the Radiant side allows them to use that 12,000 net worth advantage they had to get the extra heroes brought into this team fight.
And then TA2000, man, he gets that gate. He's BKB'd, but bam. Spear lands, Satanic blinks in, deals the crits, silence from the Earth Spirit, all three cores on the same page at the same time. That is what wins you Dota games, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoever had the awareness to be able to spot that TA2000 was going to be coming through that gate.
It got pinged by Blue and Teal. So
Okay.
Maposhka and Satanic were both watching that, which is... If Satanic actually saw that, I mean, that's incredibly impressive for the carry player to be watching that.
Yeah, because maybe we didn't see it on screen, but it seemed like TA2000, once he came through the gate, it felt like he had a BKB time walk instantly. And then that leads Malik to his opportunity.
Yeah, 14-3 and 11 for the carry here, but 8-3 and 17 for that offlane Mars. They both shined heavily in this game as the TA2000 Faceless Void did not work out for Aurora. Just, yeah, this game went late, but never really got to that point where you're just like, all right, this Faceless Void's unkillable. You can't touch him. And that's where I go back to where this hero differs from where he was a couple months ago or a year ago. He's just not the ultra late game beast that feels untouchable that he used to be. Zero is very touchable. He's very killable. You can jump him. You can play the game with buybacks to the outposts. You can play with the Aegises and the Roshans. It's a lot tougher for him in the ultra late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to go to our post-game interview here pretty quickly. Any last thoughts on the series?
No, I think Spirit look impressive. I'm excited to watch them continue to play the tournament. I think they're a super fun team to watch, and hopefully Aurora can strike back.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to our interview with Ryu.
That's right. I'm here with Rue. Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Rue?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, fair enough. I wanted to ask about the first game. I know this was Maposhka's hero, but I'll ask your opinion. Bristleback 5, is this just a flex, or is Bristleback actually good as a 5?
It's flex, of course, but it's also good on 5. Not too bad, but not too good. It's okay. Just we pick it first pick, then we can put it on every side.
Would you play the Bristleback as a 4 position? Is there any world where that happens?
Not really. I don't want to play this hero. Fucking brain dead.
Fair enough, which is why Maposhka's playing. He's one of the old guys, right? How do you feel personally playing with the legends such as Laurel and Maposhka as a new player? Are you nervous at all? Do you feel like you're learning from them?
Yeah, sure. I'm learning a lot. I'm no nervous. It's okay. They are good guys. They're positive. They're gives us a lot.
So you and Satanic came from Yellow Submarine. How did that happen? Was it like he really wanted to play with you and they asked him, or did they approach you to both come play for Team Spirit?
I think it just Itora go inactive, Mira go inactive, and we are in Yellow Submarine, so Corbin just take us to test. So we playing in Team Spirit now.
Cool. As a support player, as a 4 position, how are you enjoying the post-TI meta? TI was like bracers, everybody's going Greaves, kind of boring, 5-manning. Like, how do you find the new meta? Is it fun?
No, it's not fun really. When supports was 3k HP, 4k HP, that's not normal for sure.
But did you like it when you had 4K HP?
Of course, I'm big guy and I cannot die, so it's very good.
Every core player that I've interviewed has said, no, they hated that. You're the one guy that's like, yeah, let's go back to that meta.
Just not go back, but it was okay. It was okay.
Have you played a lot of Ringmaster on the new patch?
I play it because I want to ban it, but it's not banned. So better if you play on Ringmaster than Ringmaster is versus you. So yes, I play it, but not too much. I don't want to abuse this hero.
I agree. That is a new meta strategy, guys. Ban Ringmaster in all of your pubs. The hero's broken. I'm going to let you get to your next series. Thank you very much for the interview. We'll send it back to the panel.
Well, in that test, I do believe Ryu is passing with flying colors. I think he's filled in pretty well for Mir.
Oh, yeah. They've all looked great. He had some really clutch plays in that game as well. The utility itemization on point. I think it's a nice experience for those guys. They come into a team, similar organization, right? They get boosted up, and then they get to play with some old school legends, some double TI winner in Maposhka, and kind of learn from them. Like you said, those guys are super positive. They're going to have a good influence. You're going to be able to learn a lot. Easy environment. There's not a lot of pressure on you, right? I'm sure Spirit's like, whatever happens, happens. You know, we obviously sideline some legendary players, so if you don't win every LAN, it's okay. Just a nice experience for them to prove themselves, learn a lot, gain and grow. Man, I wish I had an opportunity like that. I'll tell you that much.
That's fair enough. I think everybody wishes they had an opportunity like that, but you have the opportunity to hit the follow channel. And we are going to go to a break until we head to our fourth series of the day.
Welcome back, everybody, to BB Dacha here in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. I am B-Cup, joined here by Lizard, ready to go with another fun day at Dota, as we are already about 60% through it, I think is the math.
I leave the NA math to the NA specialist, but I believe you're right.
Math is global. Math isn't just NA. Just the wrong math is NA. So I think we're about 60% of the way through. We got 2 more BO2s coming your way, and it's been a pretty fun day of Dota so far as we take a look at the results that have happened around the entirety of the stream, around the entirety of the venue. And you had Liga 2-0 Nouns earlier today with Falcons doing the same to Liga in return. And then you just finished watching Spirit 2-0 Aurora on the A stream. But on the other stream, your Colts brothers did a split with MOUZ at 1-1. Tundra came in and 2-0'd MOUZ. And then your Colts brothers, they actually beat Talon 2-0.
I think maybe they're the ones that are looking the most surprising so far in the group stages, considering how they played when they were still under that IG tag.
Yeah,
just a few
known as.
Exactly. Just a couple of weeks ago, it didn't look that great. They were losing a lot of games. However, it's looking much, much better now, and they're improving. Another team, obviously, that everyone wanted to see how well they will do. They are Team Spirit, and they're doing pretty damn well.
Yeah, they look pretty good. You know, the inclusion of Satanic and Rue and Malik, right? It's it's been pretty good for Spirit. I think they're starting to find their groove. I think there was a little bit of shakiness here and there. You know, they lost that game to Nouns. They had that Meepo game against them, and I think since then, things look pretty good.
Yeah, I think no one can blame them for losing a game to Meepo. That happens. These are our standings. As you can see, Team Spirit actually on top of Group B right now with 4 wins and 2 losses. Team Falcons 3-1, just following them. And on the other side, the top 2, Tundra and Yakult. Probably Yakult's brothers are the most surprising one, for me at least. What about you? What about you, Bikop? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think everything you said, Les, is 100%. I'd never disagree with you because I personally don't ever like to argue.
I don't argue ever. That's exactly what I would have
that-
said.
that's exactly
You're
what
on
you
it.
said,
I
Nico.
mean, no, you guys can go for it. If you read my thoughts like that, what am I thinking right now?
You're thinking, why didn't they fire you after the last panel that you were on?
I wasn't thinking that completely.
You're wondering how did they let her continue working on the main stream? She should go back to the B stream.
No, we enjoy you on the A stream. This is the
so.
cooler
I'm just looking at our colors. There's a PGM here, and I'm really enjoying the 3 colors that we're wearing. I don't know.
We're the entire color palette right now. We got blue, red, green.
I am
got it all.
I am a lot of red.
You're a
I'm
lot of red.
Yeah.
You got some red behind you, some yellow, some baby blue.
Yeah.
We're mixing it up here, and we're mixing it up with the teams. Team Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators coming your way, and should be a fun series. Gaimin Gladiators playing 2 more series coming up, so they got a lot of Dota ahead of them.
Yeah, do you guys think it's better to start your day on the 2nd series, take a break, and have the 4th series like Falcons? Or do you think it's better if you're in Gaimin Gladiator shoes where you're doing the last 2
Personally,
series and this is actually your first one.
Personally, I'd much rather be in Gaimin Gladiator shoes right now.
Two
Not as a
and a
player than as a caster, just because 2 series, one after another. You go in, bam, bam, you own some noobs, you go back home, you sleep, you know, it's much, much better.
I would normally agree with that, but is there not the chance that you just absolutely tilt off the planet of the Earth?
There's also a chance for that, of course, but I still...
time for reset.
But how much is lunch helping?
Yeah, I feel like that downtime with the lunch, like, you know, it can get to your head, you know, full stomach, you want to go to sleep. You do lose a little bit of energy. It's kind of nicer to just have it all done at once.
Like you can adjust your sleep schedule as well, that you go to sleep later at night and then
you
just wake up later, and so this is potentially them equivalent of the middle of the day for them, you know.
Yes,
which is the usual for gamers in general.
Yeah, I mean 2 a.m. That's what we stay up for, whether we're playing video games or doing something else. And you know, now we got Gaimin Gladiators. Their roster is going to be showing up on your screen. Does this look like full sleep to you?
I did just walk past them. They actually seemed pretty high spirits. They all gave me beaming smiles when I walked past them just before.
Nobody ever gave me a beaming smile.
Did you give them one back?
No,
Did you guys
I don't.
You have to be the one to smile first.
you have
okay?
to
Like,
smile for mine.
You have to stop, but they will reciprocate. It's like looking in a mirror, you know? Whatever you give them, they give back.
Do you have to actually just stare at them?
You have to walk right in front of them,
I
grab
see.
them by the shoulders, give them
just
a giant smile.
hold them and smile.
That's it. That's not creepy at all.
I'm definitely not doing that. That sounds awful to just force somebody to smile in front of you.
No, they did seem in high spirits, and I mean, that is the part where you haven't played anything today. You haven't had to sit around and wait too much. I do also think there is that argument of what were they doing in the morning leading up to this. I know some teams like to scrim. That's what their warm-up is. Some people, more of their warm-up ritual is that they just want to play pubs, right? They just want to kind of focus on themselves, warming up for themselves personally, and not so much trying to figure out what they want to do as a team. Maybe because they had the 2 series yesterday, that's what they wanted to look at.
I know a lot of players that get so much in their head that they have a certain amount of pubs that they have to play before the games. Yeah, like it's
Name one player that does that.
not gonna.
Okay.
but it's like 5 pubs at least, or you don't feel like you're mechanically there.
Oh, you mean a minimum? I thought you meant like a maximum, like, oh, I won't play more than like 6 or 7.
No, that would be easy to name. You just say Nisha, and you know he's not gonna.
That's a year. That's a year. That's 6 or 7 a year, just for the
6
game
or
day.
7 per year. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, no, that does make sense. And that's the minimum that they want to do for a warm up there. Gaimin Gladiators, though, yesterday with their appearance, first time that we're seeing them not only at a LAN with Watson, but in a competitive level with Watson as well. And it was great to see. I feel like a lot of their drafts flowed beautifully, very smoothly for themselves as well. It didn't
You
feel
liked
like
it, the way they're drafting?
Yeah, I mean, they got to be able to pick the Morphling last pick for themselves, and that is like one of the times in which you love to pick Morphling. I know some people are seeing him right now in the meta. You're more than willing to pick him up as potentially your 2nd or 3rd for the team, because whether that's just what your carry is comfortable with, that's something that you've already seen there's enough heroes. But if you're able to last pick it, and I mean overall last pick, not just last pick for your own team, but overall last pick, like that is the ice cream, topping on the ice cream.
What kind of ice cream?
I don't know what that saying is. I'm really bad at saying
The
so.
cherry on top.
Cherry on top, yeah.
Something about ice cream, whipped cream, and desserts. That's all I remember.
Maybe some chef's kiss. Mwah,
Yeah,
like
you
that.
did that one as well.
You guys a full Sunday fan?
I don't know
Whipped
if I've ever
cream.
had a full Sunday.
What's a full Sunday?
It's the ice cream. Maybe if you want the banana on the bottom, there's also
Is that not a banana split?
I was getting.
Okay,
you
my
know,
mistake. Sorry, I
Hold
rushed
on,
you.
wait.
I rushed you.
Hold on, we're getting there.
Okay.
It's the banana, then the ice cream, then the whipped cream. This might just be a banana split now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think it might just be a banana split.
All
One
right,
thing that we're
hot
not
fudge
split
on
on,
top.
though, right, is that the draft's on the screen. We can all be on the same page with that.
I guess so.
Definitely
I don't
not.
really. Sure.
We're not split on all these bans. Like they banned out the Sand King, the Prophet, both heroes at Falcons. Adore playing. They love this Malrine Sand King. They love the Malrine Prophet, maybe some Skitter Prophet. Very understandable.
Yeah, when I looked at it, at first I was going to say, oh, it feels a little bit like maybe they want to take out some of Malorine's heroes. And then I really thought about it. I was like, they are not only heroes that are fantastic in this patch, in last patches, you know, it hasn't really been hit too much with the nerf hammer, but they get shuffled around a lot on the side of Team Falcons.
Yep.
That Sand King, 2 different places they can go. Nature's Prophet, same.
Yep.
So not only is it fitting that meta, but hey, you just don't really want to let.
We don't have to go way too deep like in the opening bans, but this Morphling screams for a Razor ban perhaps from Gaimin as well.
No, I think it's just they're worried about a Watson Morph.
Watson Morph is very strong.
It's a whole different category because Team Falcons earlier today, they went up against Liga. They let them have the Morphling. Mind you, the series before that, Liga picked up the Morphling and they got a win with it, right? So it's not like Liga have a bad win rate on their Morphling by any means. We know that they've proven themselves on it, but they were fine to come up against it. This time round, though, it's a different team, but Falcons maybe not having the exact same confidence in being able to beat a Watson Morphling.
So my question to you is, where would you rank a Watson Morphling from? Who's the best Morphling minus Watson in your eyes?
I don't know if I could answer that on the spot.
So best Morphling player to fly, where would you rank him?
God, come on, man! Don't do your boy like
All right,
that.
I'm sorry.
You're the one that
I'm not here to make
protects.
comparisons.
You're the one
I'm
that
not here to
usually
make
protects.
comparisons.
I do. I love fly. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just that's
It's
it. I'm
pretty
done.
high up there. Like his Morphling is solid. It's really
Yeah.
good, and Morphling is in a really good spot right now. And also, it counters a lot of heroes that teams are playing, like heroes such as Bristleback, the Razor. Another reason why it's picked quite a lot. But we'll see. First and foremost, we do get a Doom from Falcons, and this is the only hero that I feel like they didn't swap out or switch out from the offlane. So most likely the ATF.
Mhm.
and you have the enchanters that you play with, that you are going to play against. So you can eat that creep. You can get yourself a Nyx as well if you want to. But so far, Falcons, they just haven't been a team that does that. So a Doom should be enough.
Do we even factor in this whole, like, yes, Doom can eat the Enchantress creep? Obviously, that is something you do want to be able to take away at
Mhm.
least some portion of her army. But does it not just feel at this point that you can pick up an Enchantress and you don't even have to be the best macro player? Like, she kind of turns into this turret towards the end of the game. And we've seen Celery do that so much. That's not saying he doesn't have good macro. He has fantastic macro. We've seen him be able to do that. He's a
Mhm.
massive Chen player as well. He's always excelled on that too. But it feels like the way that you can play her now isn't necessarily focusing on going for the skill build or going for the build where you're amping up the creeps that you're taking from neutrals.
We've seen that a couple times. Just heavy impetus.
It's like
Enchantress.
it's all right, but the way you get farm and the way you accelerate yourself in the laning stage is through the creep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's how you manage to win the lane, right? Like especially if you get some good creeps like a ghost or a satire, you know, or that harpy, you can just win the lane off of that. It's not an auto win, and overall, I feel like Doom is very pickable even if you're not countering anything. Like there's a reason why this hero is almost banned every single game.
That's true.
Yeah, ATF plays a mean Doom, and the hero is also very damn strong. So gotta protect it though.
Some teams have flexed the Doom 4. Would you ever think about doing that?
Some teams have, yeah. I believe recently in Wallachia it was, who was it? Maybe Saxa that played it or someone like that. The good old phase boots drums with an alpha wolf, you know, running people down.
What was around that though? Are you just looking at like the potential of flexing a Doom for the sake of flexing a Doom? Because I think there are so many more support heroes that you can pick up that would do so much.
Yeah.
You know, especially on the side of Falcons, and I also think about like comfort zone. I think it is fine to experiment. It is group stage. Whilst teams do get eliminated in it, you can have a sprinkle of experimenting. But we've also seen this team flex things for the sake of flexing things. I know that Bristleback Pos 5 worked out earlier today, but we've seen in other tournaments, Falcons want to try and run things like that. They're flexing what should be a core into support roles for the sake of it. Wind Ranger as well. They've moved that to Pos 4s before that was back at TI. And it hasn't worked out. I don't know the stat for sure, but I'm going to say it with confidence that it would be a 0% win rate on them flexing a core hero to a support position.
On Falcons?
Yes.
0%?
Yes.
I mean, why not?
That is not a stereotypical meta hero. Like
Yeah,
Naga,
yeah.
right? Like she used to be core, she's now at support. You can't factor her into this argument I'm making. I'm saying Wind Ranger's a carry. That's what it's in the meta. Moves it plus 4, loses. And I think you would see the same if you moved
The way Falcons do it, they don't necessarily switch between like a 4 and a 3, which is mostly, or 1 and a 5 or something like that, 1 and a 4. What they do very often accomplish is they try to confuse you with the core picks. Like they pick a Prophet, a Razor, a Doom. Guess who's going where? You have absolutely no idea. Maybe it's Malrine Prophet, maybe it's Malrine Razor, maybe it's Skitter Prophet, maybe it's Skitter Razor.
Right.
And they always have like this tri-core that can do a lot and carry the game on their own. So it only depends who gets the most farm, right? Like who gets the priority in the game and who gets shut down. Like yesterday we even saw Skitter, he's playing CK on the safe lane. He's constantly fighting. He's just trying to make space for his teammates for the mid lane Prophet.
He was having a rough game. He wasn't exactly enjoying his time, but Visage getting picked up here for Gaimin Gladiators. You seem excited, man.
No, I was just reminiscing on that Chaos Night. I don't want to harp on about it because I'm sure they had a rough time as well.
Yeah.
No, but Visage, I don't know exactly why my mind was thinking about Tundra.
Visage?
No, well, I was thinking about Tundra, right? And I think it was a little bit because Amar picking up the Doom for themselves. There's a lot of offlane heroes in the pool at the moment. I've actually really enjoyed watching how the offlane meta has evolved, not only in the past tournament, but this one as well. And so I was thinking about, there actually weren't that many offlane bans. So right now it feels like you have a plethora to choose from. So what exactly would you want to pick up? And this Visage comes here.
Yep. They had a lot of really good combos with the Visage as well.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good hero into both of these, the Doom and the Hoodwink. You don't really care too much about them. The Doom, of course, can itemize against you a little bit with some Shivas and whatnot, but overall, it looks very good. I love the combination with Marcy. It's one of my favorite lanes to play on the offlane. The only problem that I do see here is Marcy's win rate. Now, I'm not sure if this is about teams that are playing her. I don't think so, because in Wallachia, she was sitting on like 0% win rate out of 20 games.
Awesome.
At some point, she had so many games and almost no wins. So
I do want to ask a question. I know that we're talking about Marcy, but my brain is still, I don't know what's going on with it, but it's still thinking about this Visage. Is the facet still the same
It
with
is,
the, okay, that you get the gold assist
they
as long as the... Soul Assumption is flying through the air?
No.
No, they changed that.
They changed it. So
Okay.
you no longer get it if it's just flying. You need to actually get the hit.
Yes,
You
okay.
need to get the last hit. However,
Significantly better.
they already kind of countered the Visage here with the Clock Medusa pick. I feel like this is really strong into him. Why is it strong? Soul Assumption, it only works if you're dealing damage to HP. But if you're
Okay.
dealing damage to mana, you're not getting any stacks. So you actually cannot use Soul Assumption against Medusa that way, unless Clockwork is the one taking all that damage and then you're just spamming the Medusa. So there is some counterplay, but overall Medusa into Visage feels really nice.
And it's kind of tough to go after the Clockwork, right? Like you might have Dispose and Rebound, and then you can go Soul Assumption onto the Clockwork, but it's still not easy. Especially we've seen a couple Clockworks get First Blood, they go Boots first. All of a sudden they're kind of tough to catch. The Battery Assault's not easy to deal with.
The only difference here from all the other games from Falcons is this: Skitter is the ultimate carry. Like he's the ultimate win condition in this game as well. When you see the Medusa, right?
Right.
They aren't playing this Tricore with some Prophets and Razors and whatnot. They're actually just putting a very solid offlaner that's always going to be the offlane on that Doom, and the Medusa that's supposed to just be given all the space for her to eventually carry you.
I do wonder with the Falcons draft, Medusa loves to farm, and you can't guarantee that you're ever really going to be coming out on top and winning lanes. So 2 questions here is, how is the Medusa faring against a Visage in lane? And then how are you splitting this farm? How are you sharing the map between a Medusa and a Doom? And who exactly is running around with your cores? You have this Clockwork who's more than willing to hookshot in, maybe even solo out a hero on the enemy team, but who's following up? Who's going to be there? Who in the cores are willing to fight around that 10, 12 to 15 minute mark?
They have to complete that with the last pick, basically.
Okay.
So why is Medusa pretty good here is because you have Clock and Hoodwink. Like these 2 heroes, they almost don't need a core to run with them. The 2 of them can actually make all the space and create plays, but they still need that position 2 that's going to be very active. Now, Quinn, actually yesterday he was talking about Pango. He's like, yeah, it's kind of bad.
great.
But it's a really good Pango game. It's a natural born diffusal builder. Like, if you want to switch things up, like there is still some Visage mid potential. We're not seeing that 100%.
No, say it anyway, though. Say it with a little bit of confidence, Lizard. Come on.
No, we're not
Put
seeing
it out there.
No, I
can relate,
look. If it was a different team, sure, but I can't see them doing that. So it's gonna be some Visage plus Marcio on offlane. It's a really strong lane. Pango mid going for diffusal 99%, and all they need to complete this draft is something like an Anti-Mage or a Luna. They need a position 1.
They just banned both, and it's funny because I was thinking, like, is Anti-Mage too bad right now to even want to ban? Yeah, because the Anti-Mage game yesterday had Storm and Medusa, and they were just like, it's still a bad hero.
I actually wonder if maybe they even pick up the Storm. I was thinking that, like, Falcons banning out the AM. Obviously, like, you just want it for Medusa, but I'm like, have
It
you
gives you
almost
Storm, too.
given yourself Storm? Yeah. I mean, but we also know the Falcons win rate on Storm Spirit isn't too high. It's 33% in the last
but
year,
then
actually.
You pull an EG and you just keep picking it until it works.
Beating a dead horse there.
There's still a lot of heroes on that position 1 that they can go for. Sorry, guys, like something like an SF as well, or a Drow. I feel like these kind of heroes, like SF,
Have we seen a good
Enchantress.
Drow game, though, between you and me? We haven't really seen a great Drow game. Because we saw
it
both
was,
losses.
It was like picked twice and it lost twice,
Yeah.
They go with the TB, kind of an old school answer to Medusa. Like,
Some specialty too, though.
Yep.
I would rate this up there with his Morphling.
Damn.
I remember this man back in DPC last year. He had fantastic Terrorblade games. Oh my goodness, I am actually so. Dude, I also feel like Falcons really struggled against.
this kind of emotion reminds me. I feel like I have sheep here with this. You know, like,
No, well, I just.
Oh my God!
Okay, but
this Terrorblade. Let me tell you a story.
okay, no,
Last year
it's-
during DPC, I was watching this TV. How he was farming the small camp, you can't even imagine.
It's all the intricacies. It's all the. Listen, you just don't
And
understand.
they get the storm.
Okay, well. Whatever, it's fucking Storm Spirit. They're gonna lose anyway. Like I said, they have a 33% win rate in the past year.
prediction's set, I guess.
If I can predict it, it's a guaranteed loss. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say right now. But genuinely, the Watson Terrorblade, I am just so excited for. I love that they've gone for a hero that can sit.
Don't wanna do that.
That's
No,
what I've heard at
that-
least.
yeah.
But
Getting
no,
looked
but
down is
then
bad.
I do think in the later game on a Terrorblade, if you're able to farm, you can keep up with the Medusa, and I do think you can scale either with her or even outpace her if you're a Watson Terrorblade is what I'm gonna say.
I'm a little worried though, because there's a lot of lockdown that can go with, you ball laning in, you Vortex, Gorgon's Grass, you can start with Hookshot if you wanted to, Bushwhack's gonna be a problem, then you've got Doom, Infernal Blade, as well as the Doom, Terrorblade seems to be the target right now that they're going up against. You Doom him every time.
there's potential on both sides. Like these drafts are very even, I would say. Like the TB is a really good pick into the Medusa, but into the TB, picking the Storm with this new shard, like that's a ton of mixed damage against him. Like you can pop that shard on almost anyone, just hit him a couple of times, he's going to lose a lot of HP before that BKB comes online. They have so many frontliners though for the TB to work. Like you've got your Marcy, you've got your Visage, you've got your Pangolier as well, so it's going to be a fun one. I feel like the drafts are really 50-50 here for me, but I would actually lean a bit towards Gaimin.
Yeah.
Put me down for Gaimin instantly.
No,
I don't want to wait for prediction.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you because
right now.
I feel like there's two sides to what we're talking about. Is there are these pickoff potential, right? A Storm can zip in, the Clockwork can hookshot in, right? But I also see it that you have the Marcy. You put them just a little bit further behind your team, right? They're the ones frontlining for Falcons. You displace them just a little bit. It takes longer for Falcons to be able to close in on what this Clock or the Storm Spirit is trying to do. And if your Terrorblade is in the right position, if he has enough farm, I do see him just being able to blow up a support, potentially even being able to blow up a Storm Spirit. So I actually see it. I'm fully with Gaimin Gladiators for this one. I really like it. And I'm also going to say again, a 33% win rate in the past year.
I kind of went with them, but with all that she said, I'm definitely for Gaimin.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, I like 33%. You tell me I got 33%. I like those odds. I'm so in for Falcons. Well, chalk it up.
This isn't like, lower odds, bigger return type thing. We get equal returns back from this. Yeah.
Wow, if I win, you don't get the equal return of the point.
Okay, I guess he's kind of right
I feel
about
like
that
that's,
He's got us there.
2v1. I like these odds.
Okay.
I've seen this before, 33%.
Yeah.
I've been given those odds before, and I won.
Yeah.
I won't tell you on what.
I do want to ask one last question before we really get into the game and I jump out of here. Is about lanes, right? Because I've talked a lot about what I expect to happen when we get into these team fights, that you can't make mistakes if you're on the side of Falcons for executing. I think Gaimin, they have a little bit more leeway for themselves. But what about lanes? Are they actually going to be able to get into that position for themselves in that later game? Or is this a game that can close out a lot faster for Falcons?
Falcons cannot close this game early. Like that's one thing. Like when you look at their drafts, I don't think that that's possible. Like maybe if they
Medusa, right?
Maybe if they Medusa and Doom as well. Like these are the heroes that really like to farm Storm as well. But Storm is really mean from that mid lane. I feel like he's a hidden ultimate core as well, like ultimate carry, because he builds into that Parasma and dishes out so much damage in most games that I've been watching. He's having a very high win rate in recent tournaments as well, and yeah, we'll see how it goes for them. Right now, we do have smoke on smoke action here on both sides.
I'm a fan of smoke on smoke action. Should be fun. Can Falcons just open up the game and be oppressive until the Medusa's ready, though? Because you've got two heroes that like to be at level 6, go for it, you Doom, you Ball Lightning, you use those, you use that aggression, especially if the supports can get 6 pretty quickly.
That's the point, really. For Falcons, who are we looking at? We're looking at Snake and we're looking at Crit. Like these two, they have a lot of work in store for them, and they have to get those levels very early on. We'll see. Like Tofu and Daze, I feel like this is also a lane that is really damn strong, but they are playing into a Medusa.
Little dispose action, Tofu. Having to run this battery assault and the blood grenade. Problems here is Falcons are going to get first blood, and you're giving it over to the mid, which is never a good feeling. Ace might actually be in trouble.
He's going to probably
the battery
pop.
assault ends, but if they can get 2 more shots, the Mystic Snake from so far.
I don't think he can
but
reach.
Doesn't quite have the damage to get that second kill for Falcons. Though they do get first blood for the Storm.
Yeah, maybe this is... It's not better, but your Visage is very slow. He needs to go base. He needs to refill his region, and then he needs to TP back. So he's losing that first wave, basically. Why did that all happen, by the way? It only happened because you don't ever see a Medusa running into the bounty rune, right? That never happens. Why did she do it? Because she knew that she will not be giving any soul assumption charges. So she just goes, soaks in some damage, and then they turn on the. Then they turn on them. So
yeah, because you usually you fight those first few fights, and the soul assumption's really just so damaging, and you see it right there, almost killing that Clockwork. But Tofu has to be a little bit careful as well. Soul assumption again, and we'll see how much of a problem it is for Skitter.
Yeah, Skitter too. He's like we talked about earlier, he won't be giving away charges, but if Clockwork is fighting them, he kind of has to assist, and then he can get hit by them as well.
Yeah, which is
as an
something you do
innocent
as Clock,
bystander,
right?
you know. Yeah, as
You play
Clock,
aggressive.
of course. And you can't just let them hit the Medusa as well, because yeah, you're not hitting her with spells, but still she's losing a lot of mana.
Yeah, you need to be careful about how aggressive you get and how much that's going to cost your carry from being aggressive yourself as Amar drops down the creep wave banner.
Yep. This bot lane is also fun. Crit.
Metamorphosis.
Yeah, they got level 2s before.
Acorn shot and don't quite have the damage there to get a kill on either hero down in the bottom lane on Falcons. So this Metamorphosis, mainly farming. You'll hit that level 2 with Falcons. Maybe they want to make a move with a Bushwhack Acorn shot combo.
Well, they wanted to get a kill there. They hit the level 2 before Doom and
Yes.
Hoodwink. They attempted a kill. It wasn't only to farm.
Dispose, and again, you just got to watch out about this Soul Assumption. Now Snake King eating a Soul Assumption, but having to back up, and you can see right back to 3 stacks, just not throwing it out again. And
This is a very scary lane. Like, this is a high skill lane in which if you're a little bit out of position, it can instantly lead to kills. Like you're playing versus Soul Assumption. Of course, you have to be very careful how you approach it. And on the other side as well, if you get cogged with some battery assault, like Medusa will dish out enough damage to take you down.
Trying to deny that flag bearer creep. They've got the cogs around Ace, the Gorgon's Grasp, the Mystic Snake. The damage is there, but is it going to be enough? The rebound, turning this around looking for Snake King, but the battery assault being spread through the creeps as well as the Marcy.
And it's all about this here, about the Lotus Pool. That's why they fought there. They tried to zone them out. Marcy actually gets it. And it's a huge win. Yeah. That's actually a huge win for GG. Just denying that Lotus from them means that Ace gets more mana and he can spam some more.
Pops a salve, so happy to be at full health, pretty much full mana.
Yeah, I think they popped the flower as well on him, right? Like the tofu, did they give him the Lotus? I think so.
He might have. Yeah, he doesn't have it anymore, so was used as well.
Yeah, it's giving him some mana. Understandable.
So that kind of gives him that big advantage, you know. You don't have the resources available. Marine against Quinn here, and right now the Storm is ahead in CS, but not by much. It's not too crazy in terms of...
It's a crazy mid lane, though. Whenever we look, they're always on like 5-10%
yeah.
HP. And yeah, I feel like a kill can happen at any point.
Really looks like it's possible, and it's been pretty quiet since the first blood. But this has been what we've been seeing the last few games that we've covered together.
Instantly devoured. Like, he just took the creep and it instantly got taken by Amar. And he got a nice creep, by the way, as well. Getting some armor. The active spell as well is not that bad. Actually, using it offensively to pull someone under the tower if they overcommit can be deadly. So have to be a little bit careful about that.
Yeah, it's always rough when you're fighting around the neutrals, then you get pulled over. You're wondering what team that neutral's fighting for, but it's a good spell. I like that. I mean, you start to realize how many good spells there really are to have when you're Doom.
And they scale.
Yeah.
They scale with time as well. So there's also that aspect of some of these passives that we don't really discuss too much.
He's got Hurricane right now, so...
Yeah, the only problem is it's a lot of mana, like 100 mana.
Gorgon's Grasp lands on the edge. Now they've got the expanded armature. The Cogs looking to get the kill here on Ace, but the Soul Assumption, the Disposed Snake King almost getting out behind Skitter. As Ace will die and the Mystic Snake will fly back to the Medusa. I'd say okay, though. They get Ace and they open up the map even more for Medusa.
I wouldn't say that's okay. That's perfect for Falcons. Like, Medusa is winning the lane. 30 last hits against 12 on Visage. Like, Visage is a lane dominator. Visage Marcy, that lane is basically made to shut down the enemy carry, and they're really not having a blast right now. Some other players, 33, would even consider rotating a little bit right now, maybe making some plays on the map. But even for that, you need at least boots, maybe a Windlace from the drums. Right now, he's very poor on that Visage. Visage.
Celery coming over and taking out that OBS, making sure that they have the superior vision here over mid. And there's a Vortex onto the Enchantress, but the Nature's Attendants definitely going to make it easy to survive that. A little bit of an attack from Malrine, but he gets himself an amplified damage room bottled up. You're going to want to be careful here. He'll have a couple sips. He also has a couple charges on that stick, too, so...
Yeah. Celery basically wants to dispel it here. If Storm uses it, Enchantress will instantly just dispel it, so he doesn't want to. He's running away. But at the same time, Gaimin, they brought both supports, and they still didn't get the rune. Skitter?
Activated the Amplify damage, by the way. He's going after the Pango. Got to be careful over mid. They had Snake King. Now they go to the Rolling Thunder where they thought about it. Now Quinn gonna die here to Snake King, and Celery just not in the area to help out. No Nature's Attendants, no dispel of that amplified damage, and they get that kill over on the Pango mid.
Yeah, that's always a problem. If you're playing this Pangolier, you lose that Swashbuckle. 9 out of 10 times you just die to the Clockwork.
Yeah, it's tough. We've been seeing this a lot, the Clockwork against the Pango, and how Swashbuckle, yeah, you get out of the cogs, but you get pushed immediately, and you don't really get everything you want out of that. And it forces you to use it too, unless you've got a Force Staff on your team and they're nearby.
Yeah, you need some roll-up as soon as possible against him as well.
That's something you've brought up a couple times when we've seen this combo, or this matchup.
It just makes your life easier.
Yep.
It doesn't solve the issue because there's still a hookshot that you have to deal with, but it makes it a bit easier. Amar.
Metamorphosis, Amar. Celery's here. There is the Hurricane to pull him back. Amar.
Wait.
Seeds of Serenity. Running away, and Amar is pretty speedy with the phase boots. TP's out, and should be gone, and Quinn's dead again. Whoa. Was not expecting that, especially with the charge on to Amar bottom. There's nobody there who's really thinking about TPing mid.
He did have his doubts about this Pangolier yesterday.
He said it yesterday.
He did say that the hero is bad.
He wasn't being facetious. He was telling the truth.
He was like, don't pick this to me, are we? But yeah, we'll see. Clockwork, Snaking, level 5. This man is having a very good game. Off of top lane, the kills on ace, and now the rotations on mid.
Medusa's a free farmer at the moment.
Yeah, they're basically on top 3 net worth charts. Medusa, Doom, and
By
the Storm
a good
Spirit.
margin, too, when you look at the matchup to matchup, comparison. There's the word.
So there is a part in this game in which it kind of all comes together for Gaimin. They're still kind of far away from it, but once Tofu gets 6 and your Visage gets 6, suddenly you can perhaps make some sidekick on the bird, jump in, even go on the Medusa with that ultimate. So overall, I feel like there's potential.
Yeah, there's definitely potential, and there's potential from you guys out there in chat to follow us. And don't make it just be potential. Do it. Follow through. There's a follow button below. Hit that follow button, and you'll be able to see more of this epic tournament as you've got BB Dacha coming at you from Belgrade, Serbia. But there's more tournaments coming up through the rest of 2024 and 2025 combined. So keep your eye out. I'm looking at you. I got my chat open right now. I'm also looking at this lead here for Falcons. It's not looking good.
It can all turn. Like, you're playing versus a Death Toll Visage. Like, if you make one bad move on him on that top lane and they rotate in, I feel like it could turn, but they are first and foremost trying to smoke up down bot. Amar has, I don't know, he has like a 6th sense, a 7th sense for these smokes. He always reads them, starts waving or just moves to the side. Every single player, of course, has more or less the idea where everyone is, because you're looking at the minimap 90% of the time. You're seeing the rotations.
Ooh, this would be good stacks to swipe. Right away, the Swashbuckle, but it's getting pinged out. They're going to start to react to this. And if Quinn dies again, yeah, he's getting a little bit of the stacks, but if he falls, that's a big problem. They do have level 6. Ooh, the Hurricane actually put him on the high ground, but he doesn't quite get the Doom off. Now the Rolling Thunder is there. Does Quinn want to go back in? He'll hit Amar once. He'll start to back up. Marine, he's backing away as well. They've got the cogs around Quinn. Swashbuckle out of the cogs, but he is in trouble. The shield crash, a little bit of that shield. The Sunder to save Quinn. Watson now needs to go the other way, otherwise he's in trouble. They're still holding the Doom, so Watson, he can't really show his face. While Celery from the high ground throws a couple of right clicks over onto Crit and enchants him to slow him up. There's nobody dead on either
No
side.
one dead?
They help Doom. Rolling Thunder, really the only big spell that was used. I guess Sunder too.
Yep.
But truthfully, nothing lost on either side.
Yeah, Metamorphosis, right? Like, that's something that was used as well. But overall, it's insane that no one died.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. The tornado, was it from Ench or from Doom? I couldn't catch that because it looked kind of wonky. Doom still has it.
Yeah, he could have pushed himself up onto the high ground, right?
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly who used it, but it was an interesting move altogether. And Hurricane's a pretty cool spell. Celery going to be seen, caught, and killed as they are cleaning up this stack. Snake King at level 6. Hookshot in that last fight would have really helped out.
He's not really at that point in the game in which you can just run up as Enchantress, you know. But he understands that. He was going for a warding mission, getting some info for his team as well, maybe stealing some stacks. Taking
If you
a creep.
enchant a creep, you're taking a less, you know, taking a little bit of farm away.
Quinn.
But again,
Snaking.
Vortex, quite the range on it. Rolling Thunder thought about once more, now turning it around. The cogs are down. Celery's here with Tofu. Tofu does have level 6. He does have his ult available, but a regen rune's just been picked up by Malrine. Hookshot's gonna miss. They've got the Bushwhack landing on a Celery. Now they're gonna go to the back lines, looking over at Tofu, who will rebound, unleash, trying to get a kill on Omar, who will now use that Hurricane to get a little bit of distance. Ball lightning back, the Doom used on this Visage, as it's only one dead, and Doom gonna be expended.
As well. So overall, this is kind of a timing in which Falcons start to shine. Like if you look at Doom, this is something that...
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy. But understandable at the same time.
Yeah, definitely understandable with the pressure that's coming out. I think Medusa's just been given so much free farm because the attention's been on mid and bottom. Medusa had moved for that kill, and that kill alone, and then...
He's joining, like he's able to play the skitter gameplay because he didn't lose the lane, he owned it.
Yeah. That is quite the one-sided lane over there. Now they've got a lot of Atos from Crit. Oof, God. Bushwhack comes in, hookshot follow-up. That's a dead Celery Enchantress.
Everything is coming together for them. There are some nice things on GG as well, of course. Quinn has that diffusal, can perhaps mess up some Storm, get his mana issues to really shine. Same against the Medusa, right? Like diffusal, always nice.
Right.
But one thing that they didn't manage is activate Ace.
Yeah, Ace. Vortex into the Bushwhack. Look at the damage coming in. Ace gonna feed these familiars as well.
And that's a resummon.
Oh, dear. That is... I don't mean, oh, Enchantress. I definitely mean, oh, dear here. Because, man, that is a lot of gold to give up.
It's not even only the gold. He's up in 20 seconds, but guess what? 120 seconds cooldown
So
on those familiars.
He's really just dead for 2 minutes. The real hook shot was the friends we made along the way. Aw, just Bone Brooks. That's pretty sweet. I like that.
Yeah, it definitely is. The real familiars.
Are the friends we made?
Yeah.
That's me when I walk with my group of friends.
Who needs familiars when you have 4 teammates, right? Like Visage, you just hug them and go together.
Yeah, act as my minions now.
Yeah. I completely understand the win probability because this is something also that ATF does. He doesn't even go for blink most of his games. He just goes into movement speed. Like that's phase boots, drums, maybe some Yasha with Sanj, and he's just running you down. This game, there is a small difference on the Doom. He's actually going for Crimson, and it's really damn smart because you're playing not only into Visage that gets kind of ruined by Crimson, kinda. He can still spam you, but also versus TB, it's nice and all his damage. So overall, I like it.
You don't really need the Blink Dagger, right? Because you've got 2 initiators, especially with the Rod of Atos already picked up on crit. Like, you don't need to be the Blink Hoof Stomp Doom that we've seen so many times in
Who needs Blink when you're zooming 500 movement speed? He's F1 on this Doom.
That is true.
And the man is so good when it comes to understanding his positioning in team fights that he always finds the right target anyway.
Wonder what his pit timings are. Snaking out of mana, and this is looking like an easy kill. It'll be Tofu who gets it. They think about the Rolling Thunder. They'll look over at Amar. Not the easiest target to kill, but can they stay all the way forward as he's just got that BKB delivered? He's going to turn around now. Who do they go for on the side of Falcons? Don't have that blink initiation, and there were some TPs, and there are some heroes in the vicinity, but they choose to just back away.
It's just kind of cool. Surprise, I've got BKB, and then...
But it wasn't like...
Yeah, there's no follow-up.
Yeah. That is a great feeling, though.
Yeah, it is, it is. Like when that item gets just delivered, you hear some anime music in your head, you're like, let's go.
Some next day shipping right there. Same day shipping, really. they're still looking at, they're spending a lot of time just trying to find a kill. They smoked up even after that engagement with Amar.
They're
but
red.
at the same time, Falcons, yeah, they were reading this pretty well. They've got the sharpshooter. They're going to go for this. They've got the Vortex. The sharpshooter's going to land. They go to the hookshot. They've got the Gorgon's Grasp with the Unleash used by the Marcy. They get the kill into Tofu. Doom's going to come through. Quinn ends up dead. That's going to be 2 heroes dead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Make it a third with Ace dead. There's the Bushwhack landing. Celery's gone. And this fight is done and dusted, as they've got Falcons all the way. They read that movement from Gaimin Gladiators. They even want a little bit more on Watson, but it's not the easiest to get when it's just the Storm in the vicinity.
Nat.
Although Skitter.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to find
During the panel, Nat had one question, like, can Falcons crush them early enough? You know, well, I didn't believe this was possible, but the Medusa lane proved to be way too difficult for GG. I feel like that's the lane that absolutely broke them.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have this strong visage with some drums and maybe a pipe or whatever you're going for, suddenly he isn't contributing a lot.
The other lanes went really well too, though. When you think about it, they killed Quinn twice. Oh gosh, Snaking just surviving here. He's got the Seeds of Serenity down. They go and they've got the Doom onto Ace.
Yeah, but why did they kill Quentin twice? Because Snaking was there. Why was he there? Because he didn't even have to help Medusa anymore, and he was level 5. He was just rotating, owning the map with the clockwork.
You're right. And when you're right, you're right. Quinn trying to find something here with Tofu, and just a rod of Atos on Ace. I can get drums too, but when you think about Visage, when you think about where they should be at this point in the game, it's not this.
Yeah, like, look, Atos is a decent item on him. It isn't bad. It's like one of those items that the hero historically could buy. But in this game, you need it. You're playing into a Storm. I can absolutely understand the need to buy the Atos. At the same time, I feel like your team and you yourself, you're not becoming much stronger from it. And if you don't get those skills with the Atos, it feels really bad to get it.
Right. You didn't exactly get the bonus gold from the Soul Assumption that you want to with Death Toll. We'll take this Tormentor, and it'll be Shard for Celery, so he'll have access to Sproink.
It's like, even if you're buying something very underrated right now, like a Vlad's, right? Or maybe trying to build into a pipe or an AC, these kind of items, they benefit the whole team. And even you, because your familiars just become a machine much, much stronger. With Atos, it's like, okay, this item has a purpose and I need to use it right now to justify it. If it doesn't get justified, you kind of feel bad.
You feel like it's just eating up gold.
Yep.
Burning a hole in your pocket or your inventory, and it's a bit of a problem. Falcons, they spread out in the top lane. You've got Skitter all alone again. I don't think they've really done much to deter this Medusa from doing anything it wants.
This is the Medusa from 2022, 23, where you're getting to basically 22-minute mark, you have Butterfly Aegis and you're trying to end the game. I feel like they can already go for most of these objectives. They don't have to. Like, they are still playing into some pretty solid heroes. Enchantress?
What was the
what was the Enchantress?
Well, yes, that is part of my question. But actually, the question is they go for Quinn again, Rod of Atos, then the Bushwhack, Sharpshooter. They've got the break. They need somebody else here. Quinn, he's gonna Rolling Thunder. He's got the inhibit from the Diffusal Blade to slow down crit, but Skitter's here. Rolling Thunder is not as long with the Thunderbolt facet, and that Acorn shot's gonna actually land as he breaks out of it. There won't be a kill, so he'll survive. And my question was going to be, what was the year when Medusa used to go like one item divine? That was the meta for like a split second.
Malrine? Yeah, I can't remember, but...
Rebound?
If you go low enough in the trenches, it's always that meta.
Oh, I might just be talking about my pubs is what you're saying.
It's always there, lurking.
Oh no. Gosh. This is 12,000 net worth lead here for Falcons.
And 3 more minutes on that Aegis. The tier 2 tower.
You can't kill Skitter once. I don't know how you kill him twice.
There's still some potential if they overcommit and Terrorblade gets to just free hit anyone. They do have a bit of control coming from the Pango too. It's just that the two supports, they aren't scaling. Like Marcy, right here we are seeing why she had such a low win rate in the last couple of tournaments. If you don't win the lane, if you aren't crushing, she falls flat. And unleash, yeah, you go in, you unleash, but you aren't building BKB first anymore. And without that BKB, they kill you after the first wave of hits.
That's what I was just about to say. Like the BKB first Marcy days, you know,
they're
that's
gone.
what you need it. You need that item, I feel like, to jump in so aggressively with such confidence.
This is it, basically. 24-minute mark, Medusa is knocking on your high ground. Storm is in.
Yeah, Tofu is dead. Gorgon's Grasp is there. Even if he survives that little initiation, he had Sharpshooter on the way.
How's RTB doing? What's his build? That's the most important
Diffusal.
aspect. Yeah, of course. Into Medusa, he doesn't usually have to get it, but Diffusal Manta. But he's so far from his build. Like, even with that Diffusal, she has Butterfly. You're not necessarily hitting her.
And that's mid-setter Axe gone. Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis. Again, I just don't think you kill Skitter right now. So when you've got this Aegis, you know you've got a second life, even if they are successful in getting that kill. Killing Medusa twice feels so impossible. So you can just stand here on the high ground. You can just push.
You can do this, though. Use Reflection on her. She hits really damn hard, so...
Makes it feel a little bit rough. I said that they couldn't kill her twice. He gets a little bit of mana back. The Mystic Snake now sitting with a low amount of mana. Yeah, there's the impetus, because he knows that this Aegis is going to run out soon.
Yeah, he's got BKB, and it's ready.
But he has the rest of his team behind him, too. He can stand his high ground again. Let's see. Illusions. There's Soul Assumption, and some impetus shots coming through. Mallory trying to at least get a lockdown with that Vortex, and they'll get the melee racks over bottom with no real punishment.
Did you watch the famous Lyrical and Synderen game recently? The Do Something one?
Can you give me a little bit of an imitation?
I can't. Synderen's is just a gem. I don't want to ruin it, but it kind of does remind me of that one. Yeah, it feels that way.
Oh, you go to ward in your or D-ward in your own base, and then Mallory just makes you feel bad for doing so.
This burst damage that Storm gets from the shard is just so damn good. Like in the mid game, you're picking off supports very easily, and these supports, they don't have bracers anymore.
Yeah, they don't have 5,000 health.
Yep.
And it's a buy shard, right?
It definitely is. It's literally like Kaya into shard.
There's usually the buy or hope to get, and what we hope to get from you is a follow. So follow Fissure on Twitch. There is a follow button on the bottom right under your viewing pleasure, and if you're on YouTube, it's on the left. So subscribe, hit that bell, follow us, and you can continue to see some amazing Dota. We are close to some funny numbers if we do continue to trend this way. 19,000 net worth lead at 19 kills at 27 minutes in. We're 1 kill away from that.
One more kill.
But
give it to us.
Will we get there?
Oh my god, Amar is big, man. Look at that big boy.
He's huge.
AC, BKB, drums.
And they're going to try and get this kill. Rolling Thunder, Diffusal Inhibit. They've got some damage, but he does have a BKB. And they will chase, and they will chase, and they will chase. But there's the Force Staff, there's the Cogs, the Swashbuckle, the Familiars all trying to go their way. Malrino looking for his opportunity to jump. And Skitter's here too. So they'll go for the Clockwork, the Gorgon's Grass, Snake King. He's going to end up dead. They'll go for Malrine. They've got themselves to dispose with. The BKB being popped here by the Storm Spirit. They'll look to go for more. But Tofu and Quinn both dead. Doom onto the Terrorblade. They get themselves another. Down goes Ace. 4 heroes got on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. And you lose a Clockwork.
That's game.
But you kill everybody and you get the GG.
That's basically, that's a get me out kind of a play.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm expecting a Hail Mary smoke from Gaimin, in which they smoke around the tier 2 as it's being pushed, and then they try to, you know, the classic. The Hail Mary play where you're hoping that it's your one last chance to go back into it. But this is, look. Thinking, I told you this Medusa is so good.
I trusted in the Storm. I don't care about the percentages. Don't tell me the numbers.
Yeah, Malrine is like, okay, bro, go next.
And then everybody's just so calm.
Yeah. This man as well.
I get more excited after I win a pub game. These people, I don't know how they stay so calm.
You know what? Like, I'll tell you for sure, playing as much Dota as they're playing, it really sucks out the life out of you.
The way you put it that way.
It's not only the fun after the games. Like overall, you've just seen so many things so many times that it's really difficult to go absolutely mental and emotional after a game because you've played something similar before.
And you have another game.
But I completely understand why Snaking did it because he kind of owned on this clockwork.
Yeah, he did.
He was slapping on that top lane. He rotated mid, killed him twice as well. Pango, literally Quinn, on his basically top 1 hero historically, he didn't have a game.
Yeah. And they really just shut it down. I mean, this is the last fight already. The highlights are pretty much that short because, I mean, that's
They're
the
very
game.
short, yeah. Do something.
Stone Gaze, perfect fight. There's nothing more you can ask for. And the game really just went as good as it can get here for Falcons, which, you know, it'll happen. And then you just got to regroup and you got to refresh and go to the next one.
Yeah, this kind of a game, I kind of feel good for, if you can feel good for Gaimin that they GG'd out this early on because
you don't want the mental damage.
Because this game could have also been one of those in which Falcons are kind of chilling, farming up, waiting for next stages.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting in your base hoping that your carry gets one more item, maybe a BKB or something, but it just doesn't work in the end. So, yeah, this is a clean cut.
Yeah, very clean cut. Oh, look at Amar, 0-0-13.
That's not the luckiest number I've seen, but for Doom, I feel like...
It's half a bob.
No kills, no deaths. He's just running around and providing assistance.
707 there for Skitter. I mean, their 3 cores never died. The only one who died actually is Snaking. So if they want to blame anybody for feeding, they just go to him.
He died 5 times.
Yeah, and the
that's
Gaimin Gladiators had
the
5.
only hero that died.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you just why'd you feed?
Kick him.
Kick him. Oh, come
Kick
on.
him.
They won the game.
I mean, he's 100% of his team's deaths. What do? You
kick him? I
It's
guess.
a feeder. Like, you don't want to play with a feeder.
I was looking at the food delivery app earlier. We do have some pizza places nearby if we really want to start getting into that trend. We could kick somebody.
Yeah.
We could try.
Who we kicking?
Jenkins.
It's his birthday, man. Come
Oh,
on.
wow, I forgot.
You're so evil.
Never mind. I guess it's me. But yeah, game 1 going the way of Falcons. They looked pretty good, and by pretty good, I mean really good. I just don't know what you do for Gaimin Gladiators in that game, but you take this break, you regroup, and game 2 goes a little bit better. So we'll see you guys for game 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, everybody, to some more BB Dacha for you. I'm B-Cup, joined here by Lizard once again to bring you some pretty fun Dota action. We've got Gaimin Gladiators against Falcons. Game 1 going the way of Falcons with pretty much some ease in the early 20-minute mark. So now coming into Game 2, hoping Gaimin turns it around, and they've had their break, they've had their time, they're talking it over a little bit, and I think Gaimin certainly a good enough team to kind of take a breath, go back in, have a better draft, and win Game 2.
Yeah, if they want to. So what's the problem here? The problem is like you're going into this game in the first game, you were going there with a strategy, with a plan, and that plan absolutely fell apart. And now you have to be kind of concerned. Is it the plan that in general is bad, or is it just the Medusa that was the problem, right? And
right.
If you're gaming right now, I hope that they don't completely throw away this Visage idea and they just adjust it a little bit.
Right.
I think I was talking about Marcy and how strong she is with Visage. That's all she does. Later on, the hero is falling flat for multiple games that I'm watching. So maybe it can be replaced with something different, maybe a Tusk earlier in the game, or even a Clockwork if you can get your hands on him. And another thing is, definitely, go back, ban Medusa, if you want the Visage.
Yeah. That was actually going to be my question to you. If you're going to go to the Visage again, I feel like Medusa has to be the ban because of everything that you kind of said about the fact that you don't do as much damage to that lane, and it becomes what we saw, an open lane for the Medusa. Medusa was able to really do whatever they wanted, and exactly why Skitter's MVP right here.
Yeah, I love his haircut, by the way. I can imagine him being some sort of a Medusa, you know, like this. Do you see it?
So you see,
do you see it? Do you see the Gorgon's gaze?
So you're saying right there is where the gem would go.
Exactly.
If we were going to implement
a
gem and
his eyes are
put it into his
beautiful
head.
gems anyway.
Okay. That is true.
Doesn't need a new one.
Blue eyes, I think. Got real close to my screen. I might be a little bit colorblind. I have no idea. But it looked like blue eyes.
Yeah, definitely. Looked that way. But that Medusa was very strong. Like he had not only a good lane, he had such a good lane that usually what happens, carries don't tend to win lanes very hard. So they have to go back into that pool area, farm up a little bit, come back online a little bit later, maybe farm the triangle and whatnot. That Medusa had such a good lane that he literally never did that. He just rotated mid and started joining fights and winning fights for his team. And it wasn't only him, of course, Storm also had a good time. So you're just kind of all active. Doom as well doesn't need anything. He has phases drums and he's ready to roll. So it was a really difficult game coming out of the lanes. The first one versus Gaimin. I hope for Gaimin that they try and find a solution to it. And the most obvious one, for me at least, is that offlane.
Yeah, definitely. And if it's anybody who's going to start with, it's the coaches. So both coaches on your screen right now. What would you say is if you give me one word for each coach as a description, what would it be? I know that's so tough. You're giving me a look like I just asked you.
I'm not giving you a look. I'm spinning my head trying to absorb some words, or I don't know how we would
it's a vocab test for you.
Honestly, ingenious.
Okay.
Like maybe there's also. Maybe you could argue for a nerd as well because he knows everything about this game and he's nerding all the single interaction that every single one that exists. See why on the other side, I'm not sure, honestly. I don't even know what I would say. I would say very stable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could agree with those.
I think their drafts as well are just overall very stable and with a lot of solid identity to them. Yeah. Like when you see a draft, you kind of know, okay, this is Gaimin. You see this Brood on offlane, Pango on mid lane, this is Gaimin, right? Like, you kind of can expect that.
Second pick, I believe, picked up for Gaimin Gladiators on that coin toss.
That's actually very interesting, right?
It definitely is, because we've talked about the strategy of second pick, and we saw a lot of teams yesterday take first pick, and we talked about how Falcons were the ones who really like second pick, and now you've got Gaimin going up against them and taking second pick themselves.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting to me, because they're kind of snatching away the second pick, and let's see what they can do with it. They only banned out the Sand King, so they're letting the Doom go through, and Falcons, they can just open up again if they wanted to with it, but they have plethora of options. It's not only the Doom, what's left in the pool is also the Razor and also the Prophet. So you have all of these. And of course, if you want to make things easy for yourself, this man, he owned the last game. You can just open up with the Clockwork.
Yeah.
Why not? The hero had one of the highest win rates, at least top 3 in Wallachia, and he was also picked a lot. So it's not one of those fake stats, like stats that kind of misguide you because there's 7 games and he's got like 60% win rate.
Right.
He had a massive amount of games and a massive win rate. But first and foremost,
start Doom again.
If you don't pick it now, it's gonna get banned. So they pick it up.
It's just surprising because I want to say for the longest time, Falcons kind of...
Everyone banned it. I know where you're going, but everyone
No, I was
banned-
going to say they
banned it.
usually held out on Amar picks,
Yeah.
and now Amar is getting his Doom early, where I felt like it was a game plan to be like, okay, we know that teams love banning every single offlaner, and we use that to our advantage. But now you're kind of taking that away from yourself and just picking Amar's hero first.
So I think it's not necessarily about the player, it's about the meta.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
when you pick this Dome, remember what Nat was talking about. One of the best morphlings, right? On Gaimin Gladiators. So you want to take that Doom away, just so you don't have to ban the morphling now.
Right.
There's no way in hell that hero gets picked in before it gets picked. But no way in hell that it gets picked into the Doom. It's just asking for problems. Like you can't heal through the Doom anymore.
Well, there was the longest time where you'd go like Lincoln's.
It's just not worth it
morphling.
anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That doesn't seem like we don't really see heroes that like Lincoln's first. Or even if they do, they don't really pick it up anymore. It's not really a Lincoln's first kind of meta.
Yeah, maybe a second or even third item.
Yeah, but it's not the first item that we used to see on like a Weaver, Medusa, insert hero
It's just
name
not
that I
that
don't know off
valuable
the top of my
because
head.
it doesn't provide you with as the game is just way too fast.
Right.
Like, if you don't buy a Maelstrom on some of these heroes, you fall off. If you don't buy a fighting item, you fall off. By the time you farm that Lincoln's, you're kind of there, but you aren't really.
Yeah, you've got fake net worth. I would say.
Exactly.
You've got surviving net worth, not fighting net
Sure,
worth.
Morphling is a hero that really loves everything about Lincoln's because it gives him just enough survivability, just enough of stats that he can go in and out, and you can play around your ult. That's the reason why this was the first pick item on him because that's all he needed. I love the Nyx. I love the Broodmother ban as well.
Does the Nyx ban maybe lean towards potentially picking like Enchantress?
I think maybe even Chen.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chen or Enchantress.
Yeah,
Anything that's going to get something.
I feel like it's very possible, but they don't have the first pick in this second stage, right? They don't. So
No,
it's
they
going to
don't.
be for Gaimin Gladiators, and they can also take one of these. We might just see Chen on Ench action, like we have been seeing that matchup quite a few times recently.
Yeah,
like sometimes
we've seen it twice.
Yeah, sometimes it goes one way, sometimes the other. You know. there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, there are a lot of options. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark Willow was. You were thinking about Dark Willow as well, right? I know you were. It's kind of good. Why is it kind of good? Because you have this combo with the Clockwork as well. Like she combos very nicely with a lot of heroes afterwards. If you do not pick it here, Team Falcons might snatch it. There's a Hoodwink as well left in the pool for Falcons if you want to play it on crit.
He loves that hero.
Yeah,
but there's the Ench and then the Hoodwink. Yeah,
so we basically
yeah.
Both of these were kind of to be expected. That's the reason why they banned out the Nyx basically, which telegraphed the Ench pick, and also the Hoodwink isn't telegraphed by anything but by their logo. Like you see the logo, you see Falcons, you know they're probably picking that Hoodwink.
Yeah, it's the little like leaf amulet. It kind of looks like the Falcons logo on Hoodwink.
Yeah, it does. It does. I thought that you were saying you were asking about the jersey. Like, is that the leaf?
No. I was looking at the Hoodwink. But now the Luna gets picked up, and this is something that got banned in the last phase of the first game. It was that anti-mage Luna. Obviously, there's no Medusa in this game, but Luna gets picked up, and there was something that was said in one of the interviews. I can't exactly remember who it was specifically, but Luna feels good in all situations.
Any game, yeah. Yep.
Even against 5 counters. Is what I've.
Well, let's see,
what they
because
said.
the way Falcons play, they're the ultimate carry shutdown team.
Yeah.
Like they like to play these Razors, these Nature's Prophets, and both of these heroes are still left in the pool.
That's crazy. I actually can't believe that both those heroes are available.
Yeah. So when I look at it, maybe getting even something like a Razor isn't that bad here. If you want to, you could also get one of these spirits, something that's a bit more versatile from the mid lane, because not just versatile, mobile, right? Because they don't really have a lot of catch. You have Clockwork with a hookshot, sure, it's nice, but it isn't as good as some other heroes on that mid lane. Then again, who has the ultimate last pick? Of course, it's Gaimin Gladiators, because they chose second pick, right? So if you're Falcons, you also have to worry about these.
Primal.
You know why this is? This is for the profit. This is basically saying, let's
Pick it,
see,
we dare you.
Basically saying, pick it, we dare you. Exactly. This is the solution that most teams have come up with. I feel like one of the first teams that have done that is Heroic. They started using Primal into the Prophet. And in one of the interviews, Caps, the coach, he was like, yeah, I think we figured out their Prophet. And they never picked it after versus Heroic. So they definitely were onto something. We'll see. We'll see if Falcons.
I love this little split right here, by the way.
The stolen.
Yeah, stolen, same. Like, I like... It gives you a little bit of insight on the thought processes we're seeing right now. It's like Medusa, if we don't have first pick, we're going to ban it, make sure we get rid of it. Just don't want to give that up just in case. We've stolen Clockwork. We saw that it can, you know, go well. Or stolen in the fact that, Gaimin's got it first pick. And
does worry you a little bit, right? When you see that one team has completely switched everything up. It also is a showcase that they have a lot of different strategies that they can enforce, but
they kind of needed to switch it up after that draft, and now they're going to go back to the Storm Spirit. It's now not 33%. It's a little bit higher. I don't know what the exact stats are, but they just won with Storm Spirit. They're going to try and do it again.
Yeah, like we said, not a ton of catch on Gaimin.
Are they going to try and go back to, like, Skid or CK?
Hope not.
I mean, I hope not, too. But
hope not. I feel like...
It's a stun. It's a pull. I don't exactly hate it.
I can see it, but I have
There's so many other options.
Yeah. My respect towards that hero is very low. If someone like Skitter just can't make that hero work multiple games in a row that he's tried it, I feel like there's something just off with the hero. He was broken for that one patch, if you remember, when... I'm not sure what was the build. The Shard was being built very early on. The Shard Orchid Blink, right? That was the build. But all the numbers on every single one of these spells was much higher than it is right now. With the Storm ban, you don't have the ultimate last pick. Maybe with the Dazzle, with the Storm pick, the Dazzle ban, maybe a Huskar ban is also something.
Huskar's been that Final Phase ban for so many teams.
Yeah, you're playing into Doom though, so I'm not sure that you even have to. We'll see. Huskar is definitely very annoying as the last pick versus anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you can consider even banning out. It's already banned out, of course. The Bug, the Brood, and the Nyx.
And the Brood, yeah. You got to ban out some carries here. Alchemist, a good one. I would say ban Morph, right?
Morph is okay. I feel like Luna can sometimes win in that matchup because she just plays a little bit too fast.
I'm just a little nervous about morphing into, say, a couple of these heroes and making it kind of difficult.
Just morphing into Luna, right?
Yeah,
becoming a
morphing
better
into
Luna
or
eventually.
morphing into Primo and having that onslaught to jump people, or having that movement. And
they're banning out very active cores. Alchemist is very active, by the way. Like he gets his farm and he wants to roll. He doesn't want to wait. He's not the ultimate late game carry. He just wants to win the game as soon as possible, while he still benefits from that gold advantage. Great at single target dispersal. Let's see what Falcons. They need to ban another mid laner, most likely into Storm. Let's see what they are worried about the most. So far, it's the Puck. There are heroes that are kind of okay, still left in the pool. Like we've seen the Pangolier last game. It's also an option for Gaimin if they wanted to roll it again. It's a decent game for him. You could argue for maybe even an Invoker. It's first, of course. Like Quinn has been doing really well in Invoker, so kind of forgot about the first ban of the game.
Right.
There's Earth Spirit as well, right?
Does Earth Spirit scream Quinn?
I mean, you could put Primal as well.
Yeah.
But Storm just feels good versus all of these.
Would you go Void Spirit?
Let's see what they think.
Get that early Ags on Void Spirit and try and have that silence that also helps out a little bit.
I mean, the hero is all right. I haven't seen him do it way too well recently, but yeah, you get that Ags early enough and you can jump the backlines. which would be nice for them to have something that follows up the primal. Right now, it's just the primal going in, and they get the DK. Like, this is quintessential Team Falcons way of drafting. We're gonna have 3 cores, and all 3 cores will be able to carry the game eventually and split that load, right? Split the farm across the map almost evenly. Like, last game, they had 3 cores on top. This time around, I'm expecting they can be on top or the bottom 3, right? But they're always kind of together.
Let's see what they go for. They've got 30 seconds of reserve time to think about it.
This is your Luna safe lane. Primal is a bit of a flex, but I would say it's offlane Primal with the Dark Willow into DK. It's not the best lane into Eng DK, but it's still playable. Let's see what they go for in the end. Like, we called a lot of these mid QoP. I mean, yeah, yep. It's honestly a pretty good QoP game. Like, this is a hero that kind of fell out of favor during the last tournament in Romania. In Wallachia, Quinn was not there. He didn't get to play the QoP, so maybe he's bringing some new tech. But it's a very annoying hero for Storm to play in the lane. Later on as well, you're bringing out so much burst damage versus the Enchantress, versus Crit's Hoodwink, and it's exactly what the kind of a hero that they needed. Like, this Primal goes in, Queen of Pain follows up. It's a lot of damage from the Sonic Wave. The item build usually is something to do with a Dagon.
Right, yeah, because the Masochist, right?
Yeah, and of course. But we'll see. Maybe there are some different options that I'm unaware of at the moment, but every game that I play into QoP, it's basically Dagon.
Okay.
Every game that I watch QoP, it's a Dagon. Snaking looks very happy, though.
He had a smile on, then it turned into a little bit of
concern.
Concern, and now it's locking
Anxious,
in.
yeah.
Lock in. Get
A
this
lot of
win,
emotions, yeah.
Try to get the 2-0 and finish it up here. But I like Gaimin's draft. I think it's a little bit different. I think they're still showing a lot. These last 2 games, I think they've kind of shown a lot of what they're comfortable in picking, a lot of what they're comfortable in putting out there right now in the group stage. Sometimes you see teams a little bit more conservative on what they want to throw and show, right?
Yeah, I do like that they opened up very early on with the Luna. They kind of gave us an idea of where they're going. They aren't really shying away from showing what's in Zero very early on. But Falcons, once again, I feel like they've got their bread and butter. This is how they love to play Dota, and this is something that they excel on. So from Falcons, I'm not seeing a different approach to the game. I'm not seeing a different idea to the way it's played, like strategically. From Gaimin, what I'm seeing is a complete switcheroo, right? Like, it's a 180 switch from Gaimin. So yeah, we'll see if they can execute this a little bit better than in game number 1.
Who are you going with?
I'm going with Falcons.
Going with Falcons. All right, I'm going to go with Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, you were right the last game.
I trust the QoP.
We should switch up, maybe. I should be play-by-play, you should be analyst.
Yeah.
You trust the QoP?
Trust me, one event put me as an analyst, and it was a roller coaster. It was interesting. It's the one and only time that's ever happened.
The trick is to just be confident in what you're saying. It doesn't matter if
Gaimin
it's right or not.
I'm ready.
Doesn't matter if it's right or not. You just go all in. You say, yeah, this QoP is gonna crush.
All right, I could do that. This QoP is gonna crush.
Yeah.
I like when you're giving me some feedback on a little bit of confidence I've shown. I appreciate that. Man, feels good. Well, let's see if these 2 teams, who feels better, wants in on this Luna. And we've been seeing a good mixture of heroes for Watson.
Yeah, he's been playing. It's not a hero puddle. Like, they've been giving him a lot of heroes. He started off with that ultra kill on SF as well yesterday, so he should be confident, and he is a very capable position 1. So
can I ask about a hero and why we don't see it anymore? And I know this is just it's the patch of ranged heroes, so that's pretty much my answer already. Range Agi carries Phantom Lancer. Why don't we see him anymore?
Overall, I think it's just the numbers. They need to be...
Trample? No, he's fine.
They need to be tuned a little bit, and he'll be very strong, especially because there's a lot of heroes that hate playing into PL, if it's a good PL patch, right? But sometimes it's just not a great patch for him. When you look at items, it's not like the items are bad or anything. I feel like the only thing that needs to happen is maybe +1 armor for him, you know?
Something small like that, definitely making the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just, because I think about some of these carries and PL definitely comes to mind a lot, where it's just like, it's a hero that's just kind of irrelevant right now, at least in the pro scene. So we'll see how these heroes do in this game. And we've got Luna as the carry up against a DK carry. And usually you see these ranged agi carries, but DK, of course, having the Elder Dragon form, he gets to be a ranged hero and pretend to be one for a little bit.
Well, later on for all the time, right?
Yeah.
Like later on in the game.
When it's a very short cooldown.
Yeah, I feel like what they got to with the look, Luna is a kind of a carry that ramps up a little bit faster, right? When it comes to the net worth.
Right.
And she takes over the game. But DK can be very active and can go for different item builds according to what he needs. Like you can go either for some super late game item build like SNY Armlet into Daedalus, just be that turret, hit targets. You can go instantly for a Blink Dagger as well if you think that that's what's necessary to follow your team up. And looking at this game, what's your control? Doom, Storm, and Hoodwink. I feel like it's solid. You can just commit fully into being the backup plan on the Dragon Knight. You don't have to go all in, but knowing Skitter, I wouldn't be surprised if he just wanted to fight.
Yeah, and this could be a little bit of a different game where we see maybe Doom go to the Blink Dagger we didn't see in the last game. He still does have the initiation of a Bushwhack from a distance, but it's not having that hook shot as that's on Gaimin's side this time around, where maybe you want to be the initiator for Doom. So
yeah, we'll see. If he goes for that Blink, it
cogs around crit.
Crit.
Battery Assault, Blood Grenade, Lucent Beam, First Blood for Watson. As Amar hits that level 2, he's got the Scorched Earth, but Celery looking for a high 5, kind of giving a little bit of that high 5 medicine back to Amar.
Yeah, if you remember the last game, Watson and Celery, they also got the first. They didn't get the First Blood, but they got to level 2 first, and they attempted the First Blood. Crit, that game actually did manage to escape. This time it's a little bit more difficult. You are playing into a Clockwork.
And they tried to go for it. They were bottom as these teams have swapped sides for this second game. Quinn, the build Masochist, you usually don't go to the Shadow Strike early.
Yeah, that's one problem sometimes with the co-op, because there are just lanes that co-op used to dominate because she would go Shadow Strike, right? Like you would just spam Shadow Strike and you feel pathetic if you're playing some Storm into co-op because you're just constantly being hit and you have to buy so much region.
It was the 4-1-1 build, right? You used to go heavy in the Shadow Strike and just be...
I mean, if you go 4-1-1, good luck, but...
Not now, I mean, then. There were times back in the day.
Even then, it was maybe an overkill at times, right? People that did that tended to fall off. But yeah, we'll see. I feel like Storm Spirit is in a much better spot right now as a hero than Queen of Pain.
Okay. Well, right now, 21-3 to the Quaps 18-4, so sitting about even at the moment. Support-wise, you have the Dark Willow that can come over and throw down a Bramble Maze. Maybe you want to make that move and go onto the Storm Spirit, but Tofu for the moment is sticking bottom.
Yeah, these rotations might happen a little bit later when the nighttime hits around the 5-minute mark. It also could happen about the 6-minute mark rune. Basically, as a support, you are very rarely rotating mid before that, right? Like that. These are the timings that you're waiting for.
Certainly waiting, and we've seen the party over mid at 6 minutes a couple times.
Yep.
The 3v3 mid attacks, and
it just everything comes together, right? Like you secure the power rune. Also, it's nighttime. Also, some of these wards that are positioned early enough, they expire. So it's a perfect storm and a perfect opportunity to get a kill or two.
It's also from there too. Sometimes you see, especially if you get those 3-on-3 fights where you take out the other team's both supports, you walk through their jungle and try to steal their wisdom rune as well.
Yep. It all connects.
Yeah, it times to be very interesting. Obviously, a lot of things have to go right, but we'll see if it does happen. He's kind of playing behind the tower. He's been playing in this position for about the last minute and a half.
Yep. It's just the way the hero works versus these two. Like you will not be pressuring the DK with Dark Willow and Primal. That's one of the reasons why they picked DK as well, because you go in, you try to trample, they just stun you.
Right.
or they just enchant you. And it kind of works the same way because you're too slow. You can't really move around. You can also dispel, what's the name? Onslaught? Like you can also dispel it. The third
Early
spell
move.
from, yep. An attempt was made.
It sends Malrine all the way back to base, and he'll get back to mid a little bit later, but I think it just sets up the 6-minute rune being secured for Quinn.
Well, it doesn't. Probably. Yeah. He's too late.
He's got to
gonna be too
regen,
late.
and by the time he TPs, that's pretty much it.
The reason why it was done is because every matchup has its own little tricks, right? And when you're playing into a Storm, as a support, it's your duty to rotate before he hits 6. And now that he's hit 6, it's kind of too late to make a move.
Well, gets that shield rune, and top lane Amar putting some pressure on to this tier 1.
Ench is there as well. Why?
Yeah,
Because
they've got
Skitter
3.
is absolutely fine on his own, right?
There's no real pressure as Celery puts those cogs down, not going to die. Yeah, there's not much that a Primal can do to kill a DK this late into the laning phase.
Yeah, I feel like at
Unless he
best,
gets that plus Quinn.
I mean, yeah, with Quinn, there's definitely enough damage if you use everything in Sonic Wave, but even if that happens, I feel like you have to be careful about some counterplay, like some TP into a counter kill. Dragonite is extremely tanky at this point.
Trying to make some more stacks, get to the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, and Tofu and Crit will pick up the Wisdom Runes there for their respective teams.
Did he miss the stack or did he farm that already? In any case, Luna already shoved out of the lane.
Stacks 2 and 2 for the Storm as well as the Hoodwink, and then you've got Dark Willow at 2. So more stacks being made at least for the moment by Falcons. Could have been farmed by that Luna, and Skitter just bottom. Like, this is another game where Skitter's just going to have a free bottom lane. Bushwhack comes through, and Quinn getting low, actually snaking, walking over.
He understands very well that he is not dying there. They used all the control that they had at that point, so there's no way he can even stay with 1 HP and blink out.
Curse Crown going into the Shadow Realm. They've got the Battery Assault. They will find Snaking, but the Bushwhack on a 2. They've got the Vortex to pull in the Dark Willow. Sonic Wave even committed on this. Quinn's not got a lot of health to work with.
He healed up a lot.
And, okay, let's see. Skitter on the run, but they've got the Pulverize. They get the kill to Quinn. They will lose that Queen of Pain. Skitter's still low, trying to fly away, but unable to do so. Even with the Acorn Shot being thrown over by Crit, Ace and Celery still maybe even looking to go around, but Malrine is here and gets a kill on a Celery. He is unaware of Malrine coming over.
Beautiful finish off on the Quap by Malrine, by the way. Sent the Spirit off the cliff and it kind of caught him without vision and then jumped him, even though it was very dangerous. If he played the line there. If he goes a little bit later, Queen of Pain heals up, uses Scream.
Saw or heard, really. I heard the reaction, I think, from Quinn as he got popped by that Remnant. Because I heard,
that was him. That was
that
him.
was him, yeah.
That was him. He was just as surprised.
As we were, because we panned over.
Yeah, he needs to basically wait a little bit for this Dagon. Of course, every time you have Sonic Wave, you can make a move. Up to that part, it's probably better to just wait the Dagon, as it just gives you so much heal through these fights. It's not about the damage. The damage is great. It's about the heal. You just start having basically 2 lives in all of these team fights.
Yeah, and 2 lives are good, but following the Twitch is better. If you can follow us down below, you can never miss a tournament, an epic event coming up, and we've got a bunch of them coming through the 2024-2025 season. So follow us to continue to watch amazing tournaments like the one you are watching right now. This exact moment. 10 minutes into the game, 3-3. As drum's going to be built here for the Doom. Again,
a same build.
Just,
Amar is...
No Blink Dagger, just movement speed. Who cares?
He's just... Yeah, it's all good. You know why? Because Skitter... These guys just have identity on how they want to play the Dota, and the Dota will be played their way. Amar going for drums. Meanwhile, Skitter, he wants to... Even though he's the position 1 DK, he wants to go for that Blink, and he wants to be active.
Quinn again, Blink away, Curse Crown. It's on to Crit. Quinn, though, Scream, Ball Lightning. Quinn's low, Seeds of Serenity. Not going to be enough. They'll get that kill onto the Queen of Pain. They're going to look for more. Celery now with Cogs down. Kicks one over onto Crit. They'll use the Doom onto Watson, who tried to get involved in the fight. but they'll kill Celery. They'll have a little bit of mana here to the ball lightning over towards Watson and get another 3 heroes dead, and Tofu going into the Shadow Realm and TPing out as Gaimin Gladiators lose 3 and Falcons again just rolling the early game.
Yeah, it's just so insane how much he's getting even from this Windlace on Doom. Now he's gonna have drums, of course, as well, but because of these items, he's able to catch the Luna and just get in position to use Infernal Blade, to use the Doom, and even though you think you're in position, you truly aren't. He's got way too much movement speed. It goes over 500, by the way, once he presses drums and phase boots, so you're not safe. And Malrine, he's hunting together. Like the way he went on co-op, he just realized that this Queen of Pain right now is just unable to contribute to these fights.
Making another set of stacks there too and continuing to farm. This is, man, Malrine doing quite a bit. The GPM over 100 higher than Quinn.
Yeah, the only one that's really doing well on the side of GG is the Primal Beast, right? Like he's second in net worth and he's having a very good time. Why? Because no one can kill him at the moment.
Comfortable hero for Quinn. Quinn has such a good win rate with this Queen of Pain as Celery dies. In pro matches, that's 63% in 84 games.
Yep.
And he really likes to build with Fast Dag and Shield Spark. All right. So a little bit of stats there for Quinn as Celery ends up dead at 7-3 with a 3,000 net worth lead. Of course, you're getting a little bit more gold with the Doom, but I don't really think that that's the case in this game, where you're just playing aggressive and finding these kills. You've killed off Watson. Doom was used perfectly. You've kind of shut down Quinn in this early part of the game. So, you know, sometimes you could say like Alchemist buff or Doom buff. It doesn't feel like that at the moment.
Yeah, it isn't that. It truly isn't that. It's look at the net worth, right? Like this is what we talked about during the draft. 3 cores, for a moment at least, were the 3 cores of Falcons kind of on the same net worth, just keeping the top of the net worth charts. They're all farming evenly, and they're all having a good game. Now my question is, what's the plan for Gaimin? They will get the Dagon on co-op. I find that hard to be enough, hard to believe that it will be enough. The one Joker that they've got is this very big Primal Beast, and his item build needs to be concise and it needs to be the proper one for this game. I'm not sure, is it like an early BKB or an early Blade Mail that he needs to go for? Maybe even a Blink.
I want to say BKB just so you can definitely secure a Pulverize, right? But he's gone Blade Mail.
I think Blade Mail is something that you just need on Primal. Like you get this Blade Mail and then you can transition into the next item.
Right.
You can even be...
Hook shot.
Oh, the Tornado instantly.
Hurricane. And now trying to get the kill on the Snake King, but even with the control here for them before, they already got the kill on the Ace. Bushwhack came through. They were able to at least get one. Celery now on the run. Ball lightning for more. He is going to die. 2 heroes dead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators and wants it again. Found trying to help out. He'll drop the Eclipse, but he is dead immediately. They'll go for this Dark Willow out of the Shadow Realm. They'll even drop the Doom. They'll get this kill. Tower or not, they know that Tofu is dead. 4 heroes gone again as Falcons clean up and don't lose a thing.
They're falling apart on Gaimin, really. That game 1 might have just broke them because this is looking ugly. They had a very nice ward. By the way, everything that was happening, everything that was... Please, Regen Gaimin, give me Regen. Give me Regen.
Illusion Rune.
You see the ward on the cliff? Snaking, moving up there, using the ward in the triangle, setting up everything, basically baiting the Primal out of position. The one hero that had a very good time going completely out of position and getting instantly punished by the DK with the Blink Dagger, so... Why are they so derpy?
I love fix my posture. I don't want to be like that when I'm older.
Wanna stand? When the camera goes on us, we're gonna stand like that, okay? It's a deal.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
I won't do that though. Up to that point, I need to.
No, for sure.
Keep my posture.
What they need to do
back.
is they need to get this Primal active. He needs a BKB. After the BKB, maybe you can jump a target, maybe even a Storm Spirit if you can get on top of him.
It's so much time though, right? Like the BKB, they're just putting the pressure on from Falcons. Celery going to try and at least get a kill here onto the Doom. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, so they've got the onslaught. They have the damage. Even with the speed, they will get the kill on Omar, and it's a good amount of gold going towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, getting any sort of a kill on him is definitely valuable. And it's Amar, right? Like we talked about Falcons and how they have this identity and you kind of know what to expect from these players. At this point, I feel like everyone knows the farming pattern that Amar is usually going for.
Yeah.
The problem is, how do you punish him? Because he reads your movements better than you read his.
Aurora, by the way, buying that shard, and that is one thing we've talked about on this storm that feels really strong is that shard, and you get a big boost in damage. So he is sitting pretty at the top of the net worth by a lot. And when you compare him to Quinn, he's over 3,000 net worth ahead. I mean, that is a full item.
That's the lowest net worth hero in the game, by the way.
Core-wise.
Core-wise. And the next one is Luna. And that worries me even more. Sometimes when Queen of Pain's game can go poorly, but Luna, that one is rough.
Tier 2 getting pressured. Onslaught gonna miss Malorine and trying to avoid the damage coming in with Impetus. I will say the last two fights, like Watson gets involved, and I just think he should have continued farming. Obviously, you could say that in retrospect with 2020 vision because they don't get anything out of it. But if he spends that time farming, maybe he's up 1,000 net worth.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard because they're going into the triangle. That's his
That
home.
fight, yes, but the fight over top was by the tier 1, and Quinn just dies so quickly, and they want more. Celery's in trouble. The Cursed Crown already popped. The Bramble Maze is down. They're going to get another one, and here's Watson again.
His
Watson
ulti
will
is
drop
there,
the
though.
Eclipse. They've got the Onslaught. They get the kill to Malorine. It works this time, and now they're going to look for more. Sonic Wave with the buyback committed from Queen. The Cursed Crown after the Pulverize. They've got the Lucent Beam. They'll get that kill on a Skitter, and 2 heroes dead on the side of Falcons. They'll look for crit. He'll try to TP out and will be successful, but that buyback's worth it when they can get those 2 kills.
Absolutely, that was gorgeous. Not only do they kill the Storm, basically when they were assaulting the triangle earlier, Storm was doing the same thing, baiting out the Eclipse. The only difference is that time he had mana. This time around, you're baiting out the Eclipse, but you have no more mana to work with. So the moment that Eclipse is popped, he dies. And the buyback on Queen of Pain, they definitely needed more damage for the Dragonite, so very worth it. They get 2 big kills, and they at least alleviate the pressure a little bit. The game is back. Like, it isn't a stomp any longer. We can expect Gaimin to put up a fight.
Yeah, because you look at where Watson is now, and now he's second on the net worth, so he's only down by about 700 gold, and
he was lowest just a minute ago.
We're literally speaking those sentences as that happened. So it becomes a 5,000 net worth deficit. It was 8,000 almost. Things get a little bit better.
Amar, he's got that Doom if he wants to pop it, but
Vortex pull in, and Celery's just dead. Unfortunately, nowhere for him to go, and they're going to find another support. Tofu gone too. Malorine getting a little bit of revenge.
they're playing the game way too fast for Gaimin. Unfortunately, yeah, you get that 1 kill, 2 kills actually after the buyback from Queen of Pain, but you still cannot show your face on the map. Storm is everywhere. Dragonite can start things off on one side of the map and Doom on the other, and Storm is going to join both.
Now Amar's got that BKB. BKB being built here for Watson, who's got the Manta style. He'd love to get enough time to get there, and especially if you're getting that kind of time, that means, you know, the levels are getting there for you. Maybe you win a fight and you can start pushing buildings a little bit more, opening up the map. But Falcons, they feel maybe just a little bit. Let's just go get Roshan and get ourselves an Aegis. I say that, and they've got this OBS that got a little bit of vision on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they smoke out of the Roche pit looking to go the other way, and they have found themselves Quinn again. He bought back. Hook shot's in. Can he blink away?
Oh, he's out.
Oh, he got out. Throws the Sonic Wave, the turnaround. He might be there. They've got the Curse Ground on the Skitter. Can they get the tail on the DK?
Malorine gets him.
Oh, Quinn still dead. Skitter gone. Celery falls 2 for 1. They're looking over. They've got the Eclipse. Can they get the kill now on Marlene? Oh, trying to run with the BKB. Amar turns around and stops Watson. They don't get this Storm. And he survives with a sliver of health.
It's insane that he manages to survive there, but that's Amar protecting his mid laner right there. He was literally, I got you, Mr. President. Pops that BKB, runs between him and the Luna and Mallory.
Slaps him with the Infernal Blade.
The only reason he lives is because of Amar. Very nicely played by all of them. It was also pretty good from Gaimin, right? At least they got Skitter in that fight. They kind of baited on the high ground. They followed up with Sonic Wave. Queen of Pain managed to survive, but they just have too much.
If you get Malorine there, though, it feels just so much better. Like, that is bringing the game to fully back, I would say. Well, there's Malorine's regen that he asked for. Just a little bit late on the delivery. They're going to go for Roche, the 20-minute mark. Maybe you think about going Tormentor on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. And no Duraccio to make space for Quinn and Ace.
Fair point.
Yeah, sure. I'm not making that comment, just so you guys know at home.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. There was a name above that.
Yep.
I'm just spreading the word of chat. Just saying.
Look, this is still their first tournament, right? Like with Watson, it's a new season completely, and they still have to kind of gel and mesh together properly. They need to find the right approach strategically to the game. Because Duraccio was very sacrificial. That needs to be said.
Yeah. Whereas Watson, maybe he's joining fights and not being in all the time. First, at least. Where Duraccio
I feel like Watson is more stable. He's just going and farming the proper farming patterns. If you see this Luna here in the triangle, just farming where Luna should be farming. Duraccio, if you look at him, he'd be in the enemy triangle, farming. If I die, I die. I'm taking your farm, and my teammates can farm our own triangle. That's the mindset. It was a little bit crazy, but it worked because it was very different. And both of them, of course, very skilled position ones.
Well, wasn't it Quinn that was talking about it in the interview where it's like, oh yeah, you know, Duraccio was a bit of a goober, and we're trying to get Watson on that level.
Yeah, of course, but that's more about the out of the game, you know,
Oh,
like
okay.
the way.
They're. I'm just saying, are they trying to be like, okay, just farm over there? You know, we're used to that. Just do that.
Make us look better, you know. Just go in. Let us actually be the position 1.
Maureen just pushing that top tier 2, not really too aggressively, as Ace has that BKB. We talked about how this is a big item for the Primal Beast to be able to really put the kit out there. Aegis available for 3 minutes, 20 seconds still. They do smoke up on 3 heroes looking towards top, but Amar and Skid are up there with BKB available on Amar, and an amplified damage now in the pocket bottle of Maureen. Not going to be fun, because that shard really ups him, and this amplified damage is going to make it even worse. He can't live. With a silver health again, he lives. I worry.
Well, they want to fight here, though.
Hook shot comes through. You got to remember, he's got an Aegis to work with. And he's got this amplified damage still. They're going to turn their attention onto the clockwork. They get the kill there. They're going to look for the Eclipse. They go to the damage. They've got the BKB pop by this Amar Doom. But they got the kill on a Maureen. They'll take the Storm. They'll look for more. The Doom is on the Primal Beast. The Infernal Blade's going to be out. Now they'll try to turn this. Can they go for Primal? Lucent Beam Blink forward coming out from Quinn with the Acorn Shot bouncing. They go to the Dragon Tail. It's going to be on a Quinn with a Bushwhack.
Storm buyback.
Follow it up. They get the kill. The buyback from the Storm. Onslaught through, but Storm's back into the fight. They're going to look over at Watson. They've got the Electric Vortex. They'll pull him in, get the kill onto the Luna. They'll take out Ace.
1
4
more.
heroes dead, looking for the full team wipe. Tofu trying to get out with the Glimmer Cape. They don't quite have vision on the Dark Willow, but they do have this ward. It's not going to see him, however. Oh, just TPing out in time.
Yeah, not a full wipe. Gaimin, they set that up very nicely. The way they kill him off, they know that he does not have a BKB. They can follow up with Dark Willow's Brambles plus the Sonic Wave to push him through a couple of them.
Right.
So there is absolutely no way that he survives. They still managed to kind of play around that, forcing the Storm Spirit to the high ground. He almost survived. Still, his death might have baited them into an even worse engagement.
Yeah.
Because they go too far and they get punished by a very well-placed buyback by Maureen.
Dragon Tail Quinn here. Celery, he's got the cogs, but does he have the life to live? Not really. Radovitos and the Bushwhack, making it real easy to kill off this Clockwork again. Now, I guess you could say this. He bought back. It slows down his BKB a little bit. If they could kill Maureen again, he's going to be unavailable for a while. Maybe that opens up the game for you, and you're trying to get Watson to that next point.
It kind of opens up the game for you, but at the same time, look at Amar. Like, he's farming. Look at Dragonite. He's also getting a lot of farm. So Storm sacrificed himself there with a buyback, but he activated his other 2 cores to an extent because they got a lot out of that fight, right? Like, they didn't die. So overall, I think that it's a net benefit for Falcons for sure.
Yeah. Now you've got the BKB for Watson, though. Maybe he's a little bit more survivable. He's starting to go into that big damage boost with the Phylactery and the Conda and trying to get that started.
How many Mage Slayers are they buying? I feel like Snake is buying one on Enchantress and maybe one on Dragonite is already
They've already
there,
got
right?
the one on Enchantress.
Yeah, he just finished it. And
wow.
And they have 2 pikes as well. Like, Snaking is imitating his position 1. He wants to buy the same items.
Pike and Mage Slayer. Is this... I mean, guess it's not the position 5. Look at where Snake King is. He's above ace.
Above ace, above Quap as well. He's in a really good spot. And Enchantress tends to do this. Like, the way that he's farming is not really visible. Like,
Celery catching strays on this grab. That's not fair. Ooh. Ooh,
nice
little
juke.
sharpshooter juke, but Tofu's here. Bedlam, Curse Crown, Pulverize, all ready to go and get that kill and a crit. Good gold for Tofu.
Absolutely. That's a 5 kill streak ended right there. At least, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, this game, they're not going to allow anyone to have 0 deaths by the end of the game.
And they've caught Clockwork again. Maureen with another kill, getting another stack on the Galvanized. That's never the best feeling, but didn't have the hook shot there anyway, but he does give his life up. His life for ire.
I feel like Luna, in general, she's considered really strong at this point in the game.
But it's just Luna.
It's just Luna, exactly. That's the problem. On the other side, you have this Tricore. On the other, you have Luna that's kind of building into Kanda. She has a lot of really nice power spikes, but I'm afraid that we're already looking at a Luna that will need that Rapier plus 25 soon.
Oh my god.
You know, like Rapier 20 after Kanda.
You're thinking so far in the future.
I don't think I am, because they will be pressuring the high ground very soon.
That's true. If you do get this phylactery, though, at least you kind of have that Lucent Beam poke potential. Don't have that ward ticking, ward clearing potential unless you've got all the help here.
I love how I'm talking about Kanda and Rapier, and you're like, oh, if at least phylactery.
Yeah, I'm thinking just the little things, the little wins.
Just give me the phylactery at least, you know?
Then you get a little bit of boost in that damage. Maybe you can poke when you're defending your high ground.
And phylactery feels kind of bad, like that you can't even get the crit first, you know, for some right-click damage, but...
Well,
sure,
maybe you can
I
get
feel you.
crit first if you kill the hoodwink.
Yep, yeah, sure.
You can try. Crit Gleipnir. Very soon. Very soon. Did I do the math right on that? I don't know, but it might be a little bit longer. Sharpshooter just trying to get the jukes out. Onslaught right on top of the squirrel, stomping on this squirrel's face, and they will kill off crit.
Oh, your math was right, but he lost some gold, so it's going to be a bit more now.
Okay. I was almost there. Almost right.
It's how much? It got buffed to like 450, right?
I'll take your
the
word
recipe.
for it.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it's-
I feel like it's like 450 at the moment. It got nerfed for 200 gold.
See, there's the phylactery, the little things. Now Kanda's next.
Look, Luna is one of the strongest heroes when it comes to farming. And Watson, look at that net worth. He's still on top.
Crit getting a tip from Maureen, and I've got a tip for you. You should follow the channel, follow Fissure. The follow button's on the bottom right of your screen, right under where the stream is. And if you're on YouTube, it's the subscribe button. That's on the bottom left. So
Click the bell, click the subscribe.
smack that like button. Otherwise, I know who you are.
Is it still on YouTube like that you have all those bells and like million different things that you need to click
I don't know. I don't make YouTube
for someone to
content.
show up? Yeah.
But the notifications are always good if you're forgetting there's a stream going on. 77% to 23. Honestly,
Not bad,
Not-
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Gaben is being generous today.
hey, last game I was given 33%, and that was a doable number. And now you're here at 24%. 1 and 4, that's not bad. At least in my eyes, I don't think so. They are trying to set up here on the side of Falcons. They are pretty close up. Bramble May is going to be around Amar.
Oh.
Now they go to the Pulverize. Do they have the damage for this hook shot? They're trying to get the continued control onto Amar. Do they have it? Terra's going to be thrown out. They go to the Sonic Wave. They get the kill on Mallory. They already got the kill on a Storm. Sproink away from this snaking Enchantress. Watson with the Lucent Beam. The Curse Crown's going to pop. They've got the control onto this Enchantress and should be able to get this kill. It's just a matter of time, of course. Sproink again. Bramble Maze is down. Hurricane Pike, but eventually the damage is there, and they will get a second. This is the kill that we were talking about, because this is the post-buyback kill, where now you've got a long time without this Storm.
Yeah, you have an additional minute without that Storm, and you can basically take over the map. You can farm anywhere that you want to, because it's not only the Storm, you kill the Enchantress too, and you are feeling pretty damn safe on the map. You still have to be a bit careful, because Doom is up. Yep, they tried to set up exactly like that. They have the Skitter with the stun.
Now they got Conda.
Yep.
You know, you're slowly making your way.
You definitely are. For that 22-23%, after all, it wasn't that generous, right? Like, it was correct.
I'm going to say Lincoln, so now going defensive. We've talked about Lincoln's. It's not like that first item anymore. Not that you would get first item on Luna anyway.
I'm surprised he's getting it this game. Like, I get it, like you are playing into a Doom, but at some point, everyone has a way of popping it, and it becomes... It's still good, right? Like, because it buys you enough time for you to either reposition or for someone to follow up.
Blink, hook shot, kind of not the symphony you need, but it's a symphony that works. So they all come together, a violin, a clarinet, and a trumpet, and they get that kill on a Snake King.
Yeah, they get the kill on Snake King. He's dead for 40. Do they commit into Rush Pit? And do Falcons still commit into defending it without Enchantress? Because this Rush is going to fall really quickly if they don't go. And I feel like they just might not even contest it.
There's not like that big spell where we see like a Mars come in and have Arena.
Yeah.
They do have to worry if they fight this, because there's Terrorize, Hook Shot, Eclipse. Like, it's not the easiest. And yeah, they're not fighting it.
They're just not fighting it. This is free Rush going for a game. And
oh, don't forget the banner. You always want that banner. Aegis now for Watson. Lincoln's for Amar.
yeah, I feel like the way that they're playing on Gaimin is they recognize that Amar is the biggest problem.
Okay.
Like, they need to go in, catch him, and that's what they did. That's how they won that mid-game fight. Catching Amar with the BKB on Primal and just forcing him out of the fight. He didn't have a good target to Doom. If he doesn't have a good target to Doom, the fights are much, much easier for you. And of course, what needs to be said is Storm just jumped in and died.
Gleipnir thrown over to the Dark Willow. Crit scurrying through the trees. The blink forward by Skitter. They're going to drop the Eclipse immediately. They go with the BKB from Amar. They've got 3 heroes around this Doom. They'll drop the Doom. They try to get the damage out onto Amar, but the Force Staff away. They get the kill on a Celery. They'll take it the Clockwork. Now they look over at this Primal Beast Ace. They've got themselves that kill, and they'll buy back on the Clockwork. Sonic Wave on a Melreed. Oh, the Ball Lightning. He's got the Shadow Strike on him. The Ball Lightning a little bit further away from Watson. Just needs a Lucent Beam instead of Dagon from Quinn right into the face of the Storm.
Yeah, that Gleipnir just not connecting to save the Storm. Amar somehow crazily survives through all of that with 1 HP. He was fighting both the Luna and I believe the Co-op, and then somehow managed to get away after using the Doom. So very nicely done by him. Unfortunately for Falcons, Storm Spirit once again dying after having an amazing start to this game. He's died almost every single team fight afterwards, and his net worth kind of represents that. He's the lowest core on Radiant.
And it's dropping towards Primal and Quap, who didn't exactly have the best time. Quinn.
He just shrugs that off, heals up with 1 Scream.
Get that out of here. Heal it up. Continue on for more. I'm wondering, with this Aegis, is Watson going to commit to the Lincolns? Is he willing to maybe forego it with an Aegis in his pocket? Go to something else?
There is maybe an argument to be made for something like a Daedalus, more damage perhaps, and you just put the BKB in your backpack, use that Aegis. But right now I feel like both teams are reading the game very correctly. Even Amar went for the Lincolns, Luna as well. I feel like Lincolns should be the... Yeah, he's going to purchase it. It's the right option.
Yeah, he just buys it out. Ghost Scepter for Clock 2, Yasha here for the Primal, the rest of the Ags for Quinn. Watson's getting to that point, man. He is really getting to that point. I'm worried for Falcons. They were up 13,000 net worth.
So one of the reasons that I feel all of this is happening is also the item build on Falcons. They went all in into that early to mid game, and that these item builds, they didn't allow them to make too many mistakes. Like we talked about Skitter and his item build, right? Like you get this Mage Slayer Blink kind of a build. Like you're not necessarily gonna scale very highly with that build, right? Like you're basically doing that just to fight 24/7.
They're going to catch him here. They've got an opportunity, the blink into the Pulverize, and they're going to look to get the kill on a Skitter with the BKB, as well as the Elder Dragon form the Onslaught. They're going to TP in the Enchantress. They'll pop the Lincolns. Now, it's just Snake King surrounded by 4 heroes. Amar with the BKB needs to retreat, but Storm's right there. Melreen's trying to initiate on this, though. Drop the kill on the Snake King. They get the kill on a Celery. Melreen doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Ball Lightning doesn't get him up onto the high ground. However, Big boost in health and mana gets him all the way out of this one and over to the tier 2 tower. However, that being said, Tofu's right on top of him with a BKB being popped by Malrine. He's able to ball lightning and find himself immune to the Cursed Crown.
They're still
turning
fighting
around onto Tofu, try to get the Dark Willow. The Gleipnir is going to be thrown over by Crit. They get that kill onto the Dark Willow and will start to deter Gaimin Gladiators from looking for more.
Storm had regen.
Skitter jumped in. He looked to get the stun out onto the Primal Beast, but just a little bit slow.
Yeah, they forced this fight so deep under the tier 2 while their tier 1 is still standing. It's a nice pincer movement. I don't know how much you noticed, but Hoodwink was as well pincering them from the right side.
Yeah.
With the Storm, they were killing off the Clockwork. They forced these blinks backwards. Meanwhile, Storm had regen this whole time. They didn't manage to dispel it. So the Yules was the only way to get it off of him, which was eventually used, but it felt a little bit too late. And also, one nice thing from Gaimin Gladiators is the first Lincolns was a success. Doom got wasted.
Yeah.
Doom actually popped the Lincolns, so no one was doomed in that fight.
That's all its gold in value right there.
Yep.
But now, Aegis is going to expire. Swift Blink next on the list for the Luna. Is that what you want?
It's an interesting approach. Like, usually when you look at these Swift Blinks on Luna...
Marine, Quinn, Invis. There was the Invis rune that spawned up top. They'll look for the Terrorize, the Sonic Wave, everything there.
Damn.
Marine, no buyback, dead for 80.
They are really hating him this game.
Yeah, they are.
The last game on the Storm Spirit, he ended it in 25 in style. This time around, they're just getting so many pickoffs on him. Swift Blink on Luna is, in general, really good. Like, you can replace your boots with it and just get in position every time, either with your ulti or just to right-click people. Lunas tend to buy this Blink as their last item.
Amar, Onslaught with the Blink in front of this Doom, now the BKB, but afterwards you've got Pulverize available, so a bit of this duration is going to be used. The BKB before the Doom's going to be thrown onto the Primal Beast. They've got the Cursed Crown, it pops on it too. Skitter on the right side of the fight, but is he going to be able to do enough damage? He looked over at Tofu, they get the kill to Amar. Now they've got the Yules up onto this Dragon Knight, and Watson from behind looks over at Snake King. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Enchantress, and they'll look for Skitter, but he's already back in his base. Crit, he's got that deny symbol over his head, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, there's no one to deny him in the base.
Skitter's just looking to troll a little bit, but I doubt it.
Yeah, but look, if you do not defend this tier 3 tower, Luna is eating through these Raxes.
Yeah.
They are gone.
Tier 3, and now the racks are opened up. This is a lot of quick damage.
Look at that.
Crimson
gold advantage for the first time in this game towards Gaimin, and now they're the ones with 72% win rate.
Don't tell me the odds.
Now, this was a very good comeback from them. Very nicely played.
Kind of rare these days that we see comebacks like this.
It's super rare.
Now the net worth at even. Smoke from Gaimin Gladiators. Hit me with that graph. 81% to 19% was the peak. And now it's swapped all the way over. Net worth's even, and we're looking at a game. That's me right now. I've got that smile on my face.
That's
everybody in the chat right now, seeing some good Dota.
Yeah, everyone on Gaimin as well.
That is the one of the best smiles in the game. I don't know anything else that smiles in this game. Truthfully. Orchid, maybe, yeah. There's a lot of smiling and mind placing.
But that's more like crazy smiles.
Yeah.
This was like a genuine smile.
Yeah, and this is, that was the shopkeeper. Welcome to my store. Thanks for joining us. Tier 2 goes down over mid. Watson about to hit that level 25. Thinking about going to that Swift Blink, holding that gold just in case he needs that buyback. Roche up potentially in 15 seconds as well.
It's a huge power spike.
Oh, yeah.
Level 25 on Luna. The talent is just absolutely ridiculous. The amount of damage that you deal. The supports melt. I don't want to be this hoodwink playing the game. You know, you're some very squishy support. You get hit by one Lucent Beam, you lose basically 50% at least of your HP.
Just comparing the carries. Watson to Skitter. Watson's GPM really up there. He never stopped farming. Never stopped believing.
Yeah, he had a couple of those early game skirmishes where things didn't really pan out for him, but overall, he always kept his net worth in check.
Gaimin, they're scanned. Falcons know where they want to be. Oh, the blink forward from Quinn. Whee! That was a little scary, a little bit of a horror movie.
Oh, that's an illusion, my friend.
That is not it. All right, Skitter getting fooled. Fool him once. Well, you fool him twice. Mindbreaker being traveled out here for the Hoodwink. You now got Lincolns for the Primal Beast. They're just trying to defend themselves from getting doomed.
Interesting
Falcons
approach.
pressuring, though,
Yeah.
mid lane, too.
Yeah, interesting. They are using a little bit of that form that's left remaining on the Dragon Knight to hit the tower a couple of times. And of course, they're not truly in control of this game, even though the network disparity is very small. It's only 1K.
No buyback for Watson, by the way. Bought out. Because he had 7,000 gold.
I think he's got 2K, right? So maybe he can farm it really quickly before the next rush fight, because this game is about to be decided in that rush fight, most likely.
800 gold away from having it now 600, so he can get there pretty quickly. But Roche,
it's up.
Available. It's whoever wants it. I expect a fight to happen. Yeah, Rocket Flare flies out. They're going to be smoked on both sides.
They have so many ways to break the Lincolns now. Dragon Knight as well, with that Orchid on him.
But they've got a second Lincolns. They got one on Primal now.
You just go on one target, and he's going
Blink,
in.
Dragon Tail. They're going to try and get the kill here onto the Clockwork, but there's the BKB as well as the Blinking coming in from Ace. They've got themselves the Pulverize as well as the Sonic Wave. They get the kill to Skitter. The hookshot comes through, but Amar with the BKB turning this around out of the Clockwork. They should be able to get the kill. They have the Vortex. Doom was thrown out with the BKB running out of Maureen, though. He needs to be careful about his positioning. The side of Gaimin back off for a moment. The Rock Toss stuns up the Enchantress. The Curse Crown pops with the upgrade. Has the Brambles around him, but nobody else from the side of Gaimin going in just yet. More Brambles placed around Snake King. Watson on the edge, looking for the fight in. Ace even blinking forward, and they will get the kill on to Snake King. Now looking for more. Onslaught, BKB, turnaround coming in from Skitter. They go to the Lucid Beam. It's going to be on Melreen. Curse Crown's going to pop on Amar. He doesn't have a BKB for the moment, so he's stunned up with the Brambles around him. Quinn, not a lot of mana. He's off to the side. The Lucid Beam with the damage coming out from Watson. Amar needs to run. Brambles down again. Snake King bought back. He's in the front lines of this fight. They go to the Lucent Beam. Snake King needs to be careful. Sharpshooter off the mark. Not the sniper they need right now.
Yeah, that's the buyback on Snake King, and he's still sitting so damn far out. This man fears nothing. Like, he's got
really
a lot of magic resistance, and he feels like the tankiest one. The fight kind of started off in a crazy way. Skitter, he didn't get his BKB, so he got pulverized, but he's tanky enough to kind of sustain himself, at least for a little bit at the beginning. And it bought enough time for Amar to pop that Doom on Luna properly. But these two teams, the way they're playing is, we know that you're going to Doom the Luna eventually.
Yeah.
But we're going to use our BKBs to run away and reset. And now the question isn't who wins that first portion of the fight. The question is who wins the later one. Like after Doom is kited out and after the BKBs are kited out, because there are still no refreshers.
I like second fight.
The second fight is really the most important one here. Until the refreshers are up, at least.
So we're off to the side. The Blink in with the Dragon Tail. Dark Willow cleaned up so quickly. No buyback. Shivas as well as the Blink forward. Looking for the other support of the Clockwork. No buyback there either. 95 seconds. Both supports getting wiped out by Gaimin. This gives now Falcons an opportunity to just go in and get this Roche. This is the third Roche too, so not great for Gaimin.
Yeah, he's got that double damage that he can work with as well. And what did we mention? We mentioned refreshers, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to buy it if you can just get it from Roche, and I believe this is the one that drops it, so kind of nice. Am I correct?
Very nice.
It's dropping it, right? Yeah. I worried for a second, you know? Like, these Roshans, they can be tricky recently. They're switching items mid-fights. It's...
What was the other option you thought it would drop?
Like, he was gonna drop the refresher. There was just one game in which he bugged out and he switched items, and it happens sometimes. Like, Tigav had a little bit of a
little bit of a miscue.
Expose on that.
Oh, I like that word better. Expose is definitely the one I was looking for. Bloodthorn for the DK. Has an Aegis now on Skitter. He's been playing pretty aggressive with the Blink Dragon Tail and just using this Elder Dragon form any way he can to put out that damage. And Gaimin, unfortunately, they just didn't have their supports ready for maybe a swipe with a hook shot or anything. Terrorized into the Roche pit is always good. You look at the net worths now. starting to even up quite a bit, especially with the fact that Primal and Quap are ahead of these heroes that were ahead of them for 80% of the match.
I feel like net worth at this point is almost
It's
irrelevant.
an irrelevant stat.
Yeah, it's an irrelevant stat
Buyback's
because
definitely the...
exactly buybacks, who's got refreshers,